Chapter 1301, Traveling Together. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. Being a judge sounds fun? Fairy Ping was left speechless the moment she heard Yi Yun's words. Had she minced words so well that he could not understand her subtext? It was important for people to know their own limitations. Jing Yuexia also rolled her eyes in secret. She could not help but blink as an undetectable smirk crept onto the corner of her mouth. Sect Master Yi, it wouldn't be troublesome if you would like to go to the Heavenly South Peaks meet. I have traveled the Heavenly South Great World before. I know a few people from the big sects that are organizing the Heavenly South Peaks meet. Although the name list has long been decided, I can inquire on your behalf and see if it's possible to get you qualified as a disciple in the contest. It would be a joke to allow Yi Yun be a judge. However, as a contesting disciple, Jing Yuexia did not think Yi Yun was even qualified for that, to be honest. The Heavenly South Peaks meet hosted numerous experts, and the competition could only be described as intense. Even the proud Jing Yuexia lacked confidence in her own abilities there. However, with the punk being so arrogant, and having bullied her, Jing Yuexia was eager to see him suffer at the meet. She wanted to open his eyes to the experts of the Heavenly South Great World. Perhaps the experience would be so mind-blowing that his head would explode. Fairy Ping listened on the side as she gave Jing Yuexia a reproachful look. This lass still has the mind of a child. She wants to make a fool of this Yi Yun with her eccentric ideas. But since Yi Yun is ridiculous himself, he could use a lesson. It would aid his growth and prevent him from being so insolent while he remains a frog in a well. Therefore, Fairy Ping said, "All right then. If Sect Mastery insists on participating, I support Yuexia helping Sect Mastery apply to compete." Compete? Instead, Yi Yun rejected the thought languidly. It's just a martial competition which a bunch of juniors is participating in. I'm not that interested. With my status as Myriad God Sect Master, wouldn't I be a bully if I participated in a martial competition for junior disciples? I wouldn't want to bully them. What? Jing Yuexia was stupefied when she heard that. When these words were said, Fairy Ping and Jing Yuexia's eyes went completely wide. They were at a loss for what to say. They had heard of bragging, but they had never heard of someone that was so good at bragging. What did he think was the standard of the Heavenly South Peaks meets martial contest? Did he think it was a contest between disciples at the level of the ones he recruited every 3 days? Also, who did he think he was? He kept mentioning junior disciples and bullying. Didn't that also include Jing Yuexia? Jing Yuexia was amused and exasperated. She said with a voice transmission, "Martial ant. Look at how much a braggart he is. I feel ashamed for him." At that moment, Fairy Ping could no longer bear it. Thankfully, we do not need to associate with him further. We have really broadened our horizons on our trip to the Myriad Godridge today. Forget it, let's go. No, Martial Ant. Since he wants to go, we must bring him to the Heavenly South Peaks meet to open his eyes. I want to see his expression when the time comes. Upon thinking of how huge a setback Yi Yun would experience and his expression when he ended up being ridiculed by everyone around him, Jing Yuexia revealed a smug smile. Yi Yun was being too arrogant. Jing Yuexia herself was a proud person, but even she knew that she had to restrain herself at the Heavenly South Peaks meet. There were just too many experts, and as the saying went, there was always a higher mountain and someone always stronger. Yet, Yi Yun considered everybody and everything beneath him. How could Jing Yuexia tolerate his treatment of the Heavenly South Peaks meet as a game? Fairy Ping sighed secretly. Yi Yun would only have himself to blame. She immediately said, "The Heavenly South Peaks meet happens half a year from now. Going to the Heavenly South Great World requires us to travel through a spatial node. It won't be easy. Since Sect Master Yi is interested, we can travel together. Since both of you want to travel with me, that will work," Yi Yun said with a nod. Fairy Ping was rendered speechless when she heard that. Was Yi Yun implying that they were the ones clinging on to him to travel together? Jing Yuexia was even more incensed and exasperated. Who wanted to travel with him? By the way, I'm also very interested in the exchange. I wonder what level the items are. Are there any priceless divine treasures? I have some divine treasures I need to acquire, so I would like to try my luck. Does the exchange require any invitation letters? Ian knew that such exchanges were often done semi-privately. One had to be introduced to be let in. He was cultivating the Dragon Emperor technique and needed a large number of natural treasures, so he was indeed interested in the exchange. Fairy Ping rolled her eyes. The exchange was an event for all sorts of old freaks to participate in. As a young punk at the 8th-story Dao Palace, why did he care for priceless divine treasures? Even if he did manage to acquire some, they would be wasted on him. Every word this punk said was ridiculous. There's no need for an invitation letter. You can participate as long as you have sufficient wealth. Fairy Ping did not wish to stay a minute longer in the Myriad God Ridge. She forced herself to inform Ian of the venue in time, before rushing out with Jing Yuasha. The Myriad God Sect Master was truly absurd. As for Jing Yuasha, the moment she stepped out the door, she turned to look at Jade Emperor Palace and waved her tiny fist. What senior? What martial uncle? Humph. Yun was right. As soon as Jing Yuasha returned to Clear Lunar Island, she could not stop herself from sharing the story of her outrageous experience at the Myriad God Ridge to the other girls on Clear Lunar Island. Clear Lunar Island wasn't large, so gossip quickly spread. In less than a day, everyone in Clear Lunar Island knew Ian's name. Ian naturally did not care either way. Time passed, and half a year passed quickly. On the day Ian had arranged to meet the Clear Lunar Island group, the venue chosen was the Kunta mountain range in the calm sea. There was a spatial node there that led to the heavenly South Great World. The regions in the sinkhole were situated in various complicated ways, but in general, the sinkhole was split into various worlds. They were of all sizes and were relatively independent. As such, traveling through the different worlds was not a simple task. The Clear Lunar Island had already set up an array formation. Once it was activated, they could be transported through the void. When Yun came to the Kunta mountain range, he only brought Zuoyan Xiaoyu as a maidservant. As for the Clear Lunar Island, they brought a bevy of young girls. At a glance, Yun could see more than a dozen people. Most striking of all was Jing Yuasha. Other than her, there were a few elderly women. They were naturally members of the upper echelon of Clear Lunar Island. Upon seeing Yun arrive, many girls immediately cast curious looks at him. A few of them murmured in whispers before giggling. Is that the Myriad God Sect Master? He's really rather young. But Senior Sister Yuasha, he doesn't look as bad as you described. He's rather handsome, actually. Yeah. But did he really get you to call him martial uncle? He wishes so. Jing Yuasha said petulantly. The girls spoke in whispers as they looked curiously at Yun with wide eyes. At that moment, Yun walked over. Upon seeing Yun come, the girls immediately closed their mouths and furtively looked at him. Sect Master Yi, we meet again. Jing Yueping felt a headache seeing Yun, but since Yun represented the Myriad God Ridge, the people from the Clear Lunar Island had to abide by etiquette. Chapter 1302, Heavenly Pivot. Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin. Fairy Ping. Yun nodded. Following that, he swept his gaze across the girls. They had lived on an island from a young age, which made them naive and flawless. They wore all their emotions on their sleeves. As for Jing Yuasha, she stood right behind them, as though she couldn't be bothered to even look at Yun. Isn't that Martial Niece Yuasha? We meet again. Yun greeted her. Jing Yuasha clenched her teeth, secretly wishing she could scratch Yun to death. And at that moment, a beautiful woman wearing a dark purple dress glanced at Jing Yuasha and said lightly, Yuasha, Sect Master Yi is talking to you. Do not be rude. The beautiful woman was Jing Yuasha's master, the Clear Lunar Island's island lord, Jing Yuan. Jing Yuan appeared frail, but she was very strict when it came to rules. Even though Yun spoke in a contemptible manner, he was still the genuine Myriad God Sect Master. With her master giving the word, Jing Yuasha did not dare to disobey. She said aggrievedly, Sect Master Yi. Jing Yueyin nodded. It was sufficient to address Yi Yun as sect master. As for martial uncle, that was not something Yi Yun deserved. After this short exchange, Jing Yueyin no longer bothered with Yi Yun. He naturally knew that they were displeased by the fact that he was of equal standing as the beautiful woman, Fairy Ping, and the rest while only being at the 8th-story Dao Palace. They would not truly respect him as they would any other sect master. At that moment, the teleportation array lit up. A group of people dressed in proper outfits appeared from within. Leading them was a middle-aged scholar. He was dressed in an azure-colored robe. His aura was converged and his eyes seemed like an unfathomable well. Although his every action was elegant, he exuded an infinite coldness. Behind him was a group of young men and women. They had swords slung behind their backs and they stood tall and straight. Each of them had a tiny azure sword embroidered on the chests of their robes. It's the Heavenly Pivot chapter. The girls from the clear lunar island immediately stopped giggling. All of them wiped every emotion from their face and took on a very stern look. Every person from the Heavenly Pivot chapter, be they men or women, exuded a cold bearing. It made the mood chill instantly. The Heavenly Pivot chapter. Yi Yun stroked his chin. He had naturally heard of it before, but he had never paid it much attention. He never expected that the Heavenly Pivot chapter would accompany them on the trip to the Heavenly South Great World. Zuoyan Xiaoyu sent Yi Yun a voice transmission. Young master, the Heavenly Pivot chapter was previously inferior to the Myriad God Ridge and Clear Lunar Island, but ever since the present sect master, Ren Yunzong, took control of the sect, it became a dark horse that brought out the full capabilities of its disciples. Its strength has almost caught up to the Myriad God Ridge, making it one of the 3 major factions in the Calm Sea. She knew her young master had been busy cultivating and had no interest in such matters. Therefore, she took it upon herself to study such information. As sect master, Yi Yun needed to know these things. Yi Yun nodded. The Myriad God Ridge was different from the Clear Lunar Island and the Heavenly Pivot chapter. Both of them were traditional and orthodox sects, but the Myriad God Ridge was just the Myriad God Patriarch's tool. All of Myriad God Patriarch's efforts went towards controlling the ascending dragon cauldron, so he did not care how the Myriad God Ridge developed. Under such circumstances, it was no surprise that the Heavenly Pivot chapter managed to catch up to the Myriad God Ridge. Sect Master Run. Jing Yueyin greeted the middle-aged scholar. Ren Yunzong cupped his fists. Clear Lunar Island Lord, it's been a while since we last met. You remain as graceful as ever. Sect Master Ren, judging from how your divine halo is converged, your cultivation must have improved again, said Jing Yueyin with a faint smile. It's nothing worth mentioning, replied Ren Yunzong lightly. This meet is a stage for these juniors. I have long heard of the Clear Lunar Island successor, Jing Yuesha. Jing Yuesha raised her head slightly and said with a moving voice, Greetings martial uncle Ren, I'm Jing Yuesha. In front of Ren Yunzong, Jing Yuesha felt like she was facing a towering mountain or a bottomless abyss. She felt palpitations in her heart. As for Ren Yunzong, he was known as a martial fanatic with excellent talent. Such a person left even his peers bemoaning their own adequacies. Jing Yuesha did not dare to be impolite to such a magnificent senior. Yeah, not bad. Ren Yunzong swept his gaze across her and could easily pick up on her talent. His eyes could not help but betray his gasp of admiration. Upon receiving Ren Yunzong's affirmation, even though it was just 2 simple words, Jing Yuesha was slightly delighted. I only brought a bunch of incompetent disciples. Zijian, come over, said Ren Yunzong. A young man immediately stood forward from the Heavenly Pivot chapter's ranks. His eyes were piercing like swords and he had a cold expression. It was as though his heart, mind, and hands were all as sharp as a sword. Greetings Clear Lunar Island Lord, I'm Xia Zijian, said the young man as he cupped his fists. Good. Jing Yueyin nodded in satisfaction. By the way, Martial Aunt Jean, I heard that the Myriad God Ridge's genius disciples will be joining us on the trip to the Heavenly South Great World. Where might they be? Xia Zijian was young and high-spirited. He wanted to see the geniuses from the Myriad God Ridge and compare himself to them. Jing Yueyin looked at Yi Yun and shook her head. She said, the Myriad Godrich's genius disciples won't be coming on this trip to the heavenly South Great World. However, the Myriad God Sect Master is here. Myriad God Sect Master? I have met him once before. To greet him again today is quite the opportunity. Might I know where the Sect Master is? Xia Zijian asked. He had indeed met the Sect Master once before. But even so, it was only right for him to greet his senior. When Jing Yuesha heard Xia Zijian's reverential tone, she pointed behind him and said, harboring evil thoughts, there he is, right behind you. The moment Xia Zijian heard that, he was alarmed. Right behind him? Had he actually ignored such an important figure? He even had his back to him. It was extremely impolite. He hurriedly turned around and cupped his hands with his head bowed. He said, greetings Myriad God Sect Master, I'm Xia Zijian. Sorry for my impoliteness. Please forgive me. Just as his voice faded, Xia Zijian looked up and his expression changed instantly. Who was this? Xia Zijian looked at Yi Yun in shock. Where was the Myriad God Sect Master? Who the hell was this fellow? Was Jing Yuesha teasing him? Yet the youth stood composed, as though he was accepting his bow. Since he wasn't the Myriad God Sect Master, he should have immediately made way. But Xia Zijian never expected Yi Yun to say nonchalantly to him, Martial nephew Xia, dispense with the formalities. We have never met before. At that moment, Xia Zijian's face sunk as though everyone owed him 100 spirit jade. However, from Yi Yun's point of view, the Heavenly Pivot Chapter's Sect Master had the same demeanor as his disciples. This was truly what it meant when they said the marrow of tradition. However, at that moment, Xia Zijian's face was already green. He could read Yi Yun's cultivation level. It was only at the 8th-story Dao Palace, yet the punk was amusing himself at his expense. You! Xia Zijian's voice rang out like an extremely sharp sword being drawn. And at that moment, Clear Lunar Island Lord spoke, Martial nephew Xia, this is indeed the Myriad God Sect Master. Yi Yun recently became the Myriad God Sect Master, and he will be traveling with us today. Xia Zijian was dumbstruck when he heard that. Thinking back to the moment he greeted the youth, he felt like he just swallowed a fly. Was the Myriad Godrich crazy? Why was the position of Sect Master handed down to such a young punk? Chapter 1303, Heavenly South Great World. Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin. Anyone could tell how pissed Xia Zijian was. Clear Lunar Island Lord was a staid woman who wished to avoid conflict on their trip. She immediately said, all right. Let's set off. With Clear Lunar Island Lord saying so, Xia Zijian could only let it go. He indignantly looked at Yi Yun and asked, are you planning on participating in the martial competition at the Heavenly South Peaks meet on your trip to the Heavenly South Great World? Yi Yun was the Myriad God Sect Master after all. At the moment, he could only suffer in silence despite Yi Yun having embarrassed him so severely. However, he refused to settle for simply suffering in silence. If Yi Yun was participating in the martial competition, he could beat Yi Yun up at the meet to get back at him. Xia Zijian had a good idea, but before Yi Yun could reply, Jing Yuesha spoke out. She mimicked Yi Yun's tone, Sect Master Yi has no interest in the martial competition. He doesn't want to bully you with his status. Are you thinking of challenging Sect Master Yi by asking this? You probably do not qualify to do so because Sect Master Yi does not think anything of you. Jing Yuesha said this in a bid to fan the flames. She was a mischievous imp that craved to see the world plunge into chaos. When Xia Zijian heard that, a vein on his forehead bulged. Although he guessed that it wasn't Yi Yun's exact words, it was likely that he had said something similar in the past. This punk was too arrogant. Xia Zijian looked at Yi Yun but saw that he was completely unfazed. He did not give any rebuttals nor smooth things over with pleasantries. It was equivalent to him silently agreeing with Jing Yuesha's words. In fact, Yi Yun couldn't even be bothered to waste his breath on Xia Zijian. It was good that Jing Yuesha had been his mouthpiece. It was true he thought nothing of Xia Zijian. Shut up, Yuesha. It's time we set off, Clear Lunar Island Lord said with a frown. From her point of view, it was pointless for Jing Yuasha to get into a verbal fight with Yi Yun. As Clear Lunar Island Lord spoke, the array formation behind her began activating, emitting a powerful light. The array formation had already been filled with spirit jade, and when the energy within it gathered together, it transformed into a beam of light that shot into the heavens. Ka-cha! The sky began to tear in the place where it was shot by the divine beam of light. A huge spatial hole appeared out of thin air. Let's go! As Clear Lunar Island Lord spoke, she took out a spirit cruiser from her interspatial ring and threw it out, where it floated in midair. The spirit cruiser was made of mystic numinous treasured jade and its surface was engraved with array formations. It was a supreme-grade defensive numinous treasure and it could easily traverse spatial storms at extremely fast speeds, like a fish in water. At the same time, Ren Yunzong produced a spirit cruiser of his own. Compared to Clear Lunar Island's mystic jade spirit cruiser, the Heavenly Pivot Chapter's spirit cruiser was bigger and more dignified. Such a large spirit cruiser was itself a top-grade Divine Lord treasure. It was not easy to control, especially on a journey like the one from the Calm Sea to the Heavenly South Great World. It was a long one that required them to cross many spatial barriers. Furthermore, the spatial storms in the sinkhole were a lot stronger than the ones in the 12 Empyrean heavens. The journey from the Calm Sea to the Heavenly South is fraught with danger. An ordinary spirit cruiser will generally be ripped apart by the spatial storms. Sect Master Yi, are you going by yourself? Jing Yuasha smiled as she asked Yi Yun in a teasing tone. But just as she finished her sentence, Yi Yun had already casually thrown out his hand. Boom! With a loud boom, the entire land trembled. Yi Yun threw a gigantic pagoda which nearly crushed the mountains with the force of its arrival. It towered straight into the clouds. It was naturally the God Advent Tower. It was a treasure that naturally made one feel suppressed, to begin with. It could even suppress mighty figures, indicating how heavy it was. Oh? This treasure? Clear Lunar Island Lord's eyes lit up. She could naturally tell that the God Advent Tower was of extraordinary quality. It was a rare treasure. Not only could it be used as a transportation vessel, it could also be used as an abode. It was extremely valuable. However, it was not easy to refine such a high-grade treasure. The task was rather demanding on the controller. Marshal Nice Yuasha, there's no need to worry about me. I'll be going on my own. Yi Yun smiled as he held Zuoyan Xiaoyu before they transformed into a stream of light that disappeared into the God Advent Tower. The next moment, the God Advent Tower shot up into the sky. The powerful blast tore through the land, kicking up endless amounts of rubble. Jing Yuasha watched the massive God Advent Tower vanish through the spatial hole in a daze. It was enough to make her forget that Yi Yun had addressed her as Marshal Nice. This fellow actually managed to refine such a powerful treasure for himself. Jing Yuasha had no choice but to admit that when compared to their Clear Lunar Island's elegant mystic jade spirit cruiser, the pagoda was a lot more domineering. Let's go too. Clear Lunar Island Lord said as everyone boarded the spirit cruiser. The two spirit cruisers immediately transformed into a stream of light and entered the spatial hole. And after entering the spatial hole, space distorted once again as the hole instantly vanished, restoring the blue skies. Half a month later. Heavenly South Great World. Compared to the Calm Sea, the Heavenly South Great World was massive. Furthermore, most of the Calm Sea was covered by oceans. It was naturally not tenable for humans to stay in the ocean for prolonged periods of time. However, the Heavenly South Great World was different in that it was mostly endless land. The ocean was instead surrounded by the massive continent, being more of a gigantic saltwater lake. With there being so much land, the population of the Heavenly South Great World was naturally much higher than that of the Calm Sea. In addition, the distribution of the Heavenly South Great World's factions was also somewhat different from the Calm Sea's. The strongest factions in the Clear Lunar Island were sects, with the Heavenly Pivot Chapter, Clear Lunar Island, and Myriad Godridge controlling the lives and deaths of numerous mortal countries with the power of their influence. The most powerful factions in the Heavenly South Great World were instead countries. Some of the divine countries with long histories had been established for more than 100 million years. Their heritage ran unimaginably deep. In the core region of the heavenly South Great World, there were three powerful ancient countries. They were the Divine Empire of Thunder, Outcloud Empire, and the Ninely Magus Empire. Among the three countries, the Divine Empire of Thunder and the Outcloud Empire had vast territories. Many ordinary warriors would fail to go beyond the borders of the two ancient countries their entire lives. As for the Ninely Magus Empire, it had the smallest sovereign land, one that spanned about 5,000 kilometers. However, no one dared to belittle the Ninely Magus Empire's might. It was a mighty and mysterious country that rumors said was more powerful than the Divine Empire of Thunder and the Outcloud Empire. The Heavenly South Peaks meet was organized by the Divine Empire of Thunder and the Outcloud Empire. The Ninely Magus Empire was not attending. In fact, they almost never participated in it. It was the Outcloud Empire's turn to host the Heavenly South Peaks meet. It was held at a subcapital in the Outcloud Empire, Cloud Pool City. Cloud Pool City was built beside mountains, so the city was perennially immersed in clouds. It was a megacity that ranked within the top 10 in the entirety of the Heavenly South Great World. In the calm sea, Yi Yun had gone to the Myriad God City. It was also a huge bustling city. However, the Myriad God City could not be compared to Cloud Pool City at all. It was not about the level of bustle but the people that walked through Cloud Pool City's streets. Myriad God City was a city of commoners that circled around the Myriad God Ridge. As for Cloud Pool City, it was a city of warriors. While walking through the city, Yi Yun would often see young elites with robust foundations as well as martial seniors who were accomplished in their cultivation. The stores in the city, such as the weapons or medicinal stores, were also run by warriors. The goods sold were typically expensive and extraordinary. Chapter 1304, Brightheart Veranda. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. There are so many experts. You don't see cities like this on Clear Lunar Island, said one of the Clear Lunar girls wistfully. While passing through Cloud Pool City, she was dazzled by experts and stores of all shapes and sizes. Clear Lunar Island Lord said, there are indeed many experts here, but there's no need to be overly astonished. In the calm sea, the experts are concentrated in the sections. Most people in the cities are mortals. But here, the city itself is a territory of a sect. With the Heavenly South Peaks meet attracting many experts, it naturally makes everything seem grander. Jing Yuasha nodded, Master is right. This city is simply in a different situation than any from the calm sea. As Jing Yuasha spoke, everyone felt a rich yuan qi inundate them. They looked up and saw a majestic palatial building. It was constructed entirely from bricks made of spirit jade. The bricks were of great quality, middle-grade spirit jade as well as some supreme-grade spirit jade. A plaque hung in front of the building with the words, Brightheart Veranda. Spirit jade was the common currency of the sinkhole. It was overly extravagant to construct an entire building out of it. What kind of place is this? Asked Xia Zijian out of curiosity. Brightheart Veranda is a restaurant, one of the businesses of the Pilheart sect. The Pilheart sect is not to be trifled with, even though its strength is inferior to the three ancient countries of the Heavenly South Great World. However, the Pilheart sect is not only restricted to the Heavenly South Great World, it has many branches distributed across the sinkhole. Add all of them up, and the Pilheart sect is a behemoth, one that is even more powerful than the Outcloud Empire, Jing Yuasha introduced. Years ago she had traveled the Heavenly South Great World, and so was very acquainted with its political and social situation. More powerful than the Outcloud Empire? Xia Zijian was somewhat astonished. The sinkhole was just too massive. The deep heritages of its many major factions were unimaginable. Jing Yuasha chuckled and continued, this Brightheart Veranda is very famous in Cloud Pool City. The food served is not your run-of-the-mill dish. They have a specialty called the love-seeking phoenix in clouds. Countless people come here to try it, but it's very difficult to have even a taste of it. Getting a reservation takes ages. I came here a decade ago and was lucky to receive a VIP card. I can eat at Brightheart Veranda without a reservation. Are you all interested in having a taste of the food? Jing Yuasha was quite pleased with herself. She thought herself as a host of sorts in the Heavenly South Great World. Back when she was out traveling, she had thrived in the heavenly South Great World. It brought her a sense of satisfaction to be able to introduce seniors and disciples from the Clear Lunar Island and the Heavenly Pivot chapter to an extravagant meal at an exclusive establishment. Alright, let's have a try. Xia Zijian was very interested. By the way, junior sister Yuasha, how did you obtain your VIP card? Jing Yuasha was even happier when Xia Zijian asked. She was praising Xia Zijian in her heart. You sure are socially adept. I was waiting for someone to ask that question. Jing Yuasha deliberately acted unconcerned and said, getting the VIP card was nothing much. It was given to me by the Brightheart Veranda. Actually, the Brightheart Veranda does not accept applications for VIP cards. Wealth is naturally one aspect they consider, but more importantly, one has to have a certain level of fame and status. Back when I was traveling the heavenly South Great World, I fought a few geniuses from Cloud Pool City. I did quite alright, gaining me a little fame. It was then that the Brightheart Veranda sent me a VIP card, and I just accepted it. Oh, is that so? Xia Zijian's eyes lit up. He immediately turned excited. As a young elite, he was eager to excel over others. Also, he was very sure of himself. Since Jing Yuasha had obtained a VIP card, it meant that he could too. When the Heavenly South Peaks meet began, he would definitely become famous. When the time came, he could steal the show in front of the Clear Lunar Island and win the admiration of the Clear Lunar Island beauties, as well as the commendation of the Heavenly Pivot chapter seniors. Since all of you are interested, let's go in and take a look, Ren Yunzong said with a smile. He was obviously able to pick up on the competitive streak forming between the juniors and saw it as a good thing. Brightheart Veranda only accepted reservations, but it did not seem to be the toast of the town as one might expect. Many of its individual private rooms were empty. After the group of people entered Brightheart Veranda, a beautiful attendant came over immediately. Might I ask if you have a reservation dash? Before the attendant could finish speaking, Jing Yuasha slammed her VIP card on the table. It made a crisp smacking sound, after which Jing Yuasha spoke leisurely, get me a private room. A bigger one. I have many people with me. The attendant looked at the VIP card and said with a courteous smile. I'm sorry. Brightheart Veranda does not have any vacancies left today. Huh? Why? Jing Yuasha was a little dumbstruck. Don't you have some private rooms that are empty? Besides, I have a VIP card. Why are you telling me that there aren't any vacancies? The attendant replied, it's Princess Rejoy's birthday today. In addition, the occasion coincides with the Heavenly South Peaks meet, so Princess Rejoy used her birthday as an opportunity to host a banquet and invite all of her friends. She has reserved every private room on this floor. Reserved every room? Jing Yuasha was dumbfounded. Aren't rooms in Brightheart Veranda very exclusive? Doesn't a VIP card only allow one reserved room? How can she reserve the entire floor while I can't even reserve one room? About that. The attendant looked coyly at Jing Yuasha. It's because Princess Rejoy's VIP level is very high while your VIP level is insufficient. When the attendant said those words, Jing Yuasha nearly choked. Her VIP level was insufficient. Jing Yuasha felt her face burn. She had planned to bring the group to eat at Brightheart Veranda and Posture. In her imagination, she would have ordered a table of Brightheart Veranda's specialties. The love-seeking phoenix in clouds would definitely be greatly acclaimed when it was served. Yet not only was she unable to posture, she ended up looking like a retard. Back when the Brightheart Veranda gave her a VIP card, she was quite smug about it. But on second thought, she had never asked what level the VIP card was. Could it be the lowest VIP card? If she knew earlier, she wouldn't have wanted it. Jing Yuasha was vexed. The reversal happened too quickly and it had caught her off guard. She had never felt so embarrassed her entire life. If it had happened only in front of the Clear Lunar Island disciples, it would have been fine. But it happened in front of the Heavenly Pivot chapter and Yi Yun. Jing Yuasha was already exasperated with the fellow. She wished to make the arrogant punk realize how famous she was in Cloud Pool City, but with this upset, wouldn't Yi Yun end up laughing himself to death? Upon thinking of this, the embarrassed Jing Yuasha could not help but shoot a furtive glance at Yi Yun. However, there wasn't much of an expression on his face. He seemed to be smiling, but she was unsure if her mind was playing tricks on her. She had a nagging feeling that Yi Yun was mocking her. Jing Yuasha clenched her teeth and sent the beautiful attendant a voice transmission secretly. "Babe, can you make an exception? Aren't there many private rooms upstairs? I can pay a little extra." The attendant, who had been placed in a difficult position, shook her head. There were rooms upstairs, but they were not reservable at Jing Yuasha's level. If it were any other time, she could have made the exception, but this was during the Heavenly South Peaks meet. Every room was in high demand. "Yuasha, forget it," Jing Yuan said. She did not mind if she could eat at Bright Heart Veranda or not. There was no reason to cause a dispute over such matters. Just as Jing Yuan finished her words, a group of people walked in. Leading them was a red-dressed girl. She looked to be in her 20s with almond-shaped eyes and cherry lips. She had a voluptuous figure and long slender legs. "Is my banquet prepared?" asked the girl. Her extremely pleasant voice was clear and loud. "Princess, you have come early." "Of course, we are finished with preparations." A woman who looked to be in her 30s appeared suddenly and entered the conversation. With a beaming smile, she walked over to welcome the red-dressed girl. "How can I neglect Princess Redjoy's birthday banquet? Of course, everything has been prepared to perfection." The woman sounded hospitable. Although the Bright Heart Veranda had the Pillheart sect backing it, it really was just another business. Since the business was run in Cloud Pool City, it realized how friendliness was conducive to business success. The woman was the third manager of Bright Heart Veranda, so she naturally came out to personally welcome a distinguished guest like Princess Redjoy. "All right, sorry for troubling you, Auntie Sue." Princess Redjoy was very polite to the woman. And as she spoke, Princess Redjoy noticed Jing Yuasha and company. Upon seeing her, Princess Redjoy was stunned. "It's you?" Jing Yuasha had naturally seen Princess Redjoy as well. In fact, she had recognized Princess Redjoy the moment she stepped in. Her expression had turned for the worse a long time ago. "So you are Princess Redjoy?" Jing Yuasha clenched her fists and said angrily. Years ago, she had traveled the Heavenly South Great World and acquainted herself with many people in Cloud Pool City. Princess Redjoy was one of those people. Of course, there was some tension between the two as they got to know one another. She never expected to bump into Princess Redjoy again on this trip to Cloud Pool City. How true was it that enemies often cross each other's paths? Chapter 1305, Why Stand on Ceremony? Translator, Seetulin. Editor, Seetulin. Yuasha, do you two know each other? Clear Lunar Island Lord could almost feel the sparks flying out from the stares exchanged between her disciple and Princess Redjoy. "I know her, all right. Back in a mystic realm, I nearly died because of her machinations," Jing Yuasha clenched her teeth and said hatefully. Princess Redjoy grunted coldly. "A mystic realm advocates a competition of strength with life and death on the line. All I did was steer a little danger towards you. You and I do not know each other. Did you expect me to sacrifice myself to ensure your safety? Why don't you mention how you snatched something that should have belonged to me? How shameless are you? That thing was ownerless to begin with. How dare you say that it was yours?" Jing Yuasha and Princess Redjoy were diametrically opposed to each other. In general, it was difficult for two beauties to exist too closely to one another. What's more, there was this feud between the two of them. Upon seeing this scene, Bright Heart Veranda's manager Sue frowned slightly. She would naturally side with Princess Redjoy if Princess Redjoy was caught in a conflict. One had to know that Princess Redjoy was a beloved daughter of King Yi, who was an important figure in the Outcloud Empire. Cloud Pool City was King Yi's fief. With Bright Heart Veranda built in his territory, how could they not show a little preference towards Princess Redjoy? "What's going on with these people?" Third manager asked the beautiful attendant. The attendant was somewhat nervous as she felt that Princess Redjoy's unhappiness would be blamed on her. She immediately explained, "Third manager, these people came to Bright Heart Veranda for a meal but there are no available rooms for them. Their VIP level is insufficient to use the rooms upstairs, so I had to decline her request. However, this lady wanted me to make an exception, hence, she hasn't left." When the attendant described her in such a manner, Jing Yuesha's face blushed red. She tried to be discreet by sending a voice transmission to the attendant, but now the attendant had spoken it out loud. She felt immediately embarrassed. It would have been fine if it were just the Clear Lunar Island and the Heavenly Pivot chapter, but most critically, there was Princess Redjoy as well. Indeed, Princess Redjoy laughed seductively. He. So that's the reason. You should have said so earlier. Since your VIP level isn't sufficient and you would like a room so badly, I do not mind letting you scrounge a free meal considering that I have booked all the rooms. Auntie Sue, can you add a few more small tables by the corners of the room? Serve them a few dishes. How could Princess Redjoy pass up an opportunity to put down her foe? Just as Princess Redjoy finished her words, the kitchen began to serve the dishes as if to compliment her words. In fact, it was already close to the time for Princess Redjoy's banquet, and the Bright Heart Veranda would usually serve the dishes before inviting the guests to take their seats. Jing Yuesha was so peeved that she began grinding her teeth. She hated Princess Redjoy to the bone. The seniors behind her held high statuses in the calm sea. When had they suffered such an experience? It was all because of her, and yet she could do nothing about it. I'm really sorry. Regarding the reservation of a room, our Bright Heart Veranda has clear rules. If your VIP level is insufficient, there's not much we can do. Princess Redjoy's birthday banquet is beginning very soon. If it's possible, please take your leave. I'm really sorry. The woman's tone was polite, but she was ordering them to leave. The group was caught in that depressive feeling of coming to a restaurant only to be chased away. At that moment, even Ian felt sorry for Jing Yuesha's tragedy. He couldn't watch it pan out any further. He did not have any malicious thoughts towards Jing Yuesha, after all, only thinking of her as an overly competitive young lady. Besides, with their group being chased out, that included Ian. Although it was not in his nature to insist on gaining the upper hand, he was also not one to silently suffer while being bullied. Just as he was thinking of pulling a prank on Princess Redjoy, he suddenly noticed the dishes being served from Bright Heart Veranda's kitchen. Those dishes. Yun was taken aback. He stared at the dishes intently. He had made a surprising discovery regarding the Bright Heart Veranda's dishes. Meanwhile, the other young geniuses of the Clear Lunar Island and Heavenly Pivot chapter were infuriated. Those that were invited on this trip were elites that stood head and shoulders above the rest. When had they ever suffered such anger-inducing treatment? Your name is Redjoy? You must be participating in the martial competition, right? Xia Zijian spoke out. His voice was cold and he sounded domineering. Why? Do you want to challenge me? I'm afraid you will be eliminated before you even reach the point of fighting me. Princess Redjoy took a disdainful glance at Xia Zijian. She thought nothing of a so-called genius from the calm sea. Xia Zijian held the hilt of his sword with tightly clasped fingers. He had never been discriminated against in such a manner before. I'm the one who is afraid that you'll be eliminated before me. Let's do it this way, we fight now to determine who is better. Xia Zijian could not tolerate it any further. If it wasn't for my birthday celebration today, I would give you a good beating. But since the dishes have already been served, especially the love-seeking phoenix in clouds, one has to eat them in a timely manner. I won't spoil my mood and appetite because of some bumpkins. That would be such a waste of good food. I even had the good intention of inviting all of you to sit in the corner so as to broaden your horizons. Even if you couldn't eat, just taking a whiff would be good. The Bright Heart Veranda's dishes are nutritious and allow one to retain their youth. They also nourish the soul. Such medicinal food is probably something the likes of you have never even heard of. Princess Redjoy gave Jing Yuesha a smug look. She had said those words to mock Jing Yuesha, knowing that she could not eat the food even though she wanted to. As for a person like Xia Zijian, she thought nothing of him. How could she stoop so low as to fight with him? Red Joy. It's just a table of food. Do you think I value it so highly? Jing Yuasha clenched her fists tighter and tighter in anger. It was as though she was imagining grabbing Princess Red Joy in her hand and kneading her to a pulp. Even though Bright Heart Veranda's dishes were famous, they were just food. If it were any other time, she would not care if she could or could not eat them. However, Princess Red Joy had used the matter to repeatedly insult her, and this infuriated her. You don't value it? Then why don't you scram and disappear? It's my birthday celebration today and I have already reserved the whole floor. Letting you stay was an act of my goodwill, and getting you to leave is only common sense. Now, please leave quickly. Princess Redjoy's long and beautiful brows curved up slightly as she added a sneer. By the way, Auntie Sue, it's best you do not give your VIP cards to any ordinary riffraff. Manager Sue gave an embarrassed smile. She knew that Princess Redjoy was provoking her into taking a stance. She did not wish to offend either party, but since Jing Yuasha and company came from the Calm Sea, they would likely leave after the Heavenly South Peaks meet. It did not matter if she offended them. Besides, Jing Yuasha's remark had disparaged the Bright Heart Veranda. It left her very displeased. She shook her head gently, approached Jing Yuasha, and said, "Dear customer, this table of medicinal food that our Bright Heart Veranda serves has been prepared for tens of thousands of years in the Heavenly South Great World. We have satisfied countless customers, but today this bit of culinary skill has failed to catch your eye. Since you think so little of our food, please return your VIP card." Jing Yuasha was incensed as she pulled out her VIP card and threw it on the floor. "I don't even want it." Although she was infuriated, she could not begin a fight since, upon seeing Jing Yuasha throw the VIP card, Manager Sue frowned. She had quite a lofty status in Cloud Pool City, one that had people from high society and the shadowy corners deferring to her. It would have been fine if Jing Yuasha had handed the VIP card back properly, but she had thrown it on the ground. She too was infuriated. "Lady, our Bright Heart Veranda's VIP card is just like our Bright Heart Veranda's reputation. Those who hold such a VIP card are people with status. If they saw that the VIP card they hold is so utterly disregarded, what would they think? If you don't want the card, you can return it nicely. Throwing it on the ground is equivalent to denouncing our reputation. Please, pick it back up." Manager Sue extended her hand when she said that. It was a gesture for Jing Yuasha to pick the card up to hand it back to her. If Jing Yuasha was willing to do so, she could let the matter pass. If not, her Bright Heart Veranda was not one to be easily bullied. Jing Yuasha nearly blew her top. From her point of view, Manager Sue was going overboard with her bullying. She was chasing them away and also taking back the VIP card. She even demanded her to yield in deference? Jing Yuasha was also one not to take it lying down. She raised her foot and stepped on the VIP card. "Old woman, do you think we are so easily bullied because we come from afar? You were the one who wanted the VIP card back. If you want me to pick it up, dream on." When Jing Yuasha said those words, Jing Yuyin and Jing Yueping were already standing behind her. Their auras were deep and unfathomable like the sea. Their bearing was domineering. The calm sea was small, but the clear lunar island was not one to be slighted. Although the Bright Heart Veranda had a stronger backer in the Cloud Pool City, the clear lunar island wasn't afraid of them. Instantly, the mood turned deadly serious. But before anyone could make a move, a group of people appeared at the entrance. They were dressed in luxurious clothes. Leading them was a middle-aged man dressed in a python robe. He had a deep aura and his gait was firm. Every step of his seemed to make the hearts of others beat in unison. He was an impressive expert. When the middle-aged man saw the situation, he pricked up his thick brows and asked, "Redjoy, what's happening?" Princess Redjoy was delighted to see the middle-aged man. She had invited seniors to her birthday celebration, and the middle-aged man was her sixth paternal uncle. He was also an influential official of the Outcloud Empire and held a high rank. "Third uncle, you came just in time. Someone is causing trouble here in Bright Heart Veranda." Princess Redjoy struck first to gain the initiative. She pointed straight at Jing Yuasha. This last threw the Bright Heart Veranda's VIP card on the ground and even stepped on it. Furthermore, because she could not reserve a room due to my birthday celebration, she is making a scene and refuses to leave. Princess Rejoice's tone was rather vicious. Jing Yuasha yearned to rush up and rip Rejoice's mouth apart. Manager Su, is this lass really causing trouble? The middle-aged man asked the beautiful woman. The woman bowed with a coquettish smile. Lord Cloud, it's not as serious as it sounds. Juniors can be quite aggressive because of their age. It was just a few sharp insults. I only wish for this lass to pick up the VIP card and apologize. As the woman spoke, she looked at Jing Yuasha. At this point, the matter had escalated. Jing Yuasha was feeling aggrieved and her eyes were red. Even though the Clear Lunar Island was not afraid of the Bright Heart Veranda and the sex elders supported her, they were there to participate in the Heavenly South Great World Meet. As the saying goes, even a mighty dragon is no match for the native serpent. It was not right for her to offend the native factions over a matter of pride, considering how the Clear Lunar Island had just arrived in Cloud Pool City. Jing Yuasha was irrevocably committed to the matter. She began to feel a tinge of regret. She had been a little rash to stomp her foot on the card. She did not want to give more trouble to her seniors and only wanted to bear with it. As she looked at the VIP card underneath her feet, her lips turned white from all her biting. She almost wanted to stretch out her hand to pick it up, but at that moment, a foot suddenly appeared and stepped on the VIP card. Jing Yuasha was momentarily taken aback. The stomp was very full. Back when Jing Yuasha stepped on it, she only stomped the card side as she lacked the courage to fully do so. But this foot had left a huge footprint on the VIP card. She looked up at the person who had extended his foot. It was Yi-Yun? Yi-Yun said with a smile, Marshal Ni Yuasha, if you want to step on something, step on it fully. Why stand on ceremony? Chapter 1306, Undeserved Fame. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. Yi-Yun's action left everyone present dumbstruck. You. Manager Su's expression turned cold. She began exuding a stern and oppressive aura. She was able to tolerate Jing Yuasha's act of transgression since she was the one who instigated the matter by requesting the VIP card back. The young lady was publicly embarrassed, so it was understandable if she had stepped on the card in a rash moment. But Manager Su could not tolerate Yi-Yun at all. The matter had nothing to do with Yi-Yun. Manager Su didn't even notice him prior to this moment. From Manager Su's point of view, Yi-Yun was an impetuous fellow that was acting out to impress Jing Yuasha. He probably didn't even know what death meant. Such a person would not even survive a week if he went out on an expedition to perilous lands. You must have grown up in a small place like the Calm Sea. It has limited your worldview. You might remain unopposed in the Calm Sea and think yourself invincible. But you truly do not know how immense the world is. There are many people more powerful than you who can easily crush you to death. Manager Su was clearly infuriated. As she said those words, many men filled with power and strength appeared from Brightheart Veranda's kitchen. Although these men were dressed in waiter attire, they had powerful auras as though beasts were lurking within their bodies. They were obviously guardians of the Brightheart Veranda. The situation escalated instantly. The people from the Clear Lunar Island did not think much of this turn of events, but Heavenly Pivot Chapter's Ren Yunzong frowned. He felt that Yi-Yun didn't know any better. By stepping into the limelight, he would only make trouble for himself. If things escalated to fighting, it was unknown how things would develop. It was even possible that he would be barred from participating in the Heavenly South Peaks meet. By stepping on my Brightheart Veranda's VIP card, you are effectively damaging my Brightheart Veranda's reputation. I want you to leave your leg behind. Manager Su spoke with an ice-cold voice that felt like a cold winter wind. Don't blame me for being ruthless. I'm teaching you the lesson that if you lack strength, you have to keep a low profile and bear with things. Yi-Yun laughed. He did not take Manager Su's threat to heart. He leisurely walked in front of an attendant and stroked his chin as he looked at the dish the attendant was carrying. The attendant was left at a loss when Yi-Yun did that. What is Sect Mastery doing? Jing Yuan knitted her brows slightly. Ignoring the fact that Yi Yun was bringing trouble on himself, his composed reaction to Manager Su's threat was not something an ordinary junior was capable of. Yi Yun looked for 30 seconds before saying nonchalantly, "I say, old woman, you claim that I'm damaging your Brightheart Veranda's reputation, but is your reputation really worth anything? From what I see, your so-called reputation is one of undeserved fame, probably due to cheating. That VIP card is worth even less. I'm afraid I dirted my soul stepping on it." Manager Su's expression changed as she angrily shouted, "Take this punk down and chop off his limbs." When Manager Su gave the order, the surrounding guardians charged forward. These guardians had undergone long periods of training and were adept at fighting together. The moment they charged forward, they entered formation and, with caught Yi Yun in the center, they began closing in on him. In response, Yi Yun stretched out his hand and beckoned. The VIP card on the ground flew onto Yi Yun's palm. With a flick of his right wrist, the VIP card flew straight out. Yi Yun was skilled in the saber Dao and could easily control 999,000 snow-flying sabers with his peerless saber techniques. At that moment, Yi Yun was using the card as a saber. A black beam flashed past like a fiend from hell. It moved so quickly that it streaked across the void, leaving thousands of trajectories in a blink of an eye. The guardians that had rushed over were struck by the black saber beam, causing them to fly backward one after another before collapsing to the ground. Ah! 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 Some of them let out tragic cries. Their wrists and ankles were bleeding. In that split second, the beam had brushed past their limbs, lacerating their tendons. Yi Yun had gone easy on them. If he wanted to, he could have gone for their throats instead of their limbs, and they'd already be dead. Just thinking of that outcome left the guardians shuddering. No matter how powerful the Brightheart Veranda was, it was impossible for it to hire supremacies as guardians. The Brightheart Veranda's guardians were only Dao Palace Realm warriors, but with their practiced formations, their strength could increase tenfold. They should have been able to easily deal with any Dao Palace Realm warrior. But in front of Yi Yun, they were tossed aside like trash. In a blink of an eye, all of them were on the ground. To add to the insult, Yi Yun had beaten them with a simple VIP card. Their Brightheart Veranda's VIP card became a weapon in Yi Yun's hands, one that allowed him to easily deal with the Brightheart Veranda's guardians. This scene clammed up Manager Su's expression. She did not plan on activating Cloud Pool City's residing elder, believing the guardians could resolve the problem. Who knew that the youth was this powerful? A genius from the calm sea had such strength? Ignoring the fact that Manager Su was astonished, even Jing Yuxia and Xia Zijian were stunned by Yi Yun's swift performance. In fact, they did not know the strength of the Brightheart Veranda's guardians, but the might Yi Yun showed was enough for them to get a sense of it. Even ignoring that, it was already very impressive to use a VIP card to achieve such a result. Yi Yun was definitely one who stood atop his peers. At that moment, Manager Su was holding onto a voice transmission charm. If she crushed it, the Pillheart Sex Elder backing the Brightheart Veranda would arrive. "Manager Su, hold your horses." At that moment, the middle-aged man in a python robe spoke out. The severing of tendons could be treated. He did not wish for matters to fully escalate during the Heavenly South Peaks meet. That would be bad for the Outcloud Empire's reputation as well. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Yun and said, "Young man, you just can't say whatever is on your mind without consequences. Brightheart Veranda is one of the most famous restaurants in all of Cloud Pool City. You are young and, although you are quite strong, you go overboard by declaring the Brightheart Veranda as having cheated to earn undeserved fame." "I am not going overboard. I'm just speaking the truth." Yi Yun threw the VIP card away casually. After severing the tendons of 8 people, the VIP card remained untainted by blood, and evidence of its speed. Manager Su bellowed angrily, "How dare you to continue your nonsense? My Brightheart Veranda has been established for tens of thousands of years. We have a good reputation among the people. The dish you were studying is the love-seeking phoenix in clouds, a perfect dish. Not only is it delicious and fresh, it's also an extremely rare delicacy. It gives warriors excellent nourishment and acts exactly like herbal pills, allowing one to retain their youthful looks. How dare you make a baseless claim that such an exquisite dish is used to cheat? Auntie Sue, don't bother with him. This punk is only trying to be Jing Yuesha's white knight to attract her attention. He thinks himself impressive with that bit of ability. But he's only at the 8th story Dao Palace. Princess Redjoy revealed a mocking smile. Yi Yun was indeed strong, but that was nothing in Cloudpool City. He sure was dumb. If he had left with his tail between his legs, he would have gotten away with only embarrassment. But now, he had severed the guardian's tendons. He was absolutely in for some suffering. Chapter 1307, Worthless. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. You have defamed my Brightheart Veranda repeatedly. If you do not give a good explanation this instant, my Brightheart Veranda will definitely not let this matter rest. Manager Sue said coldly. The Brightheart Veranda's reputation had always been extremely good. The reason why it was so famous was that the dishes it served aided in rejuvenating one's skin. In other words, its food could make people prettier and let them retain their youth. This was very attractive to young people, especially girls. Although warriors could use various mystic techniques to flawlessly alter their looks, the resulting appearance was ultimately not their own. Who wouldn't want to keep their original looks younger and prettier? And it was this reason that Princess Redjoy was a loyal customer of the Brightheart Veranda. She had eaten at Brightheart Veranda numerous times. Upon seeing the situation pan out, Jing Yuesha turned anxious. From her point of view, Yi Yun was standing up for her, placing himself in this predicament for her sake. She could not help but give Jing Yuan a pleading glance. Don't worry. Hear what Yi Yun has to say. Jing Yuan was also worked by Princess Redjoy and the Brightheart Veranda. She believed that they had gone overboard in the way they handled things. But could the young Yi Yun really point out the flaws in Brightheart Veranda's specialty dish? Excellent nourishment and acts exactly like herbal pills? If that were the case, your love-seeking phoenix in clouds would not be a cheat that earned you undeserved fame, said Yi Yun. Everyone was stunned. Princess Redjoy nearly burst out into laughter. She stared at Yi Yun. What's this? Punk, do you think you are pulling a fast one? Do you think we will let you off? What's the rush? It's not like you are trying to bed someone. Yi Yun gave Princess Redjoy a nonchalant glance. Princess Redjoy's face immediately flushed red. You. She cultivated a special cultivation technique that made her have an alluring quality. However, she would usually suppress it and instead appeared ice-cold on the surface. But at that moment, Yi Yun seemed to see through the coquettish disposition she had deliberately hidden and used it to mock her. I said what I said because your love-seeking phoenix in clouds is not a food dish at all. It consists of absolutely nothing but medicinal pills. And that is just one of the reasons, said Yi Yun as he shook his head. What nonsense are you spouting? Princess Redjoy frowned. If it were made of medicinal pills, the price would still be high, but it would not be as sought after. That was because food dishes were special. Just like clothes and accessories that were made of different materials, they would have the same utility as clothes made of other materials, yet, they would lack something unique and rare. Also, it was unheard of to make food dishes with medicinal pills. They were intrinsically different. An abnormal glint flashed in Manager Sue's eyes as she screamed, "What insolence! How dare you utter such nonsense in my Brightheart Veranda? The recipe for making this dish comes straight from my Pilheart sect. Its heritage is unimaginably deep, more than one such as you can fathom. In the heavenly South Great World, the Pilheart sect was not to be offended. Many of the best supreme-grade pills and relics were sold by the Pilheart sect. Even the Outcloud Empire and Divine Empire of Thunder had to be courteous to the Pilheart sect. At that moment, Yi Yun was standing in front of the love-seeking phoenix in clouds. He took a whiff and said, "This is simply made up of a nourishment pill and a pill that aids in retaining one's youth. It is then prepared with other natural herbs by a herbal board master. Then, the nourishment pill and beautifying pill are infused into the food through a special technique, creating this love-seeking phoenix in clouds. But that's not all, the pills used in this dish are problematic as well." Manager Sue felt her heart skip a beat. The punk described it all in vivid detail. Did he really manage to deduct all of that? Or could it be that he was not some average junior at all? Instead, was he a spy sent by a foe of the Pilhart sect? He could have been deliberately given the information to use as a tool to strike at them. Manager Sue's expression darkened. She felt that the latter was more possible. At Yun's cultivation level and age, he definitely did not have the capability to discern such things. He probably had someone feeding him information. Love-seeking Phoenix in Clouds was very special, or it would not have become Brightheart Veranda's specialty. The secret recipe was something only the Pilhart sect knew. Manager Sue was not knowledgeable in alchemy, but she knew a little. The actual cooking of the dish was the responsibility of an alchemist. Manager Sue refused to believe that the punk in front of her could pinpoint every flaw just from receiving a tip. What nourishment pill and beautifying pill are you talking about? It's all random nonsense, said Manager Sue. Princess Redjoy added, with a sneer, so many guests visit this place, and plenty of them are herbalists and alchemists. If this dish was truly made from melted pills, why couldn't anyone tell except you? By making those irresponsible remarks, you incur the wrath of not only the Brightheart Veranda, but the Pilhart sect as well. Jing Yuasha anxiously looked at Yun. The situation was continuously escalating, and she did not wish for Yun to implicate himself in such a troublesome situation because of her. So what if a mistake is made? Can't others rate it when you put it up for sale? Jing Yuasha said stubbornly. That's right. Our Brightheart Veranda's dishes can certainly be appraised by others, but we prohibit slandering, said Manager Sue coldly. You and your white knight should bow your heads and apologize. Then scram. If so, I will plead to Auntie Sue on your behalf. I believe Auntie Sue would magnanimously forgive you on my account, said Princess Redjoy with a beaming smile. She looked meaningfully at Jing Yuasha, as if to say, are you going to bow your head today or not? Jing Yuasha was extremely embarrassed and furious. She decided that even if she had to bow her head today, she would slay Redjoy at the martial competition a few days later. At that moment, they could hear a din coming from a short distance away. Following that, a middle-aged scholar, accompanied by a few maidservants, walked in. Upon seeing the middle-aged scholar, Manager Sue's expression changed. She immediately smiled and walked over to greet him. Alchemist Zhang, what brings you here? Alchemist Zhang was Brightheart Veranda's presiding alchemist that hailed from the Pilhart sect. Some of the herbal food, such as the love-seeking Phoenix in Clouds, was prepared by him. Princess Redjoy also greeted him with a smile. Greetings, Alchemist Zhang. Alchemist Zhang represented the Pilhart sect, so how could Princess Redjoy slight him? What's going on? Alchemist Zhang's gaze swept the crowd as he asked indifferently. In fact, he was there because he had caught wind of the situation. He wanted to know who would dare question the dishes of his Brightheart Veranda. Oh? It's just a white knight of some old acquaintance of mine. He says that Brightheart Veranda's love-seeking Phoenix in Clouds is undeserving of its fame. After Princess Redjoy said that, she sniggered. She was hoping for the situation to become worse. Upon seeing Jing Yuasha's livid expression, Princess Redjoy was extremely delighted. Jing Yuasha was as dumb as ever. Did she actually think she would be spared if she apologized? Alchemist Zhang looked sternly at Yun. Do you think a young punk like yourself has the right to question me? However, Yun sneered and suddenly extended his hand. A gray flame crackled in his hand as it jumped straight onto the beautifully laid-out dish. The food was instantly enveloped by yuan qi and burned by the gray flame. Ah! The attendant that was holding the plate cried out in shock. On the other hand, Manager Sue bellowed in anger, what the hell are you doing? What's all the hysteria for? It's just a plate of food. I'll compensate you if I spoil it, said Yun indifferently. Or could it be that you are suffering from a guilty conscience? Manager Sue darted her eyes over to Alchemist Zhang. He too had his brows furrowed. It appeared as though Yun really did know something. Based on his actions, it appeared that he was refining a pill? This was the sect's secret recipe. Even if Yun could tell that the dish was made from a melted pill, it was impossible for him to know the pill's recipe. Since the pill had melted, what could he refine even if he did so with fire? Upon thinking of this, Alchemist Zhang composed himself. He nodded at Manager Su. With Alchemist Zhang around, Manager Su was relieved. If you can't prove anything today, don't go thinking you'll ever step out of Brightheart Veranda's door again. If I can prove it. Yi Yun looked at Princess Redjoy and Manager Su. You wanted me to apologize and then scram. I'll have you do the same thing, then. Also, old woman, since you wanted to chop off my leg, I will chop off your arms. Think of it as a little bit of interest. Princess Redjoy gave Alchemist Zhang a glance and sneered. With Alchemist Zhang around, she refused to believe that Yi Yun could get the upper hand. Meanwhile, the gray flames were blazing, melting the food they enveloped into a mist. Minutes later, the mist began to shrink in midair, transforming into different shapes and sizes. With the passage of time, the transformations became more obvious. Upon seeing this scene, Manager Su felt her heart pound furiously. Could this punk really know alchemy? Even Princess Redjoy was frowning slightly. Why did it seem like the situation was getting worse? That shouldn't have been the case. She was a regular customer of Brightheart Veranda and she knew that the specialty was the Pillheart sect's secret recipe. Since it was secret, how could he know of it? She looked at Alchemist Zhang and could not help but ask, Alchemist Zhang, what is he doing? Alchemist Zhang had a sunken face. He had never seen Yi Yun's methods before. As such, he could not tell that they were capable of anything special. All he saw was the food being burned with fire. How could a melted pill be produced from burning? He's only deliberately trying to act mysterious. That was Alchemist Zhang's evaluation. So that's the case. This punk is only trying to stall for time. Just as Princess Redjoy said that, Yi Yun stretched out his hand and beckoned. A white light flashed as the mist rapidly converged towards Yi Yun's palm as though it was being attracted to something. Following that, Yi Yun slowly opened his hand. To everyone's astonishment, 2 milky white crystalline pills appeared in the middle of his palm. The 2 pills had been condensed and refined from the mist. Since they are pills that have been melted before, all I can do is restore 70 or 80% of the original. Yi Yun held the 2 pills and said indifferently. Manager Su looked as though she had seen a ghost. Just a moment ago, she was certain that Yi Yun did not know the pill's recipe. But now, he proved that he not only knew it, he was also very skilled in it. At that moment, the color of Manager Su's face oscillated between red and white. Her eyes were wide as she stared. Princess Redjoy was also taken aback. This. Even if she did not know alchemy, she could tell that Yi Yun had reconstructed the melted pills. Furthermore, the pills in Yi Yun's hand had a refreshing fragrance, identical in smell to the love-seeking phoenix in clouds. This also proved that what Yi Yun said was the truth. The love-seeking phoenix in clouds really was the result of melting the 2 pills. However, the pills were extremely rare. After being melted, they could easily be disguised in a dish. At least, Princess Redjoy had never seen these pills before. At that moment, many of the guests for Princess Redjoy's banquet had arrived and gathered around. These people thought they would be watching Princess Redjoy beguile her foe, but who knew that they would witness such a scene? They were extremely shocked. Even Jing Yuesha's beautiful eyes went wide as her mouth was agape, so wide that an apple could be stuffed in. She looked at Yi Yun as if he was an old monster. At that moment, Princess Redjoy felt like she had just eaten a fly. However, her side still had someone backing them. She hurriedly looked at Alchemist Zhang. Maybe Yi Yun had used some despicable means that Alchemist Zhang could expose. But when she saw Alchemist Zhang's face, she was left stunned. The shock that Alchemist Zhang was experiencing was in no way less than hers. In fact, he was more shocked than her. This was because only Alchemist Zhang knew the truth behind the Pillheart sect's recipe. He looked at Yi Yun in disbelief as he said stiffly, "How do you know the recipe?" But immediately following that, Alchemist Zhang calmed himself down. Now wasn't the time to question Yi Yun, for he would only dig his hole deeper. He said, "So what if they are melted pills? What's wrong if the food dish itself is a pill? Upon hearing Alchemist Zhang's words, people found them irreproachable. Medicine and food were different after all. Food was milder and warriors could eat a feast and enjoy life if they had the time. However, few would eat a meal of pills for no good reason. Brightheart Veranda had become popular because of its food. But now, they were discovering that, for all these years, they had been coming to Brightheart Veranda to eat pills. Why did that make it sound like they were sick? If it were only that, I wouldn't say much, but this beautifying pill, let's call it that tentatively, is itself a failed pill. Yi Yun's words were shocking. Everyone felt their hearts jolt when they heard that. A failed pill? Yi Yun shook his head gradually. In fact, he was very surprised too. This was an ancient recipe recorded in the Divine Alchemist's notes. He never expected the Brightheart Veranda to have the recipe as well. Punk, what nonsense are you talking about? Alchemist Zhang's expression was livid. Yi Yun thought nothing of it as he continued, the recipe you used for this beautifying pill has a serious flaw. It is only effective for youngsters with relatively strong vital potentials. However, there is a side effect of damaging one's vital potential. To put it bluntly, those who take this pill sacrifice their vital potential for a beautifying effect. However, the harm it does to the body is rather mild, and youngsters have lower cultivation realms, so they can hardly detect it. Therefore, your dish continues to be massively popular and highly appraised. With that being the case, this pill is nothing but trash to me. It's worthless. Yi Yun's voice boomed with bold undertones. The crowd was stunned. Of course everyone wanted to look good, but if it was at the cost of damaging their vital potential, even the slightest amount of damage was not worth it. Chapter 1308, Special Composition. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. The highest priority for warriors was the breakthrough in cultivation realms. Things like beautification and youth retention were nothing compared to the allure of reaching the Divine Lord or Godly Monarch realms. Therefore, vital potential was what cultivators needed most for cultivation. The reason why young geniuses were so highly valued was their immense vital potential. They had endless possibilities ahead of them, but once their potential dried up, their cultivation levels would stop progressing. Many old freaks were trapped in the same realm for millions of years and eventually stopped progressing altogether. No one knew how much potential they had. Nor did they know how much further they could progress. Under these circumstances, the food from Brightheart Veranda, despite how tiny the harm it did to one's vital potential, was intolerable to any warrior. Instantly, Princess Rejoi's expression was drained of its color. She had eaten love-seeking phoenix in clouds numerous times to satisfy her cravings. But when she heard Yi Yun's explanation, she felt her heart turn cold. She had already begun to believe Yi Yun back when he restored the pills from the love-seeking phoenix in clouds. Now, if what he said was true, she had to wonder how much of her vital potential she had lost. And it wasn't only Princess Rejoy. Many of her friends had visited Brightheart Veranda from time to time. They broke out into chaos when they heard Yi Yun's explanation. Alchemist Zhang, is this true? So this love-seeking phoenix in clouds is actually prepared using a failed pill recipe? It has truly cheated to earn undeserved fame. People gave voice to their outrage, causing the situation to go out of control. Warriors had zero tolerance for anything that could damage their future cultivation levels. Punk, you speak only slander. Alchemist Zhang roared angrily. The situation had exceeded his expectations. His eyes were red as veins began protruding out of his forehead like he was a crazy beast. He stared at Yi Yun, yearning to swallow him whole. The pill recipe that the Pillheart sect had obtained was indeed not worth much. However, after some repackaging by business-minded people, it became a tool to earn money for the Pillheart sect. However, they never expected their scheme to be exposed by Yi Yun. How did the punk know of it? He originally believed that Yi Yun was working under orders from someone or that another expert was targeting the Pillheart sect. But after seeing Yi Yun's alchemical techniques that even left him baffled, how could he have been working under orders? Slander? Hee, why don't you continue what you were saying? Are you thinking of a way to resort to sophistry? I can give you time. Take your time and think of something good. By the way, do you need me to make the ingredients used in the pill recipe known to the public? If I were to hand the pill recipe to other alchemists and produce a few completed pills, those alchemists could naturally provide their knowledgeable opinions. Yi Yun had to stifle a smile as he said this while looking the enraged alchemist Zheng in the eye. You? Alchemist Zheng had just thought of something to say before he choked on his words. Yi Yun had struck the nail on its head. If Yi Yun knew the original pill recipe and could refine the pills himself, it would be pointless to continue quibbling. After all, the evidence was still in Yi Yun's hand. The pills were genuine and all would come to light once they were analyzed. Alchemist Zheng fell silent. Manager Su was pale as well, for she did not know what to say. She knew nothing about alchemy and was unable to interject at all. Upon seeing Manager Su and Princess Rejoi's expressions, Jing Yuesha gaped slightly. The situation had reversed so quickly that she suddenly felt like she was in a dream. How did Yi Yun know so much? He even knew of an ancient, uncommon recipe. Besides, he had only taken a look and sniffed the dish, yet he was able to determine exactly what the love-seeking phoenix in clouds was composed of. His powers of discernment were stunning. At that moment, Yi Yun continued, I can actually make public one part of the recipe. Of the most interest are two ingredients that make up the composition of these pills. All of you might find them fascinating, especially Miss Redjoy. Yi Yun turned to look at Princess Redjoy as the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. This smile looked sinister to Princess Redjoy in every possible way. What mystery act are you pulling off now? Princess Redjoy said in disgust. Although she now hated the Bright Heart Veranda to death, her impression of Yi Yun, who had just ruined the Bright Heart Veranda for her, was still terrible. Miss Redjoy, I helped you by exposing the way the Bright Heart Veranda has been scamming you. I'm even speaking so nicely to you. So why does your mouth stink? Did you just eat? When he said that, he stopped. However, his words made the imaginations of people go wild. There was a girl from Clear Lunar Island that could not stifle her laughter. Yi Yun had spoken too crudely, but they felt vindicated when he used that tone against the lofty Princess Redjoy who led a charmed life. Cough. I'm sorry. I should be a bit more refined in my words. Oh right. The two ingredients are Feces vespertilionis and Feces trogopterari. Might I ask how many times Miss Redjoy has eaten love-seeking phoenix in clouds? What the hell? Princess Redjoy was baffled by Yi Yun's question. She did not know alchemy, so how could she know what the two medicinal drugs he just mentioned were? Princess Redjoy was not the only one. Many of the young people present had not heard of the two drugs, which was evident from their baffled expressions. However, when the middle-aged man in the python robe heard it, his mouth twitched slightly as his expression turned odd. Third uncle, what's the matter with those two drugs? Princess Redjoy asked when she saw the change in the middle-aged man's expression. However, the middle-aged man only gave a silent, stern look to Alchemist Zheng. Alchemist Zheng had a livid expression and did not respond. At that moment, Yi Yun spoke. Miss Redjoy, you can always ask me if you do not know anything. I will describe both the Feces vespertilionis and Feces trogopterari in detail. Feces vespertilionis is the essence that comes from brewing an ancient fae's feces. The specific ancient fae used is known as the Vespertilio demonic bat. Basically, it looks like a gigantic bat. Ancient fae feces is hard to come by. After all, ancient fae tend to reside in ancient wilderness. Even a divine lord has to be careful when entering. If they aren't careful, they might lose their lives. Imagine getting a divine lord to risk their lives to collect ancient fae feces. How valuable would that be? As for the Feces trogopterari, it is similar to the Feces vespertilionis. It too is the essence obtained from brewing an ancient fae's feces. However, the ancient fae that shits it out is known as the divine trogopterpri rat. You can tell from its name that it resembles a gigantic rat. Collecting its feces is even more difficult. Divine trogopterpri rat reside underground and their feces are buried deep under the wilderness and lakes. It's impossibly difficult to find them. These two items can indeed be used as medicinal drugs. After distilling them with a mystic technique, they become odorless and tasteless. It wouldn't even be hard to make them have an alluring fragrance. But that is just a matter of personal taste. I would definitely not use such an unorthodox medicinal drug. However, Miss Redjoy, you seem to enjoy eating it more. You must have eaten quite a lot of it over the years, I suppose? When Iyun said those words, Princess Redjoy turned petrified. She looked again at the middle-aged man and alchemist Zhang's expressions, and her intuition told her that what Iyun had said was likely true. The essence brewed from the feces of ancient Fae? Instantly, Princess Redjoy felt her stomach churn and she felt like puking. Chapter 1309, Tear-Inducing Embarrassment. Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin. Anyone who realized that they had been eating shit would probably cuss. Furthermore, Redjoy was a lofty princess. She was germophobic as well. Even when she ate pills, she found it impossible to tolerate any that were refined from things like feces, much less wanting it anywhere near her meals. She only felt the disgust in her stomach grow. She subconsciously covered her mouth as her face turned pale. Her face was twisted into a grimace. She wished she could pull out her digestive tract and wash it clean for 3 days and 3 nights. Behind Princess Redjoy were many of her friends. They too were regular customers at Brightheart Veranda. They were all of noble birth and wealthy. Some even came from the royal family. When it came to status, they were a step above the rest and were naturally proud people. Their patronage of Brightheart Veranda was supposed to be a fashionable and elegant luxury, but now, with this revelation, they were close to going mad. Some of the girls led charmed lives and were placed on a pedestal by others. They could no longer bear it. Some covered their mouths as they ran out to retch. Only then did they figure out the true meaning behind Iyun's playful insult. Why does your mouth stink? Did you just eat shit? It wasn't that Iyun was cussing Princess Redjoy, but that he was subtly mocking her for having really eaten shit. In the hearts of the crowd, eating shit was something that should never actually happen. Even the mentally handicapped or retards would not eat it. But now, it had happened to them. For years, they had treated eating shit like it was fashionable, something that they could brag about. Ah! 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 I'll kill you! Princess Redjoy burst into a rage. The series of events that had just happened struck a nerve. She was already feeling angry from her embarrassment. With the final revelation that she had been eating shit, she felt like blowing her top. She wanted to beat Alchemist Zhang badly, but, after weighing their strengths, she knew very well that she was no match for Alchemist Zhang. She also hated the perpetrator, Iyun. Although Iyun had revealed the truth to her, he had mocked her in public. It embarrassed her greatly. She was of royal birth, so how was she to establish herself in the Outcloud Empire in the future? She could imagine that when people saw her in the future, they would no longer be respectful or ashamed of their own ungainly appearances. Instead, they would say behind her back, "Isn't she that princess who ate shit?" Just the thought of that made Princess Redjoy go berserk. What's the matter? Why are you looking at me as though you want to kill me? Don't tell me you want to fight me? I have rescued you from the abyss of shit-eating, but not only are you not grateful, you actually want to repay kindness with ingratitude, said Iyun with a laugh. He knew that many a time, people lived in their dreams. And once a person jolted them awake and away from their beautiful dreams, that person would incur the wrath of the dreamer. Upon hearing Iyun's words, Princess Redjoy turned green from anger. This darn Iyun kept harping on her for eating shit. It was striking a raw nerve. She wished she could rip apart Iyun's mouth, but she did not dare take action. She was afraid that while fighting Iyun, he would constantly talk about eating shit. She would suffer a mental breakdown before she could even deliver a few blows. She did not dare look at Iyun anymore. Instead, she looked at Manager Su. This woman had nearly become her godsister and had treated her kindly in a variety of ways. But now, thinking back to how she was treated, Princess Redjoy felt like vomiting. It felt no different from eating the love-seeking phoenix in clouds. Manager Su shuddered when she saw Princess Redjoy staring at her. She was at a loss for an explanation. At that moment, Princess Redjoy said coldly, "Third uncle, send people to surround this Brightheart veranda." Upon hearing the command, the color in Manager Sue's face drained. Thoughts jumbled in her mind, but she knew very well that the reputation of Brightheart Veranda was completely destroyed after today. The Brightheart Veranda might have had the Pilheart sect backing it, but the moment they got into open conflict with the Cloud Pool City, ignoring who ended up suffering the most, she as the manager would be culpable. When she returned to the sect, she would definitely be punished or even exiled. Alchemist Zheng. Manager Sue was at a loss as she pleaded with Alchemist Zheng. However, he was hardly able to save himself. The pills he had personally refined and melted had been restored by a junior. What was left of his reputation? The situation was already out of control. Aside from Princess Redjoy, there were also her many friends from lustrous backgrounds. They wielded all kinds of power in Cloud Pool City, and the news of Brightheart Veranda feeding people shit would instantly spread and make it a target of public outrage. To the many young elites present, harming their vital potential was an intolerable offense. There were already people who had lit voice transmission charms and spread the news. Their statuses guaranteed that they would not suffer this in silence. Zhang Linze, even if the Pilheart sect is backing you, you have to answer for this matter. I do not care about the bit of spirit jade I've wasted here, but I will not abide being treated like a fool. A young man spoke out. He was of esteemed birth, for his father was the Outcloud Empire's national preceptor. In addition, he had extraordinary talent and his standing was superior to Princess Redjoy's. He was one of the top guests at Princess Redjoy's birthday celebration. Alchemist Zhang did not reply. His expression was heavy. He was the person in charge of the businesses outside the Pilheart sect. How the Brightheart Veranda sold its dishes and how it was managed were his sole responsibility. He had decided to use the ignoble pill recipe for the dishes. That decision ended up being highly lucrative for the Brightheart Veranda, and as a result, his standing in the Pilheart sect had greatly risen. But with this sudden turn of events, he had severely damaged the Pilheart sect's reputation. It would definitely push the blame on him. All of this was because of Yi Yun. He stared at Yi Yun, yearning to rip out his soul and destroy the body, obliterating all traces of his corpse. But Yi Yun was unfazed by Zhang Linze's murderous glare. He stroked his chin and waved the beautifying pill in his hand and said, "I'll bring this pill with me. Those who want this pill recipe analyzed can follow me. Princess Redjoy, although you wish to keep me for your banquet, I really am not interested in the Brightheart Veranda's dishes. I shall not impede your birthday celebration any further. Enjoy your meal and the company. We will be leaving first." He beckoned for Jing Yuasha and company to leave. At that moment, Jing Yuasha had yet to completely jolt out of her daze. She never expected the situation to develop to this point. She even began to feel pity for Princess Redjoy. Just the thought of Princess Redjoy eating shit and praising it before recommending it to her friends was something Jing Yuasha did not want to continue entertaining. As someone removed from the matter, she felt tear-inducing embarrassment. It was obvious how the people directly involved in the matter, Princess Redjoy and the genius elites, would feel. Thankfully, she had never used the VIP card that the Brightheart Veranda had given her. If not, she would also wish to have her stomach pumped. "Yuasha, let's go," Clear Lunar Island Lord said. There was no reason to continue staying at that point in time. After being squeezed by Princess Redjoy and then humiliated by Manager Sue, then the shocking reveal, she had left Brightheart Veranda without eating a meal. Yet, there was cause to be relieved about that. Clear Lunar Island Lord gave Yi Yun a thoughtful look. The entire reversal was unimaginable, but Yi Yun had accomplished it. How did the youth know the Brightheart Veranda's ancient recipe? Furthermore, he could tell at a glance. That was definitely not something anyone could accomplish. Chapter 1310, Exchange Meet. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Jing Yuasha was playing back the series of events in her mind as they left Brightheart Veranda. She could not curb her excitement as she asked, "Yi Yun, how did you know the pill recipe?" She had already forgotten the many times Yi Yun had made her angry in the past. Yi Yun had just ruthlessly smacked the Brightheart Veranda and Princess Redjoy in the face, vindicating her in the process. She felt great with the way Yi Yun handled the reversal. Yuasha. Clear Lunar Island Lord glared at her. Jing Yuasha stuck her tongue out, for she knew that she had been impolite. She immediately changed her tone. Sect Master Yi. How did you know the Pillheart sect's pill recipe? Will eating the Brightheart Veranda's dishes really affect one's vital potential? How could they be so bold as to scam so many people? Although the Brightheart Veranda had the Pillheart sect backing it, there were a number of customers, such as Princess Redjoy, who had their own powerful backers. When the news spread, countless people would pressure the Brightheart Veranda for an explanation. Yi Yun smiled. Actually, the effect is not that serious. The damage to vital potential is very small, but that isn't important. Just a little is enough to ensure that the Brightheart Veranda will be closed down. As for the recipe, I chanced upon it while reading books. Jing Yuasha immediately gave a disapproving tch in her heart. That was the Pillheart sect's secret pill recipe. Even if the pill wasn't that great, it was still a secret recipe. How could it be easily found in a random book? Furthermore, and despite her lack of alchemy knowledge, Jing Yuasha could tell from alchemist Zhang's reaction that Yi Yun's technique was exquisite. How could he have such a deep understanding of a recipe he happened to chance upon? However, Jing Yuasha couldn't force Yi Yun to reveal more. Her eyes began to dart around as though some ideas were running through her head. She felt that she had made a wrong evaluation of Yi Yun. From the looks of it, Yi Yun had some impressive abilities hidden up his sleeve. I'll find out sooner or later, thought Jing Yuasha. Young Master Yi, you have to be more careful. The Pillheart sect has deep roots. We have to be wary now that we have offended them, said Clear Lunar Island Lord. Yeah. Yi Yun nodded. He would be wary even without her advice. The exchange meet will be in a few days. Young Master Yi, I believe you will be participating with me, invited Clear Lunar Island Lord. Although the exchange meet's only real requirement was sufficient wealth, those that participated in it were mighty powerhouses that helmed large sects or factions. There would even be old freaks that appeared from time to time. Yi Yun's cultivation level was still limited. If he wanted to trade at the exchange meet, he needed sufficient strength. She wanted to take care of a young man like Yi Yun, for he would be like a rabbit jumping into a pack of wolves. That couldn't be any better. Yi Yun smiled faintly. Yi Yun's main goal for coming to the Heavenly South Peaks meet was for the exchange meet. He had already made a list of materials he needed. Since the Heavenly South Peaks meet would gather so many sects, he was bound to obtain a portion of those materials. Over the next few days, Jing Yuasha would invite Yi Yun for daily tours of the city. They pretty much visited the entire city. Yet no matter how much Jing Yuasha probed, she failed to obtain any new information from Yi Yun. Yi Yun seemed to return to the Myriad God sect master who infuriated others to death with his words. No matter how Jing Yuasha looked at him, she could not tell that Yi Yun was a skilled alchemist. During this period, the city was abuzz. People at the sect master level either arrived in the city obstreperously or they came alone with imposing airs. Many genius sect disciples also appeared, accompanying their masters and seniors. The curtains of the grand event known as the Heavenly South Peaks meet gradually lifted. Amidst the fanfare, there was a bit of trivial news. An old shop that had been established for tens of thousands of years in Cloudpool City, Brightheart Veranda, incurred the wrath of the masses. Many people circled Brightheart Veranda in the days following the incident, until it eventually had to close for good. There was a lot of talk regarding the matter. People heard that there were problems with the Brightheart Veranda's dishes during Princess Redjoy's birthday celebration, resulting in it shutting down. However, when people asked those who had participated in the birthday celebration, they gave vague explanations. They refused to mention the problem with the dishes. After all, no one wished to publicize the fact that they had eaten shit. However, as the saying goes, two may keep counsel putting one away. People gradually learned of the reason, and they also learned that the person who had exposed the Brightheart Veranda's dish was a mysterious youth. It could even be said that the Brightheart Veranda closed down because of that person. Brightheart Veranda was a large restaurant with a huge backer in Cloudpool City, therefore, the person that caused it to close down was a figure people wanted to know more about. Sect Master Yi. Clear Lunar Island Lord arrived at Yi Yun's residence and called out to him. Yi Yun walked out dressed in a simple white robe. His black hair was tied with a jade band that flowed behind him. He had exquisite features with his brows appearing like swords and his eyes as bright as the starry night. His cultivation level was converged, so he did not resemble a warrior. Instead, he looked like a fine mortal scion. And behind him followed Zuoyan Xiaoyu. Ever since Yi Yun decided that she would enjoy the treatment of a core disciple, she had cultivated arduously. Her cultivation had improved and her beauty slowly became more charming. Her skin was milky and she followed behind Yi Yun, standing tall and graceful in an adorable and obedient manner. Jing Yuexia was behind Clear Lunar Island Lord. She was elegant and quiet in a way that made her resemble an untainted fairy from a lunar palace. When she saw Yi Yun, she gave a big bow. Sect Master Yi. Yi Yun looked curiously at Jing Yuexia before he heard Jing Yuexia send him a voice transmission. Master exhorted me to be more mindful of my words and actions. I had to agree not to take more than a step away from her where she would not bring me. So that was the reason. Yi Yun gave a silent smile. Jing Yuexia wanted to tag along and had set up an agreement with Clear Lunar Island Lord in order to attend the exchange meet. Jing Yuexia's voice transmission continued sounding in Yi Yun's ear. I'm going so as to broaden my horizons. Yi Yun, my master said that although you know some alchemy, you have to hold back a little at the exchange meet. It's best to take a step back for peace in the world. This heavenly South Great World is filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons, and they will all be waiting at the exchange meet. I got it. Yi Yun nodded. He knew Clear Lunar Island Lord preferred to keep a low profile and was worried that they would end up suffering, so she had given such exhortations. Sect Master Yi, let's set off. Clear Lunar Island Lord said with a smile. She appeared to be unaware of the voice transmission conversation between Yi Yun and Jing Yuexia. The Cloud Pool City was a megacity of the heavenly South Great World, so it was majestic and massive. Humans could spend a few months just walking from one end of the city to the other. On a mountain peak north of Cloud Pool City, there was a resplendent wonder. The sky was filled with an aurora that faintly hid away immortal buildings and towers. There was angelic music resounding in the sky as gigantic chariots pulled by spirit beasts flew over. At times, there would be spirit cruisers that had thousands of beautiful maidservants standing on them. Sitting inside the cruisers were shadows with powerful auras. At that moment, a gigantic turtle descended from the sky as the clouds parted. It landed on a mountain peak. On the back of the turtle were exotic flowers and herbs. They effused an immortal air around as they surrounded a huge palace. It's King Yi's royal mount. A few figures immediately charged out from the mountain peak and went forward to welcome him. Chapter 1311, King Yi. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. An empire was very different from a sect. A sect could have many family clans propping it up together. But an empire was usually helmed by the royal family. Warriors had extremely long lifespans. Any warrior that had a lifespan of 1,000,000 years could populate a massive family clan if he wished to. Therefore, the number of people in the Outcloud Empire's royal family was staggering. Of course, having such a large family meant cruel competition. Any person that was conferred a title of nobility in the Outcloud Empire was not to be undermined, much less one that was conferred the title of king. Even Cloud Pool City was a part of King Yi's fief. As such, he was definitely an important figure of the heavenly South Peaks meet. That is King Yi, someone exclaimed. People saw a middle-aged man step off the turtle, and behind him followed two troops of awe-inspiring golden-armored soldiers. They held halberds and looked very mighty. They are the Golden Armored Guard, exclaimed someone. The Golden Armored Guard were elites of the Outcloud Empire. They were under the direct jurisdiction of the Outcloud Empire's emperor but received orders from the various kings. An expert like King Yi naturally had no need for the Golden Armored Guard for personal safety. He made them part of his entourage as a symbol of his status. The middle-aged man was dressed in a four-clawed dragon robe. He landed on the mountain peak with the Golden Armored Guard in tow. He had a tall build as his long hair flowed down his chest. His hands resembled a palm leaf fan. Following beside the middle-aged man was a woman dressed in a red palatial gown. She looked 20 and possessed a charming beauty. At that moment, she nestled in the middle-aged man's embrace. Clearly, she was his partner. The middle-aged man had no intention of abiding by social norms despite facing so many experts. He continued wrapping his arms around the woman's slim waist as though no one was around. The surrounding crowd did not mind this as they went forward to bow. "I come from the West Seas Calabash Island and am the present island lord. Greetings, King Yi. I have long heard your famous name. I'm truly blessed to see you today. Greetings, King Yi. I'm Chen Lazy. I met you once 10,000 years ago and age has not seemed to soften your edge after all these years." The crowd continued to bow and give their compliments. The middle-aged man nodded and unhurriedly allowed them to dispense with the formalities. This scene left the hearts of many juniors stirring. King Yi was truly a person of paramount importance. Those who were greeting him were esteemed figures, in charge of their various areas. Yet, King Yi continued to hug his beauty in front of these people, accepting the bowing and praise from the crowd in a stoic manner. Many young juniors could not help but think, what if I could be such a person in the future, when they took in the bearing of this man. So this old man is Princess Rejoy's father. He sure isn't young. Yi Yun saw King Yi from afar and stroked his chin. Although the old man looked to be middle-aged, Yi Yun could sense an aged aura from him. The man's vital potential had been expended, and this created a stark contrast with the young and lively girl beside him. The old man was probably half a foot into a coffin, yet, under such circumstances, he was still able to have Princess Redjoy. As for the concubine beside him, her age was probably not very far from Princess Redjoy's. As Yi Yun was pondering over the matter, he saw a group of people fly down from King Yi's royal chariot. The man and woman that led the convoy were striking. The woman was dressed in red, and was in fact none other than Princess Redjoy. As for the man, he was dressed in a purple python robe. He wore a golden headdress, giving him a striking royal bearing. "It's Prince Boundless Heaven and Princess Redjoy," said someone. Prince Boundless Heaven was the great-great-grandson of the reigning Outcloud Emperor. However, the position one had in the royal family's hierarchy was meaningless. Everything depended on talent. Only a person with immense talent could be deemed a prince. If they were weak, they would be eliminated. The children of the royal family that lacked talent would have fates more tragic than any ordinary warriors. Prince Boundless Heaven was the cream of the crop among the princes. And the reigning Outcloud Emperor had yet to designate a crown prince. So although Prince Boundless Heaven was young, he was one of the contenders to be crown prince. I never expected Prince Boundless Heaven to arrive with King Yi's entourage. He even came with Princess Redjoy. Previously, there were rumors that Prince Boundless Heaven would marry Princess Redjoy in the future. From the looks of it, it's very possible. A few gossipy young geniuses immediately made inferences when they saw the two royals. To contend for crown prince, the princes naturally needed to seek out allies. King Yi was no doubt a powerful ally. If he could be related to King Yi through Princess Redjoy, Prince Boundless Heaven would take a huge stride forward towards the title of crown prince. Under such circumstances, Prince Boundless Heaven was naturally at the height of his popularity. No one wished to offend a person who would likely become crown prince. Instantly, the crowd went forward to acquaint themselves with him or greet him. Yi Yun was watching afar when he suddenly sensed a malicious gaze fall upon him. He traced it and realized that Princess Redjoy had discovered him in the crowd. The smile on her face had immediately frozen. Since they last met, Princess Redjoy was quite unhappy despite having the Brightheart veranda close down. Everything about the love-seeking phoenix in clouds containing essence of ancient fey feces was still unknown to ordinary warriors. However, it was already slowly spreading among members of high society. As one of the most outspoken advocates of Brightheart veranda's dishes, Princess Redjoy was facing unimaginable embarrassment. In addition, the occasional passing thought of having countless ancient fey feces essence running through her digestive tract made her feel like retching whenever she saw spirit food. She had not eaten for many days. It was quite obvious what Princess Redjoy was feeling when she saw Yi-Yun at the exchange meet. "Redjoy, who are you looking at?" Prince Boundless Heaven traced her gaze and saw Yi-Yun. He had caught wind of Yi-Yun as well. He knew him to be a young alchemist, and the description of his appearance resembled that of the youth in front of him. It immediately made Prince Boundless Heaven make the connection. "Is he the one you were previously talking about?" asked Prince Boundless Heaven. Princess Redjoy did not answer. That itself was a form of tacit agreement. Prince Boundless Heaven looked at Yi-Yun with shimmering eyes. He knew the sequence of events. Not only had Yi-Yun exposed the Bright Heart veranda, he had also mocked Princess Redjoy in the process. He deliberately left no way for Redjoy to save face, and this was something Prince Boundless Heaven could not tolerate. After all, Redjoy would one day become his woman. How could he allow his woman to be bullied by another man? "Redjoy, you don't have to take the love-seeking phoenix in clouds to heart. Be it the world of mortals or warriors, there will always be some impurities that get mixed in with medicine. Don't harp on it." Princess Redjoy remained silent. She naturally knew the good intentions of Prince Boundless Heaven. She actually felt neutral towards him. She had no choice but to be with him under instructions from her father. Prince Boundless Heaven added, "Redjoy, it's fine if you feel uncomfortable. At this exchange, I plan on purchasing divine treasures that can cleanse your marrow and body. Take heart, soon all the impurities that might be inside you will vanish." Chapter 13:12, Pillheart Sect. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Cleanse my marrow and body? Princess Redjoy was rather interested in the offer. In a warrior's world, there were many natural herbs that had such effects. Princess Redjoy had cultivated to the Dao Palace realm and had tempered her body. Despite not having attained the legendary immaculate body, her body was rather pure and clean. A divine treasure that could aid in cleansing her marrow and body was naturally going to be very expensive. As Princess Redjoy was thinking over the matter, her expression suddenly changed. She saw a group of people dressed in purple alchemy robes fly onto the mountain peak. These people had a Gecko Cinnabar Pill Cauldron logo embroidered on their chest. The Pillheart Sect. Princess Redjoy felt her stomach churn the moment she saw them. Even so, she did not dare to express her feelings in front of the people from the Pillheart Sect. After all, it was considered one of the more important sects at the upcoming exchange meet. "Is the person walking right in the front Master Su?" There were murmurs in the crowd. Yi-Yun could not help but look over. He saw a silver-haired elder walking at the front of the Pillheart Sect group. He looked slightly unique as his eyebrows were 2 feet long and reached to his shoulder. Although the old man was advanced in his years, he had a youthful complexion that exuded a healthy glow. He was completely opposite from King Yi. King Yi looked young, but he exuded a dull and dead aura. "Who is this Master Su?" Yi-Yun asked Jing Yuesha. Jing Yuesha replied, "Master Su is in command of the Pillheart Sect operations in the Heavenly South Great World. He is also closing in on achieving the title of Alchemist Sage. Countless people request his services, so his status is on par with that of King Yi." "Oh? Closing in on becoming an Alchemist Sage?" Yi-Yun remembered Skyfire Sacred Hands. He was from the most powerful alchemy sect in the Young God Empyrean Heaven. However, that sect only produced 2 alchemist sages in its entire existence. This old fellow shares the same surname as that manager Su. Are they related? That's very common. Jing Yuesha nodded. The Su family is a big family clan in the Pillheart Sect. That manager Su only has ordinary talent in cultivation and alchemy. Yet she was given control of the Bright Heart veranda, so she definitely had quite a good background to boost her to that position. I see. Yi-Yun nodded. Although the other party held a lofty status, he was only approaching Alchemist Sage. Compared to a divine alchemist, he was nothing. Therefore, Yi-Yun was not particularly impressed by Master Su. I never expected Master Su to be interested in joining this exchange meet. Upon seeing Master Su walking towards him, King Yi greeted him first. I have been thinking about Master Su's youth regaining pills these days. Master Su, I wonder if you have the time to refine a few cauldrons for me? King Yi said with a chuckle. Although he knew about the Brightheart veranda debacle, it was a trivial matter not worth mentioning in front of Master Su. Since King Yi has made the request, I'll naturally try my best to satisfy you, Master Su said nonchalantly. When the crowd heard the exchange between King Yi and Master Su, they turned envious and discussed fervently. Youth regaining pills were not some run-of-the-mill pill. It was a pill that extended one's longevity with a very low rate of successful refinement. For those whose lives were coming to an end, they were obviously a very precious medicine. It was no surprise that King Yi wanted to keep relations with Master Su cordial. Oh? There are pills that aid in extending one's longevity? When he heard the crowd's discussions, Yi Yun was taken aback. Pills with such effects were impressive. It was not that the pills themselves were difficult to refine, but that there were too few natural treasures that could extend one's life. For example, there was the 9 Revolutions azure fruit that Myriad God Patriarch had put so much effort into finding. Even treasures that were a few grades inferior to that were still almost impossible to find. Yet from the discussion, it appeared as though the Pillheart sect was able to refine youth regaining pills on a constant basis. This shocked Yi Yun. After all, such pills were mostly made on request to satisfy old freaks that were in need of having their longevity extended. Only the remaining would they be put on sale. It said something about the number the Pillheart sect produced if King Yi was able to just buy them. Does this Pillheart sect have some secret technique to nurture natural treasures that can extend one's longevity? Yi Yun pondered over the matter as he watched many warriors greet Master Su. He even saw some of the powerhouses that did not react to King Yi's appearance rush forward to chat with Master Su. After all, even if they had no need to fear King Yi, they were still warriors in need of pills. Let's go in. King Yi, please enter. Master Su, after you. After the 2 esteemed figures and the other important people at the exchange meet stepped into the immortal pavilion, Prince Boundless Heaven and Princess Redjoy followed suit. Yi Yun naturally entered as well. At that moment, Prince Boundless Heaven suddenly came to a halt and thought of something. He said to Princess Redjoy, "Hold on. What's the matter?" Princess Redjoy replied. She was taken aback as she saw Prince Boundless Heaven walk in front of Yi Yun and say, "Are you that genius alchemist with the surname Yi? I heard that you have already defeated Alchemist Zhang despite your young age. You used a very ingenious method to restore 2 pills that had already melted and caused the Brightheart veranda that was established for tens of thousands of years in Cloud Pool City to close down. You truly live up to the saying of heroes coming from youngsters. I'm very impressed." Yi Yun and company had been going on without attracting the attention of anyone, but when Prince Boundless Heaven spoke, they drew the gazes of many people. Especially with the Pillheart sect entourage having just entered. They were standing just in front of Yi Yun, so when they heard Prince Boundless Heaven's words, they turned their heads over. Even Master Su could not help but take a glance at Yi Yun. However, all he gave was a glance. He ignored Yi Yun shortly after and continued chatting with King Yi. However, the other Pillheart sect disciples reacted differently. That's him? The one that restored the pills refined by Zhang Linze and put the Brightheart veranda out of business. Some of the young disciples of the Pillheart sect stared fiercely at Yi Yun. They did not hide their animosity at all. This animosity was not only because the Brightheart veranda was a business of their Pillheart sect. More importantly, the Brightheart veranda represented the Pillheart sect's reputation. Yi Yun had used his alchemical skills to expose the love-seeking phoenix in clouds, causing the Brightheart veranda to collapse. And alchemy was a heritage that the Pillheart sect was most proud of. How could they tolerate losing in that aspect? Many people were now mocking the Pillheart sect, saying that they were put to task by a junior that was still wet behind the ears. To these zealous Pillheart sect geniuses, it was an utmost insult. Humph. Aunt Su was punished by the sect because of this matter. She has been imprisoned for 5 centuries. She had been searching for natural treasures all these years, hoping to find an opportunity to break through before her vital potential runs out so that her youth can be retained for another 10 to 20,000 years. But now, with this imprisonment, it's impossible for Aunt Su to have a breakthrough. All that awaits her now is the slow process of aging. This punk has cost Ansu 10,000 years of her life and youthfulness. How infuriating, said another Pilheart sect disciple. He had a close relationship with Manager Su in his childhood. The punishment Manager Su suffered made him hate Yi Yun to the bone. Chapter 1313, A Lack of Civic Mindedness. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Upon seeing this scene unfold, Prince Boundless Heaven beamed. This was precisely the result he wanted. The punk was arrogant and made a huge enemy out of the Pilheart sect on his first trip to Cloudpool City. What's more, the prince was shocked to find that Yi Yun was not noticed by anyone in the crowd. Prince Boundless Heaven was displeased by this, as it would mean that the punk would get off way too easy. I know your surname is Yi, and I, Sumayan, do not fight nameless characters. State your name. The Pilheart sect disciple that had a close relationship with Manager Su bellowed. He wanted to redeem the shame of Brightheart Veranda closing down. Instantly, many people stopped in their tracks. No one entered the Immortal Pavilion for the time being, as they eagerly waited for the situation to pan out. They were happy to see such conflict. It was very clear that Prince Boundless Heaven was extremely hostile towards Yi Yun. He had loudly announced Yi Yun's identity and deliberately mentioned Yi Yun's victory over the Pilheart sect's alchemist. It was apparent that his goal was to put Yi Yun on the spot. At that moment, Prince Boundless Heaven continued, I would also like to know of young Master Yi's name. I previously heard people address you as Sect Master Yi before I learned of your surname. Prince Boundless Heaven said as he gave a faint smile at Jing Yuasha. When he said that, many people were taken aback. Sect Master. Yi Yun was just an 8th-story Dao Palace warrior and he was a Sect Master? How small was this sect to allow an 8th-story Dao Palace warrior be its Sect Master? It was probably a small sect established by the punk himself just so he could call himself Sect Master. Young Master Yi, you have become Sect Master at such a young age. You truly have a promising future. That, combined with the unparalleled alchemical skills you demonstrated previously, makes me very interested in acquainting myself with you, Sect Master Yi. In the future, Sect Master Yi might become a master alchemist. If you even reach 70 or 80% of Master Su's level, I would be greatly uplifted by counting on the future Master Yi. Prince Boundless Heaven said all this with a beaming smile. He repeated the words Sect Master Yi, but any sensible person could tell that he did so sarcastically. In the eyes of many, Yi Yun's title of Sect Master was like if a bunch of farmers gathered for a revolution, and the leader called himself an emperor. It was especially laughable at the Heavenly South Peaks meet. After all, anyone that dared to call himself Sect Master at the meet was a legitimate hegemon of an entire area. As for the praise Prince Boundless Heaven lavished about Yi Yun matching Master Su's level in the future, he was deliberately aggravating the situation for Yi Yun. The surrounding Pilheart sect disciples were already disgruntled that Yi Yun had taken down the Brightheart Veranda. Now, they blew their tops. Master Su was an esteemed figure in the Pilheart sect. Countless disciples made emulating Master Su their goal, but they also knew that they had little hope of reaching anywhere near his level. It was a fool's dream to say that the punk in front of them could come close to Master Su's achievements. The crowd could tell that Prince Boundless Heaven was clearly trying to put Yi Yun on a pedestal only to watch him fall. Yi Yun was unperturbed by the many gazes locked onto him. He looked at Prince Boundless Heaven and, after a heavy moment of silence, he gently fanned his nose. No one knew what Yi Yun was doing. Some thought that Yi Yun was completely dumbfounded, having never been placed in such a hostile situation. Then, they saw Yi Yun turn to Jing Yuasha and say, I just mentioned a while ago that I kept smelling a stench. So it's this person in front of me. He must have eaten too much ancient Fey feces essence and doesn't even realize that his mouth stinks. Here he is shouting loudly, spreading his mouth's stench. He completely lacks civic mindedness and the makings of a gentleman. When Yi Yun said those words, everyone was dumbfounded. The smile on Prince Boundless Heaven's face froze up, giving him a weird constant grin. It took him a few seconds to subconsciously close his mouth. Following which, then, his expression turned sullen and black like the bottom of a wok. Ancient Fey feces essence. Upon hearing these keywords, Prince Boundless Heaven nearly crushed his teeth from gritting them. Although he had targeted Yi Yun, he was doing it through sarcastic means. On the surface, he was still praising Yi Yun. He took pains to keep up the decorum expected of high society, but Yi Yun went right for a personal attack. Prince Boundless Heaven was of high standing and naturally held Brightheart Veranda's highest-level VIP card. As he was always courting Princess Redjoy and she was an advocate of Brightheart Veranda and even held her birthday celebration there, it meant that Prince Boundless Heaven frequently ate at Brightheart Veranda with Princess Redjoy. Of course he had eaten the specialty, love-seeking phoenix in clouds, countless times. It was impossible to be completely unperturbed by the issue. Who knew that Yi Yun would use this fact to mock him at the Grand Exchange meet in front of so many famous and important people? Good, very good. Prince Boundless Heaven felt like even his gallbladder was filled with fury, but he was at a loss for a retort. The bastard was indeed as Princess Redjoy described. He was extremely arrogant, and such a person only brought out his killing instincts. Put. Standing beside Yi Yun was Jing Yuexia, who laughed out loudly. She too was someone who was unafraid of anything. Prince Boundless Heaven had nothing to do with her. She was not from the Outcloud Empire after all. Sect Master Yi, now that you mention it, I actually do smell it. As she spoke, Jing Yuexia retreated a few steps back with a look of disgust, widening the gap between her and Prince Boundless Heaven. This action no doubt tried Prince Boundless Heaven's nerves. His face turned green. The only outcome of his targeting of Yi Yun was to remind everyone that a reigning prince, a strong contender for the title of Crown Prince, had eaten shit at Brightheart Veranda every meal. Yi Yun and Jing Yuexia's exchange not only made Prince Boundless Heaven feel like a retard, it also made the people of the Pillheart sect uncomfortable. The Brightheart Veranda represented the Pillheart sect. A problem with the Brightheart Veranda's dishes was a mark on their Pillheart sect's reputation. This punk is too arrogant. I truly can't stand him, said someone to Su Mayan. Su Mayan nodded with a sullen expression. Ignoring the feud with Aunt Su, just his sarcasm at the Pillheart sect is something I will make him pay for. After this exchange meet, I'll make him regret that he ever lived in this world. The Pillheart sect disciples nodded in unison. Since this fellow isn't willing to give his name, I have no interest in knowing either. After the exchange meet, I'll challenge him. Be it alchemy or martial arts, he is free to choose. Su Mayan declared. He did not think lightly of Yi Yun, but he was absolutely confident in himself. He wanted to redeem the Pillheart sect. Although his voice wasn't loud and he had said it in private to the other Pillheart sect disciples, everyone present was a warrior. Many people heard his claim. Everyone immediately turned excited. They loved seeing such conflict. In a way, it could be considered as an appetizer for the Heavenly South Peaks meet. Sect Master Yi, it seems that Su Mayan wants to challenge you, said Jing Yuexia with a smile. Yi Yun shook his head. If he accepted every challenge that came his way, especially from no-name disciples, that will only reflect badly on him. Chapter 13-14, Elder Mu. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. After the verbal altercation, both Prince Boundless Heaven and the Pillheart sect disciples were feeling unhappy. However, no matter how unhappy they were, they could not take action during the auction. Everything had to wait till after the auction. All they could do was bear with it and enter the auction venue first. The auction at the Heavenly South Peaks meet was always a grand event. In fact, it was the real reason why so many old freaks were interested in the meet. Compared to watching juniors fight, an auction was naturally of greater value to them. Perhaps they might be able to find a divine treasure they wanted. The organizers of the Heavenly South Peaks meets auction only took an entrance fee. There were no commissions taken for the exchange. This also made the wealthy old freaks more willing to produce their most precious treasures for exchange. Yi Yun entered the pavilion, which was an abode artifact. Its interior was a wide independent space. There was actually not an auction platform in the middle of the space. Instead, there was a circular table that stretched 20 to 30 meters in diameter. 12 seats surrounded the table. As the table was huge, the seats were distributed far apart from each other. At that moment, King Yi had already walked to his own seat of honor with Master Su. Given their status, no one had any qualms with them sitting in seats of honor. After King Yi, there were a few mighty figures from the heavenly South Great World and the surrounding worlds. They took their seats. That's Divine Empire of Thunder's Imperial Preceptor. Upon seeing a white-haired man appear, someone in the crowd exclaimed softly. The white-haired man looked very young, perhaps in his 30s. His gaze was firm and he had a tiny lightning mark at his glabella. It was not a tattoo but the result of the special cultivation technique that the Divine Empire of Thunder cultivated in. When one mastered the cultivation technique, they could use the laws they mastered to condense the mark that looked like a lightning bolt. The Imperial Preceptor of the Divine Empire of Thunder held a status that was in no way inferior to King Yi's. He naturally took a seat of honor. However, the Divine Empire of Thunder and Outcloud Empire had been opposing factions for a long time. Therefore, King Yi ignored him after exchanging the expected pleasantries. Gradually, more mighty figures took their seats, occupying more than half the 12 seats of honor. Surrounding the seats of honor were nearly 100 seats that were one grade inferior. They were in the first row and Yi Yun's group consisted of the top factions in the Calm Sea. Therefore, even though they were foreigners, they sat in the first row. Prince Boundless Heaven and Princess Redjoy also sat in the first row. Coincidentally, the seat Yi Yun chose was slightly 10 meters away from Prince Boundless Heaven. Prince Boundless Heaven looked at Yi Yun with a sneer. He naturally heard the conversations of the Pilheart sect disciples about how they would target him. He couldn't wait for Yi Yun to suffer once the auction was over. He was glad to see this outcome. He would not need to dirty his hands to see Yi Yun tortured into a tragic state. If Yi Yun did not end up reduced to a terrible state, he did not mind fanning the flames. As a prince of the heavenly South Great World's Outcloud Empire, he refused to believe that he could not take Yi Yun to task. Slowly, everyone that was participating in the auction arrived and took their seats. At that moment, an elder walked out slowly, accompanied by a voluptuous woman. Upon seeing the elder, King Yi and the Divine Empire of Thunder's Imperial Preceptor stood up to pay their respects. The elder chuckled and said, "Since everyone is here, let's begin. According to past rules, I will be the one presiding over this auction." The elder's master was the true founder of the Heavenly South Peaks meet. Legend said that the earliest Heavenly South Peaks meets were organized by the elder's master. Later, the elder inherited his master's mantle and continued to run the Heavenly South Peaks meet. The elder's surname was Mu, so people addressed him Elder Mu. He did not belong to any faction of the Heavenly South Great World and was a reclusive individual. Although Elder Mu was unaffiliated, he was very powerful. He was held in high esteem in the Heavenly South Great World and even figures like King Yi treated him with great respect. Dear friends, all of you come from the Heavenly South Great World or the surroundings worlds. I'm honored that all of you chose to grace this Heavenly South Peaks meet. Although my master and I were considered the founders of the Heavenly South Peaks meet, this meet's growth to its present state has little to do with me when it comes to the preparations and organization. Warriors of my generation spend most of our time in seclusive cultivation. This Heavenly South Peaks meet gives us a chance to gather together and help each other obtain the things we need. We can discuss martial arts and the Tao. It is a really rare opportunity. Although I no longer organize the Heavenly South Peaks meet, as one of the founders of it, I wish that everyone will abide by the meet's rules. If anyone were to violate the rules, don't blame me for losing decorum with them, Elder Mu said with a chuckle. His words were immediately echoed by many warriors. Many of the major factions present might be in conflict with each other, but they made it a point to appear cordial on the surface. Then, let's begin now. I'll break the ice by taking out a few trinkets I chanced upon while traveling the sinkhole in recent years. They're not very valuable, but they would prove pretty useful if they land in the hands of someone who needs them. Feel free to take a look. As Elder Mu spoke, a woman behind him took out 3 rectangular jade boxes from her interspatial ring. She opened the boxes one after another and revealed the divine treasures within. They were an emerald green fey pill, a jade-like crystalline fruit, and a foot-long fey bone. I wouldn't introduce the items. All of you have the ability to discern what they are, I'm sure. They aren't anything impressive. It's up to you if you wanted to use spirit jade or items to exchange for them. Yi Yun remained silent after taking a glance at the 3 treasures. What are these items? Jing Yuasha could not help but ask. The fey pill of an emeraldite flower snake, a fruit born of the black jade flower, and a finger bone of a ground demon ape. The fey pill and the finger bone were harvested prematurely from the emeraldite flower snake and ground demon ape. As for the black jade flower, the fruit was taken when it was completely ripe. It's the most valuable among the three. Yi Yun very calmly informed her of the origins of the three items. This description left Clear Lunar Island Lord and Rin Yunzong stunned. They were also very knowledgeable people. They were able to identify the three items, but definitely not as quickly as Yi Yun. He had even managed to date the items. Just Yi Yun's knowledge alone was impressive. Are they very precious? Asked Jing Yuasha. Not really. Yi Yun shook his head. Those things were sufficiently precious to ordinary warriors, but when it came to Yi Yun, who was accustomed to seeing rare treasures, he did not think too much of them. In fact, Yi Yun knew that it was common for auctions to put the more valuable items on offer towards the end. The first items taken out were definitely inferior to the last ones taken out. Yi Yun glanced at Elder Mu and saw the old man's sparkling eyes and composed expression. He suddenly suspected that the old man had something big for sale later. The three items on display now were only appetizers. Chapter 13-15, Are You Dumb? Translator, Situlin Editor, Situlin. However, what was unimpressive to Yi Yun was an incredible divine treasure in the eyes of other warriors, especially young geniuses. Isn't that the fruit born from the black jade flower? Remarked Prince Boundless Heaven. The fruit was known for its effect of marrow cleansing. It was excellent for both himself or to give to Princess Red Joy. Oh! You even recognize these three treasures, said Princess Red Joy in surprise. Prince Boundless Heaven was pleased with himself when he saw Princess Red Joy's reaction. He nodded proudly. As a member of the royal family, he was knowledgeable to begin with. And with an interest in natural treasures that inspired him to study them, he truly had the right to flaunt himself. The other fey pill and fey bone should come from the emeraldite flower snake and the ground demon ape, if I recall. Although it's hard to tell their age, their value is definitely not much lower than that of the black jade flower. These three are rare and priceless items. I want to buy them. I'll give the black jade flower to you, junior sister Red Joy, to help you cleanse your marrow. As for the other two items, I'll use them for cultivation. Prince Boundless Heaven deliberately exaggerated the preciousness of the three treasures so as to make Princess Red Joy's heart throb. After his declaration, Prince Boundless Heaven raised his hand and said, Senior Mu, I'm willing to pay 500,000 mid-grade spirit jade for them. To a wealthy prince, 500,000 mid-grade spirit jade was not a burden at all. Prince Boundless Heaven's bid immediately stopped many warriors who had any thoughts of bidding on the treasures in their tracks. They were eager to vie for the treasures, but when they heard the offer for 500,000, they shrunk back. One mid-grade spirit jade was equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit jade. Ordinary sects would usually only deal in low-grade spirit jade. 600,000. There were other people at the auction that had need for such treasures. Soon, someone countered Prince Boundless Heaven's bid with a higher one. Prince Boundless Heaven sneered and casually said, 800,000. It appeared very easy for Prince Boundless Heaven to shout out such a price. The person that was bidding against Prince Boundless Heaven was a man that looked a little aged. He had a dull expression and even appeared somewhat sickly. From his outfit, he likely came from a world outside the heavenly South Great World. Upon hearing the price of 800,000, the man clearly hesitated. He fell silent for a moment before shouting, 1,000,000. Prince Boundless Heaven laughed. His opponent had hesitated at the thought of 1,000,000, yet he still wanted to compete with him? 2,000,000. Prince Boundless Heaven waved his hand and said very gallantly. Although he appeared unaffected on the surface as though the spirit jade was nothing, he was starting to feel slightly burdened by 2,000,000. Upon hearing the price, the corners of the dull-looking man's mouth had an obvious twitch. However, he gritted his teeth and raised his hand. 2,200,000. Oh! Prince Boundless Heaven furrowed his brows. He believed that he could overwhelm his opponent by suddenly shouting 2,000,000, but he never expected that his opponent was wealthy enough to continue vying with him. He hesitated for a moment and said, 2,600,000. Prince Boundless Heaven continued looking composed while he made such a stunning bid. He gave off a look that he was filthy rich, but in fact, it was already beginning to distress him. The price directly cut out his competitor. The man sighed, shook his head, and did not continue bidding higher. It was not that he was unwilling to part with it, but that he did not have that much spirit jade. I wonder which small sect bumpkin was foolish enough to try competing with me, Prince Boundless Heaven said coldly. He had spent a lot more spirit jade thanks to that bumpkin. Ever since he was mocked by Yi Yun, he had a burning flame in his heart. When he saw the dejected look of the sickly man, he felt a baffling sense of joy. But the flaw in the otherwise perfect outcome was that the person he took down was not Yi Yun. If Yi Yun had competed with him and lost, he would have been able to vent his anger. Upon noticing Prince Boundless Heaven's gaze, an elder sitting beside him guessed at the prince's thoughts. He said, Your Highness, that punk probably doesn't have enough wealth to bid at an auction of this level. He is probably only following seniors to broaden his horizons. An elder from a large faction nodded and echoed, That's right. The treasures of the auction are brought in by figures like Elder Mu. It's not something juniors can compete in. Among the younger generation, only elites with sizable wealth like Your Highness can compete with mighty figures. Prince Boundless Heaven was thrilled by the elder's words. It made him feel like he was slowly joining the ranks of those mighty figures. 2.6 million mid-grade spirit jade. That works. That definitely works. These 3 trinkets are yours. What a fine young lad that demands respect. Elder Mu was not stingy with his praises. Senior, thank you for your compliments. Prince Boundless Heaven smiled and stood up to bow. From his point of view, Elder Mu enjoyed high prestige and commanded universal respect. It was beneficial for him to acquaint himself with Elder Mu. This irritating fellow sure is in the limelight now. Sitting beside Yi Yun, Jing Yuasha was slightly depressed. She also hated Prince Boundless Heaven and could not stand seeing him so smug. Yi Yun shook his head and said indifferently, There are retards every year, but this year they are especially plentiful. Ah? Jing Yuasha was taken aback. Although the quality of these divine treasures isn't bad, they are only worth about 800,000 mid-grade spirit jade to me. Not 1 spirit jade more. This auction is a good place for sellers. There are more people buying than selling. With so many important figures gathered here, those who bid a high price will steal the limelight. That old Mu fellow has profited greatly. Yi Yun stroked his chin as he looked at Elder Mu. Although the old man was innocently chuckling, his smile looked like a cunning grin from an old fox in Yi Yun's eyes. He suddenly felt that being the host of the Heavenly South Peaks meet was a lucrative position. As the founder, the old fellow's reputation was naturally high. Items he produced at the auction would be augmented by his reputation, making them more marketable. The old man was clearly happy that the first 3 items were sold at such a price. He slowly gestured to the voluptuous woman beside him and shortly, another 3 jade boxes were taken out. He said with a smile, There are still many fellow warriors and cultivators who have yet to get a chance to buy the items from before. That's a pity. I still have a few trinkets that I planned on leaving for my disciples. I might as well sell them now. As the elder spoke, the woman opened the boxes one after another. When Prince Boundless Heaven saw the items in the boxes, he was dumbstruck. 2 of the items were a crystalline fruit and a foot-long fey bone. Weren't they the black jade flower and the ground demon 8-finger bone that he had just bought? They were identical. Princess Redjoy blinked her eyes and could not help but ask, Senior Brother Boundless Heaven, didn't you say that those items are extremely rare? Why is there another set? This. Prince Boundless Heaven gaped and was at a loss for words. He long knew that he had bought the treasures at a price far above the market price, but since the items were rare, he felt that it was worth it. But in a blink of an eye, Elder Mu had taken out another set. He was dumbfounded. At that moment, Yi Yun spoke out. He looked at Prince Boundless Heaven as though he was a retard and said, Are you dumb? The ground demon ape has 10 fingers, so obviously it has 10-finger bones. And the black jade flower bears 7 fruits. Since Elder Mu had obtained such a treasure, he naturally took the rest. Do you really think he would take one share of each item? Yi Yun's voice wasn't loud, but the ears of warriors were exceedingly sharp. Instantly, everyone heard what he said. Prince Boundless Heaven's face turned purple. He gaped his mouth and was unable to utter a word. Before Elder Mu put up the item for sale, he had never mentioned how many sets of the treasure he had. Prince Boundless Heaven did not ask either and had just naturally assumed they were one of a kind. Who else could he blame? Translator, Citulin Editor, Citulin. With the auction having taken such a turn, Jing Yuexia was full-on chortling when she saw Prince Boundless Heaven's expression. Her chortling made many girls that had come with their sex seniors snigger as well. They were not from the Outcloud Empire, so they obviously didn't care who Prince Boundless Heaven was. The usually suave Prince Boundless Heaven that won the hearts of countless girls suddenly became the butt of the joke. Even Princess Redjoy beside him gave him a disdainful look. All of this turned Prince Boundless Heaven's face as black as a wax bottom. He truly wanted to jump forward and tear apart the table on the platform. Fuck this auction. Are you kidding me? However, he knew that the matter was purely a result of his own foolishness. He never thought about the ground demon ape having 10 fingers because whenever he encountered treasures at that level they were usually owned by someone else or purchased from a store. As such, they were stowed away for long periods of time and only one unit was displayed. But the items the old fellow had taken out were harvested from the source. They were naturally in a set. Having thrown out money for no reason and thus failing to win the favor of the beauty, instead receiving the mockery of others, Prince Boundless Heaven could only take a deep breath to barely compose himself. If he didn't, he could have burst a lung from anger. Just as he went to say a few words to Princess Redjoy to conceal his embarrassment, he heard Yi Yun say to Jing Yuexia, "When one postures to impress a girl, his failure becomes all the more foolish." The words that were at the tip of Prince Boundless Heaven's tongue stuck there. He glared angrily at Yi Yun and felt all his blood surge to his brain. He nearly shattered his teeth from gritting them. He knew that engaging Yi Yun in a war of words would only add insult to injury. All he could do was tolerate it. Punk, I'll remember this. Prince Boundless Heaven thought to himself with a sunken expression. At that moment, the second auction began. Elder Mu looked calm and composed while he left the auctioning to the coquettish beauty. With the first auction setting a precedence, the second auction happened very quickly. The price naturally did not rise as high as 2.6 million like before. Instead, it stopped at 950,000. The person who bought the set of treasures at 950,000 mid-grade spirit jade was the sickly man from the first auction. He seemed to be in such desperate need of the treasures that when he got them for the price of 950,000, he was extremely excited. "Thank you, Senior Mu. Thank you." The man thanked Elder Mu incessantly. At the same time, he looked at Yi Yun and seemed to have a good impression of him. Upon seeing the man's expression, Prince Boundless Heaven was incensed. Treasures he had bought for 2.6 million had been bought for less than 1 million by the fellow. He felt disgusted, as though he had eaten a fly. "There's nothing to thank me for," said Elder Mu with a chuckle. At that moment, everyone was looking at Elder Mu, hoping to see him produce another ground demon ape's finger bone or black jade flower fruit. These things that did not catch Yi Yun's eye were highly coveted by others. When they heard from Yi Yun that there were at least 10 finger bones and 7 fruits, all of them started hoping for the price to fall. Perhaps they could buy a set at an extremely low price. That would be quite a bargain. However, Elder Mu did not produce the jade boxes anymore. Instead, he took out an emerald green porcelain bottle. From the size of the bottle, it did not seem like a vessel that contained herbs like before. "Elder Mu, didn't you obtain several ancient fey bones and black jade flower fruits? Why aren't you selling them anymore?" Someone from the crowd asked. "Selling 2 sets will do. The rest can wait." "I'll sell them again in the future," the old man replied, playing down the matter. At that moment, the people who were waiting to buy the items were rendered speechless. They originally felt that 950,000 was a little expensive. They hoped that the price would continue dropping, but Elder Mu had stopped putting the items up for purchase. This old fellow knows how to create artificial scarcity. Yi Yun stroked his chin. In his previous life, that was not something new. But in a martial world, it was a rare concept. It was no wonder the old fellow was able to use his title as founder of the Heavenly South Peaks Meet to raise the meat to such a high-profile event. From the looks of it, it was not easy to exploit the old fellow. Just as Yi Yun was pondering over the matter, Elder Mu had poured out something from the small bottle. Everyone looked over and saw a black wrinkled seed. It was not striking in any way. What was this? Many people shook their heads. They had never seen such an item before. However, they knew that it was definitely something useful if it was Elder Mu taking it out. At that moment, Master Su, who was sitting in the row closest to Elder Mu, had his eyes light up. Elder Mu, may I take a look at this item? Of course. Elder Mu handed the bottle to Master Su. As Master Su held the seed in his hand, he tossed it around and occasionally revealed a look of pleasant surprise. Other times he shook his head. Upon seeing Master Su's expressions, everyone was baffled. What is that seed? Many people present did not recognize it. Sect Master Yi, do you know? Jing Yuesha asked Yi Yun casually. Unknowingly, Jing Yuesha was already treating Yi Yun as an omniscient being. Asking Yi Yun had become her subconscious response. It's an abyssal red lotus's seed, Yi Yun said lightly. He kept his voice very low, and only a few people around him heard it. Oh? Abyssal red lotus? Jing Yuesha looked at Yi Yun in surprise. She had never heard of such a plant before. There were too many natural treasures in the world and countless specimens of divine vegetation. Ignoring Jing Yuesha, even Clear Lunar Island Lord only knew a portion of all there was in the world. Yi Yun did not reply as his eyes shined with a strange flicker. The abyssal red lotus was very useful to him. The lotus seed was fire elemental and he could consider using the abyssal red lotus seed as a main ingredient. By matching it with other divine treasures, he could refine a new Dragon Emperor relic and attempt to cultivate the fire hornless dragon stance from the 9 stances of the ascending dragon. Back when Yi Yun ate the first Dragon Emperor relic, he had only cultivated the golden carp stance of the 9 stances of the ascending dragon. However, the medicinal essence contained in the lotus seed was still a little lacking in terms of the requirement needed to refine the Dragon Emperor relic. At that moment, Master Su shook his head and sighed. Unfortunately, this abyssal red lotus seed must have been sealed in a land with impoverished Yuan Qi for too long. As a result, it has lost a lot of the Yuan Qi it originally contained. Otherwise, it would truly be priceless. As a top alchemist, Master Su was fanatical when it came to divine refinement treasures produced by the world. He found it a pity when he discovered such divine treasures that were flawed. Ha, it has indeed lost some of its Yuan Qi. You guessed right. It was sealed in an ancient tomb. As the energy of the ancient tomb's array formation had long drained, it resulted in the impoverished Yuan Qi. This abyssal red lotus seed must have been sealed in there for more than 100 million years. When I took it out, it was already in this state. Elder Mu did not conceal the origins of the lotus seed. He abhorred the thought of scamming anyone. A lotus seed found in an ancient tomb would undoubtedly be tainted by some cadaveric auras. Such energy was the complete opposite of the vibrant life force within the lotus seed, and as a result, lowered its value. How about it? Is Master Su uninterested? Asked Elder Mu. Master Su chuckled without a reply. No one knew what was on his mind. Now, if anyone is interested, they can begin bidding. When Elder Mu spoke, the mood turned silent instantly. No one spoke out. When Prince Boundless Heaven saw the lotus seed, he felt a little hesitant. He dual cultivated 2 elemental laws. One of them was fire, and so the fire elemental abyssal red lotus seed was of interest to him. However, he had no idea how much spirit jade it was worth. Senior Mu, do you not have a minimum starting bid for this lotus seed? Prince Boundless Heaven could not help but ask. Elder Mu smiled faintly and said, I never give a minimum starting bid when selling my items. As long as the price is reasonable, I'll naturally sell it. The value of many divine treasures was hard to appraise. Once a minimum bid was given, it would give people a subconscious notion that the item was roughly worth that much. It would prevent them from bidding high. Prince Boundless Heaven said with a wry smile, "Since Senior Mu has no minimum starting bid, I'll just shout out something random. Please do not mock a junior like me." As Prince Boundless Heaven said that, he extended his finger and said, 10 million mid-grade spirit jade. When he shouted such a price, Prince Boundless Heaven felt a little panicked. In fact, his bid was an estimate based on the amount of yuan chi contained within the item. He appraised the abyssal red lotus seed to be worth approximately 10 million, but when he actually shouted such an astronomical number, he felt distraught. He was afraid he had made an overestimation that would make him suffer monetarily. Many of the people present were only watching. The lotus seed was too rare and those that knew what it did were just too few. The number of people that had thoughts of buying it was even fewer. With more than 30 seconds of silence passing, Prince Boundless Heaven turned even more anxious. Why was he the only one who bid? Was no one else interested? Was his evaluation wrong? The abyssal red lotus seed was actually not worth the price? 10 million mid-grade spirit jade was more than half his savings. It was definitely not easy to bid that much. Now, he was feeling regret. Was he being rash for shouting such a bid? 12 million. Someone seated at the Pilheart Sect's younger generation area shouted. It was none other than Su Mayan. He was an alchemist, so he was very interested in a lotus seed that was rarely recorded in canon. Upon hearing Su Mayan's bid, Prince Boundless Heaven finally heaved a sigh of relief. From the looks of it, there were others who were vying for it too. Also, the price was about the same as his. This gave Prince Boundless Heaven the necessary courage to proceed. 13 million. Prince Boundless Heaven raised his hand again. At such huge numbers, he could not raise the prices so quickly like before. 14 million. Su Mayan did not back down. He was from the Pilheart sect. As an alchemical sect, the Pilheart sect's wealth far exceeded the Outcloud Empire's. But even so, Su Mayan was clearly very serious when making a bid that involved more than 10 million. This Su guy. Prince Boundless Heaven furrowed his brows. The price was already beginning to encroach into the upper limits of his wealth. At this point, adding another million each bid was a burden that would gradually weigh too heavy on him. As Prince Boundless Heaven and Su Mayan were engaging in a bidding war, Jing Yuesha noticed that Yi Yun was staring intently at the lotus seed. His eyes were shimmering. She probed, "Sect Master Yi, are you interested in the lotus seed?" "Yes." Yi Yun nodded his head. Jing Yuesha felt her heart jolt. "Do you plan on spending more than 10 million to purchase the lotus seed? Do you really have a use for it?" From Jing Yuesha's point of view, Yi Yun was only a junior despite being a sect master. It was unlikely he was in control of that much wealth. More than 10 million was not a small amount. Could Yi Yun really compete with Su Mayan, who came from a large alchemical sect? More than 10 million? Yi Yun smiled. He had been keeping tabs on Elder Mu's reaction to the bids. He sat there composed and did not really move. Clearly, the bidding prices had yet to reach his reserve price. In fact, from Yi Yun's point of view, even a flawed abyssal red lotus seed was definitely worth more than 10 million. It was not as simple as people thought. It had more specialized uses. At that moment, the price had been raised to 15 million by Su Mayan. The prices were increasing in bids of 500,000. Prince Boundless Heaven hesitated longer and he was beginning to hold back a little. At that moment, Yi Yun spoke out. He extended 3 fingers and said calmly, 30 million. Oh! Yi Yun's bid stunned everyone present. Instantly, all eyes were on Yi Yun. He had raised the bid from 15 million to 30 million at once. He had doubled it. Furthermore, the person who had made the bid was Yi Yun. If it was Master Su or King Yi who had bid 30 million, they would be shocked but would not find it too odd. But what was up with this youth? Was he mad? What was he buying the lotus seed for? Besides, could he afford it? The people were perplexed. Even Jing Yuasha was dumbfounded. She asked under her breath, "Sect Master Yi, do you have that much spirit jade?" Yi Yun smiled. Before he became Myriad God Sect Master, he had been poor. But now, with the former Myriad God Sect Master and old woman having died, their interspatial rings were his. And with that, all the riches accumulated by the Myriad God Ridge over the years had been picked clean by Yi Yun. The Myriad God Ridge was a sect that hid a lot. The Myriad God Patriarch was extremely ambitious, and it was something the Calm Seas Clear Lunar Island and the Heavenly Pivot chapter did not notice. In terms of cultivation level, Myriad God Patriarch was a lot higher than Jingyuan and Rin Yunzong. The Myriad God Ridge's wealth had been severely underestimated by both Jingyuan and Rin Yunzong. Other than that, Yi Yun was now the lord of Myriad God Ridge. The more powerful elders had soul marks implanted in them. None of them dared to disobey Yi Yun's orders. The other elders could be ignored, but the Zhang and Song family had a feud with Yi Yun. After enslaving Zhang Tianqing and Song Zhanshan, Yi Yun had appropriated their wealth. As much as half their family clan's accumulated reserves had been swiped clean by him. Now, Yi Yun was definitely a tycoon. He had gathered all the old fellow's riches and the entire sect's reserves. 30 million mid-grade spirit jade was nothing to Yi Yun. Chapter 1317, Herb Nurturing Technique. Translator, Seetulin. Editor, Seetulin. 30 million mid-grade spirit jade? When Su Mayan and Prince Boundless Heaven heard the bid, they were stunned. They had been assuming that the price of 15 million, raised slowly in increments of 500,000, was already extremely close to the abyssal red lotus seed's true value. So they never expected that someone would directly make a bid that doubled it. It's that E-punk. Prince Boundless Heaven just stared at Yi Yun as he could not close his agape mouth. How could the punk be that rich? As Prince Boundless Heaven was of royal birth, and he believed that his wealth was something very few juniors could match. However, the amount Yi Yun had casually shouted far exceeded his imagination. Didn't he come from the Calm Sea? Since when did juniors from the Calm Sea have such terrifying amounts of wealth? Prince Boundless Heaven subconsciously gulped mouthfuls of saliva. Do you really have that much spirit jade? He asked. However, Yi Yun ignored him completely. There was no need for him to prove his wealth to Prince Boundless Heaven. At that moment, Elder Mu finally revealed a smile. He looked at Yi Yun and asked cordially, "Dear friend, might I know your name?" Upon seeing Elder Mu's smile, Yi Yun was rendered speechless. The old fellow was not one to take action without a clear target. "Greetings, senior, my name is Yi Yun." Yi Yun. Everyone's eyes were concentrated on Yi Yun. They did not know Yi Yun's full name previously, only hearing that he was the one who caused Brightheart Veranda to be shuttered. So his name is Yi Yun. Everyone said that he is a sect master, but I thought he had just conferred the title for himself. Who knew that he's so rich? He bid 30 million so easily. That's the action a sect master of a typical large sect would take. Many people sighed inwardly. If farmers of a few villagers gathered together and their leader conferred himself the title of emperor, it would naturally be an event that invited ridicule. However, if the combined wealth of the villages was more than a country, people would suddenly find themselves unable to laugh. Our young friend, Yi Yun, has bid 30 million. Is anyone going to bid further? Elder Mu smiled as he looked around. Yi Yun had been constantly observing Elder Mu, but the old fox's expression wasn't doing anything to give away the price he had in mind. After a long silence, someone finally spoke. 35 million. The person who spoke was surprisingly Pilheart Sect's Master Su. From the moment Elder Mu took out the abyssal red lotus seed, Master Su had been smiling silently. He did not join in on the bidding war between the juniors. It was only when Yi Yun made his bid that he finally spoke. This old bastard. Yi Yun looked at Master Su. These old men were very crafty. He immediately understood that Su Mayan's competition with Prince Boundless Heaven was likely instigated by Master Su. By getting a junior to step forward, he could probe Elder Mu's reserve price without revealing his own intentions. He never expected Yi Yun to suddenly participate in the auction, so he gave up on his careful probing. Instantly, everyone looked at Yi Yun. They were waiting for his response. At such auctions, there was an unspoken rule that juniors would compete with juniors while seniors would compete with seniors. That was because the natural treasures required by old freaks were different from those used by juniors. Furthermore, if a junior tried to compete with a senior, not only would they face the immense pressure of having insufficient wealth, they would also be suppressed by their lack of strength and standing. If a junior were to offend an old freak, they might suffer in the future. Yi Yun returned to his seat. He did not speak, but the auction did not stop either. The Divine Empire of Thunder's Imperial Preceptor slowly raised his hand. 40 million. Everyone was astounded. Another bigwig had joined the fray. The competition for the abyssal red lotus seed was beginning to rage like a storm. 45 million. Master Su responded almost immediately. He was expressing his determination to obtain the abyssal red lotus seed. Prince Boundless Heaven was already dumbfounded by how high the price had gone. The damaged lotus seed was actually worth that much? Was his discernment that terrible? He felt that it was at most worth 15 million. Ha! Master Su, for you to show such determination, it appears the Pilhard Sect's herb nurturing technique must truly be spectacular, said Divine Empire of Thunder's Imperial Preceptor. His words left many people stunned. Herb nurturing technique? What's that? Jing Yuasha was baffled. It's a special technique to handle natural treasures. By setting up a massive array through an alchemical cauldron, an incomplete, flawed, or damaged natural herb can be placed inside and nourished for hundreds of years, allowing it to be renewed. That is what it means to nurture a herb. So that's the reason. It's no wonder they are willing to bid such a high price. They are planning to repair the abyssal red lotus seed. Sect Master Yi, you sure are knowledgeable. Jing Yuasha looked at Yi Yun with sparkling eyes. So far, Yi Yun had been able to answer her every question. She found it hard to believe that his age was about the same as hers. Yi Yun chuckled. I do know a little about herb nurturing techniques. What people took away from that sentence was that his knowledge was very ordinary. In fact, he was being very humble. In terms of herb nurturing techniques, the records written in the Divine Alchemist's notes were at a paramount level. Or it could be said that the Divine Alchemist had been researching herb nurturing techniques in his later years. The Divine Alchemist wanted to refine two legendary divine pills. They were the Elixir of Immortality and the Elixir of Resurrection. The former made one immortal and the latter could bring one back from the dead. Refining these two pills was easier said than done. It was impossible to refine them in one swoop. Therefore, the Divine Alchemist began researching herb nurturing techniques. By first refining a pill embryo, he could then make it take form using herb nurturing techniques. And after the Divine Alchemist's death, the worldly array he set up in the Sun Burial Sansi was supposed to refine the legendary Elixir of Resurrection so as to revive his daughter that had died a long time ago. All of that resulted in Yi Yun mistaking Ling Xier as the Divine Alchemist's daughter's soul back when he first arrived in the worldly array. Although the Divine Alchemist ultimately failed to refine the Elixir of Resurrection, the reason for his failure was because the elixir was too heaven-defying. It went against the heavenly Tao and reversed the cycle of reincarnation. But the herb nurturing techniques that the Divine Alchemist left behind were absolutely flawless. 50 million. The Imperial Preceptor has bid 50 million. Are there any higher bids? The coquettish woman beside Elder Mu asked. Her voice was very pleasant to the ears. At that moment, Yi Yun raised his hand. 80 million. Ha! Everyone was stunned by that number. For him to shout 80 million in one go, it was as though he did not treat money as money. It was as though it was all a meaningless number. This punk is way too aggressive. People believed that Yi Yun had stopped bidding because he lacked the courage to compete with seniors. Not only had he not stopped vying for it, his bid had completely overwhelmed the other parties. His courage was astounding. He is aggressive, but this also means he will be offending the Divine Empire of Thunder and the Pilhard Sect. People waited to watch the situation unfold. Indeed, due to Yi Yun's bid, the expressions of Imperial Perceptor and Master Su sank. It was fine if they competed with each other, but if a junior joined their fray and even used an amount much higher than theirs to price them out, they would find it intolerable. The Imperial Perceptor grunted and did not say another word. 80 million far exceeded his estimated price. Although the Divine Empire of Thunder had herb nurturing techniques, the grade of the Abyssal Red Lotus seed was too high. It was very difficult to nurture it well. At best, they could restore its medicinal properties to 40 to 50%. And even that would require a lot of time and monetary investment. But Master Su was more confident in this aspect. The Pilheart sect was a lot more brilliant than the Divine Empire of Thunder when it came to herb nurturing techniques. Junior, don't reach for what is beyond your grasp. Do not ruin your future just because of your personal feelings. Master Su's Yuan Qi voice transmission rang in Yi Yun's ear. It contained faint killing intent. Yi Yun sneered. He could not be bothered to respond to Master Su. Yi Yun was bent on obtaining the Abyssal Red Lotus seed. He had other, better uses for it. Others were thinking of nurturing the herb to restore the seed's medicinal properties. However, Yi Yun planned to completely awaken the slumbering vitality within the Abyssal Red Lotus seed. He would then plant the seed, allowing it to grow into a complete Abyssal Red Lotus. Once he succeeded, Yi Yun would profit immensely. The Abyssal Red Lotus was one of the most rare sacred herbs in all of the sinkhole. The important Elder Mu treated the withered seed as a treasure, so one could only imagine the value of a complete Abyssal Red Lotus that was capable of producing many more lotus seeds. This fire elemental divine treasure was of great use to Yi Yun. Chapter 1318 Mandatory Exchange. Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin. Is Master Su still interested at 80 million? Elder Mu looked at Master Su. He was pleasantly surprised, for the price had far exceeded his expectations. Yi Yun felt that victory was at hand. He did not believe Master Su would raise his bid again. After all, it was not a perfect Abyssal Red Lotus seed. Even if it was properly nurtured, possibly restoring 30% of its medicinal properties, it would only be worth approximately 80 million. And that wasn't including the time and capital investment needed. Most people would call the purchase unprofitable. However, he never expected Master Su to extend a finger after a long moment of silence. He enunciated his words firmly. I bid 100 million. 100 million. Upon hearing the bid, everyone was astounded, especially the Thunder Imperial Perceptor. He knew some alchemy himself, so he was baffled by how a withered Abyssal Red Lotus seed could be sold at the astronomical price of 100 million. Yi Yun's heart sank. Was this old bastard also adept in herb nurturing techniques? He had likely underestimated the Pilheart sect's heritage. Only a paragon herb nurturing technique could allow the Abyssal Red Lotus seed's vital radiance to be energized and fully drawn out. This was the only reason why he could make such a crazy bid. If that was the case, 100 million was likely not the old bastard's limit. However, no matter how good the Pilheart sect's herb nurturing technique was, Yi Yun refused to believe that they could regrow the Abyssal Red Lotus. That was no longer an issue of having the proper herb nurturing technique, but the fire elemental Yuan Qi that needed to be provided. Yi Yun possessed the heretical Godfire seed. It was a unique quality that gave him the confidence to make such an attempt. By using the heretical Godfire seed to nourish the Abyssal Red Lotus seed, he could even induce transformations he never expected. Kid, if you add so much as one spirit jade, I'll make sure you die without a proper burial. Master Su's Yuan Qi voice transmission rang in Yi Yun's ear. This was a direct threat. For someone of Master Su's status to make such threats, it was obvious how much he coveted the Abyssal Red Lotus seed. Yi Yun sneered. He did not reply Master Su with a Yuan Qi voice transmission. Instead, he said loudly, You said that if I were to add so much as one spirit jade, you'll make me die without a proper burial. Then, I won't add spirit jade. I'm willing to pay one godly monarch immortal annulus to buy this Abyssal Red Lotus seed. Everyone was stunned when they heard Yi Yun's bid. Godly monarch immortal annulus. Godly monarch immortal annuli was just another form of currency. However, it was ridiculously rare. Spirit jade was mined from mineral reefs, be they high or mid-grade spirit jade. However, legend said that godly monarch immortal annuli only appeared during the sinkhole's birth. It was coagulated worldly essence, something mineral reeds could not produce. After long periods of time, godly monarch immortal annulus mostly landed in the hands of godly monarchs. That was why they were termed godly monarch immortal annulus. Perhaps only godly monarchs would use godly monarch immortal annuli to purchase items. Ordinary warriors would not even see a piece in their entire lives. In that way, it was a symbol of one's identity. How can this punk have a godly monarch immortal annulus? Prince Boundless Heaven was already stammering. A currency at the level of godly monarch immortal annuli was only owned by a few patriarchs in the Outcloud Empire. Even the national treasury's reserves did not have one. The bid had not only stunned the crowd, even Master Su was dumbfounded. He was already prepared to continue increasing his bid if Yi Yun did not know better and potentially add another 10 or 20 million. His limit was 160 million. But with Yi Yun directly bidding with a godly monarch immortal annulus, how was he to match the bid? The exchange rate of a godly monarch immortal annulus was 100 million mid-grade spirit jade to 1 in ancient times. But in the current age, almost no one did such exchanges. It made the exchange rate somewhat indeterminable. But it was without a doubt that a godly monarch immortal annulus was worth more than 100 million mid-grade spirit jade. Master Su had only brought spirit jade of various grades to the auction. Even if he bid 160 million, it would appear weak in comparison. Elder Mu was probably not going to show interest in his bid. Master Su could see the sparkling glint in Elder Mu's eyes after he heard the words godly monarch immortal annulus. He knew that the old man had made his decision. All right. Look at how good you did. I'll stop vying for it. Master Su stared at Yi Yun with intense killing intent. Since he knew he could not outbid Yi Yun, he did not wish to incur ridicule on himself. Yi Yun had just repeated the contents of his voice transmission out loud, and now everyone knew that Master Su had just threatened Yi Yun with a voice transmission. It was a despicable act to threaten at an auction. Yet, Master Su had ignored his status and threatened a junior in such a manner. Just this point alone made everyone think lowly of the way he bared his fangs. More critically, he had failed to acquire the item despite baring his fangs in such an ugly manner. It was obvious how furious Master Su was feeling. This punk's madness knows no bounds. He treats Su Boyang's threat like it's nothing. There is a price for such madness. This punk is probably finished. Su Boyang has lost face and also future profits. He will not spare the punk at all, to say nothing of the fact that he is backed by the Pilheart sect. How is a Dao Palace Realm Junior the match of the Pilheart sect? Indeed, those that are overly arrogant always die the fastest. Although he has 2 or 3 Calm Sea experts accompanying him, there is no way they can protect him. They might not even want to protect him. From their conversations, they do not seem to be from the same sect. Yi Yun himself was already sect master, so how could the other Divine Lord experts be Yi Yun's subordinates? Clearly, they were together because they traveled together from the Calm Sea. In that case, they did not have deep relations. Under such circumstances, who would risk endangering themselves to protect Yi Yun? Yi Yun could not be bothered with the crowd's comments. He took out an interspatial ring and handed it to Elder Mu. Elder Mu received the interspatial ring and scanned it with his perception. Immediately, he beamed. Very pure in quality. As an old man, I haven't seen many godly monarch immortal annuli yet. Ha, it's truly an unexpected harvest. Upon seeing the way the exchange was made, the crowd, especially the young juniors, was disappointed. They believed that they would catch a glimpse of the godly monarch immortal annulus and be able to brag about it in the future, but Yi Yun had placed it in an interspatial ring. They didn't have a chance to catch even a glimpse of it. This abyssal red lotus seed is yours. Elder Mu handed the seed to Yi Yun. He was very satisfied with the auction and more so with Yi Yun. The myriad god patriarch, hoarder that he was, had 3 godly monarch immortal annuli stored away. However, Yi Yun thought nothing of it. Although currency was valuable, it was only currency. Being able to use it to buy things he needed was worth it. If he could use the remaining 2 Godly Monarch Immortal Annuli to buy herbs at the level of the Abyssal Red Lotus Seed, Ian would probably laugh himself awake in his dreams. However, it would be quite difficult. The herbs he encountered in the future might not be flawed. If they were intact, he might not even be able to buy them with the remaining 2 Godly Monarch Immortal Annuli. I have to find an opportunity to amass wealth. Ian secretly made up his mind. When he put away the Abyssal Red Lotus Seed, he noticed that Master Su was still staring at him. I wonder what this old bastard is thinking. Ian furrowed his brows. Being marked by the old bastard was obviously not a good feeling. At that moment, Elder Mu also noticed Su Boyang's gaze. He said, "I say, Master Su, don't you have something to put up for sale?" Elder Mu interrupted Su Boyang. He naturally favored Ian after Ian bought the Abyssal Red Lotus Seed from him at an astronomical price. Me? He. Master Su chuckled sinisterly. I had brought a few bottles of pills and relics, but there are so many impressive figures at this auction. Even a Godly Monarch Immortal Annulus has shown itself. I'm afraid I'll only attract ridicule with the items I have. Look what you are saying. How would we know if you do not take them out for us to see? I'm still waiting to have my horizons broadened. Elder Mu obviously detected the anger in Master Su's words, but it didn't matter. He continued speaking leisurely in a non-confrontational manner. I think it's better to not make a fool of myself. Master Su shook his head and suddenly looked at Yun. He said out of the blue, "Young lad, with your wealth, do you not have any items to put on sale?" Very suddenly, Master Su redirected the request to Yun. Yun frowned slightly. The old bastard was going from bad to worse. He rejected it instantly. I have nothing to sell. Ha! That might not be the case. Young lad, since you were willing to pay 1 Godly Monarch Immortal Annulus to buy Elder Mu's Abyssal Red Lotus Seed, you must have an extraordinary herb nurturing technique. You can put that up for sale. Master Su's words were clearly meant to instigate, as many people present began to stir. They originally felt that Yun was rich to buy the Abyssal Red Lotus Seed, but now, after hearing Master Su's words, they were enlightened. If Yun really had a herb nurturing technique of that level, it would be priceless. If their sex could obtain such a herb nurturing technique, their pills and treasures could be nourished, considerably raising the sex strength. Many of the old freaks present could not hide the glimmer in their eyes. Master Su, what you said makes sense. Young brothery, if you have a mystic technique of such a high grade, it's true that you can sell it. I'd be willing to pay a handsome price for it. Kingy stroked his beard and said with a chuckle. He looked middle-aged, but he kept giving off the feeling of someone lacking vibrancy. A handsome price? Yun sneered. As someone who probably didn't even have a Godly Monarch Immortal Annulus, could you even afford the herb nurturing technique left behind by the Divine Alchemist? As for the Thunder Imperial Perceptor, he did not say a word. Instead, he only looked at Yun. Instantly, the mood changed. Everyone had different thoughts, and the way they looked at Yun was as though they were watching a plump lamb about to be slaughtered. At that moment, Elder Mu spoke out. He lowered his hands and emitted an invisible aura, repressing the mood. Everyone, have you forgotten what I said at the beginning of the auction? Those that participate in the auction must first abide by the Heavenly South Peaks Meets rules. The exchange has to be voluntary. That is the most basic principle. No one is to force a sale. Elder Mu's voice gradually turned cold. As the founder of the Heavenly South Peaks Meet, he naturally needed to keep the Heavenly South Peaks Meet impartial. If not, who would dare auction away their items at future meets? Ha ha! Elder Mu is right. However, the Heavenly South Great World has another rule. There is a rule of mandatory exchange. Elder Mu, you should know of it, right? Oh? Mandatory exchange? Yun narrowed his eyes. What the hell was that rule? Elder Mu faltered slightly. There is the rule of mandatory exchange, but almost no one has ever used it. According to the rule, only by proving that Yun's items come from your Pilhart sect can a mandatory exchange be held. Of course. Master Su laughed sinisterly as he continued staring at Yun. All of you have probably forgotten that a few days ago, Yun saw a dish at the Brightheart veranda. With just a glance, he could tell the pill recipe used in the dish. Furthermore, he easily restored the pill and accurately described the composition of the pills. Later on, he declared that he knew the pill recipe. All of you likely know that the pill recipe used for the dish is not considered valuable, but it is absolutely confidential. It was an ancient heritage of my Pilhart sect. It's impossible that an outsider could obtain it. When Master Su said those words, everyone came to a realization. They recalled Yun's actions at the Brightheart veranda, and they were not something a junior was capable of. Yun could only have restored the pills if he knew the techniques behind it. Instantly, everyone looked at Yun. And at that moment, Yun was feeling alarmed. Could it be? He carefully thought about the matter. The Brightheart veranda's beautification pill was indeed an ancient recipe recorded in the Divine Alchemist's notes. As the recipe was of little worth, it did not spread. The Divine Alchemist had only chanced upon it and recorded it in passing. It was too much of a coincidence for the Pilhart sect to know of it as well. Just this coincidence alone did not make Yun think too much was off. But the second coincidence happened when Elder Mu auctioned his abyssal red lotus seed. The Pilhart sect was also adept at herb nurturing techniques. If he had not bid a godly monarch immortal annulus, the old bastard would have bought the withered lotus seed for above 100 million. How could a typical sect make such an unprofitable purchase? A non-mainstream pill recipe and an outstanding herb nurturing technique. Yun began to suspect that the Pilhart sect's heritage was likely related to the Divine Alchemist. Without a doubt, the Divine Alchemist's main heritage had been left in the Sun Burial Sandsea, eventually obtained by Yun. However, the Divine Alchemist had previously been in the sinkhole. He had stayed in there for years, so it was not strange for him to leave behind a little bit of his heritage during that long period of time. For a powerful sect like the Pilhart sect to develop to such a grand scale, how could it not have an ancient heritage propping it up? Perhaps, the Pilhart sect had relied on that tiny bit of Divine Alchemist heritage and any other possible heritage to slowly bolster themselves. No wonder it was so coincidental. I should have thought of it long ago. Yun's expression sank. He looked at Su Boyang and noticed the corners of his mouth curve up, revealing a teasing smile. The old bastard was sharp. He had actually came to this realization before him. Yet despite the tumultuous upheavals running through Yun's mind, he did not reveal a single emotion on his face. Even so, Su Boyang was apparently more certain that Yun had obtained a heritage similar to the Pilhart sect. He stroked his beard and said confidently, "I did not pursue the matter regarding the Brightheart veranda's pill recipe since it isn't of great worth. But who knew that this junior would continue push his luck? He thinks that the Pilhart sect is weak and easily bullied. He even dared to vie for the abyssal red lotus seed with me. He used my Pilhart sect's heritage to vie for a treasure my Pilhart sect thinks highly of. Is this even tolerable?" Chapter 1319, The Auction's Rules. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Su Boyang's eloquent assertion made Yun want to rip the skin off the old bastard's face. He had never seen someone as thick-skinned as him. "Master Su, isn't it a little far-fetched to claim that our young friend Yun's heritage comes from your Pilhart sect just because of a pill recipe?" Elder Mu knitted his brows as well. Su Boyang was truly shameless. He was actually making such audacious claims because of one pill recipe. However, further thought made it obvious that the old bastard was shameless. Were he not, he would not have directly threatened Yun with a voice transmission. For an old freak to threaten to a junior because he failed to outbid him at an auction was clear evidence of his character. There is a way to verify if I have wrongfully maligned him. I believe our young friend here has things that are related to my Pilhart sect. In particular, an alchemical cauldron my Pilhart sect lost. Although the cauldron was lost, we have the remnants of the cauldron's core array. These remnant array pieces have been kept in my Pilhart sect for tens of millions of years. In recent days, it has had a sudden reaction to something. Us elders from the Pilhart sect were initially unsure of what triggered the reaction, but now, I have my suspicions. When Su Boyang said that, he squinted his eyes at Yi Yun. He was only guessing and was not certain. Yi Yun's heart skipped a beat. Cauldron. He guessed that the cauldron Su Boyang referred to was the Divine Alchemy Cauldron. Su Boyang's claim that they possessed the remnants of the Divine Alchemy Cauldron's core array was obviously true. The Divine Alchemy Cauldron and the array's remnants would definitely still have some sort of connection. Could it be that you suspect that Yi Yun's interspatial ring holds your Pilhart sect's cauldron? Asked Elder Mu. That's right. And I would like to verify it. Since it is a heritage item of my Pilhart sect, we have to get it back. According to the Heavenly South Great World's rule of mandatory exchange, if someone finds treasures that are proven to belong to others, the original owner can use mandatory exchange to buy back their original treasures. But in reality, few people use the rule of mandatory exchange. This is because the Heavenly South Great World reveres the strong. Usually, such encounters would be resolved through force. Of course, my Pilhart sect prefers to follow the rules. I believe our young friend, Yi Yun, has only chanced upon our Pilhart sect's items. As long as you take it out for exchange, I can guarantee you that the Pilhart sect will not harp on past transgressions. Su Boyang did not mention the Divine Alchemy Cauldron's price. That was because he was afraid others would be moved to nefarious thoughts by the potential wealth. Secondly, he really did not know. In fact, the Pilhart sect had never seen the Divine Alchemy Cauldron. They could only infer that the Divine Alchemy Cauldron was a valuable item based on the core array. Su Boyang was unsure if Yi Yun really had the Divine Alchemy Cauldron, but he was certain that Yi Yun must have obtained some impressive heritage. Otherwise, he would not have been able to produce the Godly Monarch Immortal Annulus or the 80 million Midgrade Spirit Jade, not to mention the herb nurturing technique. Su Boyang raised the so-called rationale of mandatory exchange mainly to announce at the auction that Yi Yun's items belonged to the Pilhart sect. By taking his items according to the rule, they were doing so in an above-board manner. Other sects were not to covet his items. Even if hungry tigers fought for food, there were rules. The figurative piece of meat, Yi Yun, belonged to the Pilhart sect. Sect Master Yi, sigh. Didn't Clear Lunar Island Lord exhort you to keep a low profile? Not far from Yi Yun, Ren Yunzong sent a voice transmission. One had to be careful revealing their wealth at an auction. Despite lacking strength, Yi Yun had taken out a Godly Monarch Immortal Annulus. Wasn't that equivalent to telling others that he had stumbled on great fortuitous encounters, making him extremely rich? Ignoring the fact that he was now being targeted by the Pilhart sect, even if they managed to evade their attempts, many people probably now had thoughts of robbing Yi Yun. Yi Yun replied nonchalantly, as a junior, I naturally know that keeping a low profile is safer. But warriors such as us have to vie for opportunities when they present themselves. If we don't, we could go our whole lives with no chance to reach the peak of martial arts. I will naturally shoulder the responsibility. Sect Master Ren, you do not need to worry about being pulled into the fray. Yi Yun naturally knew what Ren Yunzong was thinking. He was only afraid of being implicated. He did not think too much of Ren Yunzong's thoughts since the Heavenly Pivot chapter had nothing to do with him. It would be foolish to pin his hopes on them to help him resolve his problems. You? Humph. I was just advising you, but you didn't recognize my kind intentions. You truly do not know better. Ren Yunzong's expression turned ugly. Although he did have such thoughts, he could not maintain his composure when they were exposed by Yi Yun. How about it? Might I borrow your interspatial ring to take a look, Yi Yun? If there's really a cauldron or the herb nurturing technique, I will purchase it according to market rates. Master Su said with a sneer in an aggressive manner. As for the talk of market price, only a fool would believe him. Be it the cauldron or the herb nurturing technique, one could know with their toes how precious they were. Su Boyang, are you done? Elder Mu suddenly spoke out. His voice was cold, dropping the temperature of the area a few notches. Oh? Su Boyang felt his heart jolt. At that instant, he felt a tremendous aura envelop him. It tightened his heart. He looked at Elder Mu and saw the immense aura lock onto him. Although Elder Mu looked calm on the surface, Su Boyang felt like he had a sword pointed at his glabella. The elder in front of him seemed to transform into a dangerous primordial behemoth. He realized that he had truly tried Elder Mu's patience. It was as though too much time had passed and many people had forgotten the strength within the chuckling old man. Mandatory exchange is a rule of the Heavenly South Great World. The Heavenly South Peaks Meets auction follows my rules. At this auction, all of you have to abide by my rules. Elder Mu enunciated each word forcefully. Every word seemed like a sword that was stabbing into Su Boyang's soul. Su Boyang felt his heart palpitate when he heard that. His aura was completely suppressed by Elder Mu. Su Boyang clenched his teeth, cupped his fists and said, "Sorry for my rude behavior. Please forgive me for offending you, Elder Mu." In front of absolute strength, he could only bend over. However, it did not matter. His intention in speaking was to announce his rights to the prey that was Yi Yun. He had achieved his goal. "Then, let's continue," Elder Mu said lightly. As he spoke, his aura withdrew. The atmosphere suddenly became a lot more relaxed. After that display, no one dared to act rashly again. However, many people believed that Yi Yun was doomed. Elder Mu had indeed protected Yi Yun, but that was because it was at his auction. Elder Mu only needed to ensure that the auction rules were abided by. Yi Yun was not his disciple. Once the auction was finished, Elder Mu had no obligation to ensure Yi Yun's safety. Awaiting Yi Yun after the auction was the behemoth that was the Pilheart sect. There were also other factions hoping to take their share of the loot by killing him in secret to seize his treasures. Regardless of how it unfolded, Yi Yun's outcome was clear. At that moment, everyone was watching Yi Yun. He had bid at ridiculous prices, so it was obviously impossible that they did not feel envious. Now that they saw Yi Yun in trouble, many of them gloated at his misfortune. Does Yi Yun not realize this at all? He is only a warrior at the Dao Palace realm. By being so arrogant at an exchange, how is he different from a lamb jumping into a pack of wolves to provoke them? People discussed silently. When Prince Boundless Heaven heard such discussion, he revealed a delighted smile. The opportunity for revenge came too fast. He was waiting for the moment Yi Yun was eaten clean. Chapter 1320, Ending. Killing Intent. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. After the abyssal red lotus seed, nothing caught Yi Yun's eye again. From that point on, he was only at the auction as a spectator. Instead, there were a few items that Su Boyang produced that caught Yi Yun's attention. For instance, the medicinal pills known as youth regaining pills. These pills. Before the auction began, Yi Yun had heard King Yi mention the youth regaining pills. King Yi had even specially requested Su Boyang to put a few youth regaining pills aside for him. Su Boyang had taken out a few youth regaining pills for auctioning, and a bidding war ensued between King Yi and another old freak. In the end, King Yi obtained 4 pills while the other old man received 2. Each pill reached the price of 7 million. This price was, of course, nothing compared to Yi Yun's red lotus seed. However, it still far exceeded Yi Yun's expectations. So these are the so-called youth regaining pills. Yi Yun stroked his chin and said with a hint of surprise. Sect Master Yi, you know of them too? Jing Yuasha asked in amazement. Even if Yi Yun was knowledgeable, it couldn't be such a coincidence that he knew everything, right? Yi Yun gave a faint smile. A portion of the divine alchemist's heritage that he inherited was shared with the Pilheart sect, so how could he not recognize it? The so-called youth regaining pills were indeed recorded in the divine alchemist's notes. They seemed to be some sort of fake longevity extending pills. Typical sacred medicine used to lengthen one's longevity, such as the 9 Revolutions Azure fruit, could extend a person's lifespan by tens of thousands of years. But that was a divine treasure that was exceedingly rare to chance upon. However, the youth regaining pills did not have such effects. They actually had a little toxicity to them. They were like a basin of cold water that doused the user's flames of vitality. For young geniuses, to be weakened like that would be a form of destroying one's foundation. Taking the pills would be severing their own cultivation paths. However, the old freaks that had little life in them had already expended all their vital potential, and there was no way for them to make new breakthroughs. They were not afraid of having their flames of vitality weakened. On the contrary, the more their flames of vitality were weakened, the longer they could live for. The concept was akin to a pile of timber. If it burned too intensely, the timber would quickly be reduced to ashes. But if it was slowly burned, it could burn for much longer. No wonder. I previously noticed how King Yi's body was filled with a deadly air, as though he had half a foot in a coffin. It's because he has eaten too many youth-regaining pills, causing his flames of vitality to weaken so drastically. It accentuates the cadaveric aura in his body. Upon coming to this realization, Yi Yun sighed. Such was the horror people had towards the thought of death. The old fogies who were nearing their end naturally knew the side effects of the youth-regaining pills. They weakened their flames of vitality, destroyed their foundation, and would even cause their strength to decline. However, they could double or triple the little lifespan they had left. They were willing to accept it because they treasured their lives. The Divine Alchemist's notes have records of the youth-regaining pills. The Divine Alchemist had even improved some of the pill recipes, producing effects that are much better than the original youth-regaining pills. If I were to refine them, I could even produce some that have characteristics of longevity-extending pills. However, according to the Divine Alchemist's notes, the youth-regaining pill recipe requires the main herb known as unwithering grass. It's extremely rare and, although it's not expensive, the Divine Alchemist had noted it as seldom encountered. Yet, the Pillheart sect is able to sell these youth-regaining pills en masse. That's odd. Based on his knowledge, Yi Yun knew that it was extremely difficult to switch the main ingredient in a pill recipe. Perhaps, the Pillheart sect had found a way to grow unwithering grass. The Pillheart sect did seem quite capable. The source of their heritage was definitely not limited to the Divine Alchemist. It also stemmed from other alchemy grandmasters from ancient times. The auction continued for more than half a day before it finally ended. When Yi Yun left the venue, his eyes met Su Boyang's. Su Boyang had an extremely cold expression. He pretended not to see Yi Yun and directly brushed past him. At that instant, Yi Yun suddenly felt something odd. A tracing mark. Yi Yun had the purple crystal in him, so he was extremely sensitive to energy fluctuations. However, he could not find evidence of any tracing mark. He did not notice anything on Jing Yuan, who wasn't that far from him either. Perhaps, it was a mystic technique of the Pillheart sect. If there were any tracing incense, Yi Yun would not dare claim that he could definitely identify it. The Divine Alchemist dedicated his life to seeking the elixir of immortality and elixir of resurrection. As such, he steered himself towards the path of longevity and was not interested in unorthodox means at all. And given the Pillheart sect's varied means and Su Boyang's cultivation level, it was quite normal that he could not detect any tracing incense. Brother Yi Yun, take care. Ha ha ha. Prince Boundless Heaven happened to pass by Yi Yun as he made a snarky comment. Princess Redjoy was beside him, and although she hated Yi Yun, she did not feel that he deserved death. It's all your fault for being so arrogant, afraid that others might not know how rich you are. Serves you right. If it were me, I would give up all the divine treasures I obtained out of sheer luck in the ruin. Perhaps, you can hire an expert to escort you back and ignore whatever is left of the heavenly South Peaks meat. Quickly return to that backwater calm sea of yours. Maybe you can still live. Princess Redjoy taunted Yi Yun. Although her words were vicious, her intentions were not nefarious. It was a disguised way to give Yi Yun a way out of his predicament. Humph. We don't need your concern. Jing Yuasha and Princess Redjoy were not people to be messed with. The moment they saw their sworn enemy, Jing Yuasha immediately gave tit for tat. What a waste of my good intentions. I don't care if you people have a death wish. Just don't blame me when you end up as ghosts. After Princess Redjoy was done, she flicked her hair and left. Jing Yuasha was left behind, staring with her beautiful eyes. She was still infuriated. Master, what do we do? At that moment, all Jing Yuasha could do was seek her master, Jing Yuan's help. Jing Yuan was famous in the calm sea. Although she was not illustrious in the heavenly South Great World, she was still considered an expert not to be ignored. Jing Yuan knitted her brows slightly. She would not be afraid if it were only Su Boyong. She could protect Yi Yun completely then. But most critically, the enemy was an ancient sect that had a long heritage. Furthermore, Yi Yun's fortuitous encounter was related to this sect. The opponent was definitely not one to be underestimated. It was a tough conundrum. It was not that she did not want to protect Yi Yun but that she likely lacked the strength to do so. Master, is there nothing you can do either? Jing Yuasha blinked her eyes as she looked helplessly at Jing Yuan. She was feeling anxious but Yi Yun had stirred this trouble for himself. What could she do? All she could do was look towards her master as a straw to clutch at. Jing Yuan fell silent for a moment as she looked at her disciple. She said, "The Pilheart sect will require some time to muster their troops. If we forget the Heavenly South Peaks meet and leave tonight, using some concealment techniques of mine, we can rush to the spatial node quickly and cross the void. I estimate we might have a 40 to 50% chance of escaping safely. If we continue participating in the Heavenly South Peaks meet, however, there is no way we can leave once the experts from the Pilheart sect arrive." Forget the Heavenly South Peaks meet? Jing Yuasha was taken aback when she heard that. The Heavenly South Peaks meet was something she had been looking forward to for a long time. When she received the invitation to the Heavenly South Peaks meet, she thought of nothing but being able to flex her muscles at the meet. She believed that the chance to face elites would be a great way to temper herself, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Now, after going to painstaking lengths to get to the Heavenly South Great World, she had to give up the Heavenly South Peaks meet? She was completely aware that it was impossible for her to stay behind alone to participate in the Heavenly South Peaks meet. Once her master escorted Yi Yun away, the Pilheart sect's revenge was not something she could withstand alone. Upon coming to this realization, it was impossible for Jing Yuasha to feel anything but disappointment. She was in a daze for a moment. She began envisioning the consequences of drawing a fine line separating her from Yi Yun. That way, the Pilheart sect would not make things difficult for her and she could participate in the Heavenly South Peaks meet smoothly. However, she faltered at the idea. Firstly, she felt it was beneath her. Furthermore, the choice seemed to make her feel a baffling sense of melancholy. Yi Yun got into this mess because he exposed the secret of the beautification pill for my sake. I cannot abandon him. Jing Yuasha had such a thought in mind as she gritted her teeth. Just as she wanted to say something, Ran Yunzong suddenly spoke up. Clear Lunar Island Lord, Sect Master Yi Zijian previously mentioned that he would like to buy a treasured artifact. He would like to patronize a store. Shall we split up for now? If Clear Lunar Island Lord is interested as well, would you like to join me and take a look? He said with a chuckle. Xia Zijian was taken aback. He had never mentioned anything about a treasured artifact, right? However, he soon understood his master's intentions. It was an excuse for them to part and go their own ways. Ignoring the thought of abandoning of the Heavenly South Peaks meet, just the idea of traveling with Yi Yun to leave the Heavenly South Great World was something Ren Yunzong was unwilling to do. They would face the pursuit of the Pilheart sect, but since the Pilheart sect's target was only Yi Yun, why should they be his aegis? Ren Yunzong had made his intentions clear. It was Yi Yun's trouble. There was no reason for them to be implicated as a result. Ran Yunzong had asked for Jing Yuan's decision. There were two choices. She could follow him to the artifact store, and if Yi Yun was even slightly cognizant, he would know that he had been abandoned. He would not follow them just to end up being snubbed. She could also choose to stay behind and protect Yi Yun. In that case, Jing Yuan was a fool. Jing Yuan obviously knew the outcome of either choice. She fell silent and looked at her disciple, Jing Yuasha. Yuasha, do you want to look at treasured artifacts? When Jing Yuan asked the question, Jing Yuasha noticed that Xia Zijian was looking hopefully at her. The choice was on her, and her master's stand was very clear. She would abide by her choice. Instantly, Jing Yuasha became confused. She did not place too much thought on herself, because she was not the only person there from the Clear Lunar Island. There were also her sisters from Clear Lunar Island that would be affected by her decision. How could she be selfish in such circumstances? Junior sister Yuasha, let's go look at treasured artifacts. The scale of the stores in Cloud Pool City far exceeds that of the Calm Sea. Xia Zijian noticed Jing Yuasha's hesitation. He slowly walked over and said this with a friendly chuckle. He then looked at Yi Yun and said, I believe Sect Mastery wouldn't be interested. Sect Mastery, why don't you stay here and take in the scenery of Cloud Pool City? We wouldn't be joining you. As Xia Zijian said that, he felt the joy of having obtained revenge. Previously, he had accidentally bowed at Yi Yun and it made him very uncomfortable. However, Xia Zijian never expected Yi Yun to shake his head and say, I'm actually very interested in that. But, Martial Nephew Zijian, while shopping for treasured artifacts is nice and all, the treasured artifact store that caught your eye is just too low class. Whether a treasured artifact store is good or not can be determined by the surrounding nomological fluctuations. I wouldn't want to enter such a treasured artifact store. Cloud Pool City is quite a bustling city and I do plan on traveling around. I heard that in the city center, there's a treasured artifact store named Tian Yuan Loft. They sell highly prized items and there are only about a dozen treasured artifacts for sale. Even the cheapest one starts at 30 million mid-grade spirit jade. However, this price is something you probably cannot. Yi Yun did not finish his sentence but Xia Zijian nearly choked when he heard that. He was hoping to use the opportunity to put Yi Yun down, but he ended up being degraded by Yi Yun. This bastard was sick. The Pillheart sect was already at his throat, with the bunch of old monsters grinding their knives, waiting to place him on a chopping board. Yet, here he was mentioning the prices of the treasured artifacts of the various stores? Was 30 million that impressive? Alright, it was truly impressive. Just the thought of his own wealth made Xia Zijian shrink back. Although it was not difficult for the Heavenly Pivot chapter to produce 30 million, it would not spend even 10 million on a junior like Xia Zijian. He could not afford to look at such treasured artifacts. Xia Zijian looked at Ren Yunzong, who had a sullen expression. Ren Yunzong was wondering if he had minced his words too much. Did the young bastard really not understand what he was implying? He felt that Yi Yun was definitely not a fool. He had reached the position of sect master at such a young age after all. How could he not understand his insinuations? Ren Yunzong sneered and said, Sect Mastery, you truly are stubborn as a mule. I already warned you during the auction that there are consequences for being overly arrogant. Sect Mastery, you don't seem to have a good memory but whatever. There is a price needed to grow up. I shall not bother in your affairs any longer. When Ren Yunzong said that, he began to lead the members of the Heavenly Pivot chapter away. Yi Yun was also planning on leaving. He cupped his fists at Clear Lunar Island Lord and said, Thank you, Senior, for keeping me in your thoughts. I can go alone. I bid you farewell. With that said, Yi Yun turned to leave. Upon seeing this scene, Jing Yuasha turned anxious. Master, I'll go with Sect Master Yi. Jing Yuasha was momentarily at a loss as to what to say. She could not make the decision for the Clear Lunar Island Lord but she could make decisions for herself. She sped up and followed Yi Yun. Upon seeing Jing Yuasha leaving, Jing Yuan's gaze turned heavy as she sighed lightly. Are you worried about the child? Fairy Ping's voice transmission rang in Jing Yuan's ears. Yes. Jing Yuan nodded. Jing Yuasha had yet to realize it, but subconsciously, her concern for Yi Yun had far exceeded the scope that a stranger deserved. Perhaps, it was still a favorable impression that could not be defined at present. But in the future, it could slowly sprout. You shouldn't have followed me. Yi Yun strolled down Cloud Pool City's streets and spoke softly. Jing Yuasha followed behind him with an embarrassed expression. She did not know why she had rashly chased up to him. Perhaps, she could not bear the sight of seeing Yi Yun depart alone? That was an explanation Jing Yuasha gave herself. But just some thought was enough to know that it wasn't the case. If the person who had departed alone was someone else, such as Xia Zijian, would she have followed? Upon realizing this, Jing Yuasha felt depressed. What did it have to do with her? She did not know what to say to Yi Yun. All she could do was follow behind him. As she looked at the youth in front of her, Jing Yuesha suddenly felt that his back looked lonely, emaciated but forceful. Perhaps he was never bothered by Rin Yunzong's verbal drawing of a line. Chapter 1321, Out the City. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. Jing Yuesha had no idea what Yi Yun was planning. So it surprised her when Yi Yun actually began to shop in Cloud Pool City. Yi Yun went to various stores and looked at the merchandise very carefully. Every time, Yi Yun did not find anything of interest. All he did was shake his head gently. Jing Yuesha could not help but ask, "Sect Master Yi, what do you want to buy?" "I'm just browsing. Also, just call me Yi Yun." Yi Yun laughed. He was deliberately teasing Jing Yuesha in the past. Now, he felt a little sorry for his actions. "Okay." Jing Yuesha nodded. "Young Master Yi, Master just said that if you do not leave tonight, it will be difficult to escape when you want to." "I know. Thank you for speaking up for me, Miss Yuesha," Yi Yun said solemnly as he looked at Jing Yuesha. His sudden choice of words left Jing Yuesha a little embarrassed. "Not that it did anything. Besides, it was all because of me that you quarreled with Princess Redjoy and exposed that recipe, making you a target of the Pillheart sect." Yi Yun shook his head. "It has nothing to do with the pill recipe. I was bound to reveal my wealth when participating in the auction. The Pillheart sect was only looking for an excuse. In fact, when the auction began, I went in fully expecting such an outcome." As Yi Yun spoke, he suddenly felt a minute fluctuation in the surrounding heaven-earth yuan qi. It spread out and was gathering towards a particular direction. Yi Yun turned to look in that direction. What he saw made him frown slightly. He saw a gigantic cauldron flying slowly over from the horizon. The cauldron flew very slowly, but it carried an immense might. It made the heaven-earth yuan qi throughout all of Cloud Pool City fluctuate slightly. Yi Yun clearly recognized a familiar emblem carved on the cauldron. He had seen it before on Su Mayan and Company's chests. It was the Pillheart sect. The cauldron was clearly a mobile abode in the form of a cauldron. And those within the cauldron were no doubt experts from the Pillheart sect. How are they so fast? Upon seeing the cauldron, Jing Yuesha was stunned. She naturally recognized the emblem. Her master had surmised that more experts from the Pillheart sect would rush over, but that it would take them at least a day. It was unexpected that the Pillheart sect reacted so swiftly. Yi Yun said, "The Heavenly South Peaks meet is about to begin. Perhaps the members of the Pillheart sect were already on the way here. Of course, they might have come early because of me." Yi Yun was very aware of the value of the Divine Alchemist's heritage. To the Pillheart sect, it was something it had to acquire at all costs. Boom! The cauldron landed on a mountain range outside the city. Its massive 3 feet crushed countless boulders and even the void trembled as a result. Cloud Pool City's warriors naturally noticed the Pillheart sect's cauldron. Although many large factions were participating in the Heavenly South Peaks meet, most experts would choose to keep low profiles while entering Cloud Pool City. Few would be like Pillheart sect, smashing down onto a mountain in plain view of Cloud Pool City with a massive cauldron. What an ostentatious display by the Pillheart sect. I heard from my sect elders that there was a fellow named Yi Yun at the auction who offended Su Boyang. That Yi Yun also has some long-lost heritage of the Pillheart sect. Could this cauldron be here for Yi Yun? Warriors all around the city were discussing the matter. There were many participants at the auction, so the news had long spread. It's not that simple. He. Look at that Yi Yun's cultivation level. He's not worth the Pillheart sect's efforts. The Pillheart sect has raised such a rumpus not for Yi Yun but to scare all the other parties that might be eyeing Yi Yun. From the looks of it, the heritage that Yi Yun holds in hand is very important to the Pillheart sect, said an elder. People found what he said to make sense. However, even if this was not known, no faction would have dared to snatch Yi Yun from the Pillheart sect's proverbial jaws anyway. After all, the Pillheart sect was a faction that went beyond the constraints of the Heavenly South Great World. It had many branches in other great worlds. Even the Outcloud Empire and Divine Empire of Thunder did not dare touch the Pilheart sect. Young Master Yi, what can you do now? The Pilheart sect was standing guard outside the city. It was now impossible for Yi Yun to exit the city. Jing Yuasha began to believe that Yi Yun was in danger even if he stayed inside Cloud Pool City. Perhaps, the Pilheart sect would ignore Cloud Pool City's rules and capture him once the Heavenly South Peaks meet was over. Miss Yuasha, I plan on returning to the tavern. You should return and rest too, said Yi Yun. The auction had taken up most of the day, so it was likely that Su Boyang had already called in the Pilheart sect before it was over. But Jing Yuasha did not finish her sentence. She was at a loss for words. It was already late into the night, and since Yi Yun was planning on returning to the tavern, it was unbecoming of her to follow him. All right then. Jing Yuasha could only nod her head awkwardly. With the Heavenly South Peaks meet beginning, the Cloud Pool City's taverns were mostly booked. Yi Yun and company had failed to find a tavern that could take them all in, so they found separate lodgings. Yi Yun stayed in Perilla Tavern, which was a distance away from the tavern the Clear Lunar Island group stayed at. Perilla Tavern was considered a mediocre tavern in Cloud Pool City. Typically, large factions that participated in the Heavenly South Peaks meet would place a lot of emphasis on their reputation. They would reserve high-class inns well ahead of time and so did not need to even enter such taverns. They felt it would be undignified, but Yi Yun did not care about such things. Yi Yun returned to Perilla Tavern alone and sat on the bed to meditate. He spent more than 40 hours meditating. More than 2 days and 2 nights had passed, and they passed by peacefully. During these 2 days, Jing Yuasha would pass by Perilla Tavern, hoping to find Yi Yun. But when she came to the tavern, she learned that Yi Yun had placed a "Do Not Disturb" sign with the tavern's owner. Jing Yuasha could only leave. She felt it wasn't right to knock on his door. Warriors spent most of their time meditating in cultivation. Knocking on the door suddenly would be rude. Furthermore, she would have nothing to say to Yi Yun if she did see him. And so it was, when the sun set on the third night. The meditating Yi Yun suddenly opened his eyes and pushed open the window. Like a light dove, he flew out of Perilla Tavern. Cloud Pool City did not have curfews and the city gates were never closed. People could leave the city at night but not enter. Yi Yun was dressed in black and he kept his aura converged. Under the night sky, he appeared to fuse with the darkness itself. He was pretty much indistinguishable. After Yi Yun made it out of the city, he began flying towards a valley. The night was cold, with freezing winds inundating him. Yi Yun's clothes fluttered but he remained calm. He was fast and, from afar, he could see faint shadows a distance away. They instantly vanished, seeming to melt into the world. Chapter 1322, Canyon Tomb. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Among the Cloud Pool City's various mountain ranges, Netherdoor Gorge had the deepest canyon. The canyon reached deep into a 10,000-meter mountain like it was the result of a mighty figure's slice of a sword. The canyon was thousands of meters deep. In the deepest depths, the towering canyon walls cast a shroud so dark it hid even starlight and moonlight. It was pitch black. It was truly a great place to rob and murder someone. Yi Yun had this thought when he arrived at the canyon. The Yin aura is quite heavy. As he had such a thought, he slowly turned his head. He looked towards the ends of the canyon and in the dark sky, more than 10 figures slowly appeared. They were silent as they flew over like ghosts. Just seconds later, these figures landed on the ground a little more than 100 feet away from Yi Yun. The person leading the group was Su Boyang. There was a middle-aged man and a woman with an excellent figure standing beside Su Boyang. Yi Yun could sense stronger auras from the middle-aged duo. Although the way they were standing seemed to place Su Boyang as the leader, Yi Yun knew that their strength was higher than Su Boyang's. Yi Yun knew that not every alchemist was adept at combat. Alchemical research took up time and effort, and if the Pilheart sect wanted to stand firm in the sinkhole, it required martial force. Since that was the case, the Pilheart sect would naturally have elders that did not know alchemy but placed all their efforts into raising their combat strength. The duo in front of him was likely an example of that. Behind the middle-aged duo were a few youths. Su Mayan was one of them. At that moment, Su Mayan was looking at Yi Yun with a delighted smile. You chose this place to be your tomb? This area has heavy Yin auras, what a perfect place for eternal slumber. Su Mayan resented Yi Yun for causing manager Su to be severely punished by the sect. In addition, he was completely overwhelmed by Yi Yun's wealth at the auction. He felt like he was a clown that came forward only to be made into a fool. He already hated Yi Yun deeply, and this night would be his chance for revenge. You mean to escape Cloud Pool City under the cover of night? How naive you are. You didn't even realize that Master Uncle Boyang had already placed a tracing mark on you. Your every action is at our fingertips. Even if you were to leave through a teleportation array, we can tear through a spatial passage to capture you. Martial Uncle Boyang, why don't you leave him to me? You don't need a sledgehammer to crack a nut. All you need to do is watch over the area and prevent other factions from taking advantage of the situation. After Su Mayan, some of the youths looked at Yi Yun, eager to take action. They could not stand Yi Yun's arrogant demeanor and wanted to see him crippled. Su Boyang exhaled slightly. This operation was of great importance, and if the heritage Yi Yun obtained was truly related to that person, they might even be able to use Yi Yun to find the valuable cauldron. In that case, he would be recognized for rendering great meritorious service and might even be made the next sect master of the Pilheart sect. Su Boyang had planned on taking action himself to ensure things went smoothly. But as he was flying, he constantly surveyed his surroundings. There was indeed no faction that was foolish enough to try and snatch Yi Yun from the Pilheart sect. As such, he could let the juniors kill Yi Yun. It would sate their aspirations and help them build greater confidence. Elder Wang, this little bastard is tricky. Keep watch. If his strength is superior to martial nephew Mayan's, use the purple dark sand to maim one of his hands or legs. This will prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Su Boyang did not use a Yuan Qi voice transmission and instead said it right in front of Yi Yun. Of course. The middle-aged man licked his lips. His skin was dark, and in the dark of night, all that could be seen were his 2 rows of teeth. I have set up an array here, ensuring that there's no way he can escape. It's as simple as letting martial nephew Mayan catch a rat in a hole. As the middle-aged man spoke, he waved his hand and more than 10 array flags flew out of his interspatial ring into every direction of the canyon. The woman beside them took action as well. With a seductive laugh, she took out a black ghost banner. Martial nephew Mayan, don't you harm the kid's soul, see? It's best you leave some breath in him. All you need to do is cripple his dantian and meridians. In a while, I plan on storing his soul in the ghost banner and slowly searching it. Searching a living soul gives more intact memories. The woman was gorgeous, but there was a faint red ghostly pattern on her face. She was adept at the art of ghost control and soul mystic techniques. She was particularly skilled in extracting souls and refining marrows, as well as reading memories. This was the reason why the Pilheart sect sent her. They wanted to uncover the source of Yi Yun's heritage. If the ruin he found the heritage and still remained, they could have experts from the sect search for it. In the eyes of the Pilheart sect, Yi Yun was a walking treasure trove. Don't worry. Su Mayan laughed. He took out a long spear from his interspatial ring, and beside him, 2 young Pilheart sect junior disciples formed a triangular formation with him. Wah! At that moment, the middle-aged man threw out an array flag that emitted a dazzling golden beam. The array flags hovered in midair, and the entire canyon was sealed by the array formation, creating an isolated world. And the middle-aged man did not stop there. He took out a black bead from his interspatial ring and took aim at Yi Yun's calf. If it seemed like Yi Yun would injure Su Mayan, he would throw the black bead out and shatter the bones in Yi Yun's leg. Ha 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 ha. Su Mayan laughed maniacally as he leaped up. Do you hate how life isn't fair? Do you think that the likes of you are worthy of my Pilheart sect's heritage? Die! Su Mayan's body spewed golden flames, and his spear curled the flames into a swimming golden dragon that plunged straight down for Yi Yun. But at that instant... Phew! The black bead that the dark-faced middle-aged man was holding suddenly flew out. He was astounded. He did not throw out the black bead at all. What just happened? He was snapped out of his daze by a series of explosive sounds. The golden array flags that were floating around the canyon were penetrated by the black bead, making them explode. Elder Wang, what are you doing? Elder Su looked at the middle-aged man with a perplexed expression. The middle-aged man was completely dumbfounded. The bead in his hand had destroyed his array flags of its own will? Ignoring how fantastical that sounded, the array he set up was an ancient array he found in ancient ruins. How could it be instantly destroyed? Was someone secretly taking action? But even a person with a divine Lord Royal seal would not be capable of such feats. Just as Elder Su and the middle-aged man were dumbstruck by the sudden turn of events, Su Mayan, who was focused on his battle, had already charged right at Yi Yun. With the sect elders protecting him, there was nothing for him to fear. He put his all into attacking, with no thoughts of defense. He thrust it straight at Yi Yun's face. The golden flames surged, with the power to melt boulders into lava. Pa! With a metallic hum, a hand extended out from the golden flames and grabbed the spear's tip firmly. The hand appeared to be constructed of hefty divine metal that lodged the spear in place, preventing it from moving. What? Su Mayan was completely dumbfounded. He looked at the hand as the golden flames recessed, and he realized the hand belonged to Yi Yun. The golden flames that enveloped the spear tip did not injure the hand at all. And at that moment, Su Mayan felt a tremendous amount of force coming from the spear. Yi Yun gave the spear a forceful throw, knocking Su Mayan to the ground. Ka-cha! The ground cracked as Su Mayan slammed into the ground. His mind buzzed from the crash. Elder Wang, Su Mayan never expected Yi Yun to grab his spear with a single hand. And most critically, Elder Wang did not take action. Pwah! Su Mayan felt his chest heat up as an excruciating pain rushed up his nerves. He watched helplessly as his own golden spear suddenly penetrated his chest. It tore straight through his lung. What stabbed through him was not the spear's tip but the spear's shaft. With immense strength, a spear's shaft was no different from a spear's tip. In fact, as the shaft was thicker, it caused even greater damage. The tremendous pain left Su Mayan's face pale. His lung had been seriously injured and he could hardly breathe. Following that, the spear gradually rose, slowly raising up Su Mayan's broken body. Yi Yun held the spear by its tip with a single hand as he lifted Su Mayan high into the sky. He said unhurriedly, "I didn't choose this canyon to be my tomb, but yours." All of this had happened in an instant. It happened so fast that no one could react in time. Only when Yi Yun said those words did the Pilheart sect disciples suddenly feel a cold chill. What had happened? Who destroyed my array? The middle-aged man questioned in a deep voice. An expert must have secretly taken action to accomplish such a feat. Of course, Yi Yun's strength had far exceeded their imaginations. They had naturally considered the possibility that Su Mayan was not Yi Yun's match, but they never expected the difference in strength to be so disparate. At that moment, a short figure appeared behind Yi Yun. The person was dressed in ordinary clothes. His hair was disheveled and there was an alcohol calabash hanging by his waist. His foundation looked normal and he did not resemble an expert at all. Upon seeing this person appear, Su Boyang's expression changed. He had previously probed their surroundings repeatedly but did not sense a single person. As an alchemist, Su Boyang was extremely confident in his perception, but he had completely failed to detect the elder's presence. Even now, he realized his perception could hardly detect the elder standing in front of him. Who are you?" Su Boyang asked in a deep tone. He was already feeling horrified to his core. The elder ignored Su Boyang and played with the black bead in his hand before putting it away. He turned towards Yi Yun and said languidly, "You made such an urgent request for me to come all the way from the calm sea, just to deal with these people of little significance?" Yi Yun and Old Snake had their ways to stay in touch. Before the auction even began, Yi Yun had already called Old Snake. Chapter 1323, My Hand Slipped. Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin. Yi Yun was aware of the principle that a man gets into trouble because of his wealth. There was no way he could stand independently in the heavenly South Great World at his level of strength. If not for Old Snake, someone powerful he could rely on, Ian would have rather foregone the abyssal red lotus seed than reveal his wealth. You called us people of little significance? Good. Very good. I want to see what gives you such courage. Su Boyan was enraged upon hearing Old Snake's words. Although the old man instilled him with dread, he did not believe that the joint efforts of the three of them could not put up a fight. And this old man thought absolutely nothing of them. He was way too arrogant. Interesting, I, Wang Chongming, have never been shown such disregard for half my life, be it in my youth or after I became a divine lord. Do you think you can defeat me just because you cracked my array? As the middle-aged man spoke, he tore the garments from his upper body. Underneath was black, scaled armor that covered his body. With a loud roar, his muscles swelled and the black scales began to spread to his face. At the same time, the blood vessels on the surface of his body began to protrude like earthworms, making him look like a wild beast. Oh. It's a half-fey body. You fused your body with an ancient fey bloodline? Old Snake was somewhat surprised by the middle-aged man's transformation. Ancient fey bones and blood were not only used for consumption or refinement, they could also be fused with a warrior's body, allowing them to gain a portion of the ancient fey's powers. Such mystic techniques were ancient and rare. However, Old Snake naturally knew of them as he was a descendant of the soaring serpent. Simultaneously, the gorgeous woman with the ghostly patterns on her face rapidly opened a ragged bag, from which black phantasms flew out. They did not charge at Old Snake, instead they rushed into the woman's body with a roar. Woo woo woo! A ghastly wail emanated from the woman's body as the phantasms began to slowly merge with her. Her once alluring expression turned ghastly pale like wax paper. At the same time, her hair began to flail as though it was growing crazily like weeds. Her fingernails began to grow long and her voice turned hoarse. In a few seconds, her entire form was that of a ferocious poltergeist. Ian Ghost Monarch? Old Snake recognized the phantasms that flew out of the broken bag. Warriors that cultivated in ghostly Tao were rare in the martial world. The path was bound to be one of evil as the cultivation of it required constant capturing of souls and rearing of ghosts. Those that were killed by such cultivators would have their souls trapped inside the ghost banner, never to rest in peace. And it was because of this that such warriors were generally hated. However, the cultivation of ghostly Tao allowed one to increase their strength at an unnatural rate, especially if one could subjugate a sufficiently powerful ghost monarch. That would allow one's strength to soar tremendously. Some ancient experts might have their souls remain in lands for hundreds of millions of years due to the special conditions of the environment in which they died. If such Ian ghost monarchs could be captured and reared, it was possible that the ghostly monarch's strength would far exceed that of the rearer by several times. Hee hee ha ha. Not bad. Undying old fart, you have quite a discerning eye. I have indeed reared an Ian ghost monarch. No matter how powerful you are, there's no way you can fend off the combined efforts of the three of us. The woman laughed in an unbridled manner. It no longer sounded as charming as before. Instead, it was an ear-piercing howl. Just as the woman, the middle-aged man, and Su Boyan formed a triangular formation and were about to attack Old Snake. Pang! A dull thud sounded from behind Old Snake. The trio was alarmed as they looked behind Old Snake. There, Ian held a spear backward like he was holding a hammer. With Su Mayan still stuck on the spear's shaft, he smashed down on a boulder. The boulders in the canyon naturally could not withstand Ian's strength. The slam smashed the boulders, sending rubble crumbling, and it fell on Su Mayan's face. Su Mayan's mouth was filled with blood and foam as he spoke in a staccato manner. Marshal! Marshal uncle, save me! You! What are you doing? Su Boyan widened his eyes in anger. Su Mayan was his Su family junior. He was extremely excellent in both martial and alchemical talent. If not, Su Boyan would not have brought Su Mayan along to participate in the Heavenly South Peaks meet. However, at that moment, the excellent genius that the Su family had spent a tremendous amount of resources nurturing was being used as a hammerhead. How could Su Boyan not be angry? My hand slipped so I just smashed down. Continue your fight. Don't mind me. As Yi Yun spoke, he raised Su Mayan again with his grip on the spear tip. Su Boyang's face turned blue from anger. Put him down. Yi Yun seemed to falter as he nodded. Oh, all right. With that said, Yi Yun waved his hand downwards. Boom! With another loud boom, another boulder was smashed to smithereens by Su Mayan. Su Mayan's body was covered in blood and sweat. All he wanted at that moment was to die immediately. You! Well done! Well done! Seeing his nephew being tormented, Su Boyang's voice trembled in anger. Yet despite his anger, there was still Old Snake standing between him and Yi Yun. He did not dare act rashly. To have such vicious thoughts at such a young age. You devastate a person who has lost the power to resist. How terrible you would be if you fully matured in strength. Devastate? Upon hearing Su Boyang's words, Yi Yun laughed. What do you mean? Are you implying that I should release him and let him recover so he can slice off my limbs and cripple my meridians, robbing me of all my wealth in the process, before finally extracting my soul and refining my marrow? Perhaps only by doing so can I achieve your standard of not being vicious? As Yi Yun spoke, he suddenly thrust the spear in his hand. Su Mayan felt a tremendous force inundate him as his body moved straight for Yi Yun. Yi Yun struck out with a palm and hit Su Mayan in the dantian. Pang! With an explosive sound, Su Mayan's body convulsed as his face turned pale. That instantaneous pain made him feel like he had plummeted to hell. He knew very clearly that his dantian had been shattered by Yi Yun. All his martial cultivation had been maimed by Yi Yun. Yi Yun casually threw the spear, sending the half-dead Su Mayan flying out like an arrow as it whistled towards the distant mountain cliff. Pang! The mountain rocks shattered as the spear penetrated deep into the mountain, leaving the spear tip vibrating. As for Su Mayan, his entire person was pinned to the cliff, his fate unknown. Great! Little bastard, you maimed my Su family's son, I'll rip you to pieces. Su Boyang's eyes were blood red. He could no longer tolerate it as he let out a primal roar. He leapt up and, like a gigantic eagle, dove at Yi Yun. But at the moment he leaped, he suddenly turned. His target was not Yi Yun but Old Snake. Chapter 1324, Murder Under the Raven Knight. Translator, Situlin Editor, Situlin. Although Su Boyang hated Yi Yun to the bone, he did not let his anger get to his head. He knew that the greatest threat came from Old Snake. By making a feint, Yi Yun would be fish on the chopping block once he killed Old Snake. He could torment him as he wished to seek revenge for Su Mayan. A two-handed sword appeared out of thin air in Su Boyang's hands. It was 5 feet long and bathed in flames. Just as he was about to slash at Old Snake threw out the black bead in his hand. The black bead was part of a concealed weapon used by the dark-faced middle-aged man Purple Dark Sand. It appeared inconspicuous but in fact, the bead was made of purple mystic gold. Just a tiny piece was as heavy as a mountain. Weaker warriors could not even hold it, much less use it, for they would be crushed by its weight. But in Old Snake's hand, a gentle flick was enough to send the purple dark sand tearing through the void like a blazing star towards Su Boyang. Buzz. Before the black bead reached him, Su Boyang could already sense tremendous pressure. The blast from the Yuan Qi that struck his face was biting. It felt like he had been slapped in the face. He was alarmed and did not dare to charge at Old Snake without caution. Instead, he used his sword to block the flying black bead. Ding! The sword clashed with the bead as Su Boyang was sent flying back by the massive force. He was unable to put up any resistance. Martial Uncle. Upon seeing Su Boyang being knocked back, the Pilheart sect disciples turned worried. If Old Snake defeated Su Boyang, then they might perish there and then. A young disciple took out a voice transmission charm and secretly crushed it, hoping to transmit the news to the Pilheart sect. Our plans have gone awry. An old undying fart has suddenly appeared to save the bastard. We are currently in danger. Requesting for backup. The young disciple injected his Yuan Qi voice transmission into the charm as it instantly burned, preparing to leap across the void. But at that moment, a cold beam suddenly appeared, tearing apart the fiery flash. Pang! The entire voice transmission charm exploded, and its fiery flash was ruptured by the Yuan Qi beam. The news naturally failed to transmit. After the cold beam sank into the rocks, people realized that it was a flying saber. And the person who had thrown it was Yi Yun. The disciple that saw his voice transmission charm destroyed was angered. But he lacked the confidence to face Yi Yun. Punk, you have guts. But don't think you are invincible. There were about 7 or 8 Pilheart sect disciples there. These people were inferior in standing when compared to Su Mayan. But in terms of strength, they were not necessarily inferior to him. As a few of them were relatively older, their cultivation levels were approaching the supremacy realm. With their number advantage, they could easily join forces to accumulate a fearsome strength. I wouldn't go as far as thinking myself invincible, but killing you lot will be easy enough. As Yi Yun spoke, he instantly vanished. And, as though he teleported, he appeared in front of the disciple that had tried to send the voice transmission. Mirage snow flickered with a blue light as the sword tip struck forward like a dragonfly gently making contact with water. It appeared light, but it was extremely fast. Pwah! Blood splattered as a bloody hole appeared out of nowhere. The throat of the disciple that had sent the voice transmission was torn through by Mirage snow. Senior brother Su Yun. Upon seeing Su Yun die instantly, the crowd was alarmed. But Yi Yun did not stop there. His Mirage snow became the instrument of a massacre. Ever since he began cultivating in the Dragon Emperor technique, Yi Yun's speed had improved tremendously. With him condensing a 9-leaf spacetime Dao fruit, he was like a ghost in the void. Although the group wanted to join forces to fight Yi Yun, they could not even locate where he was. So, Yi Yun moved to a spot behind a Pilheart sect disciple and thrust Mirage snow out. It bore through the back of the disciple, penetrating his heart. He did not even have time to dodge, as his protective Yuan Qi was as thin and weak as paper against Yi Yun's strike. The swords piercing through his body marked the tragic death of another Pilheart sect disciple. It left the remaining ones enraged. Everyone, gather together and enter a combat formation. As long as we don't separate, we can definitely kill that little bastard, the disciple with the highest cultivation level shouted. His cultivation level was already at the 9th floor Dao Palace. He had yet to break through to the supremacy realm all this while, but that was only because he was consolidating his foundation and deliberately repressing his cultivation level. However, just as he finished his sentence, death had appeared with its sickle in front of him. 9 stances of the ascending dragon Golden Carp. Wah! The sword resonated as it was imbued with the raging powers of the Dragon Emperor bloodline, tearing through the disciple's protective Yuan Qi without any resistance. He was slightly stronger than the others, so he had the reflexes to make a hasty retreat, hoping to fend off Yi Yun's strike. But at that moment, a black wheel appeared out of thin air. Like a ghost, it tore through the 9th-story Dao Palace disciple's glabella. Phew! The 10,000 demon wheel of existence directly penetrated the Pilheart sect disciple's soul sea. His soul and memories were instantly pulverized by the major destruction laws. Instantly, his eyes glazed over and everything in the world distanced itself from him. He was dead. Senior brother Su Qi. Upon seeing this scene, there were Pilheart sect disciples that were on the brink of a mental breakdown. Even senior brother Su Qi was killed. In less than 10 seconds, Yi Yun had killed 3 people. And he had done so cleanly and with ease. Every attack led to death. Even Su Qi, who was at the 9th-story Dao Palace realm, could only manage to avoid one attack, and failed to put up any resistance to the second attack. Yi Yun was just too terrifying. They had seen supremacy experts fight before, but even many supremacies did not have strength like Yi Yun's. They wallowed in despair when facing such an enemy. Don't kill me. This has nothing to do with me. A young disciple gave a playful shout when he saw Yi Yun charge right at him. Yi Yun sneered and swiped with his sword, cleaving apart his throat, splattering his blood. Killers can be killed. By coming here, you made yourself a part of this. Yi Yun showed no mercy before taking the person's life. He remembered that this youth had effused killing intent towards him before Old Snake arrived. he had also seen his gloating expression. With the tables turned, Yi Yun naturally wanted him to pay the price for his actions. Little bastard, I'll kill you. From afar, Su Boyong roared. His hair was already disheveled as he looked like a deranged monster. He had barely managed to block Old Snake's purple dark sand and had expended a great deal of yuan qi. But at that moment, he no longer had the time to be appalled by Old Snake's strength. He was concerned about his family juniors being massacred by Yi Yun. They were members of his Su family. The hunting of Yi Yun was meant to win them meritorious rewards, so Su Boyong naturally brought young disciples from his clan. When he reported this matter to the upper echelons, they would receive tremendous rewards. Su Boyong had deliberately chosen excellent members of the Su family, but at that moment, almost all the Su family members were being wiped out by Yi Yun. Old bastard, since you wanted to kill and rob me of my resources, I'll let you experience the painful feeling of having your descendants die under my sword one after another today. Yi Yun laughed sinisterly as he continued heading for the other Su family members. Chapter 1325, Matchless. Translator, Situlin. Editor, Situlin. Quick flee. Flee separately. The remaining Pilheart sect disciples lost all their fighting spirit when they saw what Yi Yun was capable of. He was not someone they could deal with at all. And the other Pilheart sect elders have been pinned by the unfathomable old man. They did not place any hopes on them. None of them expected that an operation meant to earn merit would end up with them falling into Shura hell. There's no use trying to escape. All of you shall die today. Yi Yun naturally would not leave anyone alive, for fear of letting them inform the Pilheart sect. He struck with the intent to kill them all. Mirage snow flew out as cold beams streaked across the night sky. Boop! While a Pilheart sect disciple was fleeing, his head rolled off as his headless corpse fell forward. It was a massacre. Anyone below the realm of supremacy posed no challenge to Yi Yun. Just 3 more are left. Old bastard, widen your eyes and watch this. I will not spare a single one. Following that, Yi Yun flew towards the remaining 3 Su family members. Su Boyong's eyes went blood red as he trembled in anger. Wang Chongming. Guai Yunji. Why are the 2 of you hesitating there? Join me in killing this old fellow. Do you think if this carries on, there will be no need to continue fighting? Su Boyong roared angrily. The dark-faced middle-aged man and the coquettish woman did not dare make a move because they were awed by Old Snake's powerful might. Now that all the Su family members were nearly dead, Su Boyong was incensed to the point of vomiting blood. The middle-aged man and the woman were not members of the Su family, but what Su Boyong said wasn't wrong. They would have to fight Old Snake sooner or later. Their brief hesitation was used to determine Old Snake's strength. To them, the number of Su family members that died did not matter when compared to their own lives. Attack! Su Boyong roared maniacally as he wielded his 2-handed sword. Dozens of tiny swords flew around his body as they resonated with sword hums. It was a sword array. Su Boyong obviously held nothing back against Old Snake. This strike was him at his full strength. And besides Su Boyong, the middle-aged man and woman had good teamwork too. They attacked simultaneously, catching Old Snake in a pincer formation. The middle-aged man's black scales had proliferated his entire body. A gigantic black python phantom appeared behind him. He also moved low to the ground like a python. As for the beautiful woman, a rich ghostly aura emanated from her body. It overwhelmed the area with the wailing of ghosts. Her hands transformed into ghastly claws as they grabbed at Old Snake's throat. A sword array, a snake, and a ghost. Does your Pilheart sect not have a uniform heritage? Old Snake chuckled as he said with utmost composure. His tone sounded slow, but it did not seem to take any time for him to say that. It felt like time itself had been split. Old Snake attacked the next instant. His body seemed to split into 3 as he headed for the 3 Pilheart sect elders. From afar, Yi Yun felt a jolt when he saw the instant Old Snake attacked. Old Snake was not really splitting into 3. Instead, he had separated the space in the battleground. He struck out thrice in 3 different spaces. Time seemed to slow down in the face of such astounding speed. But from an outsider's perspective, it looked like Old Snake's 3 attacks struck simultaneously. Do you like to play with snakes? I'm your ancestor if that's the case. In the first spatial dimension, Old Snake roared as his blood coursed through his body. After consuming the 9 Revolutions Azure Fruit, Old Snake's damaged foundation had been healed to a certain extent. Against the dark-faced middle-aged man, Old Snake ignored everything else as he struck out with a fist. Boom! The punch was imbued with Old Snake's surging lifeblood powers. One could faintly see a massive soaring serpent roaring. A soaring serpent was a direct descendant of the Dragon Emperor. Among the 4 sacred beasts, it symbolized Earth of the 5 elements. The power of its bloodline far exceeded that of the succeeding ancient Fae. Old Snake's punch was not only indomitable in strength. It also carried a suppression effect that stemmed from bloodlines. At the instant fist met Black Scale, the python behind the middle-aged man seemed to encounter an extremely horrifying existence. Its strength was halved instantly. What? The middle-aged man was alarmed, but he could no longer retreat. His strike had met Old Snake's fist directly. Boom! With an explosion, the middle-aged man's body jolted as the python phantom behind him dissipated. He spewed a mouthful of black blood and flew backward. Countless ribs shattered with the sound of cracking explosions. They were on completely different levels. How terrifying! The middle-aged man was horrified. At that moment, all he could do was hope that as he was taking the brunt of Old Snake's strength, his partners would be able to successfully take him down. However, he never realized that the space in the battlefield had long been separated. At the very same moment the middle-aged man flew out, Old Snake was also facing the woman and her ghosts. Against the ghastly aura, Old Snake roared. His body was augmented by golden light as though a god of war had descended into the mortal world. Combat sacred body. Shie. 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 Golden light radiated in every direction. Old Snake's body shined like a sun that befell the mortal world. Wherever the light reached, all the menacing ghosts would eviscerate by its brightness, becoming instantly devastated. Is an Aeon Ghost Monarch really that impressive? Even if you add on the time before its death, it can't compare to how long I have lived. Explode! Old Snake struck out with both his fists, clashing with the 2 ghastly claws the beautiful woman had projected. This clash was like 2 burning meteorites crashing into the earth. The ghastly claws dissipated directly while Old Snake's fists did not lose momentum, continuing to the woman's extended arms. Ka-cha! The woman screamed sharply as the bones in her arms shattered. Powerful Yuan Qi coursed up the meridians in her arms and into her torso. Her innards were ground apart as she spat out a mouthful of blood. She was appalled. Just 1 strike had left her horrendously injured. If she had not fused with the Aeon Ghost Monarch, she would have probably been killed by the 2 punches. And what did the old man say? The Aeon Ghost Monarch she reared had not existed as long as he had? How was that possible? A series of emotional upheavals flared in her heart. If that was true, what sort of existence had they provoked? However, she did not get much time to think about it. At that moment, in the 3rd spatial battleground, Old Snake had already begun his attack on Su Boyang. You old bastard, you are actually the weakest of the 3. Old Snake had combat powers protecting him as his golden light coruscated. It was like armor that made him invulnerable. He grabbed at Su Boyang's 2-handed sword. At the same time, his combat powers accumulated to an extreme. He easily withstood the attacks from Su Boyang's tiny swords. Having lost the 2-handed sword which was core to the array, the rest of the sword array's strength decreased drastically. There was nothing to be afraid of. Ding! 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 The sound of flying swords striking his protective armor rang out, but Old Snake moved through the inundating rain of swords, rushing in front of Su Boyang. You? Su Boyang jolted in fear. He felt that Old Snake was someone he could not withstand at all. It was like a child facing a strong man. He would be repressed in every aspect. Su Boyang was ultimately an alchemist. In fact, he seldom entered combat, much less fought someone much stronger than himself. His fighting spirit was instantly doused. Time to go! Old Snake roared as he grabbed Su Boyang's sword tip and punched Su Boyang in the chest. Su Boyang grunted painfully. He felt like his body had been struck by a billion-pound sledgehammer. His internal organs were ground to mush, and he felt as though his bones were about to fall off. Old Snake directly snatched Su Boyang's sword away and flipped it around, stabbing the blade into Su Boyang's abdomen. Old Snake grabbed Su Boyang's two-handed sword and lifted Su Boyang up. "Join your nephew then." Old Snake casually threw him. Phew! The two-handed sword was imbued with Old Snake's combat strength and shot out like a meteor. At an indiscernible speed, Su Boyang and his sword flew towards a cliff. Ding! The sword collided with the mountain as the blade penetrated straight into the mountain, leaving only the sword hilt exposed. Su Boyang was pinned to the mountain just like that. Old Snake had deliberately put in just enough strength so that Su Boyang ended up only 10 feet away from Su Mayan. There was a loud sound from the collision with the mountain. Su Mayan, who wasn't far away, noticed it. Although he had been crippled by Yi Yun, he had yet to die. He opened his eyes with great difficulty and looked beside him. What he found left him dumbfounded. Marshall! Marshall uncle, why are you also? Su Mayan felt reverberations through his heart. While deep in despair, he sought his martial uncle, but he was not there to save him. Instead, he had been pinned there just like him. At that moment the young and old duo were like fish being hung out to dry. They were hanging off the cliff and the scene was as wretched as it could be. At that moment, Su Boyang no longer cared about his standing as a martial uncle. He only felt his vital strength rapidly depleting. He would not last much longer. Chapter 1326, Taste of One's Own Medicine. Translator, Situlin Editor, Situlin. Cough, cough. Su Boyang coughed out blood. His face was as pale as wax paper. Over the hundreds of thousands of years since he became an elder of the Pilheart sect, Su Boyang was always treated with utmost respect by other large factions. People would be afraid that they failed to entertain him well enough. Numerous Heavenly South Great World experts, including figures like King Yi, would prepare substantial gifts for him, hoping that he would refine pills for them. Su Boyang believed that he would live the rest of his life in such a hallowed state, experiencing the full range of wealth the martial world had to offer him, the life of a star. He never imagined that there would come a day when he and his martial nephew would be hung on a cliff together. It was extremely insulting. "Martial uncle, will someone from the sect save us?" Su Mayan was suffering from a pierced lung, so every word he said leaked air out of his chest. The pain he suffered was excruciating. He could only pin his hopes on Pilheart sect experts coming to save them. There were many experts in the Pilheart sect, and they were now their only hope. Before Su Mayan could finish his sentence, he stopped talking. He suddenly saw Yi Yun holding a blue sword in the night. He was standing amid corpses that were sprawled across the ground. There was blood on his sword that was dripping to the ground. Only then did Su Mayan realize that aside from him, all the other Pilheart sect juniors had been killed. Su Mayan felt suffocated. He had been in a semi-conscious state and was completely unaware of Yi Yun's actions. The corpses that were strewn across the ground appalled him. You killed 7 of my Pilheart sect geniuses at once." The Pilheart sect had prevailed over the Heavenly South Great World for too long. For 10,000 years, Pilheart sect disciples would be treated with utmost respect wherever they went. But today, Yi Yun and the old man had killed Pilheart sect disciples like they were slaughtering animals. They did not hesitate at all. This made Su Mayan horrified. He could see his own outcome on the faces of the dead Pilheart sect disciples. "I just killed 7 retards that thought too highly of themselves. Do you think that my taking of their lives is something I should find impressive?" Yi Yun sneered as he shook his sword. An ice-blue frost chi emanated, freezing the blood on the sword. The red ice crystals shattered and scattered to the ground, cleansing the sword of any stains. Old Snake had already completely taken down the dark-faced middle-aged man and the ghostly woman. He rubbed his hands and said languidly, "How do you want to deal with these people? Kill them all?" Old Snake asked very naturally, but his voice contained killing intent. It left one distraught. You're welcome to try. The beautiful woman glared viciously at Yi Yun as she threatened. The Pilheart sect would not let you off. You would never be able to do anything in public again, as the Pilheart sect would want you dead. There are also many instances of when death is not the most terrifying outcome. Her voice was chilling, as though it came from the deepest abyss. It contained an aura that would leave anyone shuddering. Oh? Yi Yun chortled. Pray, do tell me. What is more terrifying than death? Humph. If you kill us, the Pilheart sect will make you pay an extremely terrible price. Our alchemists can refine many pills that would make you wish you were dead once you consume them. You would be tortured by the Pilheart sect for hundreds of thousands of years. When the time comes, death will feel like an especially blissful thing to you, the beautiful woman continued. Yi Yun could sense a ghastly aura in the woman's voice. Although she had been taken down by Old Snake, her voice was still imbued with an aura that attacked his soul. It easily made him feel fear, enough even to make him consider backing down. Torture me for hundreds of thousands of years? I'm actually rather intrigued about such methods, said Yi Yun as he stroked his chin. A glint flashed in the woman's eyes. Go ahead and think I'm only joking. Our operation that targeted you today is naturally known by the Pilheart sect. There is no way you can escape responsibility if we perish in this canyon. You'd be challenging the entire Pilheart sect. You will experience the most terrifying and tragic torture. The woman continued her threats. She was not lying. Anyone that wasn't crazy would turn apprehensive when facing a behemoth like the Pilheart sect. I'm really a little afraid of your threat, said Yi Yun nonchalantly. He wiped his interspatial ring and a green jar appeared in his hand out of thin air. The jar was originally an urn that contained a mighty figure's ashes. It was obtained by Xang Wu in an ancient mystic realm. After Yi Yun killed him, the jar landed in Yi Yun's possession. Yi Yun patted the top of the jar. With a light ring, a green smoke appeared out of the jar. The smoke constantly billowed as it manifested into a grotesque face. It bared its teeth and claws as though it was a devil. Poison Demon, who was born out of the ashes in the urn, had previously been utterly defeated by Ling Xier. He had no choice but to sign a soul contract with Yi Yun, one that had him completely submit to Yi Yun. Over the past year, Yi Yun did not pay any attention to Poison Demon and had nearly forgotten him. He never expected that when he was facing the ghastly woman, Poison Demon would suddenly send out an intense soul fluctuation. You want to consume her? Thanks to the contract, Yi Yun could perceive Poison Demon's intentions. Poison Demon nodded his head incessantly. Yes, master. This vicious woman cultivates in the Ghost Dao and her body has fused with an Aeon Ghost Monarch. I have a feeling that by devouring it, my strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Furthermore, I can search this vicious woman's soul for any information of value, which I'll naturally report to you, master. After searching her soul, I can torture her for hundreds of thousands of years, making her wish she was dead. When the time comes, she will feel how blissful death is. Poison Demon chuckled as he revealed a fawning smile. He already looked grotesque, so his smile only made him more horrendous. Of course, this smile made the woman shudder when she saw it. She never expected her own threats to be used by Poison Demon against her. In addition, she was acutely aware that Poison Demon was not joking. Just looking at the urn was enough to let her know that Poison Demon had quite a substantial origin. It had been born from the urn in a period of time that was probably a lot more ancient than her Aeon Ghost Monarch. Why is this happening? That old man with the ragged clothes said that he had lived for more than 100 million years, a period that far exceeded the Pilheart sect's history. And the green smoke demon, that she had no idea where Yi Yun had obtained it from, was also such an ancient existence? If her soul was truly devoured by Poison Demon, followed by hundreds of thousands of years of torture, that was truly an unimaginable pain. Unknowingly, the woman's face had turned pale. Wait! She was completely terrified. She had planned on scaring Yi Yun, but she never expected Yi Yun to be completely capable of dealing with her in the exact same way. However, Yi Yun completely ignored her. He looked at Old Snake and asked, "Senior, do you have any desire for the Ghost Monarch?" "Not at all. It's all yours." Old Snake did not think anything of these people. Ian nodded and waved his hand indifferently at Poison Demon. "Since you feel that devouring this Ian Ghost Monarch would help you evolve, go ahead." "Thank you, Master." Poison Demon roared in excitement. It immediately transformed into a massive green smoke that billowed like apocalyptic fumes before rushing towards the woman. "Ah! No! Wait!" The woman yelled in despaired horror. Having cultivated in the Ghost Dao, she dreaded the thought of having her soul devoured more than other warriors because she understood the outcome far more than they ever could. However, her wails were useless. Her entire body was enveloped by the green smoke, and it did not take long before her body was void of all signs of life. Her soul had been extracted directly. Of course, what left Poison Demon drooling was the Ghost Monarch that had fused with her soul. Search her soul properly. Report any information of value to me. As for the old woman's soul, do as you please. Yi Yun had no pity for the woman. Warriors that cultivated in the Ghost Dao were not the most benign people. In order to advance their Ghost Dao cultivation, they killed countless people and refined many captured souls. These souls would suffer all sorts of torment before completely dissipating. "Yes, Master." Poison Demon was extremely excited, and Su Boyang and Su Mayan were overwhelmed with horror when they heard its voice. They originally felt delighted hearing the woman threaten Yi Yun. They believed that the tremendous threat of the Pillheart sect would make Yi Yun shudder in fear. But in a blink of an eye, everything was reversed. The ones shuddering in fear were them. They now realized that no matter what Yi Yun did next, he had the means to make them wish for instant death. Chapter 1327, Soul Searching. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. In the dark canyon, the beautiful woman's soul was completely enveloped by Poison Demon's green flames. It let out sharp, tragic wails. Poison Demon completely refined her soul and also devoured the Ian Ghost Monarch's soul. Instantly, Yi Yun sensed Poison Demon's strength rapidly increase. His body became more corporeal, as though it was becoming an actual body. Poison Demon had been born hundreds of millions of years ago. Yet despite existing for such a long period of time, his growth had been extremely slow. He never experienced such a jump in strength before. The absorption of the massive powers of the Ian Ghost Monarch made Poison Demon feel extremely comfortable. He could not help but revel in an intoxicated manner. "Ha ha, what immense power!" Poison Demon laughed out loudly. He suddenly thought that, although he had been forced to sign a soul contract, following Yi Yun was not a bad choice. If he were alone, it would have been much harder to find chances to improve his strength so greatly. "Devour the rest too," Yi Yun said. At that moment, the Pillheart sect group only had 3 people left. The strongest, the dark-faced middle-aged man and Su Boyang, had already had their meridians maimed by Old Snake. They were unable to put up any resistance, much less the mutilated Su Mayan. "Thank you, Master." Upon hearing Yi Yun's command, Poison Demon cackled maniacally. It was no different from having a feast spread out in front of him. He immediately split its body into 3 and transformed into 3 green flames that flew towards the trio. "Little bastard, the Pillheart sect will definitely skin you alive." Su Boyang cursed crazily, but his vicious voice was quickly drowned by the annihilative green flames. It transformed into tragic cries following that. You will die a horrible death." Su Boyang's voice changed, but he was still yelling. "Old fellow, since you are so good at shouting, I'll let you shout a little longer," Poison Demon said with a chuckle. At that moment, all 3 souls were completely in Poison Demon's control. He could torture them as he pleased. If these people chose to perish without a fuss, he would refine them directly. But since Su Boyang wanted to spew such vindictive words before his death, Poison Demon decided to give him some special attention, letting him die in much greater pain. And pain of the soul was much worse than the pain of being dismembered by several times. Soon, Su Boyang suffered a mental breakdown. His consciousness was dissipated from the excruciating pain, so he could forget about shouting more threats. did you find anything of use? Asked Yi Yun. Master, all that's left is mainly remnant memory fragments. They are not complete. Master, if you would like to know something specific, I'll search for it. The soul fragments were in disarray, but they had been sealed and stored away by Poison Demon. It would take some time to search for and digest them. I would like to know the source of the Pilheart sect's heritage, the divine alchemy cauldron's array formation, and an herb called unwithering grass, asked Yi Yun. These questions were what concerned him the most, especially the unwithering grass. Yi Yun was very interested in it. With Yi Yun's guidance, Poison Demon carefully searched and quickly gave Yi Yun the results. Due to the soul contract, Poison Demon could share the information with Yi Yun with a mere thought. However, the memories obtained by searching souls were too fragmented. It was impossible to obtain the entire heritage from them. Yi Yun could only determine that the Pilheart sect's heritage first originated from a ruin the divine alchemist left behind in the sinkhole years ago. However, the Pilheart sect did not completely rely on the divine alchemist's heritage. In the tens of millions of years of the Pilheart sect's development, it obtained an increasing amount of heritage. Some of the ancient heritage was even capable of perfecting some of the flaws in the divine alchemist's manuals. For example, the nurturing of the unwithering grass. Back then, the divine alchemist did not study unwithering grass in detail. He only decided that such a herb was extremely rare and difficult to grow artificially. However, the Pilheart sect had found a method, allowing it to refine youth-regaining pills on a large scale. Unfortunately, the Pilheart sect's pill recipe had a serious flaw, preventing its alchemists from fully utilizing the unwithering grass. Apart from that, the Pilheart sect had also sought out manuals that recorded the divine alchemy cauldron's array formation. They had even obtained fragments of the array formation. If Yi Yun obtained the manuals and fragments, he might be able to mend the divine alchemy cauldron. This Pilheart sect really has control over quite a number of old heritages. If I can obtain the Pilheart sect's heritage and complete it, my alchemical skills would improve again, Yi Yun muttered to himself as he thoughtlessly glanced at Old Snake. This glance left Old Snake extremely wary. Kid, what are you looking at me for? Don't tell me you have your sights set on the Pilheart sect stuff and wish for me to be your hatchet man? I'm warning you right now, don't get too far-fetched in your dreams. Although I killed a few Pilheart sect elders, who knows how many powerful old monsters the Pilheart sect is backing it or how strong they are. Even if they can't beat me, I do not want to help. Fighting them would definitely be a waste of my lifespan. Kid, don't you make plans involving me. Old Snake quickly made sure to establish boundaries with Yi Yun. He was not one to take action without a clear target. Yi Yun stroked his chin and said leisurely, "Didn't you hear me ask about the unwithering grass? That is the main ingredient for a kind of longevity-extending pill. If I can obtain large amounts of unwithering grass, I can refine these longevity-extending pills on a large scale. I was planning on giving you like 100 pills, but since you aren't interested." What? Longevity-extending pills? Old Snake stared at Yi Yun. If there was one thing that attracted Old Snake's attention the most, it was things that could extend his lifespan and fix his foundation. Under normal circumstances, the two aspects were the same thing to Old Snake. Is there really such a thing? And you could refine it on a large scale? Don't you lie to me. Old Snake knew that any pill that involved extending lifespans or fixing foundations was extremely expensive. Due to the rarity of the raw materials, it made it almost impossible to refine them on a large scale. Yi Yun said, "Large scale is a relative term. Even with unwithering grass, the refinement cost is still very high. Besides, such longevity-extending pills are only highly effective in the beginning. The effects diminish later on." Yi Yun spoke honestly. Any pill would have diminishing effects the more one ate, but Old Snake did not consider that a problem at all. Old Snake clapped his hands. "Kid, tell me. How do I figure in your plans?" Upon hearing Old Snake's words, Yi Yun rolled his eyes. This old fellow was too predictable. "Clean up the corpses first. We can discuss it in detail after returning to the city." After killing so many people from the Pilheart sect, Yi Yun did not wish to stay there for long. It would be troublesome if the Pilhart sect sent reinforcements. All right. Old Snake immediately released a few fireballs that burned all the corpses to ash. With a gust of wind, all the ashes scattered, leaving not even a single bloodstain behind. As for the signs of battle, he wiped them clean with a few casual blasts from his fist. From the looks of it, Old Snake was very experienced in cleaning up a battle scene. Let's go. Time to return to the city. Chapter 1328, Heavenly Pivot Sword. Translator, Ctullen. Editor, Ctullen. By the time Iyun returned to Cloudpool City, it was already dawn. And it was the day the Heavenly South Peaks meets Martial tournament was to begin. There were already many people traveling down the streets of Cloudpool City at daybreak. They were all shuffling towards the center of Cloudpool City. The tournament was an important segment of the Heavenly South Peaks meet. Many old freaks might pay more attention to the auction from the previous day, but few people had a chance of actually seeing the auction. In comparison, the tournament allowed entry to anyone in Cloudpool City who paid an entry fee. Sect Master E, why weren't you at your residence? We have been waiting for you for quite a while. Back when Iyun returned to the inn, the Clear Lunar Island's entourage were already there waiting for him. As it was the first day of the Heavenly South Peaks meets tournament, Jingyuasha wished to invite Iyun to join her, but she learned from the inn's manager that Iyun had left about 3 hours ago. Jingyuasha was very worried when she didn't see him return. Young Master E, the Pilhart sect wishes to skin you alive, so why were you traveling around alone at night? What would happen if Su Boyang and company decided to ambush you, said Jingyuasha. She never imagined that Iyun would actually exit Cloudpool City. Iyun laughed and said, Su Boyang won't ambush me. Instead, the Pilhart sect's grudge against me has probably gone deeper. Jingyuasha frowned when she saw Iyun's cheeky smile. Young Master E, this is no laughing matter. Let's go to the Heavenly South Peaks meet first. There's some planning for us to do. The people from the Pilhart sect would not dare to take action at the Heavenly South Peaks meet. Let's go, Sect Master E. Jingyuayin said as well. She noticed that Iyun was extraordinary, far exceeding her standing. Therefore, she did not object to Jingyuasha's closeness with Iyun. Her only wish was that Iyun would survive the upcoming calamity and, if possible, grace the Clear Lunar Island in the future. All right. Iyun followed the Clear Lunar Island entourage to the Heavenly South Peaks meets tournament. In the middle of Cloudpool City was a gigantic square that spanned about 5 kilometers. There were already more than 100,000 people gathered in the square. More than 100,000 people sounded like a lot, but they were scattered across the huge square. It was not tight at all. Instead, people seemed scattered across the square. Among the crowd in the square, Iyun saw the Heavenly Pivot chapter. With the tournament about to begin, Xia Zijian was dressed in clothes sewn from heavenly silk. He held a purplish gold sword, and together with his clothes and rather handsome looks, he seemed somewhat high-spirited and enthusiastic. The sword was named the Heavenly Pivot Sword and was wielded by the incumbent sect master. It was a cornerstone treasure of the Heavenly Pivot chapter that had been handed down ever since it was established. As he was participating in such a huge tournament, Xia Zijian was given the chance to temporarily borrow it. It was so that he could obtain good results at the tournament. Upon seeing Iyun appear, Xia Zijian pricked up his brows. He never expected Iyun to appear so free and composed with the Pilhart sect's forces so oppressively present. Sect Master E, are you here on a tour? You look really euphoric. Xia Zijian said with a faint smile. The Heavenly Pivot chapter was not like the Clear Lunar Island. They were bound not to have much interaction with Iyun in the future. They only yearned to demarcate a clear line from Iyun, afraid that they would be implicated. Hey, isn't this Martial Nephew Zijian? Iyun said in a surprised manner, as if he had just happened upon Xia Zijian. The words Martial Nephew Zijian made Xia Zijian frown. This punk was still trying to get the better of him verbally despite death rearing down on him. Previously, with Ren Yunzong present, Xia Zijian had no choice but treat Iyun respectfully. But now that Iyun was doomed, he no longer felt much apprehension. In terms of age and cultivation level, Iyun was slightly weaker than he was. Yi Yun had no right to act high and mighty as a sect master in front of him. Xia Zijian snorted coldly as he gently brandished the sword in his hand. Wow, this sword of yours. Only then did Yi Yun seem to notice the heavenly pivot sword in Xia Zijian's hand. The corners of Xia Zijian's mouth curved up. He thoughtlessly moved his sword so that he could present the most perfect side of the heavenly pivot sword. The sword was the heavenly pivot chapter's pride and joy. Xia Zijian was not even allowed to touch it in the past, much less use it. Now, he could finally use it, and for such a grand tournament. He was naturally excited. As for typical warriors, they would usually hide their swords in their interspatial ring, but Xia Zijian was different. He couldn't bear the thought of that and so kept holding the sword in his hand. He fully intended to show it off. Xia Zijian was quite pleased that Yi Yun had the power of discernment to tell the extraordinariness of the sword. Just as he was about to brag about it, Yi Yun suddenly spoke out again. "Is this sword the one you bought from that street-side store you mentioned that day when we separated? It looks decent enough. It's worth some spirit jade." Yi Yun stroked his chin as he studied the heavenly pivot sword, as though he was extremely well-versed in appraising treasures. "You?" Xia Zijian was incensed. A few days ago, they had separated because Ren Yunzong did not wish for Yi Yun to follow them. He had indeed used the excuse of looking at treasured artifacts so as to separate from Yi Yun. Back then, Yi Yun had shown his disdain for the low quality of the store they had chosen. Xia Zijian could have ignored it, but now, Yi Yun was insulting his sect's cornerstone treasure. Xia Zijian could no longer tolerate it. People often say that one can be blind despite having eyes. I thought that for you to become sect master, you would be someone rather knowledgeable, but I never expected. So the myriad Godrage is this and nothing more. The sect master it chose is not only young, but he also lacks the most basic discernment, Xia Zijian mocked. The heavenly pivot chapter disciples laughed in unison, echoing Xia Zijian's words. As for Xia Zijian, he began to secretly inject Yuan Qi into the heavenly pivot sword. Instantly, the heavenly pivot sword flashed with a crimson beam as fiery runes lit up. The sword even began to emit a clear hum as though it was about to shoot forward. Upon seeing the heavenly pivot sword's reaction, even Jing Yuxia was slightly alarmed. She had previously heard of the heavenly pivot sword, but she had never seen it before. Now, seeing the sword being powered by Yuan Qi, the runes that appeared made her have no choice but to admit that it was a good sword. With my strength, I can at best produce about 10 to 20% of the heavenly pivot sword's power. But it's enough to be considered a divine dragon among weapons, with no peer. Xia Zijian said proudly. He was very pleased with the reaction of the people around him, especially the slight surprise in Jing Yuxia's eyes. He could not help but look at Yi Yun to express his pride. This sect master is lacking in so much knowledge that he has probably never held such a good sword, right? Upon coming to this conclusion, Xia Zijian turned even more gleeful. Yi Yun did not speak but slowly took out a sword from his interspatial ring. The sword was azure blue in color, and it was none other than Mirage Snow. Huan Qinxue had once said that Mirage Snow had already undergone a change. Even Bai Yuan herself would not recognize it, therefore, Yi Yun was not afraid of others recognizing Mirage Snow. With Mirage Snow in hand, Yi Yun injected his Yuan Qi into it. The sword's frost qi emanated as an ice blue glimmer slowly gathered around it. Mirage Snow was the female counterpart of the Yin and Yang swords. It was absolutely one of the best swords in the world and had unrivaled sword qi which subjugated all swords. Furthermore, the Yuan Qi that Yi Yun injected into the sword was many times stronger than Xia Zijian's. It was on a completely different level. Hum. Mirage Snow produced a long hum as powerful sword qi radiated outwards in a suppressive manner. The heavenly pivot sword was the first to be inundated by it and, due to the suppression, it began to tremble suddenly. The runic glow on the sword turned unstable before it slowly dimmed. In a short while, the heavenly pivot sword's runic glow vanished. On the other hand, Mirage Snow's sword qi became even more sharp and powerful. Under its sword qi's suppression, the heavenly pivot sword obediently hid in its sheath and did not dare produce any sword hums. Upon seeing this scene, Xia Zijian was dumbfounded. What was going on? He subconsciously shook the heavenly pivot sword, hoping to get the runic patterns to light up again, but the heavenly pivot sword did not respond at all, as though it was an ordinary metal sword. Xia Zijian's eyes widened and were fixed on the heavenly pivot sword in his hand, stupefied by its non-reaction. Chapter 1329, Dao Calamity Tower. Translator, Citulin. Editor, Citulin. Senior brother, what was that about? The other heavenly pivot chapter disciples beside Yi Yun were stupefied. They had seen the sect's cornerstone treasure sword's might. It would shoot out beams of sword chi in an indomitable fashion. But today, the heavenly pivot sword seemed to lose its powers and effects. What sort of origin does the sword in Yi Yun's hand have? The heavenly pivot chapter disciples were no fools either. When they recovered from the splendor of the display, they realized it was likely because of mirage snow. But what sort of sword would it take to repress the heavenly pivot sword, preventing it from releasing even a strand of sword chi? Upon seeing Yi Yun's sword, Xia Zijian's face turned red from embarrassment. He could ignore the fact that he was inferior to Yi Yun in alchemy, but now his greatest pride, the heavenly pivot sword, was completely repressed by Yi Yun. Furthermore, it had happened in front of girls his age such as Jing Yuesha. This made the proud Xia Zijian want to immediately cleave Yi Yun apart. How a sword fares depends not only on the sword, but also the person using it. Jing Yueyin said slowly from close by. Her voice wasn't loud, but everyone present heard it loud and clear. Back when the heavenly pivot chapter abandoned Yi Yun, it was considered underhanded but not faultable. However, Xia Zijian took the extra step of deliberately making sarcastic remarks in front of Yi Yun before he left. His flaunting of the heavenly pivot chapter's deep heritage spurred the usually low-profile Jing Yueyin to speak up for Yi Yun. From her point of view, Yi Yun was a weak single force who was still being pursued by the Pilheart sect. He was naturally the underdog. Upon hearing Jing Yueyin kick him while he was down, Xia Zijian felt aggrieved. If it were any other person saying something like that, he would have fiercely retorted. However, the person was Jing Yueyin, someone whose strength and status far exceeded his. What else could Xia Zijian say? At that moment, a rather deep voice sounded. Clear Lunar Island Lord, when have you ever spent the time and effort to help me discipline my sect's juniors? Yi Yun glanced over and the person who spoke was Ren Yunzong. After establishing boundaries with Yi Yun, Ren Yunzong was no longer on good terms with the Clear Lunar Island when he noticed the clear bias the Clear Lunar Island had towards Yi Yun. This made Ren Yunzong no longer care about being polite to Jing Yueyin as he did before. Ren Yunzong did not come alone. Following him was someone Yi Yun knew, as well as a gray-shirted man. The old acquaintance was Prince Boundless Heaven, who Yi Yun never expected to know Ren Yunzong. As for the gray-shirted man beside Prince Boundless Heaven, he had sallow skin and he looked ordinary. With his inconspicuous attire, he was the kind of person who would be lost in a crowd. Not only that, his aura was extremely converged. If not for Yi Yun possessing the purple crystal's energy vision, he would not have been able to tell him from a mortal. However, Yi Yun was certain that the gray-shirted man's strength wasn't lacking. He was likely at the beginning stages of the supremacy realm and he wasn't old. The way he converged his aura likely stemmed from a mystic technique. Young Master Yi, this is someone from the Dao Calamity Tower. Be wary of them. Jing Yuesha's voice transmission sounded in Yi Yun's ears. Dao Calamity Tower? Yi Yun had never heard the name before. This person has the Dao Calamity Tower's emblem on his chest. The Dao Calamity Tower is a faction in the Emperor Ridge Great World. When I was traveling the Heavenly South Great World, I learned of them. They only have a weak subsidiary branch in the Heavenly South Great World, but due to its main branch, it is not to be underestimated. I see. Yi Yun nodded. The sinkhole was too big and there were all sorts of intricacies and power struggles among the great factions. The Dao Calamity Tower does not have a good reputation. In the past million years, it was able to set foot in the Heavenly South Great World and develop itself. Once that happened, they began annexing other small sections. There were even some who got wiped out. Jing Yuesha knew a lot of what happened, and this information had helped Yi Yun quite well. Yi Yun, what a coincidence. We meet again. The first person to speak was Prince Boundless Heaven. When he saw Yi Yun, his eyes emitted a subtle hint of disgust, but he soon masked his feelings. It's probably not a coincidence. Let me guess. Are you here to seek revenge on me? Yi Yun said languidly. Warriors had strong perceptions, and for Prince Boundless Heaven to come here with Rin Yunzong, only a fool would believe that it was a coincidence. It was highly likely that he was there for Yi Yun. Revenge? Prince Boundless Heaven frowned. Clearly, he felt Yi Yun's words lowered his status. Humph, a figure like you isn't worth my attention. Prince Boundless Heaven spoke coldly. His voice was extremely haughty. If not for Brother Pingyun's desire to meet you, I wouldn't even be bothered to say another word to you. As Prince Boundless Heaven spoke, the gray-shirted man behind him walked over. He was beaming. Prince Boundless Heaven, don't worry. Young Master Yi, there's no need to continue this quarrel. I'm Chu Pingyun. I previously learned of your extraordinary skill in alchemy and that you casually produced a godly monarch immortal annulus at the auction. You are truly a young hero. I've heard a lot about you. The gray-shirted man cupped his fists. Yi Yun also returned the salute. Although he was associating with Prince Boundless Heaven, he did not instantly treat the man as an enemy. After all, one didn't smack a smiling person. Brother Chu, is there any advice you have for me? I wouldn't dare call it advice. I come here to give you a chance to survive. Survive? Yi Yun pricked up his brows and looked at Chu Pingyun. That's right. Chu Pingyun nodded indifferently. Brother Yi, it's already known by all that you are being pursued by the Pillheart sect. In fact, the root reason for the Pillheart sect's pursuit is profit. As the heritage you possess is what they truly desire, the Pillheart sect will not do a thing to you if the heritage is no longer with you. Upon hearing Chu Pingyun's words, Yi Yun stroked his chin. And you are telling me this because? Simple. If you sell the cauldron and the ancient medical heritage to my Dao Calamity Tower, we will naturally publicize it. When the time comes, the Pillheart sect will shift its sights on us. My Dao Calamity Tower will bear all the burden for you, Brother Yi. When the Pillheart sect fights us, it will naturally have nothing to do with you. My Dao Calamity Tower would even send a convoy of experts to escort you back to the calm sea and ensure that nothing untoward happens to you. Chu Pingyun spoke while Yi Yun remained silent. Yi Yun was chuckling inwardly. It was no wonder Chu Pingyun came to discuss something with him, and in all smiles at that. So he had such an intention. They wanted to obtain his treasures before the Pillheart sect could make a move. They wanted to snatch food from a tiger's mouth. Calling it an exchange was just mincing words. As for escorting him to the calm sea, Yi Yun did not trust his words at all. Yi Yun had once wondered if the other major factions had really shied away in fear of the Pillheart sect's obstreperous arrival. Now, from the looks of it, the Pillheart sect was not fully capable of instilling that level of fear. Furthermore, Chu Pingyun had instantly mentioned the cauldron, so they had likely noticed something. Even if they did not know that he had the divine alchemist's heritage, they were cognizant that he possessed some sort of extraordinary heritage. How much spirit jade are you willing to offer? Asked Yi Yun with a faint smile. Chu Pingyun raised 2 fingers. 2 godly monarch immortal annuli. The price sounded like a lot, but anyone who knew better would realize that 2 godly monarch immortal annuli was far from the value of Yi Yun's heritage. But this was a matter of fishing in troubled waters. No one expected there to be a fair exchange. But at that moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Yi Yun's heart. It came from Ling Xier. Brother Yi Yun, this person is a baddie. Although he's smiling, he wishes to kill you. Oh? Yi Yun was taken aback. Those with killing intent would usually be able to conceal it if they had a deep comportment. For example, although Yi Yun guessed that Chu Pingyun was hiding nefarious thoughts, he was unable to determine if he had generated the thought to kill. Yet, Ling Xier was able to clearly sense it. Xier, don't worry. I did not plan on trusting him to begin with, said Yi Yun calmly. From the looks of it, Chu Pingyun had no intention of paying a single spirit jade for the heritage. Instead, he was trying to cheat him of his items before slaying him. If he did not guess wrong, all of this would happen right in Cloud Pool City. And it was because of this that he befriended Prince Boundless Heaven. To attack in Cloud Pool City, he needed the protection of Prince Boundless Heaven, so he would naturally give some of the spoils to Prince Boundless Heaven. Chapter 1330, Surrounded by Wolves. Translator, Cetulon. Editor, Cetulon. Upon realizing this, Ian sneered inwardly. Prince Boundless Heaven bore a grudge against him to begin with and most certainly wished him dead. How could he miss a chance to receive benefits while also being able to kick Ian while he was down? He did not want to approach Ian out of the blue, so he ended up acquainting himself with Ren Yunzong. This group of people completely acted as though Ian was a fat piece of juicy meat. Sect Master Yi, they are not benign. You have to proceed carefully, Jing Yuan warned him. With her rich amount of experience, she could tell what was going on. Chu Pingyun did not seem friendly beneath the surface. Thank you, Senior, for your warning. I know the boundaries, Ian said. Jing Yuan nodded. She was waiting to see Ian respond. In martial cultivation, just having talent and finding opportunities was insufficient. One needed to have superior state of mind. If one was prone to being rash or overly stupid, it would usually die a tragic death. Ian's present situation was as terrible as it could be. There was the Pilhard sect watching Ian like ravenous tigers from outside, and inside there were factions like the Dao Calamity Tower surrounding Ian like a pack of wolves. If Ian did not handle the matter properly, he might be eaten whole. Jing Yuan wanted to see if Ian was capable of handling the situation on good grounds despite it being so perilous. In fact, she believed that even if it was her in Ian's shoes, she would not be able to handle the situation appropriately. Sect Mastery, there are times when you need to let go of the opportunities you have received. As long as there is life, there is hope. Jing Yuan gave Ian her advice. She felt that with Ian's talent, he was bound to have a limitless future ahead of him if he lived on. Senior, I understand. Ian smiled faintly and cupped his fists at Chu Pingyun. He said, Brother Chu, there's no need to say such things. I can't accept the two godly monarch immortal annuli. Brother Chu, you are the one saving my life and I'm extremely grateful for that. How can I take your godly monarch immortal annuli? Ian said earnestly, so much that Jing Yuan was taken aback. What did Ian mean? Did he really mean to rely on the Dao Calamity Tower to escort him out of the heavenly South Great World? Although she had warned Ian not to remain stubborn with the opportunities, she never expected Ian to just hand the Dao Calamity Tower the opportunities he received with both hands. This was akin to asking a tiger for its skin, an impossibility. Hoping to take advantage of the Dao Calamity Tower was fool's talk. Even Chu Pingyun was stunned. It was so easy to negotiate with Ian? All he did was make an opening statement, and Ian ingratiated him. Not only did he agree to his conditions, he didn't even want the two godly monarch immortal annuli. How afraid of death was he? This punk must have been spending every waking moment on edge because of the Pilhard sect. I thought he would not know any better and try to haggle with me. I never expected him to be so useless. He agreed instantly. It's like he wants to beg on his knees for my Dao Calamity Tower to save him. Chu Pingyun gave a disdainful look at Ian when he saw how much of a backbone he lacked. The Dao Calamity Tower had previously investigated Ian and appraised him quite highly, calling him a young hero or a possible alchemist sage in the future. Now, from the looks of it, Ian was only a wimp who was mortally afraid of death. Prince Boundless Heaven, you have a grudge with this person? Chu Pingyun sent Prince Boundless Heaven a voice transmission. Although he treated Ian's action with disdain, he had no choice but to continue humoring Ian politely because of the benefits at stake. Don't compare him with me. All this Ian did was pick up some opportunities. He himself is trash. Those treasures are useless in his hands too. He's already so afraid of a mere Pilhard sect. Brother Pingyun, as previously agreed upon, that cauldron is yours, while his spirit jade is mine. Also, I can borrow the heritage to study for half a year. Don't you forget. Of course. Chu Pingyun nodded. Once the items are in hand, our Dao Calamity Tower will maim Ian of his Dantian and send him to your highness's residence. You are free to do with him as you please. After sending the voice transmission, Chu Pingyun looked at Yi Yun with a beaming smile. He said, "Young Master Yi, there's no need to stand on ceremony. Since my Dao Calamity Tower has put forth the offer of 2 godly monarch immortal annuli, we will naturally not take advantage of you." Seeing Chu Pingyun interact with Yi Yun with a murderous heart under a smiling exterior, Jing Yuan could hardly continue watching. What was Yi Yun planning to do? Did he really believe Chu Pingyun? Brother Chu, don't say that. As the saying goes, treasure belongs to the capable. Although I have obtained the ancient heritage, I do not have the strength to protect it. Handing it over to the Dao Calamity Tower would ensure that it will be used to its full potential. With you helping me, I'm already looking forward to spending the remaining tens of millions of spirit jade I have. By the way, the items in this ring should be given to you. As he spoke, Yi Yun handed Chu Pingyun an interspatial ring. The interspatial ring was old and unadorned. Chu Pingyun's mind stirred. Yi Yun was giving his items away just like that? Yi Yun was way too dumb. Having lived for almost 9 centuries, he had no lack of murder and robbery to his name. However, this was the first time he had encountered such a dumb prey. Chu Pingyun calmly received the interspatial ring and scanned it with his perception. There were all sorts of scrolls in the interspatial ring and it was obvious that they were old. Many of the scrolls' arrays were damaged. It left Chu Pingyun shocked. Even though he was a calm person usually, he was overjoyed at that moment. Did he really obtain it just like that? He checked the scrolls with his perception and sensed that there was an ancient but massive aura enveloping the surface of the scrolls. It was an aura that belonged to an almighty expert. And due to this aura, Chu Pingyun was unable to completely discern the content within the scrolls. He only sensed that there was dense ancient text written in them. It seemed real but also fantastic, as though it was a mountain hidden amid clouds. Chu Pingyun wanted to laugh out loud. He never expected that the scrolls would still retain an ancient expert's aura despite having endured so many years. It was truly extraordinary. He was eager to study the scrolls, but of course, he still needed to kill Yi Yun first. However, he never expected Yi Yun to hand over the items so easily. His original plan of dealing with Yi Yun went into disarray and he needed to adjust his scheme. Sect Master Yi, did you really just give the heritage to this Chu Pingyun? Upon seeing Yi Yun hand over the interspatial ring, Jing Yuan turned flustered. She could tell that Yi Yun was not a foolhardy person, so why did he do such a thing? Senior, don't worry. I know what I'm doing, said Yi Yun with a voice transmission. At that moment, Jing Yuan was at a loss for words. She suddenly realized that many people were sweeping their perception over, be it intentionally or unintentionally. Yi Yun's words and the action of handing over the interspatial ring were noticed by many people. There was no lack of experts at the Heavenly South Peaks meets venue. Jing Yuan frowned. If Yi Yun thought that handing over the items to the Dao Calamity Tower would ensure that he would be left alone while the Pilheart sect fought with the Dao Calamity Tower, that was overly naive. Be it the Pilheart sect or the Dao Calamity Tower, none of them would let Yi Yun off. In fact, this would only benefit the Dao Calamity Tower. It was completely unafraid of the Pilheart sect, and Chu Pingyun made it clear that they were snatching food from the tiger's mouth. This was also why Chu Pingyun was unafraid that others were watching them. Since they had decided to vie for the treasures, how could he remain lurking in the shadows? Chapter 1331, Blood for Blood. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Within moments of Yi Yun handing over the interspatial ring, Chu Pingyun had already put it away. At that moment, Chu Pingyun, Prince Boundless Heaven, and Ren Yunzong were beaming. They looked at Yi Yun as though they were watching an idiot. Young Master Yi, don't be in a hurry to leave. Why don't we go to Prince Boundless Heaven's residence for some tea? I can also give you the 2 godly monarch immortal annuli there, Chu Pingyun offered. He had a well-thought-out plan to deal with Yi Yun, but now, seeing how dumb Yi Yun was, he felt that the plan he created was superfluous. All he needed to do was lure Yi Yun over and kill him there. On that, I do have many things I would like to chat with you about. However, the Heavenly South Peaks meets tournament is about to begin. I would like to watch it and learn a little from the Heavenly South Great World's geniuses. Why don't I visit your residence at a later date? As for the godly monarch Immortal Annuli, there's really no need. You have already helped me greatly. If not for your Tao Calamity Tower, would I even be standing here today? As for the items in the ring, it was the agreed upon remuneration. I, Yi Yun, am a trustworthy person, said Yi Yun politely. Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, Chu Pingyun was taken aback. What agreed upon remuneration? But on second thought, Yi Yun was likely referring to the agreement they had made. The Tao Calamity Tower would escort Yi Yun back to the calm sea and Yi Yun would hand over the heritage to the Tao Calamity Tower. Upon realizing this, Chu Pingyun nearly laughed out loud. Yi Yun's mind was truly quirky. Yi Yun handed the heritage to him and even said that he had received great help from him. This was no different from a fool that gave away the gold he had because it was too heavy. Chu Pingyun said with a smile, "Sure thing. In a few days, my Tao Calamity Tower will definitely escort you back to the calm sea." When Chu Pingyun said those words, he did not notice that there were two pairs of eyes staring at him from among the crowd at the Heavenly South Peaks meet. Their eyes flashed with hatred. So it was the Tao Calamity Tower. That Yi Yun has actually allied himself with the Tao Calamity Tower and made an agreement with them beforehand. He said that the Tao Calamity Tower has saved his life and even mentioned agreed upon remuneration. From the looks of it, Yi Yun had already given the Tao Calamity Tower immense payments and this is just him handing over the remaining remuneration. We finally understand what happened. Yesterday, the Tao Calamity Tower took action with Yi Yun acting as bait. He went out of Cloud Pool City with Tao Calamity Tower experts following in secret. This little bastard probably long knew that there was a tracing mark on him and deliberately lured Elder Su, Elder Wang, and the others to pursue him. As for the Tao Calamity Tower, they laid an ambush, wiping out everyone from our Pilheart sect. The Pilheart sect members gnashed their teeth in hate. They originally believed that Su Boyang and two experts would be able to easily kill Yi Yun. It was impossible for something unexpected to happen, but now, they realized that the Tao Calamity Tower was involved in the matter. The Tao Calamity Tower experts that hid in the Emperor Ridge Great World were fully capable of doing such things. These bastards from the Tao Calamity Tower. Didn't my Pilheart sect warn all major factions earlier that no one is to lay their sights on Yi Yun's items? Not only did the Tao Calamity Tower ignore our warning, they even killed so many important figures of our Pilheart sect. Do they mean to declare war on us? An old woman said viciously. She had planned on participating in the operation to kill Yi Yun but missed the chance. But that morning, she learned the news of Su Boyang and company being completely wiped out. She broke out into a cold sweat. If she had gone yesterday, there was no way she would have returned alive. Report this to the sect master. We cannot let this matter rest or others will think our Pilheart sect is easily bullied. How will our Pilheart sect establish itself in the Heavenly South Great World in the future if people think we're weak? The Pilheart sect members were already certain that everything was done by the Tao Calamity Tower. Yi Yun and Chu Pingyun had definitely made a deal. Chu Pingyun was no fool either. He must have investigated the veracity of the heritage in the ring. Since he looked pleasantly surprised, the items in the ring were most likely genuine. Yi Yun was clearly seen giving the bulk of his wealth to Chu Pingyun. So how could such a major deal be fake? Furthermore, the Tao Calamity Tower often plundered and backstabbed. It was almost never a mistake to call them culprits. Now, all evidence pointed to the Tao Calamity Tower. They were able to wipe out Su Boyang and company cleanly, leaving no living soul behind. Sect Master previously said blood for blood, a tooth for a tooth. Elder 7 Kills is already on the way. The old woman said again. Upon hearing mention of Elder 7 Kills, the group was delighted. Among the many Pilheart sect elders, Elder 7 Kills was responsible for discipline. He was famous for his strength that far exceeded Su Boyang and company's. Furthermore, Elder 7 Kills had a hot temper. He did not tolerate being slighted at all. With Elder 7 Kills on the scene, the Tao Calamity Tower members would definitely suffer. The Pilheart sect discussed with Yuan Chi voice transmissions. They were well hidden and did not wear Pilheart sect attire. There were a few that had completely disguised themselves. Few people could recognize them, and they appeared inconspicuous among the crowd. However, Yi Yun had long noticed them. It was all thanks to Ling Xier. With her soul becoming stronger, she was very sensitive to animosity and spying. Yi Yun was completely incomparable in that regard. Yi Yun was already prepared to welcome the Pilheart sect's revenge, but it wasn't fair to Old Snake to continually rely on him. Coincidence had it that the Dao Calamity Tower came to him, thus, Yi Yun decided to meet trick with trick. As for the interspatial ring that he gave Chu Pingyun, the scrolls within were created by Old Snake. After killing Su Boyang and company the previous night, Old Snake began hiding in the God Advent Tower. He was constantly with Yi Yun. Now that he had a super bodyguard in the form of Old Snake, how could Yi Yun not use him? He was laden with treasures and it was possible for him to be assassinated while out on the streets, much less if he left the city. He felt more at ease with Old Snake with him. Back when Chu Pingyun mentioned the heritage, Yi Yun had communicated with Old Snake through a voice transmission. He had requested that Old Snake create some seemingly powerful scrolls. He did not know what Old Snake did. Old Snake actually had some legitimate old scrolls on him, which he deliberately left his mighty aura on. Even Yi Yun felt that the scrolls looked impressive, much less Chu Pingyun. Yi Yun cupped his fists at Chu Pingyun and said, "Brother Chu, I have already squared the accounts on our deal. I have definitely found a friend in you, Brother Chu." As Yi Yun said those words, Chu Pingyun was sneering inwardly. Who would want to be your friend? Why don't you piss a pool and look at yourself? Was a soon-to-be dead person worthy of being my friend? Of course, he continued his polite speech. Brother Yi, your alchemical skills are truly unparalleled. There is a high chance of you becoming an alchemist sage in the future. It's my honor to befriend you. When the day comes for you to soar, remember me. Chapter 1332, Prized Collection. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Sure thing, sure thing. When I perfect my alchemical skills, I will definitely not forget you, Brother Chu. If you have any pills you want refined, I will definitely do my best, Yi Yun said with a hearty laugh as he patted Chu Pingyun on the shoulder, as though he was asking him to leave everything to him. Yi Yun's actions nearly made Chu Pingyun laugh out loud. The punk actually fell for the words of flattery, such as the talk of him becoming an alchemist sage in the future. Yet, he was unaware that he didn't have many days left to live. Chu Pingyun looked at Yi Yun with a smile and cupped his fists as he said, "I'm truly blessed to have met Brother Yi today. I shall bid you farewell for now. I'll visit you again tonight." Chu Pingyun did not know if the contents of the interspatial ring were the complete collection of heritage Yi Yun had obtained, but since he was at the venue of the Heavenly South Peaks meet, it was impractical for him to take action. He decided to postpone his plans until the night. The heritage was already sufficiently valuable. He needed to first return to the Dao Calamity Tower to research the contents properly. Alright, I'll be waiting for you tonight. The scene of Yi Yun bidding Chu Pingyun farewell was seen by many people. They were sneering, scoffing at how immense a fool Yi Yun was. He did not know that he had been scammed by Chu Pingyun. The Dao Calamity Tower really made a killing this time. It appears that the heritage Yi Yun had is extraordinary. The Dao Calamity Tower must have a certain amount of understanding of it to be willing to offend the Pilheart sect for it. People discussed privately with voice transmissions, but no one noticed that a few people had silently disappeared from the crowd. The Pilheart sect members were constantly watching Chu Pingyun. The heritage that little bastard Yi Yun received is now with Chu Pingyun. A Pilheart sect disciple said. Since the Dao Calamity Tower has attacked us, they must have obtained most of the heritage from that punk earlier on. What Chu Pingyun received today is only the remnants, and, since they dared to take such blatant action, they must have experts hiding around Cloud Pool City. We should not act rashly or we might alert them. Elder 7 Kills will arrive soon. Let's wait patiently. At that moment, Chu Pingyun rushed impatiently to a particular residence with the interspatial ring in hand. The residence was outside Cloud Pool City, a manor that belonged to Prince Boundless Heaven. It was later bought by the Dao Calamity Tower and put to use as a gathering place for the Dao Calamity Tower, with many Dao Calamity Tower experts currently staying there. Its location was a secret and the manor was heavily guarded. Prince Boundless Heaven accompanied Chu Pingyun to the manor and entered a secret chamber. All the servants were dismissed. There were already 4 black-dressed figures waiting in the chamber, and the leader was a middle-aged man. He looked odd, with a head that was a lot bigger than an ordinary person's. "Let me take a look." The large-headed man extended his hand. He was excitable, for he knew how valuable the heritage was. "Martial uncle, please take a look. My cultivation level is insufficient to check its contents in detail." Chu Pingyun handed the interspatial ring, with some unwillingness to part with it, to the large-headed man. By the side, Prince Boundless Heaven bowed at the man and said, "Congratulations, Senior Chu. This heritage is no trifling matter. Once we kill that punk Yun, everything will fall into place. Prince Boundless Heaven, don't worry. This heritage will definitely be lent to you for your perusal as previously agreed upon," the man said indifferently. He knew what Prince Boundless Heaven was worried about, but the Dao Calamity Tower was not planning on going back on the agreement. After all, it was only a loan, and that didn't disadvantage them much. It also had the potential to gain them some favor with the royal family. It was only a boon for the Dao Calamity Tower. When the interspatial ring touched his hand, the man instantly felt the immense psyche the interspatial ring possessed. It was definitely an interspatial ring once held by an ancient expert. Not only that, all the scrolls in the ring contained remnant auras of a mighty figure. The man could imagine how frequently the mighty owner must have read the scrolls in the past, always having the scrolls in hand. That led to the current situation of the mighty figure's laws being imprinted on the scrolls. They did not dissipate despite the vestiges of time. It only made it more apparent how powerful the ancient figure was. The man was filled with excitement as he retrieved a scroll from the interspatial ring. He carefully dispersed the lingering ancient aura and probed deep into the scroll with his perception. As he investigated the contents, the others waited eagerly. However, all they saw was the man's expression turn solemn. Slowly, he began to knit his brows. "Elder Chu, is there a problem?" an elder could not help but ask. Elder Chu's expression turned grim as he placed the scroll on the table. He retrieved another 3 scrolls from the interspatial ring and checked them as well. This time, the man's expression turned more twisted. Prince Boundless Heaven was perturbed. "Senior Chu, did something go wrong?" The powerful auras emanated by the scrolls were extremely old. That was certain. However, Prince Boundless Heaven already sensed that something was amiss from the man's expression. Whoosh! The man waved his hand, pouring out a large number of scrolls from the interspatial ring. He violently dispersed the ancient aura that enveloped all the scrolls and probed them with his perception. His face was ashen by the time he finished probing. Standing beside the man, Chu Pingyun and company could not help but check the scrolls with their perception. When they saw the true contents, they all had odd expressions, especially Chu Pingyun and Prince Boundless Heaven. They felt like they had just eaten a plate of flies. This. Prince Boundless Heaven refused to have his beliefs shaken as he crazily read through all the scrolls. Finally, he slumped onto a chair as though he was enervated. What happened? Obviously that fucking little cunty Yun scammed us. He actually used such vulgar material to tease me. Chu Pingyun smashed the interspatial ring in his rage. The blast from his punch instantly pulverized the interspatial ring. But what made Chu Pingyun more incensed was that the scrolls, which were augmented by the peerless expert's aura, were not a bit damaged. Instead, they scattered across the ground, unfurling themselves, revealing unspeakable images as well as extremely obscene text. Even Yun did not know that Old Snake had given him ancient erotic paraphernalia. They were even drawn by warriors with arrays to be extremely detailed and remarkably true to life. They also had captions. "Old Snake, what were those scrolls you gave me, anyway?" At that moment, Yun asked Old Snake out of curiosity at the Heavenly South Peaks meet. He had also planned on using some fake scrolls to pass off as the heritage but felt that they would be easily seen through. He never expected Old Snake to quickly produce so many ancient scrolls when he requested his help. Let's just say those guys lucked out. Those scrolls were my greatest treasures back in the day. In my youth, I would spend many a night studying them. As Old Snake spoke, he revealed a reminiscent look as though he was recollecting his lost youth. Yun was puzzled from Old Snake's response. It sounded as though the scrolls were filled with pretty good stuff. Alas, I'm old now and can no longer use them anymore. They ought to be thankful to the point of tearing up, considering how I bestowed them with it, said Old Snake as he shook his head. I'll slaughter that Yun. No, I want to torture him for 100,000 years first. I want to make him regret living in this world. The color of Chu Pingyun's face turned livid. He had never been this humiliated his entire life. He had already left the secret chamber. He brought back a bunch of the pornographic paraphernalia and even treated it as treasure. He was too ashamed to face the elders from the Dao Calamity Tower. Prince Boundless Heaven was also trembling in rage. He was a prince of the Outcloud Empire and had never been made a fool in such a blatant manner. Whenever he thought of Yun's fake thankful act, he ground his teeth in hate. They thought Yun was the fool, but they did not realize that Yun was the one treating them as fools, playing them like a cheap fiddle. But taking a step back, how did Yun obtain such a huge pile of ancient erotic paraphernalia? Those scrolls must have existed since time immemorial. Furthermore, why were they enveloped with an expert's aura? Why would an ancient mighty figure specially leave his nomological auras on such paraphernalia? A report. At that moment, Chu Pingyun's subordinate shouted from outside. Chu Pingyun was in a rage and had no interest in hearing anything else. He directly bellowed angrily, "Don't disturb me now." Scram! The subordinate clammed up and took a few steps back. However, he did not take his leave. Brother Boundless Heaven, as a prince of the Outcloud Empire, you should have the means to bring Yun directly here, right? This is your territory after all, said Chu Pingyun as he gnashed his teeth. He could no longer wait to capture Yun and vent his anger. Although the Heavenly South Peaks meet prohibited warriors from fighting publicly, rules were made to be broken. No one that has been targeted by our Dao Calamity Tower has ever managed to escape. I will let him know what it means to wallow in despair, said Chu Pingyun coldly. Prince Boundless Heaven had a cold expression too. I will try. I want to torture him personally. I'm well versed with the torturing techniques of my Outcloud Empire. I guarantee you that it will leave a lasting impression on him. At that moment, the subordinate spoke up again. He carefully knelt by the entrance and bit the bullet to say, Lord, it's really something urgent. If not, I would never dare to disturb you. Following that, the subordinate sent Chu Pingyun a voice transmission. Pang! Chu Pingyun smacked down with his palm, blasting apart a table. What did you say? Our Dao Calamity Tower's South Manor Garden has experienced a bloodbath. Chu Pingyun felt all his blood rush up to his face. He had never been so incensed his entire life. He felt like he would blow up from anger. Who did it? Are they mad? How dare they make an enemy of my Dao Calamity Tower? Chu Pingyun roared angrily. South Manor Garden was the Dao Calamity Tower's property. It wasn't very far from them, but as they were focusing on robbing Yun of his heritage, the experts of South Manor Garden had been mobilized to the gathering point outside Cloud Pool City. How could they have predicted that the South Manor Garden would end up as the site of a massacre? Chapter 1333, Battle Royal. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Lord, I do not know. I only received a voice transmission saying that South Manor Garden has been wiped out. The message mentioned that a group of experts suddenly launched an assault on South Manor Garden. They set up a massive array formation that ensured no one could escape. Perhaps no one survived the attack. The subordinate answered Chu Pingyun gingerly. He was in charge of the Dao Calamity Tower's voice transmission array. No one survived. Doesn't that mean my brother is dead too? Chu Pingyun's eyes turned blood red. His younger brother was stationed in South Manor Garden, so the odds were definitely against him. Lord! I really do not know. The subordinate sweated profusely. If you know nothing, then what's the point of you living? Chu Pingyun had nowhere to vent his killing intent at that moment. He suddenly took a step forward and ruthlessly struck his subordinate with a palm strike. Pang! The subordinate cried out in pain as blood slowly meandered down his forehead. Chu Pingyun had crushed his soul seal with that single strike. Prince Boundless Heaven watched the scene silently and with chills running down his back. He was not Chu Pingyun's match at all, and once Chu Pingyun went mad, he might even harm him. He was already regretting involving himself in this matter. He originally believed that Yi Yun would be easily squashed to death and he would receive immense benefits. But from the looks of it, the situation was not that simple. Prince Boundless Heaven didn't even want to take a look at the heritage anymore. He was just about to think of an excuse to take his leave when... boom! With a loud explosion, the ground trembled. The teacups and teapots on the table smashed to the ground, and the walls began to crack. Someone was attacking the manor. Chu Pingyun burned with anger. He had not even come to grips with the assault on South Manor Garden, but now the manor they were in, with numerous experts gathered, was also being attacked. Were they sick of living? You came just in time. Great. I'll make sure none of you leave here alive. Chu Pingyun's eyes were filled with killing intent. Just as he was about to charge out, a loud clap was heard once again. Boom! 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 Violent explosions sounded in succession as the roof of the hall he was in was ripped apart. Following that, the heavy thick walls were blown away like paper. Chu Pingyun, who was caught up in all this, felt his lifeblood in disarray as he took several steps back before finally finding his footing. Who is it? Chu Pingyun's expression changed. Their location was safeguarded by a massive protective array. It was jointly set up by a few core elders of their sect, and although they did not put too much effort into it, it should not have been torn apart in just 2 strikes. This meant that the aggressor absolutely had the strength to face his Dao Calamity Tower experts. It was even possible that their strength exceeded his sides. Who are they? Chu Pingyun looked at the outfits of the aggressors. It was the Pilheart sect. Pilheart sect? Are you crazy? Chu Pingyun produced a spear from his interspatial ring. Even if the Dao Calamity Tower made an enemy of the Pilheart sect because of the heritage, it should not have resulted in them attacking the juniors of South Manor Garden. Furthermore, it was a total massacre. The only outcome of such an attack would be a blood feud that left no room for negotiation. It's old scumbag 7 Kills. Chu Pingyun immediately recognized Elder 7 Kills, who was known for his fiery temper. He was prone to going on killing sprees and extremely protective of his brethren. Rumor has it that a nephew of his was out on an experiential training several years ago and was murdered by someone from a small sect who did not know whose nephew they were killing. That person ended up having his entire sect wiped from the face of the world. Is the Pilheart sect declaring war on my Dao Calamity Tower? Do you really think my Dao Calamity Tower is afraid of you? A deep voice blared. The large-headed man walked out from the secret chamber. Behind him were the Dao Calamity Tower experts. Cut the fucking bullshit with me. You know what you did. I just destroyed South Manor Garden as interest for your payback. Big Head Chu, you have always been an eyesore. Today is the perfect time for me to claim your life. Elder 7 Kills' voice was deranged as it caused the Yuan Qi in a 50-kilometer radius to resonate in response. The Dao Calamity Tower and Pilheart sect were factions that crossed several great worlds. The Heavenly South Great World was originally the Pilheart sect's territory, and when the Dao Calamity Tower expanded its operations there, it had already undermined the Pilheart sect's interests. The conflict between the two was only a matter of time. Therefore, Elder 7 Kills was not surprised that the Dao Calamity Tower was involved in this matter, even to the point of killing 3 Pilheart sect experts. If Elder 7 Kills had his way, the Dao Calamity Tower would have been wiped out when they first arrived in the Heavenly South Great World a million years ago. However, the large-headed man misunderstood Elder 7 Kills' words. He thought he was referring to their secret contact with Yi Yun. All divine things belong to the capable. Who has the right to say that Yi Yun's things are the Pilheart sect's? Old scumbag 7 Kills, I finally understand why everyone in the world calls you overbearing. Since you want a fight, we will take you on. Hee hee. Elder 7 Kills grinned hideously. At that moment, a few black dots appeared along the horizon. They were extremely fast and, in an instant, they appeared around Elder Seven Kills. Upon seeing these people suddenly appear, the large-headed man had a drastic change in expression. How did the Pilhart sect gather so many experts in such a short period of time? He was even more alarmed when he saw the masked trio. The 3 masks were white, but they were adorned with winding red patterns. Such special masks could screen off any perception. And these particular masks were the mark of a famous assassination organization in the Sinkhole God Annihilating Way. The God Annihilating Way was extremely mysterious. No one knew where their headquarters was. They did not ally with any faction and only placed importance on money. If the price was paid, they would even dare to kill God. Why would they hire the God Annihilating Way? The large-headed man was somewhat taken aback. The Pilhart sect had taken action too quickly. It was as though they had already expected the Tau Calamity Tower would attack them. It was impossible to gather so many experts in just 2 hours. Wait. There might be a misunderstanding. He suddenly felt that something was amiss, as though he had fallen into the nefarious plans of someone else. However, he had yet to realize who the culprit was. Misunderstanding? Fuck your misunderstanding. Are you trying to stall for time so that reinforcements can come? Stop dreaming. Attack. At that moment, the Pilhart sect held the absolute advantage. Elder Seven Kills had paid a handsome price to hire the God Annihilating Way in order to completely obliterate his opponents. There was no way he would entertain the large-headed man's nonsense. His attacks were always ruthless, and no one was spared. At that moment, the martial tournament was about to begin at the Heavenly South Peaks meet. The various large sects had arrived, and at that moment, Clear Lunar Island Lord noticed that something wasn't right. Why aren't the people from the Pilhart sect here? The Pilhart sect would obviously participate in the tournament. They had a total of 6 young disciples that qualified. Their leader, Sumayan, was even a seeded contestant. Although it was impossible for him to become champion, it was possible for him to enter the top 20. For an alchemist, such strength was already astounding. But at that moment, none of the Pilhart sect disciples arrived. Even the judges from the Pilhart sect did not attend. That was odd. Perhaps they overslept. Yun adjusted his sleeves as he said in a totally unconcerned manner. Clear Lunar Island Lord didn't have an appropriate response for that. Put. Jing Yuasha burst out laughing. Young Master Yi, that's very funny of you. How can they oversleep when it's something this important? Speaking of which, that Chu Pingyun from before didn't seem like a good person at all. You should be wary of him. I didn't trust him. Yun answered her simply. That's good. Jing Yuasha nodded. However, she was still worried about Yun and the way the Tau Calamity Tower was eyeing him. Yun might be able to handle the first wave, but he was unlikely to survive the second. Young Master Yi, did you really give Chu Pingyun a portion of the heritage? From Clear Lunar Island Lord's point of view, Chu Pingyun would have immediately detected a problem if the heritage in Yun's interspatial ring was fake. However, Chu Pingyun was beaming with delight, so it had to be quite some treasure. She guessed that Yun had indeed given a portion of his heritage. And only by doing so was he be able to send Chu Pingyun away. They were just some prized collection, said Yun nonchalantly. He did not know what Old Snake's prized collection was either. Young Master Yi, I know what you are planning. However, wolves will always want meat. Giving them some bones each time can send them away, but once the bones are gone, they will still attack. Clear Lunar Island Lord was worried for Yun. The Tau Calamity Tower and Pilhart sect were 2 behemoths. It was difficult for Yun to survive in light of the situation. Just as Clear Lunar Island Lord was speaking, the ground suddenly quaked. It was as though an earthquake had happened. What's the matter? Everyone present stirred. They felt the heaven-earth yuan qi in the surrounding environment produce intense fluctuations. And the source came from outside Cloud Pool City, as though a powerful yuan qi explosion had happened there. Experts are fighting. There are people fighting outside the city. Clear Lunar Island Lord quickly ascertained the situation. Although she was far from the fight, she could sense the strength of the fighters through the intensity of the yuan qi fluctuations. It was definitely a massive battle between experts. Who are the ones fighting? Clear Lunar Island Lord sent out her perception, but, due to both the distance and the rousing yuan qi on the battlefield, she was prevented from successfully probing. Look! It's the Pilheart sect's cauldron! Someone exclaimed. People looked over and saw a large cauldron fly up. Previously, the large cauldron was seated outside Cloud Pool City. Many had seen the Pilheart sect experts arrive on the cauldron. People thought that the cauldron's experts were here to kill Iyun, but now, the Pilheart sect seemed to be fighting with another faction. One of the fighting factions is the Pilheart sect. Clear Lunar Island Lord said out loud. It was already obvious. It was definitely a good thing for Iyun if the Pilheart sect fought another faction. She could not help but look at Iyun, but what she saw left her stunned. Iyun was looking indifferently out the city. The intense battle outside the city did not perturb him. There was no look of pleasant surprise in his eyes, not even an iota of astonishment or curiosity. It was as though the massive battle was all within his calculations. Chapter 1334, Craving to See the World Plunge into Chaos. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. At that moment, Clear Lunar Island Lord could not be bothered to probe the battle with her perception. She looked at Iyun in astonishment. Iyun's indifference did not seem faked, despite the Pilheart sect being a faction that could rob him of his life. Sect Master E, do you know who the Pilheart sect is fighting? A thought suddenly came to Clear Lunar Island Lord, so she immediately asked Iyun. She had a nagging feeling that Iyun had anticipated all that was happening. It's likely the Dao Calamity Tower. Iyun had no reason to conceal the matter from her. The Dao Calamity Tower? Clear Lunar Island Lord was astonished. Sect Mastery, you gave the Dao Calamity Tower one ring and now they're fighting because of that? Clear Lunar Island Lord found it unbelievable. If it were that simple, then the conflict between the Dao Calamity Tower and Pilheart sect was too easily instigated. Two powerful factions would not go to war so easily. Once the flames of war spread, it was destined to result in an internecine outcome. She could not help but fix Iyun with a more penetrating gaze. She was certain Iyun had done something. The way Iyun acted in front of Chu Pingyun was rather strange. Looking at it from the side, the whole exchange contained profound implications that she did not understand. Young Master E, now that the Pilheart sect is fighting outside, shouldn't you take this opportunity to leave Cloud Pool City? An idea suddenly came to Jing Yuasha. From her point of view, this was the most opportune moment for Iyun to escape Cloud Pool City. Iyun smiled. It wasn't that he did not want to leave, but Old Snake was insistent on staying. Old Snake now had his sights set on the longevity extending pills. Since Old Snake was unwilling to leave, Iyun was in no hurry. He was actually wondering if he could get more benefits from the Heavenly South Great World. With Old Snake around, it wasn't difficult for him to make a full retreat if need be. Kid, I'll go take a look. I want to see how fiercely the two opposing factions are engaged in battle. I might even add some fire to the flames of war. Old Snake sent Iyun a voice transmission. The old bastard was the messed up type, the kind that craved to see the world plunge into chaos. He loved doing things such as stabbing people in the back. Having encountered such a massive battle, the first thought he had was to join in the fun. Before Iyun could even answer, he sensed that Old Snake's aura had vanished. A voice reached his ear, I have left a mental imprint on you. If you are in danger, I'll rush here immediately. After the voice transmission ceased, Old Snake flew out of Cloud Pool City. At that moment, hundreds of kilometers away, the battle was already flaring like a raging fire. The Dao Calamity Tower had suffered serious losses. The Pilheart sect came prepared with Elder 7 kills, the top combat force of the Pilheart sect, and 3 experts from the God Annihilating Way, so they were beating the Dao Calamity Tower into utter submission. 3 of the 6 elders that were stationed at the gathering point were already killed. Countless other young disciples were either injured or killed. I'm Prince Boundless Heaven. I'm Outcloud Empire royalty. You can't kill me. Prince Boundless Heaven was overwhelmed by terror as he witnessed Elder Seven Kill's massacre. He was already deeply regretting his collusion with the Dao Calamity Tower. If he knew this would happen, he would not have gotten involved in the messy situation no matter how good the benefits were. Prince Boundless Heaven? Elder Seven Kills sneered. If it were any other elder, they might have cared about Prince Boundless Heaven's identity, but Elder Seven Kills was unlike most elders. He was still in a rage as he slammed down at Prince Boundless Heaven with a palm strike. Prince Boundless Heaven turned pale when he saw the gigantic palm pressing down at him. At the instant between life and death, he suddenly struck his own chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood essence onto a yellow talisman charm. The talisman went ablaze as it blocked Elder Seven Kill's strike. This was the greatest trump card Prince Boundless Heaven had to preserve his life. And he had no choice but to use it at that moment. Unfortunately for him, his talisman was completely decimated by Elder Seven Kill's strike. Prince Boundless Heaven cried out tragically as he flew backward. He felt that all his bones were fractured by Elder Seven Kill's strike. His meridians were cracked into a mess. Elder Seven Kills did not continue his attacks when he saw that Prince Boundless Heaven remained alive. He decided to keep him alive as a bargaining chip for negotiations with the royal family. 7 kills. Someone else has you doing their bidding. The large-headed man, now with disheveled hair, yelled out. The intense battle had caused the Dao Calamity Tower to lose 3 experts. The rest were heavily injured and they were on the brink of a total wipeout. The Pilheart sect had already set up a massive array that would annihilate them all. Not one of them would be spared. The large-headed man was burning with rage. He wished he could massacre the entire Pilheart sect, but at that moment, he needed to explain the situation clearly or he would really perish there and then without knowing why. He did not know what had happened, but his intuitions told him that all of this had something to do with Iyun. There must be some misunderstanding between us. Misunderstanding? Heh, your Dao Calamity Tower killed 3 of my Pilheart sect's elders and a bunch of Genius Juniors. What misunderstanding are you talking about? What? Killed 3 of the Pilheart sect's elders and a bunch of Genius Juniors. When did this happen? In order to do that, the Dao Calamity Tower would have needed to dispatch experts to partake in the operation. How could the large-headed man not have known of an operation at such a large scale? Recalling earlier events, particularly Chu Pingyun and Iyun's interactions, and the ring filled with erotic paraphernalia, the large-headed man's mind went abuzz. Very clearly, his Dao Calamity Tower was shouldering the blame for someone else. It's that little bastard. Aha! The man roared crazily. Not far from him was the heavily injured Chu Pingyun hiding in the corner. When he heard the conversation between the large-headed man and Elder Seven Kills, he felt like he had been punched heavily in the head. His mind went blank. What have I done? When he looked at the wretched state the Dao Calamity Tower's gathering point was in, as well as the 3 elders' corpses in the ruins, he felt a mouthful of blood stick in his chest. He wanted to spit it out but he could not. He was incensed. He finally understood that he had been scammed by Iyun. During his interaction with Iyun, he had acted in a superior and bumptious manner, thinking that he had Iyun twirling about his fingers. He secretly mocked Iyun's stupidity, but in reality it was completely the opposite. He had been played like a fiddle by Iyun, and in Iyun's eyes, he was the absolute retard. He had taken the initiative to bear the brunt for Iyun, causing the Dao Calamity Tower's gathering point outside Cloud Pool City to be completely annihilated. What was even more laughable was that he brought back pornographic paraphernalia as though he had obtained the heritage. He even gave it to the elders hoping to be praised. It was truly a terrible situation. Perhaps no one in the history of the Dao Calamity Tower had been scammed in such a terrible manner. Pwah! Chu Pingyun spewed out a mouthful of blood from his anger. The color in his face was drained and even his martial Dao heart wavered. It's a misunderstanding. A gross misunderstanding. My Dao Calamity Tower did not kill anyone from your Pilheart sect. It's all because of that little bastard Iyun. He used a fake heritage to fool my nephew. As the large-headed man spoke, he shot a ferocious gaze at Chu Pingyun. You vile spawn, why are you still in a daze? Bring over the things that the little bastard Yi Yun gave you. The large-headed man yearned to smack Chu Pingyun down. That fool's mentality was so much inferior to Yi Yun's, resulting in them experiencing this calamity. Yes. Yes. Chu Pingyun jolted awake as he hurriedly entered the ruins, finding the chamber where they were previously in. The chamber was constructed of special materials and fortified by array formations. Although the battle was intense, it did not completely collapse. Chu Pingyun instantly saw the scrolls strewn across the ground. They had been mostly buried by the dust and rubble from the explosions. Although they were covered by rubble and dust, the scrolls were still capable of projecting the lifelike pornographic images due to the arrays on their surface, revealing alluring pictures. Upon seeing this scene, Chu Pingyun was so incensed that he felt his organs ache. He felt that he never wanted to see another woman the rest of his life. Yi Yun, Chu Pingyun, swear that I'll dice you up and extract your soul for torture. Chu Pingyun gritted his teeth as he blasted the dust and rubble away. He used an interspatial ring to store all the scrolls. He burned the humiliation from his memories. He had to avenge this insult. After Chu Pingyun was done with the scrolls, he rushed out of the ruin. At the moment he reached ground level, about to charge out the chamber's fortification array, he felt his soul sea quake. Instantly, he felt his mind go blank. Chu Pingyun was taken aback. He did not know what had happened to his soul sea. But immediately, he came to a realization that it had to do with the con Yi Yun had pulled on him. It left his soul sea shaken, and passing through the fortification array had temporarily blanked his mind. Martial uncle, I've brought them here. Chu Pingyun clenched the interspatial ring tightly. Contained in it was his shame. Quickly show it to Elder 7 Kills. You vile spawn, you brought back such shameful things and even drew fire upon us. As the large-headed man cursed, he consumed pills. He had been fighting 1 against 3 and could not even look up. Chu Pingyun gritted his teeth and threw the interspatial ring. The tiny ring, enveloped by Yuan Qi, flew toward Elder 7 Kills like a meteor. However, unbeknownst to Chu Pingyun, a gray-shirted elder had appeared in the chamber at that moment he left the chamber. As the elder drank, he began shoving aged scrolls into an interspatial ring. These scrolls were the erotic paraphernalia that Chu Pingyun should have had on him. What a waste. I gave you people such good stuff, but not only did you not tear up in gratitude, you even cursed me. You truly can't appreciate the finer things. And now you even wanted to give my prized collection to the old pervert flying in the sky. Wouldn't he crush them to smithereens once he sees all the exquisite pictures? Old Snake grumbled endlessly. Meanwhile, the interspatial ring that Chu Pingyun threw had arrived in front of Elder 7 Kills, who flicked his finger, causing the interspatial ring to stop 10 feet away from him. Elder 7 Kills looked suspiciously at big-headed Chu. He did not believe his words. Even if it was as he described, was Chu Pingyun really that much of a fool? Why couldn't he detect an issue with the bunch of shameful items? He maintained a distance from the interspatial ring and carefully cast his perception into the interspatial ring. However, at that instant, Elder 7 Kills' expression changed drastically. No good. Elder 7 Kills' hair stood on end as he sensed a life-threatening horror in the interspatial ring. Without further thought, he rapidly flew backward. Boom! A violent explosion boomed as the terrifying blast radiated in every direction with the interspatial ring at its core. Elder 7 Kills was engulfed by the blast, fully experiencing the brunt of the explosion. His protective Yuan Qi shattered as his clothes ripped. He spewed out large mouthfuls of blood. Ah! Elder 7 Kills was furious. Little bastard, you dare use a ring to trick me? I'll kill you. Elder 7 Kills was a prideful person. Although he had been sufficiently careful, stopping the interspatial ring 10 feet away from him, the blast from the interspatial ring was just too great. He had failed to dodge it and the blast had marred his appearance. Despite having lived for so long, he ended up being tricked by a junior that had lived for less than 1,000 years. How could he swallow this? However, Chu Pingyun remained standing in the ruins as he watched the scene happen. He was completely dumbfounded. What the hell happened? Why did the ring explode? What sins did he commit that the heavens would punish him in such a manner? And at that moment, Old Snake was still in the chamber. He was picking up the erotic paraphernalia leisurely. When he heard the resonating explosion, he chuckled. I never knew that the annihilation bead that hasn't been used for several million years would still be so loud. He had used his perception to screen off Chu Pingyun's mind, causing his mind to turn blank instantly. At the same time, he put the annihilation bead in place of the erotic paraphernalia in the ring. Old Snake had done so extremely quickly, so the anxious Chu Pingyun would have never thought that someone was capable of changing something without him detecting it. Thankfully, I came back to take a look, or I would not have been able to rescue this prized collection of mine. I might as well leave it to little Yun. It appears he still hasn't found his wife. He will probably need these. As Old Snake spoke, he stored the scrolls away as the corner of his mouth curled into a sinister smile. Chapter 1335, Deal in the Bag Gone. Translator, Seetulin. Editor, Seetulin. Vile spawn, what did you do? The large-headed man was on the brink of collapse. They were well aware that, at this point, they were meat laying on a chopping block. Was Chu Pingyun unhappy that he was not dying fast enough? Martial uncle. I didn't do anything. Chu Pingyun was on the brink of insanity. He already felt that his interaction with Yun was the worst act of being scammed in his life, but now he learned that there was no such thing as worst, only worse than before. He had definitely fallen for another trap, but he could not figure out how the other party had done so. The large-headed man truly wanted to squeeze his nephew to death. But on second thought, the explosion in the ring could not have been produced by Chu Pingyun. Even if Chu Pingyun had a death wish, it was impossible that he possessed an explosive artifact that contained so much power. Upon realizing this, the large-headed man waved his hand at Elder 7 Kills. Wait. There must be a misunderstanding. Elder 7 Kills nearly blew his top. The large-headed man claimed that the killing of the Pilheart sect disciples by his Dao Calamity Tower was a misunderstanding. Now, he was claiming that him nearly being blown to pieces was another misunderstanding. Do you think I'm a retard? Fuck your misunderstanding. All of you are going to die. Elder 7 Kills formed hand seals, and 7 black sabers flew out of his body and cleaved at the large-headed man. At the same time, the other Pilheart sect experts launched a simultaneous attack. They did not hold back at all. As he watched the overwhelming attack bear down on him, the large-headed man felt a despairing misery. He struck his chest suddenly and spewed a large mouthful of blood essence. He was no longer young and had precious little vital potential left. Burning large amounts of blood essence was an irremediable loss to him, however, he had no other choice. His blood essence burned as he used his best trump cards to resist the strike. Boom! A terrifying explosion swept through the ruined manor. Even the chamber collapsed. Another 2 of the 3 remaining Dao Calamity Tower elders were killed, but the Pilheart sect people were not spared either. In the clash, one of the Dao Calamity Tower elders knew that death was certain and chose to self-destruction, resulting in mutual destruction with a person from the Pilheart sect. The large-headed man's hair was disheveled and his body was covered in blood. At that moment, his body was in a terrible state. He had less than 10% of his Yuan Qi left. He was certain he would die in battle, but knew that if he died right then and there, the misunderstanding would never be cleared up. The Pilheart sect would continue attacking the Dao Calamity Tower, uprooting the Dao Calamity Tower from the heavenly South Great World completely. He could not sit idly as this happened, or he would end up being a sinner of the Dao Calamity Tower. Since death was certain for him, the large-headed man steeled his heart and shouted, "Don't attack! I'm willing to submit to you as my master. In that case, at least you will know the truth of this matter." Once a soul contract was signed, it was impossible for the slave to be disloyal to the master. Whatever he said would definitely be the truth, but to an old freak like him, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, signing a soul contract was more painful than death. Oh? You are willing to sign a soul contract? This caught Elder 7 Kills by surprise. He never expected his opponent to be willing to make such a serious sacrifice. Yes. The large-headed man was the person in charge of the Tao Calamity Tower's branch in the Heavenly South Great World. He was a decisive and vicious person, so he was willing to go for broke in this perilous situation if it meant clarifying the misunderstanding. Alright. Since you have made this choice, open up your soul sea and let my consciousness enter. There must not be a single hint of resistance or I'll immediately obliterate you. Elder Seven Kills was starting to become convinced. With the situation developing as such, there was no reason for the large-headed man to do this if the Tao Calamity Tower had truly killed Su Boyang and company. Alright. The large-headed man gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. He prostrated on the ground and set his soul sea free. And you too. Elder Seven Kills looked at Chu Pingyun. The signing of a soul contract would not succeed if the slave was unwilling, regardless of the slave's strength. Chu Pingyun felt a jolt through his head. His face went pale. Once he signed a soul contract, his life would be in the hands of the other party. It was no different from ending his life. He had only lived for about 8 centuries and had a limitless future ahead of him, but today, he had bumptiously approached Di Yun in a bid to scam him of his heritage. Then the tables quickly turned and now he was going to be someone else's slave. Martial uncle, Chu Pingyun could not accept it. Vile spawn, this trouble is all because of your stupidity. Do you think you can be spared? What's fool's talk? If you were to land in the hands of the sect, you would be punished with extreme torture. The large-headed man really wanted to smite Chu Pingyun down with a palm. If not for his retarded nephew, he would not have fallen into such a predicament. I understand. Chu Pingyun felt infinitely aggrieved, but he knelt down and removed any resistance from his soul sea. And you too. Elder Seven Kills looked at the last person, Prince Boundless Heaven. At that moment, Prince Boundless Heaven was still buried among the rubble. His body was covered in blood, but he had yet to lose his consciousness. He was hoping to feign death to escape this calamity. He was a prince of the Outcloud Empire, after all. As long as he took the initiative to humble himself, Elder Seven Kills might turn a blind eye and ignore him. But he never expected Elder Seven Kills to completely ignore his status as prince. He obviously had no intentions of sparing him. Stop faking dead. Or do you really want to die? Elder Seven Kills said with a sneer. His voice sank Prince Boundless Heaven's heart. He knew that there was no way for him to escape. He did not want to die. He was still young and he was of lofty birth. In the future, he would at the very least become a king, having a collection of beauties and wielding power. If he died, however, he would have nothing. But if he were to sign a soul contract that brought him into a life worse than death, he still had an inkling of hope that his mother would be able to pay the necessary price to reclaim his freedom. After all, the Pilhart sect would not really wish to completely offend the Outcloud Empire. As long as he lived on, there would be limitless possibilities. Wait. I submit. Prince Boundless Heaven knew that even if his mother bought his freedom, this day was bound to be the greatest insult in his life. This humiliation would ensure that he had no hopes of becoming crown prince. The Outcloud Empire would never let a previously enslaved prince inherit the throne. The trio completely set free their soul sea's resistance. Elder Seven Kills stroked his chin. From what had happened, he began to believe that the Tao Calamity Tower had truly shouldered the blame. Could all of this have been orchestrated by Yi Yun? Upon having this thought, Elder Seven Kills' expression turned sullen. If that was the case, he would be a retard. He had become the vanguard of someone else without realizing it. Now, once he enslaved the trio in front of him, the truth would be revealed. However, once bitten, twice shy. Elder Seven Kills remained extremely vigilant, afraid that the trio would use some form of self-destruction on their soul seas, damaging his soul sea. He carefully probed with his soul. At the moment his soul entered the souls of Chu Pingyun and company, he suddenly felt a strange obstruction. This obstruction made him jolt. What was happening? Why was there still resistance from their soul seas? Was it true that big-headed Chu was trying to pull the wool over his eyes again? In the instant Elder Seven Kills was hesitating, a more powerful and decisive soul power sank into the trio's soul sea and directly formed slave imprints that entrenched in their souls. In that twinkling of an eye, the trio's soul seas lacked resistance, so they naturally accepted the 3 slave imprints. The owner of the mysterious soul power was clearly adept in such techniques. Typical people would usually take nearly a minute to complete the process of signing the soul contract, but this person had taken less than a second to complete it. Everything happened in a split second. Xu Pingyun and company felt their minds go blank. Their eyes revealed a blank, turbid look. At that moment, they had acknowledged their master. What? Then Elder Seven Kills jolted from his daze. Who was it? There was actually someone hiding beyond his perception, who snatched away his slaves at the instant he was about to bind the soul contract with an extremely honed control. To let a deal that was in the bag escape his grasp, Elder Seven Kills' eyes burned red. Ah! Who is it? Elder Seven Kills' energy surged, and killing intent flared as though he came from hell. He felt that ever since he arrived in Cloud Pool City, he had been falling for one scam after another: the Pilheart sect disciple's tragic death or his revenge against the large-headed man, to the explosion of the interspatial ring, and finally, the loss of his 3 slaves. He was famous, but he was being played like a fiddle. He was just about to blow a top when he noticed a gray halo envelop the trio on the ground. Following that, the gray halo transformed into a beam that tore through space and flew towards Cloud Pool City. His array formation's obstruction had been penetrated by the beam. They escaped. Elder Seven Kills stood there petrified. He felt all his blood rush to his head as the veins on his forehead protruded out due to his rage. He felt like exploding. There he was standing, watching the other party escape. The mystery figure penetrated the massive array that he had meticulously set up, and had taken away all the spoils of war. Humiliation. Today's experience was the most humiliating experience in his entire life. To Cloud Pool City. Follow me to Cloud Pool City. Elder Seven Kills' voice was trembling. He did not know who was the one that had swept away Xu Pingyun and company at the very end. Now, he wanted to find Yi Yun and crush him to death. He believed that Yi Yun must have used some trick to calm the Pilheart sect. He dominated the heavenly South Great World all these years, so when had he ever been fooled by a junior? We have already completed our mission. If you need more of our services, we require additional payment. Upon hearing Elder Seven Kills' intention of going to Cloud Pool City, the 3 masked men from God Annihilating Way responded. You? Elder Seven Kills nearly vomited blood. He felt he was being an absolute idiot. Not only had he been used by others, he also spent massive amounts of money to hire the God Annihilating Way. All to be a vanguard of another party. The God Annihilating Way's fee was just too expensive. Even the wealthy Pilheart sect would feel the pinch. Elder Seven Kills gritted his teeth and said, "I'll pay you more." Chapter 1336, Subverting All That Is Known. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Meanwhile, in Cloud Pool City, the Heavenly South Peaks Meets tournament had yet to begin. The number of people in the square was increasing. Young Master Yi, are you really not going to consider taking this opportunity to leave the city? Jing Yuasha could not help but suggest this once again. She could sense that the battle Yuan Qi outside the city had abated. She did not know what happened to the Pilheart sect, whether they won or lost. Leave Cloud Pool City? Junior Sister Yuasha, you might be overthinking things. At that moment, a nonchalant voice sounded. It was none other than Xia Zijian. The Heavenly Pivot chapter did not have much of a grudge against Yi Yun. All they wanted to do was draw a clear line from Yi Yun, afraid that they would implicate themselves if they got too close. However, Xia Zijian had been spiked by Yi Yun repeatedly, causing him to yearn for Yi Yun to suffer in the end. Xia Zijian, what nonsense are you speaking? Jing Yuasha said with a frown. Xia Zijian's mouth curved slightly in response. I'm just speaking the truth. Do you think the Pilheart sect will not send people to watch Yi Yun's every move in the city while they are fighting outside? Even if no one is watching him, do you think the numerous factions that are gathered in Cloud Pool City for the Heavenly South Peaks meet would just let Yi Yun go? Xia Zijian did not mince or conceal his words. Many people present heard him. There were quite a number of people surrounding Yi Yun and Jing Yuexia. Some of them gave deep, knowing smiles when Xia Zijian exposed their intentions. Indeed, there was people among them who were intentionally or unintentionally paying attention to Yi Yun. Everyone already came to the realization that they had far underestimated the heritage Yi Yun possessed. The Pilheart sect and the Dao Calamity Tower craved Yi Yun's heritage so much that they ended up coming to blows. It showed how bent they were on obtaining what Yi Yun had. They obviously wanted such a heritage too. Even the factions that were lacking in strength considered the chances of fishing in troubled waters. Yi Yun was well aware of the intentions of such people. However, them being in Cloud Pool City's Heavenly South Peaks meet made it inconvenient for them to take action. Yi Yun had noticed previously that a few people would occasionally sweep their perception towards him. He now looked in the direction of those people. There was a hideous middle-aged man that was half a head shorter than Jing Yuexia, a sickly-looking old man, and an old gray-haired woman who brought a youth with her. These three people had already been loitering for more than an hour. The three of you seem interested in knowing me. Don't hold back. Come forward and introduce yourselves, Yi Yun said with a faint smile. The trio did not show embarrassment when they were exposed by Yi Yun. The hideous middle-aged man revealed a smile that matched his bearing. Unlike you, Sect Master Yi, we restrain ourselves. We do not act in a high-profile manner despite having immense treasures. For you to cause the Pilheart sect to engage in such a tumultuous battle outside the city, I'm truly impressed. Impressive. As for the gray-haired woman, she grunted coldly. She resented how a junior like Yi Yun was mocking them. Still trying to win a battle of tongues when death's at your doorstep? It's no wonder you did something as foolish as flaunting your wealth in a bustling city. Might I know your esteemed name? Asked Yi Yun indifferently as he looked at her. For some reason, the woman felt a jolt in her heart when she sensed Yi Yun's gaze. However, she quickly sneered in reply, "Why? Are you thinking of seeking revenge against me? Pay more heed to your life. A person that's about to die doesn't need to know my name." Upon hearing her words, Yi Yun laughed. He looked at the youth standing behind the woman. He too was looking coldly at him with eyes filled with disdain. The youth was clearly here to participate in the Heavenly South Peaks meet. He was likely the gray-haired woman's disciple or nephew. This old hag is from Tiger Camel Mountain. It's not a very strong faction. At that moment, Jing Yuexia informed Yi Yun covertly. Oh? You know that too? Yi Yun was surprised. The other party was not wearing any sect uniforms, yet Jing Yuexia had managed to identify them. I know that youth. His name is Su Yushi, a very famous genius. Tiger Camel Mountain wasn't strong at first, but Su Yushi, with formidable prowess that makes him invincible against peers of his realm, made them famous. Su Yushi has probably prepared a long time for the Heavenly South Peaks meets tournament. He will definitely put on a spectacular showcase. I see. Yi Yun understood. It was no wonder that the youth's eyes were filled with disdain. He was a genius. Yi Yun sensed Su Yushi's realm. It was only a 6th-story Dao palace, 2 stories lower than him. From the looks of it, he wasn't very old. At that moment, Su Yushi spoke out. He did not use a Yuan Qi voice transmission but instead said to Yi Yun directly, "If you participate in the tournament, I'll let you know what a gap is." Having heaven-defying opportunities despite being useless trash is a defilement of heavenly treasures. Upon hearing Su Yushi's words, Yi Yun laughed. He did not say anything for at that moment. Old Snake's Yuan Qi voice transmission rang in his ear. "Kid, you're putting the blame on the Dao Calamity Tower has been seen through by the old fogies of the Pilheart sect. They plan to square accounts with you now. They will be in Cloud Pool City soon. Deal with them yourself for now." Upon hearing Old Snake's message, Yi Yun lost interest in wasting his time bantering with Su Yushi. In fact, he knew that putting the blame on the Dao Calamity Tower would be exposed by the Pilheart sect sooner or later. Since it had already happened, he had no plans to hide it. "By the way, I took in a few slaves. Their cultivation levels are too low, so I see no value in keeping them. I might as well give them to you. They can still help you hold out against the Pilheart sect." As Old Snake spoke, a stream of light shot straight at him. It ignored the city gate and arrived straight in the square. "Who is it?" There were guards in the square, and the sudden trespassing made them instantly turn wary. But when the stream descended, revealing the trio enveloped within, everyone was stunned. They looked extremely wretched. All of them were covered in blood and their clothes were tattered. They had little Yuan Shi left. Although their faces were covered in blood and dirt, the crowd quickly recognized the two youths. One of them was the leader of the Dao Calamity Tower's younger generation, Chu Pingyun. The other one was Prince Boundless Heaven of the Outcloud Empire. Why was it the two of them? Why were they in such wretched states? Before the crowd had time to ponder over the matter, older experts recognized the last person, the elder with a head much bigger than normal. "Wait, isn't that Chu Shanha?" Although Elder Chu Shanha looked odd, he had fused with the Divine Lord Royal Seal, and was definitely a leading expert in the Heavenly South Great World. Other than the patriarchs of a few pinnacle factions, few people could beat him in a one-on-one battle. But why was Chu Shanha in such a tragic state? Everyone was shocked but quickly connected it to Yi Yun. Previously, Chu Pingyun and Prince Boundless Heaven were together and had interacted with Yi Yun in that very square. They departed after teasing Yi Yun, but now, they looked tragic. They are from the Dao Calamity Tower. Why did this happen? The gray-haired woman frowned slightly. The Dao Calamity Tower was a massive entity. Even though these people were only from a branch in the Heavenly South Great World, they were not anything the Tiger Camel Mountain could compare with, especially Chu Shanha. It was not an exaggeration to say that he alone could massacre the entire Tiger Camel Mountain. Just as people were puzzling over the matter, they were shocked to discover the trio walk in front of Yi Yun and kneel. What? Everyone was astounded. They found the scene unbelievable. Among the trio, one was a prince of the Outcloud Empire, and the others were important figures of the Dao Calamity Tower that could shock the entire Heavenly South Great World. Why would they be kneeling before Yi Yun? Xia Zijian's mouth turned agape, as though he had seen a ghost. Su Yushir had long wiped the disdain from his eyes. Instead, his eyes widened, for the scene had far exceeded his imagination. As for members of the older generation, such as the gray-haired woman, there was no need to elaborate much. They could ignore Prince Boundless Heaven and Chu Pingyun, but Chu Shanha, a person with dignified status, was kneeling before a junior. It had completely subverted all that they knew. But a more amazing thing happened next. It was so unbelievable that they did not instantly realize it. Why do I feel that the three of them have removed their soul seize resistance? How could this be? The crowd was extremely shocked. The removal of the soul seize resistance was something one willingly did in order to sign a soul contract to be enslaved. Not only were these three people of dignified status kneeling on the ground, they were even willing to be enslaved? People found it unbelievable. And by that point, Yi Yun had already condensed the soul imprints. At the instant the trio removed their soul seize resistance, the soul imprints were implanted in their soul seize and completely entrenched. With Old Snake's mental imprint screening, there was no need to worry about having the slaves snatched away. And even then, not many people could have reacted in time. Yi Yun has taken the three of them as slaves. Everyone turned petrified. There were experts from many large factions in the square. They watched the scene in silence. The din became a silence in which one could hear a pin drop. Chapter 1337, A Common Target for Attack. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. At that moment, the trio had already got up and stood beside Yi Yun. Their actions and expressions made it clear the deed was done. However, no one knew what had happened. All they saw was that 2 hours ago, Chu Pingyun and company had come to threaten Yi Yun, and now, this was their outcome. Young Master Yi, why is this happening? Jing Yueshai exclaimed. Yi Yun coughed dryly. Although he had heard Old Snake's Yuan Chi voice transmission and knew that he would be taking in 3 slaves, he never expected Old Snake to arrange for it to be done in such an open manner. He originally believed it would be a secret acceptance of the slaves. Especially when Yi Yun looked at Prince Boundless Heaven. This was Cloud Pool City, a territory of the Outcloud Empire. It was just wrong to take their prince as his slave. A hint of struggle appeared in Prince Boundless Heaven's eyes when he met Yi Yun's gaze. Although the slave imprint was overbearing, it did not completely replace a slave's thoughts. Prince Boundless Heaven and Chu Pingyun retained their original character as well as their memories. The two of them hated Yi Yun deeply and wished that they could tear Yi Yun apart. However, fate often made fools of people. They were now slaves of Yi Yun and it was obvious how bitter they felt about it. Unfortunately, they could only blame themselves for attempting to scheme against Yi Yun in order to obtain his heritage. If they knew this would happen, they would not have even tried it. Seeing them like this, even Yi Yun felt that his machinations against them had gone overboard. Therefore, Yi Yun could only pity them when he saw the struggle in their eyes. Ahem, even I feel a little sorry for you. Chu Pingyun gave a wretched smile in return. Although he had a mind of his own, the restrictions enforced by the slave imprints prevented him from showing any animosity towards Yi Yun. Master, there's no need to say such things. We were forced into a dire situation by the Pilheart sect and nearly became their slaves. That might have been a worse outcome than what we are presently experiencing. Yi Yun, what did you do to Boundless Heaven? At that moment, an elderly voice with a resounding might boomed. The person who spoke was none other than King Yi. Prince Boundless Heaven was royalty. It was ludicrous for a prince from the royal family to become anyone's slave, especially at the Heavenly South Peaks meet. The moment King Yi spoke, several streams of light shot over from the horizon. The incoming figures were extremely fast and they arrived in the square in a blink of an eye. There was a total of 15 people. Everyone gasped when they saw the attire and look of these people. True Lord 7 Kills. As well as people from the God Annihilating Way. True Lord 7 Kills was famous in the Heavenly South Great World. He was known for being powerful and bloodthirsty. Although he was not the in charge of the Heavenly South Great World's Pilheart sect, he was its strongest expert, only second to the Pilheart Patriarch. As for the Pilheart Patriarch, it was rumored that he had sealed himself in Bloodcull Jade. In order to extend his life, he entered a deep slumber and would typically not take action. Therefore, True Lord 7 Kills was, in practice, the strongest combat power in the Heavenly South Great World's Pilheart sect. Even True Lord 7 Kills had appeared, clear evidence of how massive this operation was. Furthermore, they had even hired the God Annihilating Way. What is the Pilheart sect doing? Nearly all its experts have appeared. They even spared nothing by hiring the God Annihilating Way. Is it all for Yi Yun? Why would they need to go to so much effort for a junior? Everyone was alarmed. At this point, the Heavenly South Peaks meet was no longer a simple tournament. The occurrence of such a major event only made many hope for the situation to turn even more intense, perhaps even becoming a massive brawl. Although Cloud Pool City barge fighting, True Lord 7 Kills was different. If he went all out, there was perhaps no one who could stop him. Yi Yun, well done. Elder 7 Kills stared at Yi Yun. His eyes were filled with killing intent. You first hatched a scheme to kill my Pilheart sect Su Boyang, Wang Chongming, and Gue Yunji, as well as a bunch of genius disciples. You then shifted the blame onto the Dao Calamity Tower, making my Pilheart sect attack the Dao Calamity Tower, and reap the rewards of an internecine struggle. Well done. Well fucking done. When Elder 7 Kills said that, everyone gasped. Su Boyang was dead? At this Heavenly South Peaks meet, Su Boyang was meant to represent the Pilheart sect. As for Su Mayan and the other young elites, they were seeded contestants at the tournament. Although it was not likely they would end up the champions, they were bound to have stunning results. Everyone did find it odd that the Pilheart sect was nowhere to be seen since the beginning of the meet. Now, they realized it was because they were all dead. Furthermore, Wang Chongming and Gue Yunji were Pilheart sect's combat elders that had made a name for themselves many years ago. Just the thought of Gue Yunji's soul-refining arts left one trembling. Death under her hands was a nightmare. Warriors with lower cultivation levels dreaded her far more than True Lord 7 Kills. Yet the ghost refining expert that dominated the heavenly south great world was dead? Instantly, the shot people felt was expounded. With so many experts perishing and Chu Shanha becoming a slave, it was an upheaval that had not happened in the heavenly south great world for a millennium. And it was all a result of Yi Yun. King Yi, I implore you to administer justice. This is the heavenly south peaks meet that is organized by the Outcloud Empire. With things in such a state of chaos, I wish for you to join forces with my Pillheart sect to capture this person, said True Lord Seven Kills loudly. Upon hearing these words, King Yi's expression sank. Prince Boundless Heaven had been enslaved, and although he had questioned Yi Yun, he had to weigh the pros and cons of actually joining forces with the Pillheart sect to deal with Yi Yun. For the Pillheart sect to go through that much effort and still fail to gain so much as tiny advantage made him guess that Yi Yun had an expert protecting him in secret. If King Yi used the forces stationed in Cloud Pool City to attack Yi Yun, he might end up doing all the dirty work for the Pillheart sect. If there was no benefit, it was absolutely impossible for him to do it. King Yi did not respond. The situation reached an impasse. True Lord Seven Kills looked at Yi Yun with a grim expression. He was estimating the strength of the mysterious expert who had managed to take away Chu Shanha and company from under his nose. In order to do that, the person's strength had to be greater than his. Furthermore, this person was lurking in the shadows. True Lord Seven Kills had already swept the square with his perception several times but failed to find anything amiss. This made True Lord Seven Kills think twice, afraid of being sneaked up on. And at that moment, Yi Yun, who was on the crest of the wave, did not appear nervous. Although the development of the situation was somewhat troublesome, it was not difficult for him to escape unharmed. If the other party were to attack without any regard, the 3 slaves he had taken in could charge forward and buy him a few seconds. In those few seconds, he could sweep the Clear Lunar Island disciples into the God Advent Tower. Then, Old Snake could tear open the void and help them depart the heavenly south great world. As for the unwithering grass that Old Snake was salivating over, they could always return for it. At that moment, True Lord Seven Kills' lips trembled as he sent King Yi a voice transmission. King Yi, my Pillheart sect has better longevity extending pills. If Cloud Pool City is willing to take action, I can give a bottle to you. It can extend your life by at least 8,000 years. Other than that, there is also a godly monarch immortal annuli in it for you. Ha! Upon hearing True Lord Seven Kills' words, a glint flashed in King Yi's originally turbid eyes. Really? I swear it. All right. King Yi took a deep breath. Longevity extending pills were too attractive to him. He took out an authority flag. During the Heavenly South Peaks meet, the Outcloud Empire always sent its troops to guard Cloud Pool City, and these soldiers served under King Yi. As King Yi raised the authority flag up, all the Yuan Chi in Cloud Pool City stirred. The ground quaked gently as divine patterns appeared from the ground before floating into midair to contain all of Cloud Pool City. Who? 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 The resonance resembled the sound of a gigantic dragon flapping its wings. People looked up and saw that the sky was being sealed shut by nomological patterns. At that moment, Cloud Pool City was completely shut in by a massive hemisphere. It's the City Fortification Array. Cloud Pool City's City Fortification Array has probably not been activated for centuries. People shuddered. The Outcloud Empire had ruled the heavenly South Great World for tens of millions of years. In all that time, the Outcloud Empire had only built 2 major cities. One was the Imperial Capital and the other was Cloud Pool City. Once Cloud Pool City's array was activated, it completely isolated the city from the outside world. No one expected that King Yi would activate the City Fortification Array just to capture Yi Yun. Upon seeing this scene, True Lord Seven Kills was very pleased. He looked at Yi Yun and the corners of his mouth suffused a hideous grin. Even if Yi Yun had an expert backing him, there was no way they could deal with the City Fortification Array instantly. Celestial Vanguard! King Yi bellowed as rows of golden-armored soldiers marched out of the buildings around the square. They surrounded the entire square and the spears they wielded shimmered with golden light as they were augmented by the City Fortification Array. At the same time, a few gigantic spirit beasts flew over. They circled around the square, and riding them were the Celestial Vanguard's leaders. They were at the Supremacy Realm. Although one member out of the 10,000-strong Celestial Vanguard was insignificant, even a Divine Lord would not dare treat them lightly when they entered a battle formation. Yi Yun, you have violated the rules of Cloudpool City. I am now apprehending you. If you were to surrender without a fuss, I can spare your life. King Yi, with the authority flag in hand, seemed like another person. The cadaveric air his body suffused had been swept away. He seemed to transform into an illustrious general that commanded troops from every corner, with no one having the courage to defy him. Everyone at this square today. So long as you help my Pilheart sect and Outcloud Empire capture Yi Yun, my Pilheart sect will remember your contribution. My Pilheart sect is willing to offer 100 million spirit jade and numerous pills as reward. At this critical juncture, True Lord Seven Kills spoke out. Although he was bloodthirsty, he was not rash. He knew that Yi Yun had an expert backing him. He was extremely meticulous, and having offered such handsome rewards, there were bound to be people willing to take up the mantle. If he allowed others do the deed for him, he could avoid the danger of being sneaked up on by the mysterious expert. When True Lord Seven Kills said that, many people were enticed. After all, Yi Yun was now a common target for attack. Even if they failed to get the bulk of the rewards, they were bound to get something. Chapter 1338, Tenebrous City. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. After True Lord Seven Kills made his announcement, all the warriors present were itching for action. They were also wary of Yi Yun, knowing he was not someone easily dealt with, but there were a lot of them and only one of him. With the Celestial Vanguard's cooperation, Yi Yun was definitely at the end of his rope. They were further enticed when they saw True Lord Seven Kills produce a red jade box. According to the way the Pilheart sect usually sold its pills, the red jade box likely contained spirit illumination pills that could even allow supremacies to make a sub-realm breakthrough. I believe all of you can recognize this box. Inside are 10 spirit illumination pills. I will not be stingy towards anyone that helps in this effort. However, the heritage that Yi Yun carries belongs to my Pilheart sect. We have to retrieve it. The Pilheart sect's heritage has been handed down for hundreds of millions of years. Due to the long span of time, it was an unfortunate circumstance that some of it was lost. Yet, it was obtained by this little bastard. Now, he not only refuses to return it, he even uses our Pilheart sect's heritage to deceive and beguile others, all while flaunting himself. He even schemed to murder my Pilheart sect's experts and pushed the blame to another party. I cannot stand to see him live a second longer. True Lord Seven Kills' voice resounded through the world. Many people began having ideas when they saw the spirit illumination pills. They are actually spirit illumination pills. Granny, even I want to take action. Su Yushir looked at Yi Yun and made an impetuous decision. Although he was definitely no match for the expert protecting Yi Yun, he could deal with Yi Yun if the expert was held back by others. The Tiger Camel Mountain was lacking in strength due to a lack of resources. Su Yushir always believed that if he was supported by better resources, he could become the best genius in the Heavenly South Great World. The 10 spirit illumination pills greatly enticed him. Even for the monstrous Pilheart sect, they were extremely valuable pills. All right. Be careful. Don't hurt yourself, said the gray-haired woman. Don't worry. I'm only going to deal with Yi Yun. There won't be any danger. Su Yushir stared intently at Yi Yun as though Yi Yun was his prey. A massive battle was imminent. As long as one person took the lead, they would immediately be followed by a barrage of attacks. Many people were waiting. Xia Zijian hung a teasing smile on his face. Although he wasn't planning on taking action, he was happy to see Yi Yun end in a terrible state. He curled the corners of his mouth and looked at Jing Yuasha. He said derisively, "Junior sister Jing Yuasha, why are you standing behind that punk? Do you want to accompany him in death?" "Humph. It's none of your business." Jing Yuasha was infuriated. In fact, she had already received a voice transmission from Yi Yun. He had instructed her to get closer to him and not resist. She did not know what Yi Yun was planning on doing, but Yi Yun had created numerous miracles before. She chose to believe in him. At that moment, people were already gathering Yuan Qi. Some were walking closer to Yi Yun. But just as they were about to attack, there was a strange energy fluctuation that suddenly came from afar. Oh! This is... The energy fluctuation seemed to come from a wispy heaven. It resonated with people's souls in a mysterious manner. Who is it? Some people looked toward the horizon and felt a jolt. They saw that, above a mountain range in the distance, a gigantic dark city was approaching. A city was flying in mid-air? The city was massive, casting dark shadows on the mountains. The city had many tall towers that shimmered with an ancient but simple black light. One could faintly hear the cries of ancient fey beasts. When the black city approached, people saw that the sides of the towers were embossed with a gigantic eye totem. In the middle of the eye were 8 smaller eyes. 9-eye totem. It's the Ninely Magus Empire. Ninely Magus Empire was an extremely mysterious country in the heavenly South Great World. Its territory only spanned about 5,000 kilometers. Compared to the heavenly South Great World, it was like a drop in the bucket. But such a tiny country was ranked as one of the 3 divine empires of the heavenly South Great World, alongside the divine empire of Thunder and Outcloud Empire. Although the 3 empires were ranked equally, both the Outcloud Empire and Divine Empire of Thunder knew that they were completely incomparable to the Ninely Magus Empire. The Ninely Magus Empire's history far exceeded both countries. Throughout history, the top factions in the heavenly South Great World would always experience changes. At times, there would be 3 great factions and at other times, 4. However, the Ninely Magus Empire would always take the number 1 spot. Never had there been any change in that spot. The Ninely Magus Empire kept an extremely low profile. It did not enjoy dominance, but no one dared to ignore it. History taught that any faction in the heavenly south which fought the Ninely Magus Empire was defeated soundly, eventually vanishing. There were rumors that said that the people of the Ninely Magus Empire were the descendants of an ancient mystic race. However, no one knew what the race was. Why is the Ninely Magus Empire here? They seldom participate in the heavenly South Peaks meet. Even when they do, it's only for the auction. But the auction has long ended and they should not be interested in the tournament at all. Why would they come today? King Yi was taken aback. In fact, he disliked the appearance of the Ninely Magus Empire at any heavenly South Peaks meet. As the empire was too mysterious and powerful, they were not something he could control. It was even worse now. They were just about to carve up Yi Yun's possessions. The Ninely Magus Empire was the last thing they wanted to see. Elder 7 Kills frowned as well. The Ninely Magus Empire would usually practice isolationism. Massive arrays were set up around the Ninely Magus Empire's territory and were forever active. It shut the country completely in and citizens of the empire seldom left its confines. Outsiders were also barred entry. In this way, both Ninely Magus Empire and the rest of the heavenly South Great World went about their own business. The Ninely Magus Empire was almost forgotten by others, so why would they suddenly appear today? Could it be that they were here to snatch food from the tiger's jaws? If that were the case, the Pilhard sect had no chances of winning. True Lord, don't worry. The Ninely Magus Empire does not have any alchemical heritage. This is known throughout the heavenly South Great World. They do occasionally participate in the heavenly South Great World's auction in order to buy pills. However, their people are likely unskilled in alchemy. They should not be interested in Yi Yun's heritage, a Pilhard sect elder spoke out. Beside him, Elder 7 Kills nodded. I hope so. Although he said so, Elder 7 Kills could not relax when he saw the massive city's shadow approach. The feeling of losing control of the situation felt terrible. Watch Yi Yun closely. He should not be given a chance to escape in the chaos. As Elder 7 Kills spoke, the massive city was already floating above Cloud Pool City. One end of the city slowly entered the Cloud Pool City's fortification array, and the next thing that happened made everyone draw a big gasp. The fortification array that the Outcloud Empire had spent a sizable amount of resources to construct was no different from a water surface. It allowed the Tenebrous City entry, sending ripples outwards. Yet, it did not pose any real obstruction to the city. Why? Why? King Yi widened his eyes. As the overlord of Cloudpool City, he knew how powerful the fortification array was. He had invested a lot riches over the recent years to maintain the array. It was difficult to penetrate the array even if 5 or 6 divine lords attacked it together. How did the Nine Li Magus Empire enter? Old Snake was also watching in secret. He narrowed his eyes when he saw the scene happen before him. It looks like I have underestimated the heavenly South Great World. The various worlds in the sinkhole with long histories are not to be looked down upon. Old Snake muttered to himself. He did not think much of the Pilheart sect, but the Nine Li Magus Empire managed to make him look at this world in a different light. The Tenebrous City eventually came to a halt in mid-air, 1,000 feet away from the square. A few shadows appeared from the bottom of the city and slowly flew over. Leading them was an old man. He was scrawny and swarthy. His arms were thin like chicken claws. His gray hair was tied into a long pigtail that went from the back of his head to his waist. Behind the elder were a man and woman. The man was middle-aged and he had a neutral expression. As for the woman, she was dressed in tight clothes. Her arms and ankles were revealed and were bound tightly in white cloth. She had an excellent figure, but she wasn't pretty. In fact, she was rather ugly. The mood froze when the trio arrived. Many a time the unknown was dreaded, and that effect was made more apparent when the opposite party was powerful. King Yi's eyebrows twitched as he forced a smile. I never expected that esteemed guests from the Nine Li Magus Empire would grace the Heavenly South Peaks meet organized by the Outcloud Empire. We are greatly honored by your gracious presence. King Yi forcefully tolerated the gloom he felt and spoke as politely as possible. Nice to meet you. The leading elder nodded at King Yi as a response. He ignored King Yi after saying the 4 words. He scanned the entire square and his eyes eventually landed on Yi Yun. The elder did not seem to know of King Yi's identity, nor did he care about finding out who he was. This made King Yi's smile stiffen. He had a feeling that he was being left hanging. Instantly, his face twisted a little. As the overlord of Cloudpool City, when had he ever been given the cold shoulder in such a manner? Might I know what the Nine Li Magus Empire is here in Cloudpool City for? Upon noticing the elder's gaze, Elder Seven Kill's expression turned more twisted. He was of a violent nature, so even against the Nine Li Magus Empire, he did not want to mince his words. He got straight to the point. The elder smiled and said, I heard of a fascinating matter that happened in the heavenly South Great World. It's about an interesting youth, so here I am. With that said, the elder continued looking at Yi Yun. My young friend, I assume you are Yi Yun? Yi Yun stood out with so many people surrounding him. It was very easy to infer his identity. Chapter 1339, Windsong Ruins. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Yes, I am Yi Yun. Yi Yun cupped his fists and said in a calm voice. While the elder was observing him, he too was observing the elder. Yi Yun did not sense any animosity coming from the elder, but he would not easily lower his guard. Old Snake had already sent him a voice transmission saying that the elder with the pigtail was very strong. Old Snake's appraisal was enough to certify how formidable the elder was. The elder smiled as he stroked his beard. How true it is that heroes come from the youth. I heard that when you first arrived in Cloudpool City, you restored the love-seeking phoenix in clouds created by a particular alchemist Zhang of the Pilheart sect. Later you spent a great deal to purchase an abyssal red lotus seed. I made this trip here to Cloudpool City especially because I am interested in befriending you, my young friend. Let me introduce myself. I have not used my name for a long time, but I do hold the title of Blackrock. Just call me Aged Blackrock. Upon hearing Aged Blackrock, everyone present felt their hearts jolt. He was Aged Blackrock. As the Nine Li Magus Empire had isolated itself, outsiders did not know much about the experts within the empire. However, the name BlackRock could chill a person's heart with at its mere mention. Over the recent tens of millions of years, the Ninely Magus Empire had faced several major wars. Some factions suspected that the Ninely Magus Empire's tiny territory contained an astounding secret. And it was this secret that made the Ninely Magus Empire fortify and stay sheltered in that tiny space for hundreds of millions of years. They wanted to probe for the truth and perhaps obtain immense benefits as a result. They believed that if they waited long enough, the isolated Ninely Magus Empire would lose all of its experts to the ravages of time. Therefore, they launched multiple wars against the Ninely Magus Empire. But in several of those wars, aged BlackRock would massacre the opposing forces, sending chills down people's backs. Just a mention of the name aged BlackRock would change the expressions of many. That was not even the most pertinent point. The most spectacular thing was that it had been nearly 10 million years since aged BlackRock had last been seen showcasing his strength. How long had the old man lived? Based on the records in various canons of large factions, aged BlackRock didn't look much different from how he did 30 million years ago. That meant that he had lived for at least 40 to 50 million years. Why was he still alive? Elder 7 Kills drew a gasp. In front of the elder, he felt flustered. Back when this elder was committing massacre after massacre, his master's master had yet to be born. The older the elder, the weaker their vital potential would be. Their strength would also decline from that of their peak years. But there were some people who seemed to exceed that limit. Their lives seemed infinite and were counted in units of 10 million years. It left one despairing upon comparison. Typically, divine lords that fused a royal seal would be addressed as true lords. Even they could only live for a few million years. For instance, if the Pilhart Patriarch wished to live longer, he would need to seal himself in Bloodkull Jade. Through slumbering, he could survive for a longer period of time. He would not take action unless absolutely necessary. Only in this way could he live for 20 to 30 million years. However, this was almost no different from living as an underground corpse. In comparison, aged BlackRock was lively and could go anywhere he wanted. The difference was stark. Could this old man be a godly monarch? Elder 7 Kills had such a thought but immediately shrugged it away. It was impossible for him to be at the godly monarch realm. That was too difficult to achieve. Besides, a godly monarch's lifespan was even more terrifying. I see, you are Senior BlackRock. It is my honor to make your acquaintance. Since BlackRock had shown kind intentions, Yun naturally responded politely. The elder smiled in satisfaction and added, "My young friend, Yun, I came here for something your master left in my Ninely Magus Empire." Your master? Yun pricked up his brows, but he soon understood what the elder meant. The master the elder was referring to was the Divine Alchemist. Yun had obtained the complete inheritance of the Divine Alchemist, and now Ling Xier was following him. It was not wrong to call the Divine Alchemist Yun's master. I'm pretty certain you do not know what your master left behind. But in fact, it is extremely important to my Ninely Magus Empire. If you are willing to help us complete this item, my Ninely Magus Empire will reward you handsomely. Upon hearing BlackRock's words, the people from the Pilhart sect were stunned. Was the elder referring to the mysterious Divine Alchemist? What was the thing that the Divine Alchemist left behind in the Ninely Magus Empire? Whatever it was something they called extremely important. They would reward him handsomely. Just the thought of it left people excited. Furthermore, if they could just see the item the Divine Alchemist had left behind in the Ninely Magus Empire, it would likely broaden their horizons, and was an opportunity in and of itself. Not only were the members of the Pilhart sect enticed, even Yun's interest was stirred. He asked, "Senior BlackRock, what might you be referring to?" If there is truly something left behind by my master, I believe it must be quite impressive to have been preserved by your esteemed empire to this day. I am still lacking in knowledge and might not be able to complete it. Yun was acutely aware how lacking he was when compared to the Divine Alchemist in terms of alchemical skills. Although he had the purple crystal origins to make up for it, true mastery still needed immense amount of time and experience that could not be bridged with shortcuts. "You will know once you come with me," said BlackRock casually. Upon hearing this, Elder Seven Kills turned anxious. Aged Blackrock was clearly going to take Iyun away. With the old bastard around, his plan to surround Iyun would likely go up in smoke. Not only that, he needed to stop the old bastard from bringing Iyun into contact with something left behind by the Divine Alchemist. Wait! Elder Seven Kills shouted. Oh? Blackrock looked at Elder Seven Kills. Fellow Taoist, are you trying to stop me from bringing Iyun with me? Elder Seven Kills naturally did not have the guts to nod. He knew well that, since ancient times, any faction that opposed the Ninely Magus Empire was finished. He gritted his teeth and said, Senior Blackrock, please do not be mistaken. The Divine Alchemist is my Pilheart sect's ancestral master. And over the past tens of millions of years, my Pilheart sect has used knowledge from myriad sources to constantly improve upon the Divine Alchemist's heritage. If Senior Divine Alchemist had left anything, it should be us from the Pilheart sect that completes it. Divine Alchemist? When the crowd heard this name, everyone was stunned. Most of them did not know who Elder Seven Kills was referring to, but there were others who fell into deep thought before seemingly remembering something. The Divine Alchemist was once extremely famous, but as in all ancient history, illustrious figures were eventually buried and became mere vestiges of the past. Now, there were very few people in the heavenly South Great World that knew of the Divine Alchemist. When the Pilheart sect surrounded Iyun, they made special care to avoid mentioning the name, Divine Alchemist. In fact, they were afraid that other large factions would investigate the matter and learn just how impressive Iyun's heritage was. Now, however, such an existence had been alluded to by the Ninely Magus Empire. Elder Seven Kills felt there was no longer a need to conceal the matter. My Pilheart sect is the true inheritor of the Divine Alchemist. Iyun only stole a tiny portion of our heritage and has used it to earn undeserved fame, deceiving and beguiling people in the process. Senior Blackrock, please investigate the matter. The Ninely Magus Empire has always stayed in its city, aloof from the matters of the world. Today, I wish for Senior Blackrock to be the judge and retrieve the heritage that belongs to my Pilheart sect. Furthermore, Iyun machinated a ploy to kill my Pilheart sect's elders. It is an unpardonable crime. Senior, please permit my Pilheart sect to take him away for punishment. As for the item you want to complete, my Pilheart sect will definitely complete it. We will guarantee your satisfaction. Elder Seven Kills spoke loudly with a voice filled with gusto. He had a hot temper, but his tone was extremely polite. This was because he vaguely sensed that the opportunity before him was no trifling matter for the Pilheart sect. Ha! Upon hearing True Lord Seven Kills' words, Aged Blackrock chuckled. The smile sent a jolt into True Lord Seven Kills' heart. He did not know what Aged Blackrock was laughing about. The reason you have the courage to say that is the Windsong Ruins, am I right? Aged Blackrock suddenly said something that did not make sense from any way of thinking. Many people present were puzzled by the question, but True Lord Seven Kills' expression changed. He widened his eyes as he looked incredulously at Aged Blackrock. How did he know? Aged Blackrock added, the origins of the Pilheart sect stem from the Windsong Ruins, isn't that so? Windsong was an ancient divine empire of the heavenly South Great World. Back then, it had many correspondences with my ancient Ninely. Its downfall is truly a pity. 10 million years ago, when its royal capital's ruins were opened, I too visited them. I went there with the intention of paying my respects to the ancient divine empire, never to take anything from there. It was a coincidence that I saw your Pilheart sect ancestors there. They found some items, including a few manuals left behind by Senior Divine Alchemist. Aged Blackrock recounted this historical tidbit casually. When True Lord Seven Kills heard that, he turned stiff like a wooden block. Aged Blackrock had actually been to the Windsong Ruins as well? He had lived for so long that the entire history of the Pilheart sect was probably shorter than Aged Blackrock's lifespan. How could he not know of the Pilheart sect's history if he had watched it develop from its nascent roots? As for the Windsong Ancient Empire, it actually had correspondence with the ancient Ninely. So how could the Ninely Magus Empire not know of the remnants left behind in the ruins? At that moment, many people present could not help but murmur. True Lord Seven Kills felt his face burn, and he wished that he could instantly vanish. Both he and the Pilhart sect had frequently bragged about their deep roots and long heritage. Just moments ago, he had claimed his sect as the successor to the divine alchemist, mocking and scolding Iyun as nothing more than a thief. But now, the truth of Pilhart's sect was revealed by aged Blackrock. By rummaging through the ruins of the Winsong Empire, it made them no different from a band of tomb raiders that eventually hit it big. Instead, Iyun had been addressed as the divine alchemist's successor by aged Blackrock. With such a reversal, how was the Pilhart sect going to redeem its reputation? Elder Seven Kills was someone who placed great importance on his reputation. This was also why he flared when he was teased previously. Now, hearing the murmurs from the crowd, the rage he felt nearly caused him to bleed internally. And right at that moment, aged Blackrock added leisurely, the reason why the Winsong Empire has manuals left behind by Senior Divine Alchemist was because he had once stayed in the Winsong Empire for a rather long period of time. He even taught the juniors of the Winsong Empire, and decided to leave a portion of his heritage there. None of it was intrinsic to his knowledge, however, so your Pilhart sect cannot be considered the successors of Senior Divine Alchemist. Aged Blackrock's explanation made Elder Seven Kills' face turn purple. He wished to kneel down and beg aged Blackrock to stop any further, and he would truly vomit out blood. Chapter 1340, Grand Event of the Alchemical World. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. In fact, many large sects had rather underhanded origins. It was difficult to be rich without a windfall, after all, so if one were stuck putting all their time into honestly gathering resources and cultivating, how was one to establish a formidable sect that dominated several great worlds? However, to actually flaunt heritage that had been obtained from tomb robbing as the product of the sect's own efforts and create many historical fabrications to conceal that fact, it would be embarrassing if that were exposed by others. At that moment, Elder Seven Kills was undoubtedly feeling extremely embarrassed. So that's how your Pilhart sect was able to thrive, said Jing Yuasha with a sneer. She was previously stifled by Elder Seven Kills and felt extremely uncomfortable. Now, she had finally obtained a chance to strike back. You even accused Iyun of stealing your heritage. How shameless. You should give your heritage to Iyun. In the quiet square, Jing Yuasha's voice easily resounded through the area. Elder Seven Kills' face turned as black as the bottom of a wok. You lass, you have no right to comment on my Pilhart sect's history. Although the Pilhart sect's origins had been exposed, Elder Seven Kills continued gritting his teeth and said, Senior Blackrock is right. However, who hasn't obtained a tiny portion of ancient heritage from ruins? Didn't Iyun do the same? What right does he have to say that his heritage is more legitimate? Your Pilhart sect used an array fragment to determine that the divine alchemy cauldron is with Iyun. If you weren't sure that Iyun's heritage was extraordinary, would you have gone to such great efforts? Since you have already made the judgment, why do you ask despite knowing the answer? Aged Blackrock's words left True Lord Seven Kills speechless. He never expected that the divine alchemist had such deep ties with the Ninely Magus Empire. With the Ninely Magus Empire barging into the matter, it made it impossible for the Pilhart sect to take Iyun away. But how could True Lord Seven Kills be willing to end up with nothing? Iyun, what's your opinion on the matter I discussed with you earlier? Aged Blackrock did not even care about True Lord Seven Kills. True Lord Seven Kills' reaction towards Iyun staying or departing was not something he cared about either way. Iyun smiled. He naturally would not reject such an offer. He cupped his fists and said, Senior, I'm willing to go with you. However, the Heavenly South Peaks meet is about to begin. My companions are participating in the Heavenly South Peaks meet, so is it possible to wait for a few more days? After that, can I head to the Ninely Magus Empire with my companions? Iyun was worried that if he left with Aged Blackrock, the Pilhart sect would harm the Clear Lunar Island people. Aged Blackrock nodded. Definitely. It has been so long since Senior Divine Alchemist departed, so a few days will make no difference. I will have Tenebrous City stay above Cloud Pool City. If you are interested, you can enter Tenebrous City with me and watch the Heavenly South Peaks meets tournament from there. Many people from large factions had indescribable feelings when they heard Aged Blackrock's words. Iyun had truly lucked out. They originally thought that Yi Yun was doomed, but they never expected him to be invited to the Ninely Magus Empire. Furthermore, he could step into the Ninely Magus Empire with aged Blackrock. Who knew how many opportunities would be made available to him? Senior, thank you for your invitation. I'll just watch here from the square. When Yi Yun said that, aged Blackrock nodded. Just as he was about to return to Tenebrous City, True Lord Seven Kills suddenly shouted, "Wait!" Oh? Aged Blackrock looked at him. Senior Blackrock. I have a question. Was the item left behind by Senior Divine Alchemist in the Ninely Magus Empire related to alchemy? Aged Blackrock hesitated slightly before nodding. True Lord Seven Kills drew a gasp. A glint coruscated in his eyes. Senior Blackrock, I will not deny that my Pilheart sect's heritage comes from the Winsong ruins as you mentioned. However, you should understand that the Winsong ruins heritage is only a portion of the various heritages my Pilheart sect has. My Pilheart sect has been established for 38 million years. Before we even entered the Winsong ruins, we had already accrued a lot. After the Winsong ruins, my Pilheart sect similarly took in all of the ancient heritage, and in the past 10 million years, my Pilheart sect has produced numerous elites. All of them have been geniuses with deep knowledge in alchemy. Senior Blackrock, if you were to say that my Pilheart sect is inferior to Senior Divine Alchemist, I would admit that. But if you claim that my Pilheart sect's 10 million years of collective experience is incomparable to a lad like Yi Yun, I refuse to believe it. True Lord Seven Kills' voice was forceful. Furthermore, it was said with reason, winning him the agreement of others. How could the famous Pilheart sect be inferior to Yi Yun? Aged Blackrock gave Seven Kills a nonchalant glance. The item left behind by Senior Divine Alchemist is not something that can be mended with heritage alone. Although I have specially invited my young friend, Yi Yun, to take a look, I do not bear any hopes that he can accomplish the task. If you insist on participating, I will not stop you either. After aged Blackrock said that, he turned and flew away. In fact, he agreed with True Lord Seven Kills on something. Yi Yun was still lacking in experience. Although the Divine Alchemist's heritage was impressive, what Yi Yun could have learned in his few years was limited. If the Pilheart sect's alchemical experts joined, they might even give Yi Yun some inspiration. The intervention of the Ninely Magus Empire at the Heavenly South Peaks meet caught many people by surprise, especially when the matter involved mending something left behind by the Divine Alchemist. It left many people excited. As for the Heavenly South Peaks meet tournament, people's interest in it waned. In a few days, the news about the Heavenly South Great World spread. Even neighboring great worlds sent alchemical sages, with them hoping to probe the secrets of the Divine Alchemist's heritage. People knew very well that the item left behind by the Divine Alchemist was extremely important to the Ninely Magus Empire. They could not help but be curious over what it was. 3 days later, the results of Jing Yuesha's participation in the Heavenly South Great Worlds tournament were out. Jing Yuesha fought very seriously and her final results were rather good. She entered the finals and obtained 20th place. She deserved to be proud for obtaining such a ranking in a genius tournament jointly organized by numerous great worlds. Clear Lunar Island Lord was very pleased with her disciples' results. With the tournament ending, it was time for Yi Yun to leave with aged Blackrock. And at that moment in Cloud Pool City, the number of experts from all walks of life increased instead of decreasing. It was very easy to see alchemists and their helpers on the roads. Over the past few days, all the alchemical stores in Cloud Pool City had a surge in business. The name Divine Alchemist was just too influential. Even though he had been forgotten by ordinary warriors, he was a godlike existence in many alchemical sects with long histories. Being able to see the Divine Alchemist's heritage was a long-cherished goal. Aged Blackrock only watched silently as more and more alchemists entered Cloud Pool City. He did not stop them. In fact, the ancient Ninely had once gathered alchemists all over the world in a bid to complete the item left behind by the Divine Alchemist. Back then, the situation was no way inferior to what was happening now. However, too much time had passed and that grand event was lost to the ravages of time. Chapter 1341, River of Forgetfulness. Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin. In the northern desolate lands of the heavenly South Great World was a desert that spanned 500,000 kilometers. It was dry and silent in a way that made it seem untraversable. Not only were beasts few in these desolate lands, the yuan qi was also extremely thin. It made it difficult to produce any natural treasures, therefore, few warriors would ever go there. However, people did know that the most mysterious Nine-Li Magus Empire of the heavenly South Great World was located in this stretch of desolate land. It took up about 5,000 kilometers of it. Over the past few days, groups of warriors and alchemists would rush over to the northern desolate lands and locate the entrance to the Nine-Li Magus Empire using maps. From afar, one could see the Nine-Li Magus Empire was situated on a lofty mountain that had clouds lingering around it. The entire empire was being enveloped in an array formation, as though it was sealed in an alternate dimension. This is the Nine-Li Magus Empire. The heavenly South Peaks meet has ended. Yi Yun should be arriving here with aged Blackrock. When that happens, the entrance to the empire will naturally open. There were more than 10,000 people gathered outside the empire's entrance. Most of them were alchemists and many of them had come from afar. They had specially traveled there to witness the spectacle. The red sun was gradually setting in the west as night began to fall over the vast wilderness. Aged Blackrock and company were scheduled to arrive any time now. At that moment, there was a faint phoenix cry. When they looked up, they saw a golden phoenix that reflected the blood sun as it flew in from the west. The phoenix flew slowly, but in moments, it had arrived outside the Nine-Li Magus Empire's entrance. It circled the land before charging back up into the sky. A white-dressed middle-aged man landed from the phoenix's back. He looked radiant and his skin was as tender as a baby's. He tied his hair with a band and looked extraordinarily handsome. People were shocked when they saw him. West Desolate Alchemist King Aoming-Yin. Someone identified the newcomer. He was not from the Pilheart sect but an alchemist sage from the West Desolate Great World. Before aged Blackrock and the Pilheart sect arrived, an alchemist sage had already arrived. The appearance of an alchemist sage overshadowed many alchemy sections. Many of the sects had never produced an alchemist sage since their inception. People began to truly realize the massive stir the grand event had brought to the alchemy world. It was more intense than they had expected. The sun finally set as the bright moon appeared in the sky. At that moment, people saw the gigantic Tenebrous city floating over from another direction in the sky. The Nine-Li people were finally here. Following the Nine-Li Tenebrous city was a massive cauldron. It belonged to none other than the Pilheart sect. It was obvious that the item left behind by the divine alchemist was something the Pilheart sect placed great importance on. Furthermore, the Nine-Li Magus Empire was involved. The Pilheart sect had sent its strongest delegation, with even the Pilheart sect's alchemist sage coming as well. With the descent of Tenebrous City, the Nine-Li Magus Empire's entrance finally opened. It was as though the skies opened up, revealing a passage into another world. The extremely mysterious Nine-Li Magus Empire finally pulled off its veil to the world. The Tenebrous City directly entered while the Nine-Li Magus Empire did not prevent any other faction from entering. However, they had set up a passage specifically for the visitors. They could only follow the pre-established path and were not allowed to wander around. The number of people entering the Nine-Li Magus Empire continued to increase. People discovered many mighty figures that they had never noticed while waiting. The people followed Tenebrous City. The path set up by the Nine-Li Magus Empire was extremely special. It looked like a meandering riverbed with its waters long dried up. Every spot on the riverbed had lingering vestiges of time. They followed the dried-up riverbed and walked for a very long time. With the speed warriors could travel, they estimated they had far exceeded 5,000 kilometers. If they were outside the Nine-Li Magus Empire, they would have long traversed the empire in its entirety. But now, it seemed impossible for them to see the end of the riverbed. Little Yun, this riverbed is somewhat odd. In Tenebrous City, Old Snake's voice suddenly sounded in Yi Yun's ears. Over the past few days, Old Snake had leisurely stayed in Yi Yun's God Advent Tower. Naturally, he came with Yi Yun to the Nine-Li Magus Empire. What's odd about it? Yi Yun also felt that the riverbed was somewhat abnormal. As they proceeded across the riverbed, it felt like they were retrospecting history. Every segment they passed seemed as though they had just experienced a completely different time and space. This river's waters have already dried. I cannot be completely certain, but the nomological auras left behind remind me of the River of Forgetfulness. Old Snake had lived for very long, so he was extremely knowledgeable. His words left Yi-Yun astonished. River of Forgetfulness. The ancient 12 Fey gods were Extreme Young Illumination, Extreme Nether Glow, Empress Earth Tao Tree, etc. They were all manifestations of the various laws. They were not necessarily all in the shape of a life form. For example, the 8th Fey god, River of Forgetfulness, was an endless surging river. And what flowed in the river was not water, but time. The river of time advanced forever, and the direction in which it surged forward was the future. And the past was destined to be forgotten, as history would eventually be buried by the vestiges of time. Therefore, the river of time was also named the River of Forgetfulness. Both the 8th Fey god, River of Forgetfulness, and the 9th Fey god that represented the spatial dimension laws, solitary nothingness, represented the original spacetime laws that were first formed in the universe's chaotic state. Therefore, how could Yi-Yun not be astonished when Old Snake mentioned that he could sense the aura of the River of Forgetfulness from the dried riverbed? Senior Old Snake, are you telling me this riverbed is what it looks like after the River of Forgetfulness withers away? I'm not sure. Perhaps it's just a distributary of the River of Forgetfulness. Perhaps the River of Forgetfulness's waters had flowed in it at one time. Regardless, the Ninely Magus Empire is a lot more mysterious than I originally guessed. While Yi-Yun was conversing with Old Snake, Tenebrous City finally descended. What appeared in front of Yi-Yun was an ancient palace complex. Yi-Yun saw the people living in the palaces. They were the people of the Ninely Magus Empire, but they looked no different from ordinary people. In the middle of the palace stood a tall altar. 6 massive columns, with each of them seemingly propping up the sky, maintained an ancient fortification array formation. As for the dried riverbed, it did not end at the palace. Instead, it continued beyond the palace and stretched into the horizon with an unknown terminal point. We are here. I'll bring you to meet the Magus Maiden, said Aged Blackrock. When he said that, he walked straight into a palace. Yi-Yun silently followed. As for the others that had entered the Ninely Magus Empire, they were still waiting outside the palace. Yi-Yun followed Aged Blackrock as he passed through numerous corridors. The Ninely Magus Empire's palaces were oddly quiet, and there were few people in them. It was Spartan, lacking the commonly seen rockery and streams of other palaces. Replacing those fixtures were ancient and mysterious totem sculptures, as well as Ninely hex imprints everywhere. It's here. Aged Blackrock pushed open a door that led into a hall. Yi-Yun looked at the door. On both sides of it were 12 carvings. They were none other than the 12 Fey gods. Of course, after the 9th Fey god, Solitary Nothingness, the remaining 3 spots were empty. The engravings of the 12 Fey gods contained the laws that each Fey god represented. It made anyone standing in the hall experience a strong shock. And following that, Yi-Yun saw the owner of the hall. She was a woman with a black veil across her face. The instant Yi-Yun saw the woman, he felt an extremely familiar aura. He could not help but falter. Had he seen this woman before? His gaze could not help but land on the Ninely Magus Maiden's eyes. Searching through his memories, Yi-Yun was astonished. The eyes resembled those of one person. Huan Chenxue. You are. Yi-Yun nearly blurted out the name Huan Chenxue, but he immediately stopped himself from doing so. He came to the realization that the Ninely Magus Maiden in front of him was not Huan Chenxue. Although she had covered her face, he could sense minute differences between the aura effused by the Ninely Magus Maiden and that of Huan Chenxue. Huan Chenxue was like a lofty mountain in white snow. She reflected sunlight, pure and without blemish. Although she was cold, it made others wish to approach her. As for the woman in front of him, her eyes were identical to Huan Chenxue's. But they were not as clear as Huan Chenxue's. Instead, they were like a deep, bottomless lake. And her aura was even more mysterious, like an abyssal red lotus. However, there was one aspect in which she was identical to Huan Qinxue. Yi Yun could not detect any energy fluctuations from her body. She was only immortal. Chapter 1342, Divine Alchemist's Legacy. Translator, Citulin Editor, Citulin. It could have been a coincidence if only their eyes were similar, but the Ninely Magus Maiden was also mortal. Her situation was identical to Huan Qinxue's. That made a coincidence quite unlikely. The two women must have been related somehow. Senior Old Snake, regarding this woman. Yi Yun questioned Old Snake. Since Old Snake knew Huan Qinxue, he naturally had to understand the secret behind the Magus Maiden. However, Yi Yun never expected Old Snake to spend a while pondering before sending Yi Yun a voice transmission. I do not know who she is either. Senior, you don't? Upon hearing Old Snake's words, Yi Yun was speechless. From Yi Yun's point of view, Old Snake had lived for eons. He should have known a thing or two. What's so strange about it? It's not like I'm omnipotent and omniscient. That last Qinxue's race is even more ancient than my soaring serpent race. Although I have had some interaction with her, I do not fully understand the various secrets of that ancient secret race. My young friend, Yi Yun. This is our Magus Maiden, introduced aged Blackrock. At that moment, the black-dressed woman had already stood up. She walked towards Yi Yun. Young Master Yi, it's a pleasure to meet you. Sorry for troubling you by making you come all this way. Yi Yun cupped his fists and said, Your Highness, it's nothing. The Ninely Magus Empire helped extricate me from a tough situation in Cloud Pool City, so how could it be a trouble? Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, the Ninely Magus Maiden gave a faint smile and said, I heard from Senior Blackrock that although you were surrounded when he arrived, you appeared unflustered. I'm sure you would have extricated yourself from that perilous situation even without our help. The black-veiled woman's voice was gentle and alluring. The way she spoke no doubt easily won a favorable impression from others. Yi Yun smiled without a response. Instead, he asked, Your Highness, I wonder what the Ninely Magus Empire has invited me here for. The Ninely Magus Maiden shook her head and said, Young Master Yi, there's no rush. My main goal in inviting you here is to acquaint myself with you. As for what must be done, I'll bring you there to take a look. However, the matter is just too difficult. Perhaps you might not be able to complete it now, but there will come a day when it can be completed. When that happens, my Ninely Magus Empire will definitely be eternally grateful. As the Ninely Magus Maiden spoke, she stood up. Yi Yun and aged Blackrock followed behind her as she went through a corridor and entered a massive square. There were already more than 10,000 people gathered there. These people were the alchemists and warriors from elsewhere. The people from the Pilheart sect were naturally there too. It's Yi Yun. That little bastard is coming. Upon seeing Yi Yun, the Pilheart sect members spoke in murmurs. As the saying goes, enemies see red the moment they meet. This was even more apparent when the Pilheart sect realized that Yi Yun had received preferential treatment. He had been brought by aged Blackrock to meet someone, but they had been left waiting. They were naturally unhappy about it. Who is that woman? The Pilheart sect crowd were baffled when they saw the Ninely Magus Maiden. Wasn't she a mortal? Why would a mortal appear here? Furthermore, she seemed to be of high standing. Since all of you come from afar, join us in witnessing this. The Ninely Magus Maiden did not mind the huge crowd in the square. She produced a tiny, exquisite dagger seemingly from nowhere and sliced her palm, causing it to drip blood. The blood did not drip onto the ground and instead was absorbed by some energy. It flew into midair and the drop of blood seemed to land on an invisible water surface before disappearing. Simultaneously, the blood drop seemed to stir ripples across the water surface as beautiful ripples emanated outward slowly. This is... At the moment the ripples appeared, people felt an ancient and vast aura inundate them. It made them feel like they had transmigrated to an ancient void where they witnessed the legends of the ancient world. They saw an entrance appear in the middle of where the blood drop was. From the entrance, they could see the boundless edge of another massive world. That world seemed like a scene of devastation. It was filled with swaths of desert that resembled an ancient battlefield. Here is it. Those who want to see it, follow me. After the Ninely Magus maiden said that, she slowly walked into that world. At that moment, the entrance had expanded to 200 feet wide. After a slight hesitation, the crowd from the square began to shuffle in. When they stepped into the desert, it felt like they were stepping on the vestiges of history from hundreds of millions of years ago. The crowd proceeded slowly until a dark red ancient runic pattern appeared beneath the sand. It seemed to turn the sand into blood. It was a massive array. Everyone was astonished. The massive array was no trifling matter. It was unknown what its purpose was. And when Ian stepped in, he felt something extremely familiar. It was. This world is a pocket world created by my Ninely race. Senior Divine Alchemist had set up a massive array in this world. This array has already existed for a very, very long time. Its goal is to nurture a pill. When the Ninely Magus maiden said those words slowly, everyone present felt a jolt. Nurture a pill? A massive array that filled a world was actually a herb-nurturing array. There were many alchemists present. They knew how difficult it was to refine many pills. Alchemists would often choose to refine an incomplete pill before placing it in a massive array to nurture it for thousands of years before the pill would be ready. But the massive array before them was not as simple as any ordinary herb-nurturing array. Just from the numinous array patterns, they could appreciate how terrifying the massive array was. What pill is it that requires one to go to such great lengths? It was said that Senior Divine Alchemist left something unfinished. Could it be this pill? Then, wouldn't it mean that this array has been in operation for hundreds of millions of years? People realized this conundrum as they drew gasps. It would be extremely shocking to nurture a pill or herb for 100,000 years using typical herb nurturing techniques. 1,000,000 years of nurturing almost never happened. After all, divine lords only lived for a few million years. What did it mean to nurture a pill for hundreds of millions of years? The Ninely Magus maiden nodded. That's right, this is a legacy of Senior Divine Alchemist. However, this array formation was not meant to be in operation for hundreds of millions of years. Unfortunately, Senior Divine Alchemist never returned after he left. He was unable to finish the pill within the array. And with Senior Divine Alchemist gone, no alchemist has been capable of finishing it. My Ninely race has gathered alchemists from all over the world numerous times to study it, but to no avail. We have been maintaining the operation of this massive array all these years. The worldly essence that has been accumulated over hundreds of millions of years has reached an unimaginable amount. We do not know how much the pill within the array has evolved, said the Ninely Magus maiden lightly. Every word she said left one astonished. If that were the case, the value of the pill was beyond imagination. That is truly a huge commitment. An alchemist who was advanced in his years said wistfully. Only Senior Divine Alchemist could leave behind such a miracle. I will not be able to attain Senior Divine Alchemist's level even after dedicating all my life to alchemy. This array is too majestic in scale. We will probably not be able to complete it, another alchemist said. They had come hoping to broaden their horizons after hearing about the item the Divine Alchemist had left behind. They also had the wish that they might be able to complete the item left behind by the Divine Alchemist. If they succeeded, not only would they gain fame, they would also receive immense benefits. But just from looking at the herb nurturing array that had been in operation for hundreds of millions of years, they began bemoaning their inadequacies. How were they to complete an array of such massive scale? Instantly, many alchemists decided to give up. All that was left was for them to broaden their horizons. At that moment, an elderly voice resounded among the crowd. The person was an elder who wore a heavy cape. To think an unfinished herb-nurturing array frightens you that much. None of you even have the courage to probe the profundity of it. With such a disposition, how can you call yourselves alchemists? When they heard the elder's words, the alchemists who had previously commented were enraged. Who was it that spoke so arrogantly? Just as they were about to retort, they instantly shut up when they saw who the caped elder was. The elder was standing amongst the Pilhart sect delegation. It was unknown why no one noticed him in the beginning. And what was more shocking was that the Pilhart sect's true Lord Seven Kills was respectfully standing behind him. What? People knew true Lord Seven Kills standing in the Pilhart sect. He was nearly equal to the sect master. There was only one person that could garner true Lord Seven Kills' respect, Pilhart Patriarch. That elder is the Pilhart Patriarch. The Pilhart Patriarch actually came here too? Didn't he seal himself in blood-called jade? It has been more than 1,000,000 years since he last showcased his skill. People were astounded. In order to extend their lifespans, patriarchs would seal themselves in blood-called jade. Only when their sects experienced danger would they appear to ensure the light bestowed on the sect by Providence lasted for tens of millions of years. Old monsters that sealed themselves in blood-called jade would have their lifespans greatly shortened every time they came out of it. People never expected that the Pilhart Patriarch would pay such a price to come personally for the Divine Alchemist's legacy in the Ninely Magus Empire. Chapter 1343, Fate Changing. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Pilhart Patriarch was an illustrious figure. Legend said that he had become an alchemist sage millions of years ago. Furthermore, he was not only an alchemist sage, he was also extremely powerful. Although they had been insulted by him, the crowd present did not dare retort. All they could do was put up with his tirade. Since Patriarch Solitary is that confident, quickly complete this herb-nurturing array and broaden our horizons. Among the top alchemists among the 10,000-strong crowd, there were also other old fellows with great seniority. They did not agree with Pilhart Patriarch. The completion of the herb-nurturing array is definitely not something that can be done in a day or two. This array itself has been in operation for hundreds of millions of years. Spending 100 years to complete would be considered too fast. If you have the patience, stay here and watch. If not, leave early, Pilhart Patriarch said with a sneer. As death was approaching him, he became more eccentric. He did not care if he offended others. From Pilhart Patriarch's point of view, spending 100 years or even a few centuries on studying the herb-nurturing array was a reasonable amount of time. Many alchemists from large factions also had the same thoughts. To them, a few centuries wasn't considered long. Furthermore, they could understand more of the Divine Alchemist's herb-nurturing techniques from studying the array's processes. They were bound to reap immense benefits. Of course, to Yi Yun, a few centuries sounded ridiculous. He had only cultivated for slightly more than 100 years to date. Yi Yun silently observed the herb-nurturing array left behind by the Divine Alchemist. He also understood the source of that familiar aura. This was because the herb-nurturing array had too many similarities with the herb-nurturing array in the Sun Burial Sandsea. Yi Yun had personally entered the Sun Burial Sandsea's herb-nurturing array. As he needed to help Ling Xier escape the array, he had conducted a detailed observation and study of the array patterns in the Sun Burial Sandsea. Yi Yun felt that the herb-nurturing array in the Sun Burial Sandsea was more profound. It was a reasonable conclusion, as the herb-nurturing array in the Sun Burial Sandsea was the Divine Alchemist's last piece of work. Back then, the Divine Alchemist had left the heretical Godfire Seed as well as the Divine Alchemy Cauldron in the Sun Burial Sandsea, in order to refine an elixir of resurrection. Unfortunately, he failed. Regardless, a pill that made the Divine Alchemist set up a herb-nurturing array was destined to be extraordinary. It was understandable why it was so difficult to refine. This left Yi Yun somewhat curious about the pill's effects. Your Highness, sorry if I'm imposing. What pill is inside this herb-nurturing array? Upon hearing Yi Yun's question, the Ninely Magus maiden sighed slightly. She did not give him a direct answer. I was only curious. Your Highness, it's fine if you do not reveal it. The Ninely Magus maiden shook her head. Actually, there is nothing much to be said. Its name is the Fate-Changing Pill. One pill can change one's fate, and reverse the effects of samsara. Oh? The Fate-Changing Pill? Upon hearing the name, Yi Yun felt a jolt through his heart. Samsara fate sounded abstruse. It was so abstruse that one wouldn't even know how to change it. However, Yi knew that samsara fate was a great Tao law. However, there were fewer people that comprehended this great Tao than the chaos Tao. And those that truly grasped it was likely close to none. Legends had it that if one grasped samsara fate, they would live a life similar to that of a god. One would control the samsara of all life. At that stage, it was an unimaginable realm. No one present had any fate to be part of that. Therefore, even though the fate-changing pill sounded impressive, Yi did not know what it could be used for after it was successfully refined. The Ninely Magus Maiden seemed to read Yi's thoughts and said softly, "The fate-changing pill was prepared for me." "Oh? What's that?" Yi felt a jolt. Suddenly, he realized something. "You can probably tell that I'm mortal. However, I was not born mortal. My fate has been changed by someone and now I'm cursed to undergo endless samsara, unable to cultivate or condense energy." When the Ninely Magus Maiden said this, she sighed lightly. Yi was astonished when he heard that. Back when he met Huan Qinxue, he already made similar guesses but he was unable to confirm them. "Your Highness, how are you able to live for such long periods of time if you cannot cultivate?" The Ninely Magus Maiden said wistfully, "Time is a terrifying force. Without being able to absorb the heaven-earth yuan qi, I'm no different from mortals. My lifespan is limited but my consciousness is indestructible. I can undergo samsara and be reproduced from heaven-earth yuan qi, gaining new life. I have no idea how many years it has been. I have repeatedly lived through samsara and even though my consciousness does not fade, I cannot escape the natal fog. Every time I'm reborn from the heaven-earth yuan qi, I have another portion of my memories sealed. There are many things I cannot remember after all these generations. Perhaps I will recall these memories after I defy my fate." "I see," Yi muttered. The Ninely Magus Maiden definitely had an impressive origin. If not, no one would use a curse of the heavenly Tao to deal with her. What would happen if a fate-changing pill could restore her? Huan Qinxue too. What if Huan Qinxue could be restored as well? Yi wanted to ask the Ninely Magus Maiden what her relationship with Huan Qinxue was, but he decided against it after some deliberation. After all, he did not know the history behind the Ninely Magus Maiden and Huan Qinxue. It would be terrible if they were enemies. It did not seem like the Mirage Sea realm was the Ninely Magus Empire's match at all. "Young Master Yi, this pill is extremely important to me. Unfortunately, the herb nurturing array left behind by Senior Divine Alchemist is too complex. It will be a huge undertaking to fully understand it. I believe it will be extremely difficult for you. At least, it would be for your present self. Young Master Yi, I invited you here mainly to acquaint myself with you. At the same time, I also wanted you to have some contact with this herb nurturing array. I hope that, one day, you would be willing to help me when you are more accomplished in alchemy. My Ninely Magus Empire would be eternally grateful." The Ninely Magus Maiden's words were honest and poised. She did not conceal her motives at all. She even mentioned her hopes of befriending him. Such irreproachable conduct was something Yi liked. "Your Highness, you are being courteous. I'll do my best." Yi was also very interested in the fate-changing pill. After all, Huan Qinxue probably needed it to recover as well. However, Yi also knew that replicating the Divine Alchemist's fate-changing pill would be extremely difficult. There was, however, still some hope of him refining a weaker version of it. Together with the Mirage Snow Sword that had something to do with Huan Qinxue's curse, perhaps that was a chance he could restore Huan Qinxue to normal. Of course, all of this depended on him being able to complete the fate-changing pill. The massive array left behind by the Divine Alchemist was excessively grand. Completing was not going to be a simple task. "Your Highness, if it's convenient, I would like to enter the herb nurturing array's core to take a look before making a judgment." "Of course." The Ninely Magus Maiden smiled and nodded. She personally accompanied Yi into the deep depths of the array. Chapter 1344, Item that must be obtained. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. The Ninely Magus Maiden's mortality made it so that she lacked any form of life preservation. With so many riffraff in the crowd, it was naturally unsafe for her to walk through. At that moment, behind the Ninely Magus Maiden, aged Blackrock pressed down on the air, forming an invisible wave that spread out. Anyone who came into contact with the wave was pushed back by a tremendous force. They retreated back further and further. What's the matter? The crowd was infuriated. They were people of standing, so the sudden push made them unhappy. However, they did not dare protest because it was done by aged Blackrock. The wave went deep into the desolate lands, forming a path 100 feet wide that was clear of any obstruction. The Ninely Magus Maiden stepped into the passage and said to the crowd, "I'm sorry. I've suffered from a frail body since I was very young. I can only inconvenience everyone to make way. Sorry to anyone I've offended." The Ninely Magus Maiden's voice was gentle, like a whistling wind in spring. It made the furious mob calm down. Who is this woman? They could tell that she enjoyed an extremely high status from the way aged Blackrock treated her. She was definitely an important figure in the Ninely Magus Empire. But what really vexed them was that the path that was opened up by pushing them away was not only walked by the Ninely Magus Maiden, but Yi-Yun as well. Yi-Yun followed the Ninely Magus Maiden and walked almost alongside her. Everyone there was a true alchemist. Yi-Yun was only a junior. What gave him the right to enjoy such preferential treatment? People were unconvinced that Yi-Yun deserved it, especially those from the Pilheart sect. They were even more frustrated. Their Pilheart sect had always been treated as esteemed guests no matter where they went. Yet here they were, reduced to being small players and belittled. Curmudgeon Solitary, you have always claimed that your Pilheart sect is the #1 alchemy sect in the Heavenly South Great World. But aren't you still being pushed aside to make way for a junior and immortal? It doesn't seem that impressive to me, said a white-dressed middle-aged man standing beside Pilheart Patriarch with a smile. This white-dressed man was none other than Alming. Like Pilheart Patriarch, he too was an alchemist sage. Although he was generationally lower in standing than the Pilheart Patriarch, he thought highly of himself. He never showed much respect to the Pilheart Patriarch. This caused quite a rift between them. Isn't it the same with you? You claim to be the #1 genius in the world of alchemy, but in the eyes of the Ninely Magus Empire, you are nothing but shit, said Pilheart Patriarch coldly. That put an end to the verbal war with Alming, so instead the Pilheart Patriarch followed Yi-Yun and the Ninely Magus Maiden into the depths of the desolate plains. He held back his anger, for he wanted to fully comprehend the herb nurturing array, smacking the Ninely Magus Empire's figurative face in the process. At the same time, he wanted to settle scores with Yi-Yun. The Pilheart sect's elders would not have died in vain. Behind Pilheart Patriarch, many alchemists followed him into the desolate lands. They walked rather slowly and, after an hour, they arrived in the middle of the herb nurturing array. This is the array's core. Although the alchemists that were present could not fully comprehend the herb nurturing array, it was not difficult for them to identify its core. At that moment, they saw Yi-Yun begin to probe the area. He would stop in front of every array pattern for a moment to ponder over it. When Pilheart Patriarch saw Yi-Yun's actions, his expression sank. This little bastard obtained the divine alchemist's heritage out of sheer luck. Does he really think that he's some figure of importance? There he is, deliberately acting mysterious and putting on a show. The Pilheart Patriarch knew that the herb nurturing array was no trifling matter. If one's cultivation level was lacking, it would be impossible to probe it. It was the same even if one knew the theory behind a tiny portion of the array patterns. Furthermore, how could the heritage left behind by the divine alchemist be so easy to fully understand? Blackrock. Pilheart Patriarch spoke again. Although he was a lot younger than aged Blackrock, he did not think himself as aged Blackrock's junior. He called to him directly. The Ninely Magus Empire has not mentioned what rewards it will offer if the pill inside this massive array is completed. When Pilheart Patriarch said that, everyone looked over. Instantly, the din subsided. Everyone looked at aged Blackrock, for all of them were concerned about the question. Aged Blackrock looked indifferently at Pilheart Patriarch and said, "Everyone has different needs. When the time comes, my Ninely Magus Empire will naturally fulfill the needs of person who succeeds as a form of remuneration." By asking me this now, are you doubting that my Ninely Magus Empire can afford it? He. Pilhart Patriarch sneered. How could that be? After all, we will be spending a century or two here. Isn't it better to decide on the remuneration before we invest so much? Don't you think so? No. Aged Blackrock disregarded him completely. You seem to be mistaken on one point. My Ninely Magus Empire has never invited your Pilhart sect to study this array. It was one of your elders named Seven Kills that kept pleading before I permitted all of you to follow. Why do you now speak as though your spending of a century or two here is sacrificing your time for the Ninely Magus Empire? If you are unwilling to do so, just leave. If you want some remuneration, show at least some ability to complete this array before we negotiate any further. Aged Blackrock's response left Pilhart Patriarch at a loss for words. He had a twisted expression on his face. There was nothing wrong in what was said. Indeed, his Pilhart sect had tagged along voluntarily. If this were any other time, the Pilhart Patriarch would have lost decorum. But now, he kept his calm. Pilhart Patriarch said with a heavy expression, "You are thinking too lowly of the tens of millions of years of heritage my Pilhart sect has. Although you are powerful, you do not know a thing about alchemy. Please do not draw wild conclusions or it will only end up incurring insult on yourself. If the Pilhart sect can complete this pill, I do not want anything from you. All I would ask is for the Ninely Magus Empire to not interfere with the matter between the Pilhart sect and Iyun." As the Pilhart Patriarch said that, he suddenly looked at Iyun with a cold glint in his eye. Iyun stopped and turned to look at Pilhart Patriarch. He locked eyes with the old freak that had lived for tens of millions of years. The old freak had set his sights on him again after reeling off on his spiel. That can't be done. Aged Blackrock simply and directly rejected it. You? Pilhart Patriarch burned with rage. He yearned to massacre the Ninely Magus Empire, but his strength was greatly lacking. If you cannot accept that, just leave. My Ninely Magus Empire would not stop you. Aged Blackrock sneered inwardly. He did not care if the Pilhart sect stayed. In the history of the Ninely Magus Empire, they had invited alchemist sages to complete the array but all of them failed. What could a mere Pilhart sect accomplish? Aged Blackrock didn't even put any hopes in Iyun. After all, it was too difficult to mend the array left behind by Senior Divine Alchemist. Its nurturing could produce something that could defy fate itself. Just as the atmosphere turned tense, Iyun suddenly spoke out. Senior Blackrock, thank you for speaking up for me. The Ninely Magus Empire has already rendered a lot of help in my feud with the Pilhart sect. I do not wish to trouble you any further. Iyun smiled and looked back at Pilhart Patriarch. He knew that the Pilhart sect would definitely not let the matter rest since he was still carrying the Divine Alchemist's heritage. Besides, the Pilhart sect had something Iyun needed. He needed the plantation methods for the unwithering grass so that he could make longevity-extending pills. In fact, it was not only for Old Snake but for Iyun himself. This plantation method involved the Pilhart sect's most valued divine item. It could also be considered the core foundations of the Pilhart sect. Iyun said, "Your wish that the Ninely Magus Empire would not intervene in our feud isn't anything at all. You want to obtain the Divine Alchemist's heritage from me and I happen to want something from you. What do you want?" Pilhart Patriarch frowned. Iyun's indifferent expression made him extremely uncomfortable. Purple numinous herbal soil. The Pilhart Patriarch's expression changed drastically when he heard Iyun's words. The Pilhart sect's possession of the purple numinous herbal soil was one of its core secrets. How did Iyun know? Iyun continued, "You wish to obtain the Divine Alchemist's heritage without paying the price? Since you are that confident in your Pilhart sect's alchemical heritage, we can give it a try. If you can complete this array, I will personally request that the Ninely Magus Empire not intervene in our feud. But if I succeed in doing it, I want 50 kilograms of purple numinous herbal soil from the Pilhart sect." Back when Iyun killed Su Boyang and company, he had used Poison Demon to devour and search their souls. He knew how the unwithering grass was planted. Unfortunately, it wasn't a problem with the technique but a result of the Pilhart sect's special herbal soil, purple numinous herbal soil. Through the use of purple numinous herbal soil, unwithering grass could be constantly grown. Purple numinous herbal soil was extraordinary. It was also recorded in the Divine Alchemist's manuals, but even the Divine Alchemist had only received a tiny pot of the soil. Purple numinous herbal soil was soil that had been stained with the blood of phoenixes and dragons, formed after absorbing the heaven-earth essence for hundreds of millions of years. Just like the heretical god fire seed existed in this world, the soil also had its soil spirit that was even rarer. If he obtained the purple numinous herbal soil, he could rear all sorts of spiritual herbs for double the results and half the effort. Chapter 1345, Soul-Losing Incense. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. Patriarch Pilhart narrowed his eyes as he looked at Yi Yun. He never expected that while the Pilhart sect was trying to obtain Yi Yun's divine alchemist heritage, Yi Yun was also plotting to obtain his Pilhart sect's purple numinous herbal soil. This was akin to a lion almost catching a mouse, when the mouse suddenly and loudly proclaims that if the lion fails to catch it, the lion would have to slice off a piece of flesh for the mouse to eat. How could Patriarch Pilhart not be angry? Do you really think that an ant like you who has only lucked out has the right to make a bet with my Pilhart sect? Without the Ninely Magus Empire protecting you, you would have long been crushed under my foot like an ant. As Patriarch Pilhart spoke, his aura was locked onto Yi Yun. He was like a primordial behemoth that was opening its mouth to devour Yi Yun. But suddenly, an ice-cold chill befell the sky. It went from the back of his neck into his clothes, and all the way to the back of his feet. It left him stifled for a moment. Then, he turned his head and saw aged Blackrock staring coldly at him. Are you already turning a blind eye to my warning? Aged Blackrock's voice already contained killing intent. Humans are truly forgetful. Perhaps my Ninely Magus Empire has been silent for too long, and people have come to think that my Ninely Magus Empire stands aloof from the world. Yet they forget which factions have been decimated by my Ninely Magus Empire. I've been warning you repeatedly, but you seem to completely ignore my words and instead continue making a scene in my Ninely Magus Empire. My patience is limited. Do you not believe that if I were to ever find out that the Pilhart sect took action against Yi Yun, I could wipe the Pilhart sect from the annals of history? Aged Blackrock spoke slowly, but every word seemed like a dagger that stabbed into Patriarch Pilhart's heart. Patriarch Pilhart's heart froze up. He knew Aged Blackrock was not joking. My Pilhart sect has 100,000 disciples in total. You would massacre my Pilhart sect for a mere Yi Yun? His Pilhart sect had been in existence for tens of millions of years and it had countless estates and businesses, with numerous disciples. Yet, Yi Yun had only lived for a century or two. This was akin to killing an elephant for an ant. Aged Blackrock sneered and said, Do you think decimating your Pilhart sect is an impressive task? My Ninely Magus Empire has watched hundreds of millions of years pass. Throughout this long history, too many sects have been destroyed. Your Pilhart sect has only been in existence for 30 million years. That's considered quite a while. Upon hearing Aged Blackrock's words, Patriarch Pilhart was left reeling as though he had petrified. In his subconscious, he had indeed recognized the Ninely Magus Empire as a supernatural existence. It would only fight with high and mighty factions and not intervene in other matters. He had forgotten that the Ninely Magus Empire was truly a primordial behemoth. Aged Blackrock had vanquished numerous ancient factions. Yi Yun remained silent as he stood to the side. The Ninely Magus Empire was indeed a massive entity. They could easily destroy the Pilhart sect on a whim. Of course, Yi Yun knew that this was because the Ninely Magus Empire had put high hopes on him, wishing that he could complete the heaven-defying fate-changing pill. Yi Yun was also determined to complete for his own reasons, no matter how difficult it was. Patriarch Pilhart burned with anger as he looked at Yi Yun. But now, simply staring at Yi Yun left him shuddering in fear, much less cursing him. That was because the Ninely Magus Empire was too terrifying. It could massacre an entire sect for no good reason. Who would dare try their luck against them? Oldie, you have some purple numinous herbal soil on you now, right? I can't imagine that you would not have the most important wealth of the Pilhart sect with you at all times. If you produce the purple numinous herbal soil, I can use the manuals left behind by my master to make a bet with you. Everyone here can be witness to it. I can swear on my Tao heart and will not be a sore loser. Yi Yun was bent on obtaining the purple numinous herbal soil. It had everything to do with his cultivation of the Dragon Emperor technique. As for the Divine Alchemist's manuals, Yi Yun felt that he had no right to use the Divine Alchemist's legacy as a bet. However, he was very confident about the herb nurturing array. It was definitely not something so easily completed. Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, Patriarch Pilhart fell silent. He did have 25 kilograms of purple numinous herbal soil on him. Although it was only a portion, the purple numinous herbal soil was extremely precious. It was what the Pilhart sect relied on for survival. He had to ponder it seriously. However, the Divine Alchemist's heritage was just too alluring. He did not wish to abandon it, for he knew very well that if he gave up the chance, he and the Divine Alchemist's heritage would forever be parted. After all, the Ninely Magus Empire had already said that they would wipe out his sect if they even tried to attack Yi Yun. Who would take that risk? You and I shall swear. 25 kilograms of purple numinous herbal soil for all the manuals left behind by the Divine Alchemist. In addition, I want the Divine Alchemy Cauldron. The limit of the contest will be 200 years. Whoever completes it first wins. When Yi Yun heard the 200-year limit, he was stunned. That long? Although Patriarch Pilhart had added the condition of the Divine Alchemy Cauldron and the amount of purple numinous herbal soil had been reduced to 25 kilograms, Yi Yun still nodded. Deal. From Patriarch Pilhart and the other alchemists' point of view, 200 years was a very short amount of time. That amount of time was just enough to get them running. No one expected that the situation would develop to this stage. Yi Yun, a junior, had made a bet with Patriarch Pilhart. This Yi Yun truly doesn't know his place. If not for the Ninely Magus Empire, his challenge against Patriarch would be a joke. The Pilhart sect disciples looked at Yi Yun as though he was a retard. In their eyes, Patriarch Pilhart was a godlike existence. He was peerless in the domain of alchemy after he became an alchemist sage a million years ago. He was the most experienced and powerful alchemist sage in the heavenly South Great World at present. Even the alchemist sage, Almingyin, was Patriarch Pilhart's junior. Yi Yun couldn't be bothered wasting his time with the Pilhart sect. He turned towards the herb nurturing array and began studying the array patterns meticulously. And at that moment, Patriarch Pilhart surprisingly did not begin studying the array. People could see that Patriarch Pilhart had sealed off a portion of space, where he meditated within and breathed heaven earth yuan qi in and out. The Pilhart sect disciples also placed long benches in the space. An unadorned incense cauldron was placed on all the benches. A fragrant incense stick was lit as they burned with spiraling smoke. Patriarch Pilhart was preparing himself quietly in front of the incense cauldrons as though he was completely isolated from the world. It's the soul-losing incense. Each stick is worth more than 1,000,000 middle-grade spirit jade. With 12 lit, it's equivalent to burning more than 20 million spirit jade. Many alchemists present had a keen eye. They instantly recognized what incense Patriarch Pilhart was burning. Top alchemists would follow a series of rituals before they refined any divine medicine. They would burn incense, bathe, and wash their hands. Some would even take a month to prepare themselves before they began any refinement. This ritual was not done without reason. It was to allow one to reach the optimum state of mind. The stage with the burning of incense was very particular. The incense burned were luxurious items made to enrich one's soul. The lighting of one incense stick could heal a sickly mortal and extend their lives. Its effects on alchemists were much lower, but it was still expensive. And the soul-losing incense was one of the best. To alchemists, burning 20 million spirit jade in one shot might not be anything. However, this was only the first time. The studying of the herb nurturing array would continue on for 1 or 2 centuries. The incense would continue burning in the future, which meant burning immense amounts of spirit jade. The Pilhart sect does have deep pockets. Just the simple ritual of burning incense puts many other factions in their place. Many a time, details meant everything. One did not need to count the number of experts a large sect had to determine its wealth. One could tell simply from the way they operated daily. A beard lathered is half-shaved. The few days of easing one's mind might be nothing compared to 200 years. Just Senior Solitary's cultivation of his mind far exceeds other alchemists. A black-clothed elder spoke. As he fawned over the Pilhart sect, he looked disdainfully at Yi Yun. Unlike others who are as anxious as a monkey. He hasn't even taken in as many as a few breaths after arriving in the Ninely Magus Empire before beginning to study the array. It would be ridiculous if he can figure out anything. From the elder's point of view, such a profound herb-nurturing array needed a long period of time to comprehend. Being anxious only ran counter to one's desires. Yi Yun was indifferent to the discussion. At that moment, his mind was immersed in the herb-nurturing array, and he was completely focused. Chapter 1346, Changes in the Massive Array. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. When Patriarch Pilhart began meditating amid the incense, Almingin had also begun conditioning his mind. He used a completely different method from Patriarch Pilhart. His was a special breathing technique to inhale and exhale the heaven-earth essence. People could see that the surrounding heaven-earth essence automatically condensed into points of light, with him in the center of it all. The points of light gathered towards him. After these points of light phased into Almingin's body, they naturally vanished. Slowly, Almingin entered an ethereal state which followed the concept of no law, no shape, no void, no me. This is a chi-uplifting mystic technique that Almingin inherited from his ancestors. The two alchemist sages are revealing their true abilities. The other alchemists were envious of Almingin and the Pilhart sect's deep roots in mystic techniques. They did not possess such chi-uplifting mystic techniques and could only meditate the standard way. Although the effects were weaker, they had to make do with it. Many alchemists had already begun studying the Divine Alchemist's array. They held no illusion that they could crack the array but were only there to learn and broaden their horizons. The numerous array patterns all contained abstruse and profound alchemical knowledge. Understanding even a few of the array patterns was an opportunity in itself for them. The herb-nurturing array was like a towering mountain, the peak of which they could not see. However, they had enough time to scale it just a little. A few hours later, the meditating Almingin suddenly retracted his aura. At the same time, Patriarch Pilhart opened his eyes. The soul-oozing incense was burnt clean. They ended their chi-uplifting techniques simultaneously. Hee, curmudgeon solitary, you opened your eyes the moment I retracted my aura. Why? Are you feeling anxious? Didn't you take several days to uplift your chi in the past? Why did you stop after only a few hours? Are you worried about losing that purple numinous herbal soil and the divine alchemist heritage? If that's the case, wouldn't the soul-oozing incense have been burnt for nothing? Almingin looked at Patriarch Pilhart in a derisive manner. But in response, Patriarch Pilhart only gave a sneer. Without a sound, he beckoned with his hand, producing a mark. That mark flew into the ground and, following that, an array rune lit up on that piece of ground. The array rune was about 10 feet long, and the rune on the surface coruscated as though it had come alive. This is... People looked at Patriarch Pilhart in astonishment. The alchemists who were ruminating over the array came to a stop without realizing it. The array rune in front of them grew to an intense brightness, as if a tiny sun was being born. This left them dumbfounded. Patriarch Pilhart had been meditating all this while and did not even spend any time studying the array rune. But now, the moment after he ended his meditation, his casual production of a mark was enough to trigger an array rune. Seeing the resplendent array rune, everyone knew that it meant that Patriarch Pilhart had already understood the logic behind that particular array rune. How is he so fast? Everyone was astounded. Almingin's expression instantly darkened. In truth, accomplishing that didn't necessarily mean much. He too could study an array rune and trigger it, but it would take time. Yet, Patriarch Pilhart had managed to do so almost instantly. You must have seen this array rune before, said Almingin in a deepened voice. Never seen it before. Patriarch Pilhart sneered. However, many things in this world stem from the same logic. Furthermore, I have seen a portion of the Divine Alchemist's manuals, so I can naturally draw parallels and inferences. It was enough to instantly figure out the profundity behind it, Patriarch Pilhart said proudly. His words left people bemoaning their inadequacies before him. The lot of them had studied for hours but had failed to make a chink in the profound array. Patriarch Pilhart had managed to see through one of the runes instantly. The difference was too massive. If this continues, won't Patriarch Solitary be able to crack this herb-nurturing array soon? When an alchemist made that comment, even he found it unbelievable. It can't be that fast. Patriarch Solitary already said he would take a century or two. However, there is no doubt that Patriarch Solitary is the person with the highest hopes of cracking this herb-nurturing array. Many people were convinced of that conclusion. At that moment, the Pilhart sect disciples were extremely proud. Their patriarch was far more impressive than anyone else. This is how brilliant our patriarch is. I have long heard that our patriarch is peerless in alchemy. No one can match him, and it's truly my good luck that I managed to see him in action today. I think even the Divine Alchemist was not much better than our patriarch. There might come a day when our patriarch will become the next Divine Alchemist. A few Pilhart sect juniors discussed excitedly as if the person who cracked the array rune at a glance was them. What about that short-sighted Yi Yun? A Pilhart sect disciple with tiny eyes suddenly recalled Yi Yun. Everyone looked up and scanned the area, and saw that Yi Yun was already deep in the desolate lands. They were baffled as to what he was up to. What an ambitious attempt without any sense of his pitiable limitations. His overestimation of his abilities is truly laughable, the tiny-eyed disciple sneered. However, just as he finished saying that, his voice came to a pause. Following that, he looked in astonishment at Yi Yun's feet. It was unknown when it had happened. But wherever Yi Yun walked, golden threads would appear. The golden threads spread out like a spider web for hundreds of feet. What is that? The tiny-eyed disciple was surprised. With him blurting out the question, many people looked in Yi Yun's direction. They only saw the golden threads twinkling randomly. Although the twinkling glows were not very obvious, they were increasing in number. Gradually, the golden threads gathered together. The dimness in the glow continued like ambers that had yet completely finished burning, suffusing the last bits of light. What's so surprising about that? Patriarch cracked an array rune at a glance. This punk has been studying it for a long time. Making something happen after so long isn't anything impressive. The tiny-eyed disciple kept up with his bluster, but he was extremely astounded deep down. A godly person like the Patriarch needed no explanation. Of course he would make something happen. There was more than 10,000 people around and none of them had managed to cause a stir despite all this time. Yet, Yi Yun, someone who had yet to cultivate for 200 years, was able to make the ground produce golden threads. He didn't even understand the golden threads, so how could he not be jealous? Wait, that is... Someone suddenly discovered something unbelievable. He pointed towards the constantly amassing golden threads. They were already in the form of a golden blob of light and growing taller. One end had already separated from the ground. Following that, a scene that dropped their jaws happened. The blob of light expanded in mid-air and flattened, forming a golden door of light. The door was about 10 feet tall. Its surface was shimmering like mercury. It was unknown where it led to. And this door appeared right in front of Yi Yun. Yi Yun looked at the door of light and gently exhaled. He turned to look at the Ninely Magus maiden behind him. Let's go in. What? The Ninely Magus maiden looked at the door in shock too. She knew that Yi Yun had found the entrance to the array. All these years, so many alchemists, even alchemist sages, had come to study the herb-nurturing array. Their strategy was to study the array outside in. But Yi Yun, he was going to start taking action from within. Ninely Magus maiden showed no hesitation. She glanced at Yi Yun as her eyes shimmered with a strange glint. She nodded and said, "All right." Following that, Ninely Magus maiden followed Yi Yun and walked into the door. Aged Blackrock was also extremely shocked. He never expected the young Yi Yun to accomplish such a feat. It was actually possible that he could complete the array one day. He was worried for the 9 Li Magus Maiden's safety, so he followed behind them. At the next moment, the door vanished. With the disappearance of the golden door, the desolate lands returned to their silent state as though none of the previous events had happened. The 10,000 alchemists present, including Patriarch Pilhart and Almingin, watched helplessly as the scene unfolded before them. In that moment, Patriarch Pilhart's old face was as black as a wax bottom. "Patriarch, what did Yi Yun do?" The tiny-eyed disciple had yet to realize what had happened. His question was like pouring salt on Patriarch Pilhart's wounds. The disciple was truly rubbing his nose into it. He stared at the Pilhart sect disciple. Yi Yun had found the array's entrance by himself, but his Pilhart sect's junior did not even understand what Yi Yun had done. This comparison made Patriarch Pilhart suddenly feel like the painstaking efforts he put into the Pilhart sect were for nothing. He had nurtured a bunch of trash. Patriarch Pilhart did not respond. But the abhorrent look in his eyes was enough to make the tiny-eyed disciple tremble. He realized he had said something wrong, something that incurred the Patriarch's disgust. The tiny-eyed disciple felt as though he had been punched in the head. A junior disciple like him was loathed by the Patriarch? Yi Yun has entered the herb-nurturing array's interior. A Pilhart sect elder could not tolerate seeing the junior in such a state, so he sent a Yuan Qi voice transmission to alert him. But this alert scared the disciple out of his wits. He entered the array's interior and will study the array from the inside? It was obvious what the difference between studying something from the inside and from the outside was. The 10,000 strong alchemists present also understood what Yi Yun had done. Everyone looked at each other, all at a loss for words. Previously, they thought Yi Yun was studying the array runes. But in fact, Yi Yun was only finding the array's entrance. The spot he stood at from the beginning had already exceeded them. This was built on the foundation of ability. Even if they wanted to study it from the inside, they could not find the entrance. "Can we enter too?" Many people looked at Patriarch Pilhart. Yi Yun's actions might have astounded them, but Patriarch Pilhart had managed to figure out an array rune instantly. He was even able to trigger it. That had also far exceeded their expectations. Perhaps Patriarch Pilhart would be able to find the entrance to the array too. The Pilhart sect disciples were extremely confident in their Patriarch. They imagined that when their Patriarch found the entrance, they could enter together. They were bound to gain more insights in the herb-nurturing array's interior. Patriarch Pilhart walked deep into the desolate lands with a sunken expression. He wanted to search for the array's entrance. Almingin followed as well. His expression was equally ugly. Thinking back to the scene of him using the Qi uplifting technique, he realized he had done so for nothing. Compared to Yi Yun, his actions only made him look like a retard. Chapter 1347, Silent Jade Immersed in Waters. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. When Yi Yun entered the herb-nurturing array, he felt like he had stepped into an abyss. There was a dark, twinkling red light that made him feel strangely suffocated. The herb-nurturing array's interior had gathered heaven-earth Yuan Qi for hundreds of millions of years. Warriors with weaker cultivations would be unable to withstand such an environment at all. Be careful. Aged Blackrock raised a thin barrier, enveloping 9 Li Magus Maiden within. As for Yi Yun, he did not enter the barrier. He didn't even circulate his own Yuan Qi. Instead, he stood right in the turbulent Yuan Qi flux, fully experiencing the baptism of its energies. My young friend, Yi Yun. This is the array that Senior Divine Alchemist left behind. It has experienced hundreds of millions of years of constant activation. It's hard to tell if any danger will present itself, warned Aged Blackrock. It's all right. Yi Yun took a deep breath, inhaling the rich heaven-earth Yuan Qi. He saw dark red lava flowing not far from him. Everything here was very familiar to him. The herb-nurturing array was nearly identical to the massive array in the Sun Burial Sand Sea. The only difference was that the array in the Sun Burial Sand Sea had been buried underground for a long period of time. It nearly went into an hibernative state. As for the massive array he was in now, the Ninely Magus Empire had maintained its operations year after year. It retained its active state. Phew! The surging heat waves inundated Iyun. The temperature of the flames was not far from that of the astral fire Iyun experienced back in the ascending dragon cauldron. However, it was naturally nothing for Iyun. With the heretical god fire seed, the heat waves could not affect Iyun at all. Aged Blackrock was somewhat surprised seeing Iyun walk through the flames in such a composed manner. He never expected Iyun's attainment in fire elemental laws to be that high. He could not help but raise his evaluation of Iyun by several notches. The hope he placed on Iyun also increased. This fire elemental Yuan Qi is too strong. Ninely Magus Maiden peered at the stirring heat waves outside the barrier. She felt as though she was walking through earth fire lava. If I didn't guess wrong, there will be a special fire seed in the middle of this array. Back when Iyun entered the Sun Burial Sand Sea, he found the heretical god fire seed. It was also the core of the worldly array. As for the herb nurturing array he was in, its array formation was mostly identical to the one from before. Therefore, according to this reasoning, its core should also have a fire seed. The only question was the level of the fire seed. He sensed the direction in which the fire elemental Yuan Qi was richest before heading towards it. Aged Blackrock and Ninely Magus Maiden followed behind. Following that, the flames turned stronger. But it was naturally nothing to Aged Blackrock. His Yuan Qi barrier easily withstood any heat wave. Soon, Iyun arrived in front of a dark red ocean. The lava churned into tidal waves, as surging gases distorted space itself. To those watching from afar, it formed a picturesque but strange scene. Iyun flew up and slowly floated across the lava ocean, preparing to fly into the deepest depths of it. However, just as he came above the lava ocean, Iyun frowned slightly. This was an active array after all. Furthermore, he was already in the array's interior. Trying to traverse it would not be easy. If he got lost within, trying to leave would be problematic. Iyun recalled the worldly array in the Sun Burial Sand Sea. Although he had entered the array himself, there were many setups within it Iyun needed time to ruminate over. Brother Iyun, go here. At that moment, Ling Xier's Yuan Qi voice transmission sounded in Iyun's mind. She was using her mental strength to directly point out a path for Iyun. Iyun was delighted. Xier, you know the path? Yeah, the core of this massive array is identical to the array I was in. Ling Xier had spent hundreds of millions of years in the massive array in the Sun Burial Sand Sea. It could even be said that Ling Xier was a portion of the Sun Burial Sand Sea's array itself. Her knowledge of the array formation far exceeded Iyun's. However, walking into the array and fixing the array, thereby completing the fate-changing pill, were two very different processes. All right. With Ling Xier guiding the way, Iyun was saved a lot of effort. Otherwise, seeking a path would have been quite a problem for Iyun. Senior Blackrock, follow me closely. Walk wherever I step. Every step Iyun took, he would leave a Yuan Qi mark behind to lead the way for Aged Blackrock. Although Ling Xier was leading the way, Iyun still took hours to fully traverse the fiery sea. Finally, Iyun felt an enshrouding mist inundate him. The heat wave suddenly vanished, and through the mist Iyun could see an island. This was a fascinating island located in the middle of the lava ocean. It spanned about 1,000 feet wide and its soil was dark red. Right in the middle was an emerald green lake. Iyun took a deep breath. He knew that be it the island or the lake, they were manifestations of nomological array runes. They were a part of the herb nurturing array that the divine alchemist left behind. Iyun came in front of the lake. It was filled with clean and pure water essence. It's actually the fusion of water and fire refinement methods. Iyun muttered to himself. The refinement of pills was mainly done through fire refinement, but there were also water refinement methods. Mortals brewed their medicine with water, eventually creating a herbal concoction. Alchemists would also use such methods, but they were more unorthodox. Few people used them. The divine alchemist had actually chosen to combine the two methods to refine the fate-changing pill. Iyun walked to the lake's side and looked into the water. In the emerald green lake, Yi Yun saw the shadow of a cauldron. The cauldron had 8 chains wrapped around it. It was sitting silently at the bottom of the lake. A herb-nurturing array needed a cauldron as a vessel. It was the same with the worldly array back in the Sun Burial Sand Sea. Furthermore, the array used back then was the divine alchemist's divine alchemy cauldron. In terms of quality, it was much better than this cauldron. When Yi Yun shifted his gaze onto the cauldron and focused on it, he was stunned. Unbelievably, he saw a blurry figure slowly condensing above the cauldron. The figure was affected by the water waves, constantly phasing as a result. Her facial features were beautiful and her eyes were shut. She was lying in the middle of the water, with her hands by her chest. Her legs were slightly bent. She had a long and slim body, with fair and silky smooth skin. Her black hair flailed behind her. She was stark naked inside the lake, as though she was a beautiful jade immersed in water. And her skin seemed to envelop a layer of sunglow. It truly resembled the first light of dawn, like a silent jade immersed in waters. The instant he saw the girl, Yi Yun was agape. He was momentarily embarrassed. He never expected to see such a scene. With his acute senses as an alchemist, he could tell at a glance that the girl was a manifestation of the fate-changing pill. And the girl's figure and eyes were identical to 9 Li Magus maidens. Furthermore, she looked completely like Huan Qinshui. He was stunned for a moment before he slowly turned back and blushed, when he saw 9 Li Magus maiden behind him. She noticed Yi Yun's gaze and furrowed her brows slightly. "What's the matter? I might have seen the pill. It's a little unexpected. It's in the form of a girl, but it's a little inconvenient." Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, 9 Li Magus maiden seemed to realize something. "Elder Blackrock, stay behind," said 9 Li Magus maiden to Aged Blackrock. Aged Blackrock nodded and stayed in his spot. 9 Li Magus maiden walked forward and came to Yi Yun's side. She looked into the lake as her eyes flashed with a look of astonishment. "This?" 9 Li Magus maiden stared intently at the figure for a while. She never expected that the pill Yi Yun mentioned was actually herself. Chapter 1348, Southly Fire. Translator, Cetulin Editor, Cetulin. This is the fate-changing pill? 9 Li Magus maiden asked in disbelief. "I guess so." Yi Yun nodded. The figure of the girl was likely the divine pill that had been nurtured for hundreds of millions of years. The divine pill was formed from heaven-earth essence. A refined divine pill would usually manifest some sentience. There were even legends of divine pills manifesting as divine beasts or divine trees after they were refined, allowing them to continue the process of refinement and cultivation. So-called heaven-earth sentient beings were as such. Many desolate beasts or powerful fae were born from the heaven and earth. However, the fate-changing pill was not only in the simple shape of a girl, it also contained a portion of the 9 Li Magus maiden's aura. Yi Yun looked at 9 Li Magus maiden with a hint of embarrassment. Although the girl was a divine pill, she was identical to 9 Li Magus maiden. He was looking at her nude body right in front of 9 Li Magus maiden. It felt strange no matter what the circumstances were. He said, "The fate-changing pill is meant to defy the heavens and change fate itself. This one was created to change the fate of your highness. Senior Divine Alchemist seems to have refined a pill that conceived a wisp of your highness's soul." 9 Li Magus maiden nodded. She looked at the identical girl in front of her before she sighed lightly. "I have waited so long for this pill." Only the 9 Li Magus Empire knew how much it had invested in this pill. Yi Yun looked at the slumbering girl in the lake as he ruminated. He could sense that the cauldron in the middle of the lake had a fire plume inside of it. That was one of the core aspects of the massive array. Although the fire elemental Yuan Qi in the array was extremely rich, it was quite inferior to that of the heretical Godfire seed. That wasn't a surprise. The heretical Godfire seed was one of the best fire seeds in the world. Even the divine alchemist would find it difficult to possess 2 fire seeds on that level. He would naturally leave the best fire seed for his daughter in hopes of refining the most heaven-defying elixir of resurrection. As for the fire seed that was slightly inferior, he left it with the 9 Li Magus Empire. It was the same with the cauldron. Upon realizing this, Yi-Yun extended his hand and beckoned. Sierra. A lively girl immediately appeared beside Yi-Yun. Ling Sierra was standing with bare feet above the lake. Instantly, the surface of the emerald green lake was engulfed in flames. The flames immediately danced as though they were fishes playing hide and seek between Ling Sierra's feet. The burning flames and the girl's fair toes. Two things that should not have appeared together seemed to exist in peaceful harmony. Aged Blackrock and Ninely Magus Maiden were surprised by the sudden appearance of Ling Sierra. With their powers of discernment, they could naturally grasp that she was an extraordinary being. "This little girl sure is lively," praised Ninely Magus Maiden. "I'm just curious. What are you planning to do by summoning this little girl?" asked Aged Blackrock. "I'm going to try and see if I can switch the array's fire." Yi-Yun looked at Ling Sierra. In alchemy, the fire was extremely important. If the fire was insufficient, a divine pill could end up destroyed. If this weren't the case, many alchemists or even divine alchemists would not go to the painstaking efforts they usually did in order to obtain an excellent fire seed. From Yi-Yun's point of view, the fire in the herb nurturing array was clearly insufficient. He wished to use the heretical god fire seed to replace the relatively inferior fire seed. However, doing so was not easy. "Sierra, can you do it?" "Yes, I can." Ling Sierra beamed and sent Yi-Yun a voice transmission. "I think I've seen this fire before. It will listen to me. Besides, I understand this array too." "Then, give it a try. Remember not to force it," said Yi-Yun gently. Ling Sierra immediately nodded. "All right, brother Yi-Yun." She leaped up and immediately, like a fish, entered the lake and began swimming in it. The lake was filled with the essence of water, the complete opposite of Ling Sierra. But reality proved that when the water essence met Ling Sierra, it was like a pet seeing its owner. It parted obediently. Soon, Ling Sierra arrived in front of the girl. She easily passed through the girl without any obstruction, and entered the cauldron. Slowly, the yuan qi above the emerald green lake's surface began transforming. The essence in the lake turned greener. But Yi-Yun knew that if someone were to enter the depths of the lake, they could possibly have their souls burned away. Immediately following that, a red fire seed flew out from the bottom of the lake. It was grasped by Yi-Yun, who was already prepared. The fire seed struggled in Yi-Yun's palm for a moment before transforming into the form of a tiny snake. Southly Fire. Yi-Yun identified the fire seed. The fire seed had been recorded in the Divine Alchemist's notes. The Southly Fire lacked intelligence. Its fear of Ling Sierra was only instinctual. But even so, it was still extremely precious. Yi-Yun planned on handing this fire seed to Ling Sierra and allowing her to devour it. With that, he said to Aged Blackrock and Ninely Magus Maiden, "Excuse me, this fire seed is of use to me. I wonder if perhaps I could keep this fire seed. Of course, if I fail to refine the fate-changing pill, I will not remove the fire seed," said Yi-Yun. Ninely Magus Maiden replied, "If you do manage to refine the fate-changing pill, the fire seed would no longer be of use to us. Young Master Yi, if you want it, you can naturally have it." Yi-Yun nodded. He first put away the Southly Fire. At that moment, Ling Sierra had completely replaced the Southly Fire, fusing with the array, becoming the new array fire for the herb nurturing array. It was not difficult for Ling Sierra to do any of this. However, switching the array fire was not enough. Yi-Yun still needed to switch the cauldron, but it was not a simple task. Yi-Yun needed to fully understand the herb nurturing array to be able to replace the cauldron without damaging the pill. Yi-Yun understood the Divine Alchemist's notes and he had Ling Sierra helping him. No matter how abstruse the herb nurturing array was, Yi-Yun was pretty confident about it. However, he needed time. And to eventually complete the herb nurturing array, he needed his cultivation to support the process. Yi-Yun felt that his strength fell short of his ambition at the moment. "Your Highness, Senior Blackrock, I plan on entering seclusion for a period of time. Perhaps it will take quite a while. My present cultivation level is insufficient for completing this array," said Yi-Yun. Having seen Yun switch the array fire with his own eyes, aged Blackrock and Ninely Magus Maiden, who were only hoping to give it a shot, now began to look forward to Yun's refinement of the pill. Of course, it was an extraordinarily difficult thing to do. There were many alchemist sages in history that had offered many unique explanations, but they all eventually failed. Not a problem. Aged Blackrock nodded. With a thought, he added, if our young friend Yun wishes to cultivate, my clan has a mystic ground. If you were to cultivate there, you might obtain unexpected benefits. Oh? A mystic cultivation ground? Yun's heart was stirred. This mystic ground is the core of my clan. In fact, I was planning on bringing you there after your attempt at completing this herb nurturing array was over. Chapter 1349, Ancient Ruins. Translator, Seetullen. Editor, Seetullen. Senior, thank you very much. Yun gratefully accepted the offer. Yun led aged Blackrock out of the array. They did not go to the desolate lands again and instead headed straight for the Ninely Magus Empire's palace. Yun knew that Patriarch Pilhart and the rest were likely searching for a way to open the array's entrance. In response, Yun specifically requested Ling Xier to think of means to prevent them from entering. It was not easy to enter the herb nurturing array to begin with. And with Ling Xier now in the position of the array's fire seed, she could easily cause trouble for them. Therefore, she would have no trouble keeping them out. Yun followed aged Blackrock and Ninely Magus Maiden to an altar. There, he saw a teleportation array. The teleportation array was situated on the dried river bed. It effused a strange aura that seemed to lead to somewhere unknown. The trio entered the teleportation array together. From where they were, the riverbed continued to a distant spot where they could see the river extend into the abyss. There was an indescribable feeling one felt while standing there, because it felt like time had come to a pause. It was unknown how long the river that seemed like the river of forgetfulness had been dried up for. It was truly fascinating that it could still give one such a feeling. At that moment, aged Blackrock produced a few hand seals, activating the teleportation array immediately. The scene before Yun's eyes went into a blur as spatial fragments constantly brushed past him. He couldn't tell how far they were traveling. After a long while, Yun finally felt his feet make contact with solid ground. Yun immediately saw that he was standing on a mountain peak that sat on a vast and ancient land. Looking down, there were endless cliffs with no vegetation. Nor were there any biological auras. Amid the sand and gravel, there was a rich cadaveric air emanating throughout the area. Yun could not help but be alarmed when he sensed it. Where is this? What shocked Yun even more was that he saw a riverbed that stretched across the land in a ceaseless manner. It's the River of Forgetfulness. Yun never expected that the River of Forgetfulness would continue on for such a distance, even reaching where they were. And the riverbed here was many times wider than the riverbed in the Ninely Magus Empire. Perhaps, this was where the River of Forgetfulnesses was widest. You know about the River of Forgetfulness? Aged Blackrock was somewhat astonished before he shook his head and said, this isn't the real River of Forgetfulness, just a distributary of the River of Forgetfulness. My Ninely Magus Empire began from one of the River of Forgetfulness's distributaries. Aged Blackrock's words made Yun's heart skip a beat. This vast riverbed was only one of the many distributaries? This place has existed for a very, very long time. The history here far exceeds one's imagination. Ninely Magus Maiden walked forward a step, looked into the distance, and said softly, we will never know what this place used to be. We are currently in a place called the Ancient Ruins World. Some people say that this is what the real sinkhole is. It is the source of the sinkhole in ancient times. My young friend Yun, let's head to the mystic ground, said aged Blackrock. The teleportation array was located on a mountain range. And among the mountain range was a deep valley. When one looked up from the bottom of the valley, all they could see was a thin line of the sky. However, this sky was different from other places. It was not blue with astronomical objects dotting it. Instead, there were constantly twinkling spatial fragments. This entire mountain range belongs to my Ninely Magus Empire. There is a defensive array that is perennially activated. And once you enter the Mystic Land, there will be even more array formations concealing and protecting you. You can be absolutely certain of your safety inside. Aged Blackrock explained as they proceeded forward. Yun could not help but ask, are there any other dangers here? There aren't. However, the ancient ruins world is extremely expansive, with limitless profound mysteries. The most powerful factions in the sinkhole will attempt to occupy a territory in the ancient ruins world, and all the Ninely Magus Empire has accomplished is to occupy a tiny area, explained Ninely Magus Maiden. Aged Blackrock wanted to elaborate, but he decided not to. After all, Yun was only there to enter seclusion and so shouldn't encounter problems. The trio walked slowly in the valley that was void of life. Yun could sense that he was passing through layers of membranes that emitted a terrifying aura. Clearly, those were the defensive array formations that Aged Blackrock had mentioned. As they proceeded deep into the valley, a riverbed appeared in front of Yun. Surrounding the wide riverbed were two towering cliffs. The topographical features here effused a primordial aura. The riverbed went under the mountain. Aged Blackrock and Ninely Magus Maiden brought Yun deep inside where there was a cave entrance. We are here. Yun was standing in front of the cave's entrance when his pupils instantly constricted. In the cave, there was a small deep pool. The deep pool was about the size of a bowl. However, the black water within appeared bottomless. Such an endless pool seemed to go deep into the netherworld. This water is very shallow. Ninely Magus Maiden walked to the side of the pool. She extended her slim hand into it. Instantly, the black water parted as the Ninely Magus Maiden's hand extended to the bottom. Yun was astonished. It was not a deep pool at all. It was like the rainwater that gathered in potholes after a light drizzle. However, the black water in front of him was not as simple as rainwater. This is the water from the River of Forgetfulness, said Ninely Magus Maiden. Water from the River of Forgetfulness? Yun gasped. The River of Forgetfulness was one of the 12 Fey gods. Although he had come into contact with a few items related to the 12 Fey gods over the years, he was still a great distance away from the actual 12 Fey gods. Yun never expected to encounter a tiny pool of the River of Forgetfulness. A distributary of the River of Forgetfulness that had been dried up for hundreds of millions of years actually still had some of its water left in this cave. The Ninely Magus Empire not only had the dried River of Forgetfulness, it also had some of its water. It was difficult to imagine how ancient its history was. The River of Forgetfulness's water can only exist in the River of Forgetfulness. When it leaves the River of Forgetfulness, it will dissipate into nothingness, said Ninely Magus Maiden. This water contains the power of time. Drinking it will allow one to have eternal youth, as though one's face is no longer affected by time. One will not age visibly? Yun's eyes lit up. Can it extend one's life? No. Ninely Magus Maiden shook her head gently. Although one will have eternal youth, they will not be able to escape the samsara of life. One's end will eventually come. The day one is fated to die is the day one will die. Is that so? The effects of eternal youth Ninely Magus Maiden mentioned were very attractive to warriors. But compared to an actual rise in cultivation level, it paled in comparison. Yun did not believe that the River of Forgetfulness's water only had the effect of giving one everlasting youthfulness. Ninely Magus Empire continued, there is another interesting effect of drinking the River of Forgetfulness's water. Young Master Yi, you can experience it for yourself. In fact, this pool of water from the River of Forgetfulness was meant to be given to you as remuneration after you refine the pill. But now, I shall give it to you ahead of time. Yun had gotten Ling Sierra to replace the original array fire, so the Ninely Magus Empire was naturally not going to be stingy as they rewarded him ahead of time. Besides, Yun's cultivation level was insufficient. By helping Yun increase his cultivation level, they would aid in Yun's completion of the herb nurturing array. This is too tremendous a gift. Yun felt a little embarrassed. He hadn't really done anything at this point. Ninely Magus Maiden shook her head. Young Master Yi, there's no need to stand on ceremony. The fate-changing pill is many times more important to me than the water from the river of forgetfulness. Although the water from river of forgetfulness is precious, this mountain cave will produce a tiny amount of it every 1,000 years. This is the core mystic ground of my 9 Magus Empire. In addition, young Mastery should have already noticed that the ancient ruins world is odd in many ways. This mystic land of my 9 Magus Empire is one of those mystical places in the ancient ruins world. The heaven-earth Yuan Qi and the nomological fragments are much richer here than in the outside world. Then I'll thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Senior Blackrock. Yi Yun was not a pretentious person, so he thanked them solemnly. The 9 Magus Empire had provided him with a mystic land and the precious water of the river of forgetfulness. It represented the sincere belief the 9 Magus Empire had in him. Yi Yun knew that by providing the cultivation mystic land to him, the 9 Magus Empire was basically sacrificing resources that could have been given to its own geniuses. Yi Yun was one to square things of with others, be it a grudge or kindness. By providing Yi Yun the river of forgetfulness's pool of water, they received Yi Yun's heartfelt gratitude. After bidding aged Blackrock and 9 Magus Maiden farewell, Yi Yun went deep into the pool where he sat cross-legged. To warriors, entering a few decades of seclusion was nothing. Cultivation knew no time. I wonder what special effects the water of the river of forgetfulness will provide when I drink it. Aged Blackrock and 9 Magus Maiden did not elaborate. This piqued Yi Yun's interest towards the water. Water that contained the powers of time sounded extraordinary. Yi Yun meditated for a moment before beckoning with an outstretched arm. Immediately, the pool transformed into a flux of water that headed towards Yi Yun. Yi Yun opened his mouth and imbibed it like alcohol, drinking the water from the river of forgetfulness. As the water entered his body, Yi Yun gradually felt that his body had entered an independent space. It was quite a spectacular feeling. When he cast his gaze out, everything in that world seemed to turn evanescent, as though he was watching it from the opposite side of the river of time. Yi Yun had comprehended spacetime laws. He had even condensed a 9-leaf spacetime Dao fruit. His sharp senses allowed him to feel that the time passing in his body was different from that of the outside world. Or it could be said that he and the surrounding world were in completely different spaces. The time which flowed for him was many times faster than his surroundings. However, Yi Yun could accurately grasp every second. It was as though the water of the river of time were flowing through his fingers drop by drop, allowing him a perfect grasp of time. This was a very miraculous state. Was this the effect of the river of forgetfulness's water? Yi Yun made some inferences and believed that what he experienced as 1 or 2 years would be only a month in the outside world. Drinking the river of forgetfulness's water allowed Yi Yun's time efficiency to increase by at least 20 times. Despite the 20-fold increase in time, he was ensured to have an absolute grasp of time. Furthermore, Yi Yun remembered that the 9 Magus Maiden had said that the river of forgetfulness's water did not extend one's life. The day one was fated to die was the day one would die. Yi Yun originally thought that it was a limitation of the water's powers, but now he knew. It was a manifestation of the water's powers. This was equivalent to allowing Yi Yun to experience a period of time 20 times more than the actual time that passed in his life. This made his foundation turn more robust as it experienced long periods of time. Best of all, it would not expend any of Yi Yun's vital potential. So this is the power of the river of forgetfulness's water. Yi Yun felt like he had discovered a door to a brand new world as his eyes flickered in a different light. Chapter 1350, Tiny Rainbow Snake. Translator, Cetulin. Editor, Cetulin. In the solitary cave, Yi Yun began circulating the Dragon Emperor technique. The rich surrounding Yuan Qi immediately began surging toward Yi Yun like he was a whale sucking in water. Soon, Yi Yun's body formed a Yuan Qi vortex. Every breath Yi Yun took was the inhaling and exhaling of the heaven-earth Yuan Qi in the ancient world. Yi Yun's blood surged and rumbled like a raging river, coursing through his entire body again and again. Just as great oaks grow from little acorns, Yi Yun was honing his body. As he fortified his foundation, his cultivation level was turning purer and more intricate. Even without the river of forgetfulness's water, Yi Yun could have done such a honing of his foundation. But it would have taken too much time. It might have taken decades or even more than a century. Despite having cultivated in martial arts for so long, Yi Yun had always been rushing his cultivation. He never had the time to focus on honing his foundation as he did now. The river of forgetfulness's water had fully fused with Yi Yun's body. He sensed that the time he experienced was accelerating at a speed much faster than the time of the world around him. There was nearly a 30 times difference. A time difference of 30 times meant that Yi Yun would experience a month while a day passed in the outside world. At such a speed, Yi Yun could enter seclusion for 2 years and have 60 years worth of cultivation. To Yi Yun, who had only lived for 100+ years, using 60 years to hone his foundation would be quite an extravagant matter. It wasn't only Yi Yun, even other young geniuses would be unwilling to do so. It would waste the massive vital potential they had in their youth. However, Yi Yun had no such worries after imbibing the river of forgetfulness's water. I have cultivated for more than 100 years and time has never been on my side. I have never slowed down my cultivation speed, but my cultivation level already far exceeds my peers. Although I would never suffer an unstable foundation due to the 9-leaf Dao fruits that I condensed, my cultivation is still too fast. Today, I can properly fortify my cultivation. I will use all the time I earned from drinking the river of forgetfulness's water to accumulate my cultivation. Yi Yun constantly inhaled and exhaled. Every breath would discharge foul air from his body, and every inhale took in pure yuan qi. After an unknown period of time, a slow, thunderous rumble emitted from the valley. In the beginning, the thunder was soft, but as the days went by, the thunder grew more intense, reverberating across the valley. It was simply the breathing sounds Yi Yun made while he took in and discharged the yuan qi. At that moment, Yi Yun's foundation had been tempered thousands of times. It was extremely well fortified. His skin resembled beautiful jade and his bones were crystalline. The corpses of mighty figures could remain intact after hundreds of millions of years because their bodies had been tempered into a powerful treasure. With Yi Yun's repeated tempering, his body was no longer of mortal breed. Ordinary weapons would be incapable of slicing through his skin. His bones were extremely tough. At that moment, he was in his peak state. Yi Yun's aura was rapidly rising. This aura became stronger when a crisp chime was heard from the 9-treasured Dao Palace in his dantian. It was the chime of the Great Dao, a sound produced from the nomological insights Yi Yun had gained. The chimes of the Dao Palace turned louder. The Dragon Emperor technique that Yi Yun cultivated and made it so that he required tremendous amounts of resources to have a breakthrough in cultivation realms. Without the river of forgetfulness's water, he would require quite some time to break through to the 9th-story Dao Palace. But now, the 9th-story Dao Palace was in its nascent form. Every brick and tile was formed from Yi Yun's nomological insights. Only with a robust foundation could he establish a truly tall building. Yi Yun's foundation was infinitely robust, causing his Dao Palace to be a lot more magnificent than most warriors. Gradually, the new Dao Palace story appeared. A 9-storied 9-treasured Dao Palace was transcendent. It formed naturally and in an extremely harmonious fashion. It was filled with a brilliant beauty, as though such a Dao Palace ought to belong in the world. I'm at the 9th-story Dao Palace. At that moment, Yi Yun had perfected his Dao Palace realm. He had cultivated the Dao Palace realm to the extremum, and be it his foundation or the final fruits of his labor, they were flawless. However, not only did the increase of Yi Yun's aura not cease, it continued increasing exponentially. Boom! 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 His breathing sounded like thunder as it rumbled throughout the entire valley. Yi Yun opened his mouth to inhale, drinking all the remaining water from the river of forgetfulness into his belly. As Yi Yun continued his breathing, his surroundings formed a space of heaven-earth yuan qi. He was like a black hole that constantly absorbed the massive amounts of heaven-earth yuan qi. All the heaven-earth yuan qi was so rich that it condensed into a mist, some wisps even forming pure yuan droplets. They were all absorbed by Yi Yun again and again. A tempestuous rumble continued sounding from his dantian. After an unknown period of time. Boom! The 9-storied 9-treasured Dao Palace in Yi Yun's dantian began cracking. The crack was constantly expanding, going across the entire Dao Palace. The appearance of cracks in the Dao Palace meant that it was about to collapse. This did not indicate that Yi Yun's cultivation had turned problematic. It was a necessary step for Yi Yun before he could break through to become a supremacy. Once the Dao Palace completely shattered, the condensation of a nomological body would officially usher him into the supremacy realm. However, the whole process would require a long period of time. It was impossible to reach that in one step. Yi Yun was in no hurry. He had plenty of time. Just a month or two would convert into 3 to 5 years under the effects of the River of Forgetfulness's water. He had already made the decision to break through to the supremacy realm in the ancient ruins world. Just as Yi Yun was setting his mind at rest to accumulate power, he suddenly sensed the lifeblood in him stir. The stir felt like something had tugged at it. It left Yi Yun puzzled. He opened his eyes and looking tens of kilometers away, he saw an astonishing scene. He saw more than 10 men and women running. Quite a number of them were injured. There were others in this mystic land? Yi Yun was taken aback before he came to realize why. Aged Blackrock had previously mentioned that the world he was in was the most primitive sinkhole. Aged Blackrock called it the Ancient Ruins World. The Ancient Ruins World was not monopolized by the Nine Li Magus Empire. Other factions or races had territories in the Ancient Ruins World. It was rare to encounter people from other factions here, but it was not something to be overly surprised about. At that moment, a group of white-dressed people were chasing a beam of light tens of kilometers away. They moved in cadence, and cooperated very well. They would form a nomological imprint wherever they stepped. These imprints formed a web that blanketed the beam they were pursuing. Yi Yun also managed to discern the beam as a tiny rainbow snake. At the top of the snake's head was a sharp horn. Junior brother Mo, use the 7 severance steps with me. Junior sister Son, flank it from the side. A bald man was giving instructions to his team as he moved as fast as lightning. They were closing in on the 7-colored beam. There's no path up ahead anymore. When the group of people reached a certain point, they saw a majestic array pattern ahead of them. They had arrived in front of an array. The array was massive in power. But the bald man was delighted instead of alarmed when he saw it. He knew that it was the fortification array formation of another faction. It was not easy to penetrate such a fortification array at all. Great! It has nowhere to escape to. The bald man said jubilantly. Split up and flank it from both sides. Prevent it from escaping to the sides. Junior brother Mo, join me in capturing it from the front. As the bald man spoke, he retrieved a black net from his interspatial ring. He aimed to use the net to capture the rainbow snake. And at that moment, the rainbow snake slammed into the array. Pang! There was a loud boom as a golden barrier lit up. No matter how violently the rainbow snake struck it, the golden barrier did not shake one bit. The rainbow snake was confused by the sudden wall, but it was also in a panic. It didn't care which direction it was fleeing towards, only that it needed to flee. It lashed out its tail, striking the golden barrier once again. Pang! The rainbow snake did not hold back. It used tremendous force that even injured its scales. Yet, it could not force open the array. Instantly, the rainbow snake's amber eyes flashed with a look of despair. Ha ha! The heavens are helping me. You won't be able to escape. The bald man opened up his net. With his fellow disciples cooperating with him, they produced seals that locked down the space for several kilometers. The rainbow snake was trapped and there was no way it could escape. Pang! 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 The rainbow snake continued its struggle by striking the golden screen. However, its strength was meaningless in front of the golden beam, like it was an ant trying to shake a towering tree. Everything it did was pointless. The black net was already tightening. At this point, Yi Yun could not stand to watch any further. For some unknown reason, the rainbow snake seemed to have an unfathomable connection with his lifeblood. This must have been why Yi Yun sensed the stirring of his lifeblood while he was in seclusion. Yi Yun felt that he shared the same origins with the rainbow snake. He empathized with the rainbow snake's predicament like it was the loss of his own kind. He wanted to save the rainbow snake. Just as Yi Yun had this thought, the golden barrier outside the array quivered gently. The barrier began rippling like water, as a hole the size of a bowl appeared. The rainbow snake that was reeling in despair was surprised when it suddenly saw the hole. The black net was about to envelop it when the rainbow snake reacted just in time. With a flick of its tail, it flew straight into the hole. Boom! The black net struck the golden barrier as the rainbow snake transformed into a stream of light, entering the 9 Magus Empire's array. The hole quickly closed the next moment, vanishing in a blink of an eye. It was restored to its original state as though the hole had never existed. However, the rainbow snake was already inside the barrier as it stared back at the men and women that were standing on the other side. What? The bald man was stunned. Success was almost at hand when the barrier suddenly opened, allowing the rainbow snake to gain entry. What happened? The bald man had a sunken expression. This failure at the cusp of success left him vexed. Senior Brother Wu, there's someone inside the array. Someone suddenly shouted. He saw Yi Yun inside the array.